The beautiful master suffered a setback in her breakthrough, resulting in injury from the great Tao. I had once thought that breaking through in this lifetime was beyond hope, yet unexpectedly, at this moment, you awakened the supreme dominant system. Not only can the affiliated system be bound to others, but both parties can receive rewards upon the completion of tasks. More importantly, it is essential to select the tasks that the other party needs to accomplish. Xia Qinghan, who is indifferent to romantic pursuits, gazed at the tasks before him, yet found himself in a state of perplexity. System task: encourage the pastoral song to rise and commend its handsomeness. Task reward: heal the injuries of the Tao caused by the failure of the breakthrough. Xia Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow and gazed at you. Is this your doing? You feigned an expression of innocence. Master, what are you talking about? I haven't done anything. Observing your bewildered expression, Xia Qinghan shook his head. This lad possesses no cultivation whatsoever. He is unlikely to be the one responsible for this. Legends speak of a chosen one capable of hearing the voice of the Tao, who follows its path to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Could it be that I, too, am a chosen one? Seeing the contemplative expression on Xia Qinghan's face, a sense of secret delight blossomed within you. For the first time, you deliberately selected a relatively simple task, confident that once your master savored the sweetness of success, they would inevitably succumb, step by step, to the allure of your design. At this moment, after considerable contemplation, Xia Qinghan resolved to align herself with the will of heaven. Following her unsuccessful attempt to transcend her current realm, she sustained severe injuries to her Tao. All she did was assist you in rising. If she could heal her Tao injuries, it would be most fortunate. Even if she could not, she would suffer no significant loss. To the point of rest, Xia Qinghan extended her delicate, fair hand. I shall assist you in rising. A wave of joy surged within you, for your esteemed master could not resist temptation. You promptly grasped Xia Qinghan's hand, its texture smooth and supple, as if devoid of bones. Xia Qinghan's expression subtly changed, revealing her discomfort with others touching her body. With a sudden and forceful tug, she yanked you up, the intensity nearly causing you to be flung away. After pulling you up, Xia Qinghan reluctantly spoke. Mugu. You gazed at her with eager anticipation, your expression one of curiosity. What does she possibly look like? Xia Qinghan's demeanor became rigid throughout her life. She had never once praised another. This task felt infinitely more daunting than the prospect of slaying 10,000 ferocious beasts. After enduring a painful struggle, she finally spoke her mind. Truly impressive, she declared. Upon finishing her words, a sense of relief washed over her, as if she had just survived a near-death experience. You offered a gentle smile, feigning a shy demeanor. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed mentor. At that moment, the voice of the subservient system resonated within Xia Qinghan's mind. Task completed. Reward: host injuries to the Tao have been mended. Immediately, she felt a wondrous force manifesting within her being. Xia Qinghan was utterly astonished, for in merely an instant, the injuries within her body had completely healed. Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed in your mind. Congratulations, host. Subordinate 1 has successfully completed the task. You shall be bestowed with a reward of 100-fold. Reward: innate pure yang body. The innate pure yang body represents a primordial constitution, embodying the utmost solar energy and resilience. It is invulnerable to myriad toxins and effectively restrains all malevolent forces. Furthermore, it possesses vigorous vitality, exuding an irresistible allure towards the opposite sex, making it the quintessential partner for dual cultivation. The instant the system's sound resonates, you are immediately engulfed by a sensation as if your blood were boiling, as though an inexhaustible force surges within you. A pure essence of yang energy manifests in your being, transforming your body and meridians. Ultimately, this pure yang energy converges within your dantian, condensing into a small sun resembling a golden elixir. Your pallid skin subtly shimmers with a golden radiance. Beside you, Xia Qinghan keenly sensed the shift in your demeanor. She grasped your wrist firmly, for the purifying energy of pure yang wielded a captivating allure over the opposite sex. This marked her inaugural venture into the realm of initiating physical contact with another. In that instant, she became acutely aware of a potent force of pure yang emanating from within you. Primordial pure yang body. How could this be? She distinctly recalls that a year ago, when she accepted you as her disciple, you possessed the icy essence of a cold, Yin attribute. The cultivation technique practiced at the absolute peak could only be mastered by those with a cold constitution. It was precisely for this reason that she made the exceptional decision to take you as her apprentice. Xia Qinghan hastily released your wrist, her expression a mix of bewilderment as she gazed at you. You continued to feign ignorance. I have no idea. The innate pure yang body is incapable of cultivating my emotionless path. I truly should not have accepted you as my disciple. Please, master. I have already been here for a year. You cannot possibly send me away. Xia Qinghan scoffed coldly. Since you have already vowed fealty as my disciple, I shall not permit your departure. However, you will no longer be able to learn the cultivation techniques of the absolute peak. You nodded slightly. The subordinate system is now bound to Xia Qinghan. As long as you do not leave her, all will be well. At this moment, the system has refreshed the tasks. Once again, there are 3 tasks. Apart from the third, the dual cultivation task that remains locked. The first 2 tasks have been refreshed. 1. To heed your confessions, and to elucidate the common knowledge within the realm of immortality. 2. To perform a dance for you. You resolutely opted for the former, deeming it wiser to refrain from having Xia Qinghan dance. Considering her temperament, it would be more merciful to spare her from such an endeavor. Once again, the voice of the system echoed in Xia Qinghan's mind. System task. Attend to the lamentations of Mugua. Task reward. 50 exquisite spirit stones. Xia Qinghan was taken aback. The heavenly Tao had dispatched a task so swiftly once more. Though the reward for this task was not particularly generous, it was equivalent to a year's worth of her offerings for the spring festival. Having gained experience from her inaugural task, she no longer felt averse to it. In the gentlest tone possible, she inquired, "During the year of my seclusion, what have you experienced? Is there anything you wish to share with me?" Upon hearing these words, you realize that Xia Qinghan has accepted the existence of the system. Suppressing the joy that swells within, a bitter expression crosses your face. Master, you are unaware that ever since you have been preoccupied, I have been left unattended and unacknowledged. Anyone can bully me at will. Not only the inner disciples from various peaks, but even those from the outer sect dare to trample upon me. Alas, Xia Qinghan felt a surge of anger rise within her. In the future, should anyone dare to bully you again, they shall be dealt with decisively. If their elders dare to inquire, simply leave it to me. You nodded, a gesture of silent acquiescence. Over the past year on the desolate peak, there has been no one to converse with, leaving you to share your innermost thoughts solely with the loyal Dahuan. Today, you finally seize the opportunity to unburden your heart to someone. You chattered incessantly about trivial matters, to the point of exasperating Xia Qinghan. She could not help but roll her eyes and asked, "Have you said enough?" Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she decided to impart some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world. Listen carefully, she instructed as she began to elucidate the various levels of cultivation and the classifications of magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs. Just as she concluded her explanation, a voice resonated in her mind. Task completed. Reward: 50 pristine spiritual stones. Would you like to claim them now? She nodded gently. As soon as the words fell, a rift tore open in the space before Xia Qinghan, and subsequently, 50 exquisite spirit stones radiating a luminous aura materialized. You observed this scene and smirked mischievously. Master, to whom were you just speaking? And these spirit stones, how did they suddenly materialize? Upon hearing this, Xia Qinghan wore a serious expression. Do not inquire about matters concerning your teacher. Cut. Do not feign mystery with me. The system you possess is provided by me. At this moment, the voice of the system resonates within your mind. Congratulations, host. Minion 1 has successfully completed the task. The host is awarded a 100-fold reward. The inner universe unfolds. Inner universe, spatial abilities. Within the host's body, an independent space shall be established, capable of storing items. As the host's realm advances, the interior space will proportionately expand. A surge of joy fills your heart. This reward is indeed commendable. Henceforth, there shall be a place to store the rewards obtained. Xiao Qinghan frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? Hee. I am overjoyed to be a disciple of my esteemed master. My master is not only beautiful and powerful, but also gentle. To possess such a master fills my dreams with laughter and delight. Xiao Qinghan let out a cold snort. I am known as the Heartless Fairy, and I'm not a gentle person. Having said that, she produced 10 exquisite spirit stones. Take these and use them for your cultivation. You respectfully accepted the spirit stone. The system's tasks have been refreshed once more. 1. Vanquish a being of the transformation realm. 2. Aid yourself in transcending to the refinement realm. The first task bears no relevance to you, hence it shall be dismissed without hesitation. Thus, the only option that remains is to select the second task. System task. Assist Mugu in transcending the tempering realm and alleviate the tribulations of body refinement. Reward. 1 8th rank Heavenly Fragrance Youth Retaining Pill. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Qinghan was utterly astonished. This was a treasure coveted by countless women, for consuming even a single pill would grant everlasting youth. Although Xiao Qinghan was renowned as the Heartless Fairy, she too harbored a deep appreciation for beauty. Mugu, come my abode. I shall aid you in your breakthrough to the tempering realm. This is your first visit to Xiao Qinghan's cave dwelling. The interior is rather unadorned, featuring only a stone table and stone stools, alongside a jade platform crafted from white jade. This platform serves as the sacred space for Xiao Qinghan's cultivation. She approaches the jade platform, removes her shoes and socks, and sits cross-legged upon it, barefooted. Subsequently, she gazes at you with an impassive expression. Remove your clothing and come forth. You suddenly feel a sense of regret. Is the plot progressing so swiftly? Xiao Qinghan elucidated. This jade platform of mine is as pure as the ice and as profound as the darkened sky. Your garments are excessively soiled, and I wish to spare my jade platform from becoming tainted. Upon hearing this, a tinge of disappointment welled up within you. In a swift manner, you managed to cleanse yourself thoroughly. Xiao Qinghan furrowed her brow tightly. I instructed you to remove your garments, but I did not mean for you to strip so completely. Hee. I'm a rather honest person. Whatever my master instructs me to do, I shall undoubtedly strive to accomplish it to the best of my abilities. Xiao Qinghan helplessly shook her head. Come here. Sit cross-legged in front of me. I shall assist you in elevating your realm. As you ascended the jade platform, the moment you settled down, you couldn't help but shiver. It was so cold. A voice, gentle yet commanding, resonated from behind you. Calm your mind. Do not move, she instructed. I shall bestow upon you my spiritual energy. With that, she extended her hands and placed them upon your back. Instantly, you felt an exceedingly pure force surging from her palms into your being. Her intention was to expedite your growth through this transmission of power, hastening your attainment of the system's rewards. In a mere half an hour, your cultivation was elevated to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. As your realm ascends, your body becomes increasingly fervent. The pure yang energy within you flows rapidly, and your form begins to emit scalding white vapor. You feel as if you are being seared by fierce flames, experiencing profound agony. As Xiao Qinghan beheld this scene, a sense of foreboding washed over her. This is not good. I have been too hasty. This is the tribulation of body tempering for the shepherd's song. But why is it so intense? She had not anticipated that the tribulation would manifest with such ferocity. For an ordinary person, the tribulation of body tempering would at most induce excruciating pain, without posing a threat to life itself. Evidently, you are quite extraordinary, possessing an innate pure yang constitution. Such a defiant physique must inevitably attract the suppression of the heavenly laws. The tribulations you shall endure will far surpass those of ordinary beings. Other, similarly extraordinary constitutions face the same fate. However, should you mature, your combat prowess will far exceed that of your peers in the realm of cultivation. Master, I find myself in great distress. Xiao Qinghan gazed upon your suffering visage, her heart entangled in turmoil. She yearned to alleviate this calamity, believing it essential to liberate the vigorous yang energy that resided within you. Must it truly come to that? just as Xia Qinghan found herself in a moment of hesitation. Your body temperature is rising increasingly. The once frigid cavern has transformed into an oppressive heat. It seems you're on the verge of exhausting your vital energy. Xia Qinghan, having made a resolute decision, extended her delicate hand, guiding you to evoke the pure yang energy within. After the passage of half an hour, the yang energy within you was finally released, allowing you to successfully transcend the trial of body tempering. With a look of disdain, she flicked her hand, regretting her recent actions. You gazed at Xia Qinghan with a countenance full of gratitude. Master, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. Xia Qinghan let out a haughty snort. With a swift kick, sent you tumbling from the jade platform. Regarding the events of today, should you dare to utter even a single word, I shall ensure your demise in the most excruciating manner. Now, dress yourself properly, and be gone from my presence. You scurried away from the cave, and as soon as you stepped outside, with hands on your hips, you exhaled deeply, proclaiming how utterly invigorating it was. As soon as the words left your lips, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from behind, belonging to Xia Qinghan. You hastily closed your mouth and swiftly departed from the vicinity. Within the cave dwelling, Xia Qinghan meticulously examined the rejuvenating elixir in her hand, but suddenly her gaze fell upon the hand that held the pill, causing her expression to freeze in astonishment. Chapter 5. The Celestial Stage Technique. The Primordial Pure Yang Scripture. Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 1 has successfully completed the task, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward. The upper half of the Primordial Pure Yang Scripture. The Primordial Pure Yang Scripture is a superior technique of the celestial stage. In the era of primordial chaos, before the heavens and earth were formed, the first trace of primordial true energy was birthed from the void. This primordial true energy differentiated into Yin and Yang, giving rise to the universe. As the cosmos began to take shape, the Yang energy transformed from the primordial essence into the Primordial Pure Yang Scripture. The host has obtained the upper half of this scripture. Please continue to guide your subordinate to complete tasks in order to acquire the lower half of the Primordial Pure Yang Scripture. A technique. A superior technique of the celestial stage. Gu Chun was overwhelmed with joy. At this moment, the reward had arrived, yet it was not in physical form. The Primordial Pure Yang manifested directly in Gu Chun's mind. He could distinctly sense the presence of a book radiating golden light within his consciousness. With a mere thought, the pages of the book unfurled before him. Upon inspection, Gu Chun was astonished to discover that, although it was only the upper half, this scripture encompassed all cultivation methods from the body refinement realm to the ascension realm. If the upper half could enable cultivation from the body refinement realm to ascension, what might the lower half contain? Could it be the legendary techniques of immortals? But there is no point in pondering such thoughts. Why dwell on the impossible? Better to consider the delicate hands of my master. Those hands are so soft, so smooth. Gu Chun could not help but drool, with saliva trickling down the corner of his mouth and pooling on the ground. At that moment, the unconscious golden retriever suddenly awoke. It extended its tongue and licked the drool that had fallen from Gu Chun's lips. How disgusting. Gu Chun glanced at the golden retriever, and at that moment, the system panel displayed the information about the dog. Golden retriever. Common dog. Male. Affection towards the host, 1000. Destiny value, 35. The host currently has no additional subordinate system available for bestowal. Please have subordinate number 1 complete 5 tasks to acquire more subordinate systems. Gu Chun was quite astonished. What? Can I actually grant the system to the golden retriever? If I did so, wouldn't he the dog be my dual cultivation partner? No, what am I thinking? Why am I so preoccupied with dual cultivation lately? I must admit, the golden retriever is truly loyal to me. Its affection level has reached an astonishing 1000. That must be the maximum. My goodness, with such a high level of affection, I have to grant the golden retriever a system to play with. What is this destiny value? Could it be that a higher destiny value results in greater rewards for subordinates upon completing tasks? Yes, it must be so. Seeing the golden retriever's high affection for him, Gu Chun felt deeply moved and reached out to stroke the smooth head of the dog. Golden retriever, my dear companion. Rest assured, as long as you remain by my side, I will undoubtedly help you defy fate and become the Supreme Dog King. At that moment, Ling Shuang's system task had been refreshed. Gu Chun took a careful glance. 1. Help Gu Chun rise to prominence. 1. Eliminate 10 7th-tier spirit beasts. 2. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. This mandatory task can only be unlocked after the subordinate completes 10 tasks. Gu Chun pondered carefully and decided to refrain from making a selection for the time being. My master is currently in a foul mood. I cannot impose any tasks upon her at this moment. Should I persist, given her temperament? She might very well take my life. It would be prudent to wait a few days until her spirits have lifted before proposing any tasks. Gu Chun muttered to himself. Having spoken, he reached out to pat De Huang's head. De Huang, why don't you go find something to nibble on for now? I need to focus on my cultivation to enhance my strength. In a few days, once I've grown stronger, we shall descend the mountain and give a thorough thrashing to those who once bullied us. De Huang wagged his tail vigorously, seemingly comprehending Gu Chun's words, and scampered off to forage for a snack. Gu Chun made his way to the humble straw hut he had erected atop the Ju Peak, seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and opened the first page of the Tai Chu Pure Yang scripture, commencing his silent cultivation. The Tai Chu Pure Yang scripture is the most suitable technique for those with an innate pure yang body. The two complement each other, yielding remarkable progress with minimal effort. As Gu Chun channeled the Tai Chu Pure Yang scripture, the golden sun within him radiated brilliantly. His blood surged rapidly through his veins, and a small vortex formed in his qi sea, voraciously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual essence from above the Ju Peak converged towards Gu Chun, manifesting as a whirlwind of spiritual energy that swirled around him. De Huang, who had just found a snack and was about to return to share it with Gu Chun, witnessed this spectacle and stood agape, dropping the morsel from his mouth onto the ground. Ling Shuang, sensing the shift in the surrounding spiritual energy, hastily exited her cave dwelling. She had been diligently tidying up the interior, having cleaned it several times over, nearly wearing down the stones beneath her hands, before finally deeming it clean. Upon emerging, Ling Shuang was astonished to see the spiritual energy coalescing around Gu Chun. Such a grand display. This young man has only just entered the qi refinement stage and is already capable of summoning spiritual energy. Truly, he is remarkable. A testament to his innate pure yang body. If only I could possess such a formidable constitution. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly wondered if that system could alter my constitution, granting me a physique akin to Gu Chun's extraordinary one. Why has the system fallen silent? Why has it ceased to assign me tasks? Have I somehow displeased it? At this moment, Ling Shuang's mind was consumed by thoughts of the system. She had tasted its sweet fruits and gradually become reliant on it. Without the system's tasks, she felt restless and quite uneasy. As the cycles of day and night continued, 5 days swiftly passed. Gu Chun dedicated himself to cultivation for an uninterrupted 5 days and nights. Sustained by the spiritual energy, he felt no fatigue nor hunger. Upon concluding his practice, Gu Chun slowly opened his eyes. Ah, how refreshing. De Huang squatted nearby, gazing at Gu Chun with concern. Gu Chun meditated for 5 days and nights, utterly motionless, which caused great concern for De Huang. Upon witnessing Gu Chun awaken, De Huang excitedly approached him, wagging his tail joyfully. De Huang, how many days have I been in meditation? Gu Chun inquired. De Huang tilted his head, comprehending Gu Chun's words, and then opened his mouth to bark 5 times. 5 days indeed. That is quite a lengthy duration. Let me ascertain my current level of cultivation. Gu Chun meticulously examined himself and discovered that he had ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement. Achieving such rapid progress, from the 1st to the 4th level of qi refinement in merely 5 days, was nothing short of extraordinary. A smile graced Gu Chun's face as he affectionately patted De Huang's head. De Huang, have you faithfully stayed by my side all this time? De Huang responded with a couple of soft whines. Deeply moved, Gu Chun gently stroked De Huang's body and vowed, De Huang, your unwavering loyalty shall not go unrewarded. As long as I am able, I will ensure you receive a warm meal every day. Haha. Suddenly, Gu Chun's thoughts turned to Ling Shuang. 5 days had elapsed. Surely her anger had subsided, and it was time to assign her a task. He resolutely selected the first task, to assist Gu Chun in gaining recognition. With the task determined, the voice of the system echoed in Ling Shuang's mind. System task. Assist Gu Chun in gaining recognition. Task reward. Meteoric cold iron. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ling Shuang's anxious heart finally found solace. Fortunately, it had not abandoned me. She promptly set aside her current tasks and hurriedly flew to Gu Chun's side. Upon arriving, Ling Shuang wasted no time and immediately asked, Gu Chun, when will you descend the mountain? Chapter 6, Master, please do not rush. The unexpected appearance of Ling Shuang left Gu Chun utterly bewildered. Oh dear sister, are you truly in such a haste? I have only just issued the task, and you have already arrived. I have been cultivating for 5 days. Yet you show no concern for my progress and immediately inquire when I shall descend the mountain. What purpose would my descent serve? To stir up trouble, so that you may come to my aid and fulfill the task? Hmph, my esteemed master, it seems you have grown reliant on the system. Gu Chun felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained an expression of innocence. Ah, descend the mountain? Master, are you truly sending me away? Please, dear master. I am exceedingly obedient. How could you bear to part with me? With a few tears welling in her eyes, she feigned a look of grievance. Ling Shuang hurriedly clarified. I do not wish to send you away. That is not my intention. Then what does it mean, master? Do you truly not want me anymore? Gu Chun inched closer to Ling Shuang, gazing at her with a pitiful expression. Ling Shuang averted her gaze, unable to meet Gu Chun's eyes, and softly murmured. I merely wish to express my concern for you. You have been on Juefeng for so long, without any friends on the mountain. You ought to descend and relax your mind. Do not remain here indefinitely. This marked the first time in her life that Ling Shuang had ever told a lie. Her attempts were clumsy, her acting woefully inadequate, making it glaringly obvious that she was being untruthful. Gu Chun deliberately leaned closer, locking her gaze onto Ling Shuang's eyes. Ling Shuang turned her head away, unable to hold Gu Chun's stare, appearing quite flustered. It was the first time Gu Chun had seen Ling Shuang in such a manner, and it rendered her quite endearing. So, master does not wish to send me away. That is a relief. Gu Chun gently patted her chest, feigning shock. When do you plan to descend? Ling Shuang reiterated her question. I do not particularly wish to leave the mountain. I find it rather pleasant here, with the fresh air, abundant spiritual energy, and the beautiful master by my side, Gu Chun replied purposefully. Ling Shuang frowned slightly and remarked, There is naught but barren land atop Juefeng. What is there to enjoy? You truly ought to descend and see for yourself. But I genuinely do not want to leave. I simply wish to accompany master on the mountain, Gu Chun sulked. Ling Shuang's patience had worn thin. She suddenly adopted a stern expression and retorted, This is an order. Observing Ling Shuang's anxious demeanor, Gu Chun secretly mused, so impatient. So very impatient. It is rather amusing. Very well, I shall descend. Just do not be upset, master, Gu Chun murmured, appearing quite aggrieved, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Upon seeing Gu Chun's pitiful visage, Ling Shuang felt an unusual warmth swell within her heart. She longed to embrace Gu Chun and offer her comfort. Ling Shuang suppressed her impulse and extended her right hand. Upon her delicate wrist, adorned with a pale golden bracelet, was Ling Shuang's spatial bracelet. Gently stroking the bracelet, a flash of white light emitted from it. In an instant, a slender sword materialized in Ling Shuang's hand. The sword measures over 3 feet in length. Its hilt intricately engraved, exuding elegance, while the scabbard, crafted from pure white jade, gleams with a pristine luster. Ling Shuang presented the sword to Gu Chun, saying, Gu Chun, this is a treasured artifact once wielded by my master, known as the White Rainbow Sword, classified as a mid-grade 6th-tier magical weapon. This blade is exceptionally sharp, capable of severing hair with a mere breeze and striking without shedding blood. Today, I bestow it upon you for self-defense. Should anyone dare to provoke you, you may use this sword to claim their life. Gu Chun accepted the White Rainbow Sword, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, master, you are the best. She playfully added, Oh, so you're gifting me a weapon now, master? How eager you are. Fearing Gu Chun might misunderstand her intentions, Ling Shuang reiterated. Did you not mention that outer sect disciples have bullied you? If they dare to trouble you again, wield this sword and eliminate them. Do not be afraid. I will bear the consequences of any situation. Do you understand? Gu Chun nodded gently. Yes, I understand. Descend the mountain promptly. Explore more, and do not fear. Ling Shuang advised. Gu Chun chuckled at Ling Shuang's insistence. All right, I shall heed your words. Descend the mountain, and stir up some trouble. I'll teach those rascals a lesson, especially since you've got my back. I shall create quite a ruckus. At that moment, Ling Shuang noticed Gu Chun's cultivation level. Oh, in just 5 days, you have advanced to the 4th layer of the Qi refining stage. Such rapid progress. Truly worthy of the innate pure yang body, Ling Shuang marveled. Gu Chun beamed. All thanks to your guidance, master. Without your assistance, I would never have reached this level. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang was suddenly reminded of less pleasant memories. Gu Chun scrutinized Ling Shuang's system panel. Name, Ling Shuang. Type, affiliated servant. Race, human. Gender, female. Realm, Mingsu realm. Favorability towards host, 5. Destiny value, 99. Completed tasks, 3. Compared to the last time, the panel exhibited some changes. Most notably, the title of affiliated servant had been added along with the number of completed tasks. Additionally, the favorability had increased from a mere point to 5. It seemed favorability could indeed be enhanced. Ling Shuang furrowed her brow and reprimanded. Have you seen enough? Hee, Master, you are too beautiful. I can never gaze upon you enough, Gu Chun replied brazenly. To her surprise, Ling Shuang felt no anger at this remark and even experienced a twinge of delight. Nevertheless, she maintained a facade of annoyance, cautioning, continue with your flattery, and I shall cut out your tongue. With that, she departed. After Ling Shuang left, Gu Chun unsheathed the white rainbow sword. As the blade emerged, its cold light shimmered fiercely. The slender sword was both graceful and lethal. Gu Chun held it effortlessly. It felt as light as air. With a gentle swing, she effortlessly severed a withered tree trunk, thick as a bowl, without exerting any effort. What a splendid sword! Gu Chun exclaimed, admiring it. She then sheathed the white rainbow sword, strapping it to her back. De Huang, am I not impressive? She inquired. Woof, woof, De Huang responded. Gu Chun cradled the air with both hands, channeling his spiritual energy, as the golden sun within his dantian radiated brilliantly, flooding his entire being with an overwhelming force. With a mighty shout, Gu Chun struck a nearby boulder with his fist. The stone shattered under the impact, yet his fist remained unscathed. Satisfied, Gu Chun gazed at his hand and remarked, though I have not yet mastered any spells, with this sheer strength alone, I can easily handle those outer disciples. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold sneer. Hmph, those who once bullied me shall pay dearly for their transgressions today. Gu Chun exuded an unshakable confidence. After all, he was an inner disciple. No matter how arrogant those outer disciples might be, they could only afford to give him a beating, too fearful to take his life. Yet, Gu Chun was truly capable of killing. Chapter 7. Disrespect to the Outer Sect. Punishment by death. Gu Chun, bearing the white rainbow sword and accompanied by De Huang, descended the treacherous mountain path of the Ju Peak. Ju Peak, situated in the northernmost part of the Yuqing sect, ranks among the 9 principal peaks of the sect and is also the most remote, sparsely populated, and easily overlooked among them. The 9 main peaks of the Yuqing sect are as follows. Yu Peak, Sword Peak, Martial Peak, Alchemy Peak, Spell Peak, Treasure Peak, Beast Master Peak, Flame Peak, and Ju Peak. Yu Peak, the supreme of the 9, is the strongest and most populous, housing over 1,000 inner disciples and offering a plethora of teachings akin to the myriad stars. Sword Peak specializes in the way of the sword, while Martial Peak is devoted to martial arts. The 3 wealthiest and most prestigious peaks, Alchemy, Spell, and Treasure, hold the secrets of refining elixirs, talismans, formations, and magical treasures. Beast Master Peak is unique, being one of the original 4 peaks of the Yuqing sect. It excels in the mastery of all things, which includes animal taming and puppetry techniques. It is rumored that an elder within Beast Master Peak secretly practices a technique for resurrecting corpses, a skill typically associated with the demonic path. Flame Peak, having separated from the illustrious Yu Peak, is renowned for its disciples' prowess in fire manipulation, and its elders are said to command legendary flames. There are whispers of a 10th main peak within the Yuqing sect, yet no records exist, and few dare to mention it. The aforementioned 9 peaks comprise the inner sect, forming the core of the Yuqing sect. Additionally, there exists a vast number of outer sect disciples, divided into 28 departments, each consisting of no fewer than 100 members, led by 1 or more stewards. These 28 departments are named after the 28 celestial constellations, and Gu Chun was once a member of the Su department. When Gu Chun first traversed into this realm, he was discovered by a steward of the Su department due to his innate talent, and was thus brought in from the wilderness to become a proud and purposeful outer disciple. Shortly thereafter, he was selected by Ling Shuang to join the inner sect of Ju Peak. Ling Shuang remained in seclusion for a year, neglecting Gu Chun and imparting no skills to him. Growing weary of his solitude at Ju Peak, Gu Chun frequently descended to the Su department for leisure, often seeking a meal. The outer disciples of the Su department recognized Gu Chun and treated him kindly, while the stewards took good care of him. Each visit felt akin to returning home. However, each journey to the Su department necessitated passing through the Do department, whose members held a disdain for Gu Chun. Initially, they hesitated to confront him, wary of his status as an inner disciple. Yet, as time passed and they discerned Gu Chun's stagnation and cultivation, their audacity burgeoned. One fateful day, several outer disciples from the Do department blocked Gu Chun's path and demanded spirit stones. Lacking any spirit stones to offer, Gu Chun was met with violence. Outnumbered and beaten despite his attempts to fight back. The bullies took pride in tormenting an inner disciple, vowing to strike him again upon each encounter. From that day forward, the seeds of enmity were sown deep within Gu Chun's heart. Today marks the moment of vengeance. Leaving Ju Peak, Gu Chun followed the stony path toward the location of the Do Department. The Dubu sect is situated in close proximity to the Jiuefeng Peak, nearly 3 or 4 miles away. Shortly thereafter, Gu Chun arrived at the territory of the Dubu sect. Upon his arrival, he encountered a female disciple of Dubu. This young woman, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, urgently warned Gu Chun, "You must leave at once. Do not let them see you. If they catch sight of you, you will undoubtedly suffer a beating." Her name was Zhang Yin, and she possessed a fair countenance and a commendable character. Gu Chun smiled gently and replied, "I appreciate your concern, but I fear them not." Just then, a loathsome voice broke the air. "Ah, who do we have here? It's merely the waste of Jiuefeng." The speaker, a dark-skinned man with crooked features, was an eyesore, exhibiting an air of unkemptness typical of a lowly ruffian. His name was Qilioya, one of those who had previously assaulted Gu Chun. Upon seeing Qilioya, Jiang Yin swiftly shielded Gu Chun behind her and admonished, "Qilioya, do not bully him. He has done you no wrong. So what grounds do you have to torment him?" With a sneer, Qilioya spat disdainfully, "Jiang Yin, you wretched creature, are you attempting to seduce that worthless individual from Jiuefeng?" No sooner had he spoken than several other outer disciples of Dubu appeared, joining in the chorus of insults directed at Gu Chun and Jiang Yin, who had come to his defense. The scoundrel must be in heat, thinking that by associating with an inner disciple, he can ascend the ranks effortlessly. Rather than courting that waste, you might as well entertain us. We could provide you with some pleasure and, in turn, take care of you in the future. Hmph. That waste from Jiuefeng. We've already declared that every time we see him, we'll give him a beating. Today, he has delivered himself right to our doorstep. Let us not be polite. The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding outer disciples, including a steward who merely stood by, watching the spectacle unfold without any intention of intervening. Gu Chun gently pushed Jiang Yin aside and approached Qilioya and his cohorts. As Gu Chun advanced, Qilioya brazenly taunted, "What is this? Do you intend to strike me, you waste?" Unfazed, Gu Chun calmly inquired, "According to the regulations of the Yuching sect, how should outer disciples who show disrespect to inner disciples be dealt with?" "What do you mean? Are you suggesting you might kill me?" Qilioya scoffed, rallying his companions. "Come, boys, let us show this brat a thing or two." Clenching his fists, Qilioya charged at Gu Chun, followed closely by the other outer disciples. In a swift motion, Gu Chun drew the Baihong's sword, gripping it firmly with both hands, and struck downwards. The blade gleamed like a comet, and blood gushed forth as Qilioya's arm was effortlessly severed by Gu Chun's strike. The remaining outer disciples, witnessing the scene, were paralyzed with fear. Hesitant to advance any further, Qilioya clutched his bleeding shoulder, howling in agony like a wounded animal. According to the regulations of the Yuching sect, should an outer disciple show disrespect towards an inner disciple, the latter is permitted to retaliate with lethal force. As he spoke, Gu Chun swung his sword again, this time cleaving Qilioya in half at the waist. The Baihong sword, once wielded by Ling Shuang, proved itself a formidable weapon, dispatching foes as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Truly, it was a magnificent sword. The upper half of Qilioya's body lay in a pool of blood, still clinging to life as he emitted anguished cries. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the formidable nature of Gu Chun, a presence he could not provoke. As an outer sect disciple daring to confront an inner sect member, he was courting death. The onlookers were struck with terror, their faces paling in fear, rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before them. The steward, who had previously been enjoying the spectacle, immediately leaped forward upon witnessing this, bellowing, "How dare you kill a disciple of the fighting department? You must be seeking your own demise." The steward, known as Gao Xiang, was originally an inner disciple of the Yufeng sect, later elevated to steward, overseeing the fighting department. As soon as he took action, before he could even reach Gu Chun, a torrent of murderous intent surged forth like a tempest. The lethal aura locked onto Gao Xiang, rendering him immobile. He had barely taken flight before plummeting to the ground. Gao Xiang's face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. The intensity of this murderous intent was utterly terrifying, far beyond his capacity to endure. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the heavens, belonging to Ling Shuang. It is you who is truly seeking your end. Chapter 8. For 1. Slaughtering many. Swift mastery of magic Ling Shuang, adorned in flowing white garments, descended gracefully, her attire dancing in the wind, ethereal and untouched by the mundane. Her breathtaking beauty rendered the flowers pale and left all beings in dismay. From her lofty position, Ling Shuang cast a frigid gaze upon Gao Xiang. A terrifying aura of murderous intent loomed over him like an immense mountain, rendering him breathless. At that moment, Gu Chun began to comprehend the true terror of his master. Even before she unleashed her power, merely her intent to kill was sufficient to immobilize a high-ranking steward. Witnessing Gao Xiang's plight, Gu Chun felt a surge of relief within. It seemed that his master had spared him. Otherwise, the sheer force of her murderous intent would have been enough to end his life. Gao Xiang, in agony, raised his head and pleaded, "Heartless fairy, please spare me." Ling Shuang slightly tempered her murderous intent, granting Gao Xiang a fleeting reprieve. "Did you just intend to kill my disciple?" she asked coldly. "No, I merely wished to teach him a lesson," Gao Xiang hastily clarified. "Hmph. My disciple is not someone you can discipline. Who do you think you are?" Ling Shuang retorted angrily. "Heartless fairy, I am not a mere nobody. Please, spare me." Gao Xiang begged. "Hmph. As a steward, you allowed your subordinates to bully my disciple. You deserve death," Ling Shuang declared. "Do not kill me, do not kill me. I am the nephew of Elder San from the Martial Peak." Gao Xiang quickly invoked his connections. The external disciples nearby were paralyzed with fear, resembling frightened turtles, too terrified to make a sound. Upon hearing Gao Xiang's words, Ling Shuang replied, "To bully my disciple, whether it be you or your uncle, I shall show no mercy." No sooner had she spoken than Ling Shuang raised her right hand, extending her slender, delicate finger. A beam of white light shot forth from her fingertip, piercing directly into Gao Xiang's brow. His eyes widened in terror, blood filling his eyeballs, making him appear ghastly. He opened his mouth, emitting a low, anguished moan. Suddenly, his head began to swell rapidly. Boom! Gao Xiang's head exploded, leaving behind a lifeless, headless corpse. The surrounding external disciples screamed in horror at the sight. At that moment, another steward from the combat department arrived. Upon seeing Ling Shuang, he immediately knelt and bowed repeatedly. Ling Shuang regarded him coldly and inquired, "How many external disciples are there in the combat department?" The steward quickly replied, 320. Ling Shuang snorted disdainfully, stating, "All must die." As her words fell, she transformed into a streak of white light. Wherever she passed, heads rolled and lives withered. In an instant, over 300 souls departed this world. Only Jiang Yin and the trembling steward remained. Ling Shuang, untainted by blood, flew to Gu Chun's side and softly asked, "Gu Chun, are you satisfied?" Gu Chun swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. "My goodness, my master is truly ruthless. Over 300 lives extinguished at a whim. Truly deserving of the title Heartless Fairy, she is indeed merciless." To my astonishment, I find myself wishing to engage in dual cultivation with such a woman. It is truly exhilarating. Ling Shuang, for the sake of one person, has vanquished an entire faction and successfully completed the System S task. The system's voice echoed within her mind. Task completed. Reward, meteoric cold iron. Would you like to receive it now? A smile graced the corners of Ling Shuang's lips as she softly affirmed. Immediately, a flash of ethereal light revealed a piece of silver-white metal, approximately the size of a human head, appearing in her grasp. This metal exuded an icy chill so profound that merely approaching it sent shivers deep into one's bones. Ling Shuang gazed at the meteoric cold iron in her hand, her face illuminated with delight. This metal was of paramount importance to her, within her path of ruthless sentiment. There existed a supreme treasure whose primary material was precisely this meteoric cold iron. Ling Shuang had exhausted every possible method, yet had been unable to uncover its whereabouts, long since relinquishing hope. To her surprise, she had obtained the meteoric cold iron with such ease today. How could she not rejoice? It was precisely because the reward for this task was the meteoric cold iron that she had been so eager to urge Gu Chun to descend the mountain. Ling Shuang stored the meteoric cold iron within her spatial bracelet, and in her elated state, she unexpectedly reached out to touch Gu Chun. With her lethal index finger, she gently lifted his chin and spoke in a soft tone, "Do not allow others to bully you again." This scene left the surviving steward utterly astonished. Was this truly the legendary ruthless fairy who kills without a second thought? When had she become so gentle? Ling Shuang withdrew her finger and turned to depart. soaring back to the peak of absolute. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 1 has successfully completed the task, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Rewards: 1. A random spell. 2. A spell proficiency boost once. Oh, this time, there are 2 rewards. How intriguing. A random spell? What does that entail? Let me take a look. Gu Chun initially intended to claim his rewards immediately, but he restrained his desires. Aware that others were present, cautious by nature, he did not wish to reveal his secrets before outsiders. Gu Chun decided to leave this place in search of a more secluded spot to receive his rewards. Approaching Jiang Yin, he found her in a state of shock, her hollow eyes staring blankly at the corpses strewn about. Do not be afraid. You are a good person, and we will not harm you, Gu Chun spoke gently. Jiang Yin remained silent, still enveloped in profound terror, her handsome face devoid of color, and her beautiful apricot eyes lacking any spark. Gu Chun sighed softly, choosing not to disturb Jiang Yin further, and left the area with De Huang. Once Gu Chun departed, Jiang Yin felt as if her strength had been drained. Her legs buckled, and she sank to the ground in a crouched position, unable to contain her tears. Initially, Gu Chun had planned to visit the Void Division for a meal, but after witnessing so much death, he found himself lacking the appetite and could only return to the peak of absolute. Upon his return, Gu Chun entered his humble thatched cottage. Time to claim my reward, he declared, and as soon as the words left his lips, the system's voice followed suit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a random martial art, the Crimson Sun 9 Swords. The reward has been sent to the host's inner cosmos, where it can be accessed at any time. Crimson Sun 9 Swords, an 8th-tier spell, swordsmanship. This technique was created by the Ascendant Master, Crimson Suanzi. The art consists of 9 forms, each refined to perfection, possessing the power to move mountains and calm seas. Note: only individuals with a Yang constitution can practice this, while those with a Yin constitution are unable to cultivate the Crimson Sun 9 Swords. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a one-time spell mastery boost. Gu Chun opened his inner cosmos, revealing an ancient tome within. This book was the Crimson Sun 9 Swords. He withdrew it and opened the first page. At that moment, the system's voice resonated again. Spell detected. Does the host wish to use the spell mastery boost? Yes. The host has utilized the spell mastery boost and has learned the first form of the Crimson Sun 9 Swords, Dying Sun Ember. Immediately, Gu Chun's mind filled with knowledge. This encompassed the experiences and methods for employing Dying Sun Ember. Dying Sun Ember channels the internal Yang energy to converge at the sword's tip, igniting a cluster of Yang flame. When the sword tip strikes an adversary, the Yang flame erupts, inflicting tremendous damage and dismantling the enemy's defenses. When mastered to its utmost, a single strike can flatten a mountain peak. Filled with joy, Gu Chun was eager to test the might of this technique. He stepped out of the thatched cottage and approached the stone where Ling Shuang had once sat. Drawing the white rainbow sword, he took a deep breath. Let me witness your power, Dying Sun Ember. Gu Chun directed his internal Yang energy to gather at the tip of the white rainbow sword, where a crimson flame ignited. With a powerful swing, he thrust the sword toward the stone. In an instant, the Yang fire erupted. The searing flames accompanied by a terrifying force engulfed the stone. The half-meter-high stone shattered instantaneously, reduced to black dust. Gu Chun stared in astonishment at the ground covered in powder. Incredible, he exclaimed in awe. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed from the sky. Well done, well done. Truly, as a disciple of the peak of excellence, your prowess is indeed remarkable. Chapter 9. A new task, and the reluctant Master Gu Chun raised his gaze and beheld a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache smiling down at him from the sky. This man, whom Gu Chun recognized as Lu Feng, was the leader of the Yuqing sect, elected by the 9 Peaks. Lu Feng gracefully descended, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm composure. Just as he was about to engage Gu Chun in conversation, a voice pierced the air. Hmph, Lu Feng. What brings you to my absolute peak? Upon seeing Ling Shuang, Lu Feng promptly bowed in respect. Junior pays his respects to the heartless fairy. Ling Shuang regarded Lu Feng with an impassive expression and inquired, Are you here to hold me accountable for the slaughter of the fighting division? Lu Feng hastily replied, I would not dare. The outer disciples of the fighting division dared to offend the inner disciples, and according to sect rules, they deserved death. The heartless fairy's actions were justified. We shall certainly educate the outer disciples going forward to prevent such occurrences. If that is the case, what brings you to absolute peak? Ling Shuang said impatiently. I have come to offer my condolences to this young friend. May I inquire your name? Lu Feng spoke, having yet to learn Gu Chun's identity. Gu Chun, came the reply. Ah yes, I have come to extend my condolences to Gu Chun. Here are some spirit stones, medicinal pills, and garments belonging to the inner disciples. Lu Feng produced several items from his storage ring and presented them to Gu Chun, grateful for the unsolicited gifts. Gu Chun accepted Lu Feng's offerings with delight. Subsequently, Lu Feng produced a golden waist token. Young friend Gu Chun, this is the waist token for core disciples of the Yuqing sect. With this token, you may freely access all areas of the sect. Such a valuable item? Gu Chun accepted the token with appreciation. Just as Lu Feng was about to speak further, Ling Shuang abruptly issued an eviction order. Is it done? If so, be gone. Lu Feng fell silent, offered a smile to Ling Shuang, and departed from absolute peak. After his departure, Ling Shuang admonished Gu Chun, focus on your cultivation and do not bring shame upon me. At that moment, the system's tasks had refreshed. 1. Slay 500 cultivators, regardless of their rank. 2. Require Gu Chun to wash your feet. 3. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. Force task. The first subordinate can only unlock after completing 10 tasks. Upon reviewing the updated tasks, a wicked smile crept across Gu Chun's face. Is there even a choice? I shall undoubtedly select the second. The first task does not concern me. I shall not choose it. Humph, the second task is indeed intriguing. My aloof master, how shall you execute this task? How will you broach the subject? Images of Ling Shuang's bashful demeanor danced in Gu Chun's mind. To avoid arousing Ling Shuang's suspicion, he refrained from selecting the task immediately. It was only on the following morning that Gu Chun finalized his choice. As the task was confirmed, the system's voice resonated in Ling Shuang's mind. Task: require Gu Chun to wash your feet. Reward: 1 8th grade medicinal pill, the purple heart barrier breaking pill. As Ling Shuang practiced her breathing exercises, the sudden voice of the system shattered her focus. A puff of air escaped her lips, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. What? Tasked with having Gu Chun wash my feet? How could the heavens assign me such a task? I am his master. How can I allow him to touch my feet? My feet are. As a master, how could I possibly ask him for such a thing? No, absolutely not. This task is utterly unacceptable. Yet, the purple heart-breaking pill is a miraculous remedy for dispelling demonic obstacles, crucial for my tribulation. And my next trial happens to be the heart tribulation. I truly require the purple heart-breaking pill. Ling Shuang's gaze was torn, her lips lightly biting, as a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Gu Chun practiced his combat skills with the white rainbow sword. The dawn broke, painting the eastern sky in hues of crimson. De Huang, his loyal dog, sprinted from afar, a plump wild chicken clutched in its mouth. Dropping the chicken, De Huang barked cheerfully at Gu Chun. Upon seeing the wild chicken, Gu Chun's face lit up with delight. Oh my De Huang, you're amazing. I've been subsisting on fasting pills lately, and now even my burps taste of hemp seeds. Finally, I can enjoy a proper meal. This wild chicken must weigh over 3 pounds, enough for the two of us. Gu Chun picked up the chicken, gauging its weight. De Huang, how do you want me to prepare the chicken? He inquired. De Huang tilted his head thoughtfully, then scratched the ground with its paw. Gu Chun immediately understood the dog's intention. Ah, so you want a beggar-esque chicken, huh? No problem. De Huang, go to the pond in the east and fetch some lotus leaves while I prepare the chicken, Gu Chun instructed. De Huang nodded eagerly and scampered down the mountain. This dog, De Huang, had been adopted by Gu Chun 9 months prior when it was captured by outer disciples of the Void Sect, who intended to roast it for a meal. Gu Chun had intervened just in time to save it, adopting and naming it De Huang. After De Huang departed, Gu Chun leisurely began to prepare the wild chicken. Before arriving in this realm, he had briefly worked as a food blogger, possessing a decent culinary skill set. As Gu Chun worked on the chicken, Ling Shuang emerged from the cave, approaching him with a complex expression. The aroma emanating from her drew Gu Chun's attention, prompting him to look up at her. Master, is there something you need? He asked. Ling Shuang opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Only offering a gentle, it's nothing. Gu Chun smiled knowingly, thinking to himself, Master, do not feel shy. It's merely a matter of washing feet. As long as you ask, I will fulfill your task. If you cannot even manage this, how can we cultivate together? With a guileless expression, he continued plucking feathers from the chicken and asked, Master, will you eat if I cook this chicken? Ling Shuang gently shook her head, stating, I have long since fasted and do not consume mortal food. Having spoken, Ling Shuang advised Gu Chun. The food of mortals is laden with impurities, detrimental to cultivation. I urge you to refrain from consuming it. Gu Chun replied, Master, my chicken is exceptionally delectable. If you doubt it, I shall prepare it, and you may taste it. Ling Shuang merely huffed, ignoring Gu Chun, and coldly turned away. Gu Chun gazed at Ling Shuang's retreating figure, pondering, Master, I cannot believe you can resist the allure of the system. Let us see how long you can endure. Before long, Gu Chun had prepared the wild chicken. Drawing upon the memories of his past life, he retrieved the seasonings and marinated the chicken thoroughly. The spices were a few he had previously procured from the Void Realm. Though limited in variety, they sufficed. After about half an hour, De Huang finally returned, clutching a lotus leaf in its mouth. Gu Chun washed the leaf, then wrapped the marinated chicken within it. He mixed some yellow clay and applied it to the outer layer of the lotus leaf. Finally, Gu Chun dug a pit, placed the clay-covered chicken inside, covered it with earth, and ignited a fire above, utilizing the heat to slowly cook the chicken. Once all was prepared, Gu Chun took a small stick and planted it in the ground, using the position of the shadow to gauge the time. The skin and flesh of the wild chicken were firm, requiring an extended period of slow cooking to become tender. 3 hours later, Gu Chun unearthed the chicken from the ashes. As he cracked open the clay shell, a wave of savory chicken aroma mingled with the fresh fragrance of the lotus leaf wafted towards him, igniting his appetite. Cautiously, Gu Chun unveiled the lotus leaf. The chicken's skin was golden and glistening with an enticing sheen of oil. A gentle press released rich juices. De Huang, unable to contain its excitement, danced eagerly nearby. Patience. De Huang, we shall share it equally. Just as Gu Chun spoke, Ling Shuang emerged once more from the cave, approaching him. Hmph, you couldn't wait 3 hours. Master, your patience leaves much to be desired. Chapter 10. The bashful Master Ling Shuang stepped out of her cave dwelling and approached Gu Chun. Gu Chun pretended not to notice her presence, engrossed in the delightful task of unwrapping a beggar's chicken. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the dish was so enticing that it stirred the desires of Ling Shuang, who had long abstained from earthly pleasures. Stealthily swallowing her saliva, she feigned indifference and remarked, What is so delectable about mortal food? Oh, the sourness of unripe grapes. Gu Chun raised his head, feigning surprise. Oh, Master, you have come again? Humph, Jueffing is my territory. I shall go wherever I please, Ling Shuang retorted. Master, the chicken is ready. Would you care to sample it? Gu Chun inquired. Ling Shuang turned her head away, swallowing again in secret, and haughtily declared, I do not consume mortal food. Despite her formidable strength, her thoughts were as transparent as glass, betraying her true feelings. Gu Chun, seasoned in the ways of human interaction, could easily discern what weighed on her mind. Tearing off a chicken leg, Gu Chun offered it to Ling Shuang. Master, just give it a try. It is truly delicious. I shall not, she insisted, still maintaining her pretentious restraint. Gu Chun, aware that Ling Shuang needed a gentle nudge, pouted with an expression of feigned sorrow. It seems Master does not favor me. Unwilling to taste the chicken I prepared. How disheartening. Upon witnessing this, Ling Shuang feigned impatience. Very well, I shall taste it. Gu Chun's face broke into a radiant smile as he presented the chicken leg to her like a prized offering. Ling Shuang accepted it and took a delicate bite. The chicken was tender and succulent, bursting with rich flavors, awakening her taste buds that had long been dormant. Having been immersed in the cultivation of immortality since childhood, she had never experienced such a delightful treat. Her eyes widened in surprise as she savored the exquisite sensations on her palate. Meanwhile, De Huang could hardly contain its excitement, emitting eager whines. Despite its impatience, it refrained from snatching the food, awaiting Gu Chun to share. De Huang, come here. This is for you, Gu Chun said, tearing off another chicken leg and giving it to De Huang. The dog grasped the leg in its mouth, placed it on the ground, and began to circle it, wriggling its body as though performing a sacred ritual. This was the dog's highest tribute to food. Gu Chun savored the chicken's backside, removing the tail fat and indulging in the morsel. The chicken's backside was his favorite part, which he fondly referred to as gold that cannot be exchanged. The moment it touched his lips, an explosion of flavors enveloped his senses, the rich juices mingling with the delectable essence of fat. How is it, Master? Is it not delicious? Gu Chun asked. Ling Shuang instinctively nodded but quickly countered, It is merely passable. Hmph, you little tease, still trying to put on airs. Gu Chun quipped. As Ling Shuang elegantly gnawed on the chicken leg, her mind was a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts. Should I ask him to help me wash my feet? How difficult it is to voice such a request. Yet, if I do not speak, I cannot complete my task. What to do? How should I proceed? Heaven, could you not grant me a simpler task, akin to the last one, where I merely had to slay a few hundred individuals to fulfill my duty? The task is rather challenging. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Shuang had thoroughly devoured the chicken leg. Master, would you care for another? Gu Chun inquired. Ling Shuang hesitated momentarily. Gu Chun then presented her with a chicken wing and added, with a hint of significance, Master, you are my sole mentor. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I would go to any lengths to fulfill your request. Upon hearing these words, Ling Shuang promptly replied, Gu Chun, I wish for you to. However, she faltered, unable to continue. Gu Chun leaned closer, asking, what do you wish for me to do? Suddenly, Ling Shuang's expression turned stern as she retorted, it's nothing. You needn't inquire further. Gu Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. Alas, his master remained bashful. Unable to voice her thoughts, he resolved to wait, convinced that she could not resist the allure of the system's temptations. After finishing the chicken wing, Ling Shuang departed, ultimately unable to articulate her desires. Over the next 2 days, she sought Gu Chun several times. By the 3rd day, she could no longer contain herself. She approached Gu Chun and stated, Gu Chun, as my disciple, you have yet to perform the duties expected of you. Gu Chun, slapping his thigh in realization, exclaimed, oh, right. I have yet to pay my respects to you, Master. Please wait. I shall perform the grand gesture this instant. He positioned himself before Ling Shuang, preparing to kneel. Suddenly, Ling Shuang interjected, there is no need for such formalities. Please fetch a basin and fill it with clean water to wash my feet. Her words tumbled out in a rush, as if fearing she might lose her nerve. Once uttered, her demeanor deflated, revealing her anxiety. Though Gu Chun felt an overwhelming joy at this request, he maintained an innocent facade, resembling a child with simple thoughts, and replied, oh, so your feet are dirty, Master? I shall fetch a basin at once to wash them. His words caused Ling Shuang's cheeks to flush crimson, akin to the glow of the evening sky. Returning to his humble abode, Gu Chun retrieved his solitary washing basin, which also served as his foot-washing vessel. This basin had been bestowed upon him as a resource during his time as an outer disciple in the virtual realm and had been in use for a year. He rinsed the basin, then drew 2 ladles of cool water from the tank, followed by a splash of hot water from the kettle. As a genuine traveler from another world, Gu Chun had maintained his habit of drinking warm water even in this realm of cultivation. Warm water promotes good health and prevents ailments. It is the most beneficial beverage in existence. He tested the water temperature, finding it slightly hot. Ah, perfect, he declared, carrying the warm water to Ling Shuang. Upon seeing the basin filled with warm water, Ling Shuang's tension was palpable. Do not rush, Master. Let me fetch a stool for you. Gu Chun retrieved his only stool from his cottage. Gu Chun, how should I proceed? Ling Shuang asked, feeling flustered. Master, simply take a seat. You need not move. I shall take care of everything, he assured her. Very well, she replied hesitantly. Ling Shuang sat uneasily on the stool. Gu Chun brought a basin of warm water to her feet and then squatted down beside her. Ling Shuang's hands were tightly clenched, betraying her tension. Gu Chun reached for her right foot, grasping her ankle. In an instant, Ling Shuang's body tensed up, no matter how hard Gu Chun tried. He could not budge her foot. After all, Ling Shuang was a formidable force in the realm of Ming Su, possessing the strength to move mountains and fill seas. How could Gu Chun, who was merely at the chi refinement stage, possibly pull her foot? Master, please do not be anxious. Relax a little, Gu Chun spoke softly. Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed as she retorted, Who is anxious? As she relaxed her muscles, Gu Chun was finally able to draw her right foot closer. He gently removed her white cloth shoe, and Ling Shuang shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight, as if enduring a punishment. Once the shoe was off, a pair of translucent white silk stockings appeared before Gu Chun. These were no ordinary stockings. They were a magical artifact woven from the silk of white jade spirit silkworms, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities and the ability to channel spiritual energy. A single pair could fetch dozens of high-grade spirit stones. And if others knew these were worn by the heartless fairy, their value would skyrocket even further. Through the stockings, Gu Chun could see Ling Shuang's delicate, translucent foot. Her foot was exquisitely shaped, flawless, as white as fresh snow, and as lustrous as jade. Gu Chun could easily hold her foot in one hand and gently began to peel away the stockings, revealing her perfect foot in all its glory. Ling Shuang felt a wave of nervousness. The arch of her foot was tense, her toes tightly curled together, making her seem rather adorable. noticing her demeanor. Gu Chun felt a playful impulse and leaned in closer. Master's feet are not at all smelly. They even have a pleasant fragrance, he teased. Ling Shuang bit her lip tightly, casting an angry yet bashful glare at him. Hurry and wash. Stop talking nonsense, she scolded, faced with the merciless, heartless fairy. Gu Chun dared not overstep and quickly placed her right foot into the basin. He then repeated the process, removing her left shoe and stocking. The warmth of the water enveloped Ling Shuang, bringing her an unprecedented sensation of relaxation. Having practiced the heartless path of the Yuqing sect since childhood, she had severed all emotions and had never experienced the simple pleasures of ordinary life. In her previous existence, she had only engaged in two activities, killing and cultivating. Nothing else mattered. However, since encountering Gu Chun, her life had undergone a profound transformation. She had tasted mortal food she had never before indulged in and savored the comfort of warm water for her feet. Her heart was no longer a desolate void. She began to harbor a peculiar feeling towards the man who was washing her feet. This emotion was akin to a tantalizing itch, elusive yet ungraspable. Chapter 11. New System. New Features. Entry Attributes. Gu Chun knelt on the ground, dipping his hand into the basin of water to cleanse the feet of Ling Shuang, the jailer. In truth, having reached the realm of Ling Shuang, one could remain untouched by the mundane world, impervious to filth, rendering such cleansing unnecessary. Yet, this was a task mandated by the system. Hockey system, what a peculiar entity you are. As the water grew colder, Ling Shuang's impatience began to surface. Is it done yet? Her inquiry might have been directed at Gu Chun or perhaps at the system itself. Almost there, Gu Chun replied, lifting Ling Shuang's right foot and resting it upon his knee. He then retrieved his towel to dry her foot meticulously. Master, please remain still while I assist you with your shoes. With great care, he donned her footwear, moving on to her left foot thereafter. After drying it, he gazed upon her flawless little foot and, unable to resist, gently tickled the sole. Ling Shuang reacted instinctively, raising her foot as if to kick Gu Chun squarely in the face. Fortunately, she tempered her strength, delivering merely a light tap. Had she unleashed her full force, Gu Chun's head would surely have shattered into fragments. Behave yourself and refrain from such indiscretions. If you persist, I shall have no choice but to end you, Ling Shuang warned sternly. She then proceeded to put on her left shoe and sock unaided. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Task completed. Reward, 1/8 tier medicinal pill, purple heart barrier breaking pill. Would you like to claim it now? Ling Shuang's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, yes. No sooner had she spoken than a flash of spiritual light appeared, and the purple pill manifested in her hand. Observing this, Gu Chun feigned astonishment, exclaiming, Master, what is this? How did it appear so suddenly? It's truly marvelous. Do not concern yourself with my matters. Focus on your own responsibilities, Ling Shuang replied, stowing the pill in her storage bracelet before departing without another word, retreating to her secluded abode. Gu Chun scratched his head, pondering, truly, she is a heartless wretch. I have washed her feet and assisted her in completing a system task, yet she offers no gratitude and simply walks away. With that thought, he lifted the basin and poured the foot-washing water beside the fruit tree he had planted. This tree had been gifted to him by the steward of the virtual realm, seemingly a type of spiritual fruit tree capable of yielding fruits worth several spirit stones. However, to bear fruit, the tree would require at least several hundred years. Gu Chun was unperturbed. He planted it for enjoyment. I have given you the water used to wash Master's feet. Drink well and absorb it. May I live to see the day I partake of your fruits. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the system panel manifesting before the tree. Golden patterned jade fruit tree. Type, plant. Realm, none. Affection level towards host, 5. Destiny value, 20. Can be bestowed to the system. What? Can be bestowed to the system? Wait, could it be that my system can be conferred upon plants? What tasks could plants possibly fulfill? They cannot even engage in dual cultivation with me. Alas, what am I contemplating? My mind is consumed with thoughts of dual cultivation. I must be experiencing some form of suppressed desire. To my astonishment, my system is remarkably potent, capable of bestowing its gifts even upon flora. How extraordinary! However, I cannot yet transfer the system to you. I intend to bestow the second system upon my dear brother, the robust and affable De Huang. But wait, where has De Huang gone? Just as Gu Chun was lost in his musings, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. The primary subordinate has successfully completed 5 tasks. and you shall receive a new subordinate system along with enhanced system functionalities. New subordinate system, main entry, collection. Secondary entry, contribution. New system functionality, task refresh. Whenever a task is issued, should the host find it unsatisfactory, they may refresh it once to receive a new task option. This time, the system's reward was not an item or a technique, but rather a new system. Moreover, this system possesses entry attributes, the main entry being collection and the secondary entry being contribution. Gu Chun felt a swell of curiosity. Why has an entry appeared? Does my Master S system also have entries? He pondered aloud. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again in his mind. Primary subordinate system, main entry, dual cultivation. Secondary entry, slaughter, nurturing. Nurturing? Nurturing whom? Could it be a plan for cultivating myself? The aloof master's dual cultivation disciple development scheme? Oh, how did this entry come to be? Gu Chun attempted to inquire further from the system. The system entries are derived from the host's strong will and are subject to random influence. The host currently cannot alter the entries and must unlock more subordinate systems to gain the ability to modify them. The entries will affect the attributes of the system's tasks and govern the actions and fate of the subordinates. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun's heart leapt with joy. The possibility of altering entries was indeed promising. If I encounter someone I despise, I could grant them a system and modify their entry, compelling them to undertake perilous tasks. He mused with a smirk. And then, make them dual cultivate with me. Oh dear, why do I keep returning to such thoughts? All right. Since the system can respond to my inquiries, I shall ask it about the nature of destiny points. System, what are the destiny points of a subordinate? What effects do they have? Gu Chun queried. Destiny points influence the rewards acquired by the owner of the subordinate system and also affect the rewards received by the host. The higher the destiny points of a subordinate, the more substantial the rewards, and thus the host's rewards will multiply accordingly. Upon unlocking additional systems, the host will gain the ability to allocate destiny points, impacting the destiny points of the subordinates. What? Destiny points can be allocated? This situation has become quite intriguing. Just then, De Huang limped into view, struggling to approach. Oh dear, my De Huang, you have finally returned, Gu Chun exclaimed, preparing to welcome De Huang and bestow upon him a system. Suddenly, he noticed several sword wounds adorning De Huang's body, particularly severe injuries to his hind leg that had even penetrated to the bone. Gu Chun could even discern the leg bone of De Huang through the open wound. In a flurry of concern, Gu Chun rushed to De Huang's side to examine the injuries. De Huang, how did you get hurt? Who did this to you? Gu Chun felt a surge of both sorrow and rage. He no longer had the time to assign the sixth task to Ling Shuang, nor did he have the heart to bestow a system upon De Huang. The injured creature nestled its head into Gu Chun's embrace, emitting heart-wrenching sounds of distress. Gu Chun gently stroked De Huang's smooth back and vowed, De Huang, tell me who harmed you, and I shall avenge you. De Huang was the sole being with whom Gu Chun shared a perfect affinity of 1,000 points. Its loyalty to Gu Chun was beyond question. He would never allow anyone to inflict harm upon De Huang. Chapter 12. The second subordinate and mission refreshed before avenging De Huang. Gu Chun must first tend to De Huang's wounds. Fortunately, among the items Lu Feng had given Gu Chun previously, there was a remedy specifically for healing external injuries, the Xinggu Jinchuang powder. This powder, utilized by cultivators, possesses remarkable capabilities to mend broken bones and heal wounds. Those who have experienced its effects speak highly of it. Although De Huang's injuries were severe enough to expose bone in the realm of cultivation, such wounds are hardly considered significant. Gu Chun carefully sprinkled the Xinggu Jinchuang powder onto De Huang's wounds. Do not be afraid, De Huang. This is a medicine that will heal you, Gu Chun gently reassured him. The pale golden powder shimmered like fine sand, radiating a delicate golden light. As the powder made contact with De Huang's injuries, a plume of bloody white smoke surged forth, accompanied by a sizzling sound. De Huang immediately felt an unprecedented pain. Yet he exhibited no signs of struggle. He silently endured the agony, firmly believing that Gu Chun would never wish him harm. Thankfully, De Huang was a dog. Had he been a cat, he would likely have been furiously hissing and transformed into a spiky creature by now. Observing the obedient De Huang, Gu Chun felt a mix of affection and anger. Whoever had harmed my De Huang will undoubtedly pay the price. The efficacy of the Xinggu Jinchuang powder was indeed powerful. Before long, De Huang's wounds began to heal slowly. Seeing this, Gu Chun finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Do not rush, your wounds will soon be healed, he consoled. De Huang extended his tongue and licked Gu Chun's palm. De Huang, I have something wonderful for you. With that, Gu Chun opened the system panel and bestowed a system upon De Huang. Ding. The second subordinate system has been granted and successfully bound to De Huang. He shall become the host's second subordinate. Upon completing 5 basic tasks, the host may acquire a new system and unlock new functionalities. The system tasks have been refreshed. The host may select one task for the second subordinate to complete. Shortly thereafter, the system panel in Gu Chun's mind transformed, presenting 2 options. 1. Capture a first-tier spirit beast for Gu Chun. 2. Collect a magical artifact of any level. 3. Collect an 8th-tier magical artifact. Mandatory task. Unlockable after the second subordinate completes 10 tasks. Gu Chun scrutinized the 3 tasks, contemplating carefully. The first task posed a challenge for De Huang, as he was merely an ordinary dog. Asking him to capture a first-tier spirit beast seemed rather daunting. The third task could not be considered at this time, so it was disregarded. In light of this, he decided to opt for the second task, which was not overly difficult, and he could offer De Huang some assistance. Having selected the second task, the system's voice echoed in De Huang's mind. Task: collect a magical artifact of any level. Reward: unlock intelligence and become a demon cultivator. As De Huang heard the system's voice, he tilted his head in confusion, gazing curiously at Gu Chun. Do not be afraid, De Huang. This is the system I have bestowed upon you. You must perform the tasks as instructed by the system in order to earn rewards, understand? Gu Chun spoke softly to De Huang. Remarkably astute, even without having awakened his intelligence, De Huang comprehended Gu Chun's meaning. Remember, this is a secret that belongs solely to you. Do not disclose it to anyone, especially Master. It is imperative that she remains unaware of your possession of the system. Gu Chun advised earnestly. De Huang nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. Hee. De Huang is truly obedient. Good dog, Gu Chun praised warmly. Subsequently, Gu Chun accessed Ling Shuang's system panel to review her tasks. 1. Eliminate all outer disciples of the Yuqing sect. 2. Slay the master of the sword peak of Yuqing sect. 3. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. Mandatory task. The first subordinate can unlock upon completing 10 tasks. Upon seeing these 3 tasks, Gu Chun was taken aback. What on earth? Why are all the tasks related to killing? The system, does it intend for me to transform Master into a ruthless murderer? No. I still wish to live a peaceful life. I cannot allow her to unleash a massacre. These 2 tasks are out of the question. Just then, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed. The host has acquired the ability to refresh tasks and currently has 1 opportunity to do so. Would you like to refresh the tasks? Upon hearing the system's voice, Gu Chun's heart leaped with joy. Of course I want to refresh. I do not wish for Master to ruin my tranquil existence. I cannot allow her to become a maniac who kills indiscriminately. Refresh tasks. As soon as Gu Chun's words fell, the tasks underwent a transformation. 1. Urge Gu Chun to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage and assist him in overcoming his breakthrough tribulation. 2. Slay the master of the sword peak of Yuqing sect. 3. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. Mandatory task. The first subordinate can unlock upon completing 10 tasks. Upon careful examination, Gu Chun realized that only the first task had changed. Though only 1 task had been refreshed, it was precisely the task Gu Chun desired. Hee. Assist me in overcoming my tribulation. Splendid. This task is simply marvelous. I adore this task. Gu Chun chuckled, and images of Ling Shuang's delicate hands filled his mind. If it could be as delightful as last time, hee. This is the task for me. There is nothing better. Without further hesitation, Gu Chun promptly selected the first task. At the moment Gu Chun finalized his choice, Ling Shuang was lost in thought within her cave dwelling. Seated upon a jade platform, she held a purple heart barrier-breaking pill and murmured softly, "With this pill, I need not dread the heart tribulation." As she spoke, Ling Shuang let out a wistful sigh. When will I ever break through my current realm? Is it truly the case that my path of unfeeling can only reach the Ming-Su realm? If that is so, no matter how diligently I practice, it would be in vain. But to switch cultivation methods, alas, there are no techniques in this world suited to me. Just as Ling Shuang spoke, the system's voice suddenly resonated within her mind. Task: urge Gu Chun to reach the foundation establishment stage and assist him in overcoming his breakthrough tribulation. Reward: the first page of the celestial grade supreme technique, the Tai Chu Xianyin record. Upon hearing this voice, Ling Shuang abruptly rose to her feet. The celestial grade technique, the Tai Chu Xianyin record. Ling Shuang's face was filled with astonishment, her breath quickening. This was indeed a celestial grade supreme technique, something that countless individuals yearn for. Should she acquire it, ascending to immortality would no longer be a mere fantasy. After the initial shock, Ling Shuang began to contemplate seriously. Why is it that all my tasks seem to be related to that lad Gu Chun? Has he done something to me? It is truly peculiar. Ever since I encountered him, everything in my life appears to be intertwined with him. What on earth is happening? Chapter 13. One must never disturb their master upon receiving a task from the system. Ling Shuang stepped out of her dwelling and approached Gu Chun. At that moment, Gu Chun was tending to the wounds of De Huang, who had suffered severe injuries from a sword attack. What are you doing? Ling Shuang inquired coldly. I am treating De Huang's injuries. He was grievously wounded by someone, but I have applied the healing powder, and his condition has improved significantly, Gu Chun replied. Ling Shuang scoffed and reprimanded, as a cultivator, you should focus on your training and not waste your thoughts on a mere beast. De Huang is not merely a beast. He is my dear friend, Gu Chun asserted firmly. Hmph, I care not for your pursuits. You must dedicate yourself to your training in the coming days. Without any hint of negligence. You need to achieve a breakthrough and reach the foundation establishment stage swiftly, Ling Shuang insisted. Gu Chun understood that Ling Shuang was anxious to complete her task. My master, your temperament remains as impatient as ever. Such haste is not a virtue, he remarked. Humph. If you wish for me to fulfill the task, I must first seek vengeance for De Huang, Gu Chun declared passionately. Those who dare to bully my De Huang are courting their own demise. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Chun said to Ling Shuang, I understand you are concerned for my well-being and wish for me to train diligently to enhance my strength. However, before that, I have a matter of utmost importance to attend to. What matter? Ling Shuang inquired. I must avenge De Huang and unearth the one who harmed him. Gu Chun responded resolutely. Why invest such emotion in a mere beast? Ling Shuang questioned, perplexed by Gu Chun's affection for De Huang. For Ling Shuang, who had practiced the path of severing emotions since childhood, feelings were an intricate and convoluted affair. Though De Huang is but a dog, he belongs to our sect. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. Those who have harmed De Huang have disrespected us and have, in essence, slapped your face. Master, Gu Chun articulated. Ling Shuang furrowed her brow, recognizing the validity in Gu Chun's words. You make a fair point. Yet to wage war over a dog seems rather undignified, Ling Shuang pondered thoughtfully. If it is for the sake of a disciple, then it would not be undignified. Gu Chun replied with a grin. Ling Shuang nodded, then waved her hand decisively. Go, descend the mountain and uncover the true culprit. Should anything arise, I shall bear the consequences. Those who dare to disrespect our sect are surely courting death. Gu Chun had anticipated Ling Shuang's reaction. Despite her formidable strength, her thoughts were rather straightforward, and he could easily discern her intentions. Master, have you ever petted a small animal's head? They are so smooth and delightful to the touch. Gu Chun asked. As he spoke, De Huang, with a look of affection, squinted his eyes and presented his head before Ling Shuang, eager for her caress. Ling Shuang gazed at De Huang's shiny head and remarked, I have not petted one, but I have severed the heads of numerous spirit beasts, and their skulls are rather fragile, indeed pleasant to the touch. At this, De Huang hastily withdrew his head and retreated several steps, hiding behind Gu Chun. Master, I shall descend the mountain at once. Gu Chun addressed Ling Shuang. Be swift and return promptly. Do not delay your cultivation, Ling Shuang replied with an indifferent tone. All right. De Huang, let us be off. Gu Chun waved at De Huang and departed from Juefeng. De Huang, find the one who harmed you. I shall stand up for you. Gu Chun instructed De Huang. Woof, De Huang barked, relying on its acute sense of smell to track down the culprit. Gu Chun followed De Huang, journeying eastward. Just as they neared the territory of Jianfeng, a familiar voice called out to Gu Chun. Hey, Gu Chun, what brings you here? The speaker was none other than Lu Feng, the leader of Yuqing's sect. Gu Chun halted and turned to face Lu Feng. Ah, it's the esteemed sect master. I humbly pay my respects, Gu Chun said with profound reverence. Lu Feng quickly responded, no need for such formality. After which, Lu Feng inquired again, Gu Chun. This is Jianfeng's domain. What is your purpose here? Since the previous massacre at Dubu, Gu Chun had become a focal point of concern for Lu Feng, who feared a recurrence of such calamity. In Lu Feng's eyes, Gu Chun was not formidable. He was merely an inner disciple of the Qi refinement stage. The true menace was Gu Chun's master, the renowned and heartless immortal, Ling Shuang. Gu Chun pointed to De Huang and explained to Lu Feng, my dog was harmed, and I have come to uncover the true culprit and teach them a lesson. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. He hastily said to Gu Chun, allow me to assist you with this matter. Please do not involve your master. Ah, but my master is already aware. Gu Chun feigned innocence. Oh dear, my little ancestor, Please do not let your master intervene. Our Yuching sect cannot withstand your turmoil. Leave this matter to me, and I assure you a satisfactory resolution. Rest assured, whoever harmed your dog shall face severe retribution. I will not let them off lightly. Lu Feng grasped Gu Chun's hand, his tone urgent. Meanwhile, as Gu Chun conversed with Lu Feng, De Huang had tracked the scent to the foot of Jianfeng Mountain. At the base of Jianfeng, rows of buildings stood. This was where the inner disciples resided. The number of Jianfeng disciples was considerable. Except for a few core disciples who resided with the elders on the mountain, most were relegated to the foot of Jianfeng. This was similarly true for the other 8 peaks, save for the sparsely populated Jiuefeng. De Huang stood at the foot of Jianfeng, barking loudly at one of the houses. With each bark, its rear would contract. Humans are much the same. When you see someone shouting at you, do not take offense. Just envision their posterior tightening. De Huang's barks soon attracted the attention of the inner disciples of Jianfeng. A young man with a bowl-cut hairstyle, short stature, and clad in green garments emerged from one of the houses. Hmph, you wretched creature. Last time I didn't manage to slay you, but today you shall not escape. The young man clad in green advanced toward the large yellow dog. Other disciples from the inner sect of the Sword Peak gathered around. At that moment, a stout and amiable boy stepped forward to intercept the green-clad youth, pleading, "Ji Buduan, it is merely a dog and has not provoked you. Please do not harm it." Hearing this, Ji Buduan seethed with rage. "Zhao Xiong, do not obstruct me. Last time, your interference thwarted my efforts and allowed it to flee. If you dare to repeat your actions, I shall not let you off so easily." Their heated exchange, coupled with the barking of the yellow dog, caught Gu Chun's attention. In a state of urgency, he rushed towards the dog, fearing for its safety. Upon reaching the yellow dog, it affectionately nudged him with its head. "Who hurt you? Was it that short fellow in green?" Gu Chun inquired. The yellow dog, exhibiting a human-like understanding, nodded in affirmation. Chapter 14. Shall I let you try 3 moves? Why did you harm my De Huang? Gu Chun questioned Ji Buduan with palpable indignation. Ji Buduan pushed Zhao Xiong aside and retorted, "What of it if I find it displeasing? When striking a dog, one must consider its master. De Huang is my dog from Jiuefeng." Gu Chun, suppressing his fury, responded, "You ought to respect the owner." Ji Buduan arrogantly declared, "I find your Jiuefeng distasteful, and you as well." He added with venom, "My cousin was thriving in the Dubu, and in a few years, he would have ascended to the inner sect. It is because of your Jiuefeng that my cousin lost his life." Upon hearing this, Gu Chun finally comprehended Ji Buduan's motive for harming De Huang. With a cold smirk, he replied, "He deserved it. Your dog deserved it too." Ji Buduan bellowed in rage. At that moment, Lu Feng, the esteemed leader of the Yuching sect, approached. Furrowing his brows, he reprimanded, "How dare you speak to Gu Chun in such a manner? Whose disciple are you?" The inner sect disciples of the Jianfeng bowed in respect upon seeing Lu Feng. As the sect leader, his authority was formidable. All within the Yuching sect, save for the 9 peak masters, were obliged to heed his commands. Ji Buduan, feeling aggrieved, protested, "Sect leader, why do you favor him? He is an inner sect disciple, and so am I. Is it merely because he belongs to Jiuefeng? Whose disciple are you? Who is your master?" Lu Feng interrogated. "My master is Elder Chen Hui of Jianfeng," Ji Buduan replied. Lu Feng scoffed, "If we are to speak of lineage, Gu Chun and your master Chen Hui are of the same generation. You should address Gu Chun as Shirshu, master uncle. Your disrespect towards your Shirshu is insubordination and warrants punishment." As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, Gu Chun mockingly urged Ji Buduan, "Dear disciple, let me hear you address me as Shirshu." Fuming with embarrassment, Ji Buduan shouted, "To hell with you. What are you? A mere waste of the chi refining stage, and you dare ask me to call you Shirshu? Do you even deserve it?" Lu Feng immediately chastised, "How dare you speak to your Shirshu in such a manner?" Gu Chun was elated. With the sect leader on his side, Ji Buduan had little recourse against him. Ji Buduan, realizing that further argumentation would only be detrimental to his position, gazed at Gu Chun's delicate features, and a thought ignited within him. He was merely in the chi refining stage, whereas he had already achieved the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Should he challenge Gu Chun to a duel, victory would surely be his. Perhaps he could even avenge his cousin in the process. With this thought, Ji Buduan bellowed, "What skill is it to rely on others' power? If you truly possess the courage, let us duel. Should you win, I will call you Shirshu." Upon hearing this, Gu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, you truly have some audacity. You are a whole realm above me, yet you wish to duel with me? Why not challenge the sect leader instead?" This retort left Ji Buduan momentarily speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered, "Just say whether you have the courage." "Ah, employing such provocation tactics, even sure she was not immune to your tricks. You truly are something, Gu Chun laughed heartily, taunting Jibwoodwan. Exposed in his scheming. Jibwoodwan felt as if he had become the fool in this exchange. In the Sword Peak, some inner disciples who had always held a grudge against him began to chuckle. Of course, there were also a few inner disciples who shared a close relationship with him, shouting and cursing at Gu Chun. At that moment, Jibwoodwan felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame, utterly uncomfortable. Your cultivation is inferior to mine. I shall permit you 3 moves. Jibwoodwan blurted out impulsively. Is that your final word? Gu Chun smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Indeed. I grant you 3 moves. That seems fair, does it not? Jibwoodwan retorted loudly. What do you think, esteemed sect master? Gu Chun inquired, glancing at Lu Feng. Concerned about the potential for uncontrollable events, Lu Feng urged Gu Chun. Gu Chun, as a senior, do not stoop to the level of these younger disciples. He has harmed your dog. I shall see to it that he is punished. Ha ha, you make a valid point. I am indeed the elder. Why should I bother with the junior? Gu Chun laughed heartily. Seeing his plan unraveling, Jibwoodwan hastily shouted, you wouldn't dare take those 3 moves. Is the absolute peak filled with cowards? As soon as those words left his mouth, Lu Feng's agitation reached its peak. He quickly rebuked, silence. Who gave you the audacity to insult the absolute peak? Do you wish for your master and grandmaster to be harmed as well? It was then that Jibwoodwan realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow, contemplating. Since he is offering me 3 moves, I shall indulge him. It is an opportune moment to test my remnant Sun Ember. With the sect master observing, even if I cannot defeat him, I shall be safe. If things escalate, my master will be here. With that thought, Gu Chun cleared his throat and, feigning maturity, declared, since you have offered me 3 moves, I shall accept your challenge. You must not retaliate. If you do, you shall be deemed the loser. Jibwoodwan, elated at the prospect of a duel, thought to himself, finally, I have deceived him. You, a mere chi refining cultivator, cannot harm me even with 3 moves. Once those 3 moves are over, you will be in for a world of trouble. A sinister chuckle echoed in his mind as he maintained a facade of seriousness, raising his chin and solemnly stating, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a team of horses. If I grant you 3 moves, I shall not retaliate. Lu Feng still felt a twinge of concern. Grasping Gu Chun's arm, he cautioned, Gu Chun, do not act impulsively. I am confident, Gu Chun replied with assurance. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Lu Feng refrained from further objections, having already prepared to intervene once the 3 moves were concluded. He had no desire to see Gu Chun harmed. Gu Chun drew his white rainbow sword. Upon seeing the sword, Lu Feng was taken aback. This is the sword of the Heartless Fairy. She has bestowed it upon him. It was evident that the Heartless Fairy held great affection for this disciple. Jibwoodwan was also startled at the sight of the white rainbow sword. He could discern its extraordinary nature. He thought, this sword must be incredibly sharp, definitely not an ordinary artifact. Fortunately, he is merely at the chi refinement stage. He likely lacks formidable techniques. Come, I shall stand right here and allow you 3 moves. Jibwoodwan proclaimed loudly. The disciples of Sword Peak, who were close friends with Jibwoodwan, rallied to support him. Well done, Jibwoodwan. We are disciples of Sword Peak. Do not bring shame upon us. Show him what you're made of, Jibwoodwan. Gu Chun, upon hearing Jibwoodwan's name, couldn't help but chuckle. Are you Jibwoodwan? Gu Chun inquired. Yes. What is it? Enough talk. Let us get to it, Jibwoodwan urged. Very well. Prepare to receive my attack. Hey, residual sun ignition. Gu Chun summoned the yang energy within him, channeling it into the white rainbow sword. A seemingly feeble flame ignited at the tip of the sword, a manifestation of pure yang fire. The flame flickered like a candle struggling against the wind. Observing this, Jibwoodwan couldn't help but scoff. Humph, such a small flame. It appears to lack any real power. I expected more from you. Gu Chun, wielding the white rainbow sword, lunged toward Jibwoodwan. As the sword's edge drew near, Jibwoodwan instinctively felt a surge of fear. Startled, he hastily drew his own sword in an attempt to parry Gu Chun's strike. Boom. The pure yang fire erupted instantly, the searing flames detonating forth. The overwhelming force shattered Jibwoodwan's sword in an instant. He was sent flying backward, the scorching fire searing his skin. Jibwoodwan crashed to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Burning like a little chick, Gu Chun remarked with a grin. Help me. Someone help me. Jibwoodwan cried out, rolling desperately on the ground. Observing this, Lu Feng promptly produced a blue talisman. He infused it with spiritual energy, summoning torrents of water that cascaded over Jibwoodwan. finally extinguishing the flames engulfing him. That was just the first move. There are still 2 more to come, Gu Chun declared. Chapter 15. Awakening Wisdom upon hearing Gu Chun's words. Ji Buduan hastily pleaded for mercy. No, I concede. I shall cease fighting. The arrogance that once characterized Ji Buduan had vanished, leaving him in a state of disarray and humility, a rather comical sight. In that fleeting moment, Ji Buduan experienced the sensation of mortality for the first time. He had no doubt that if Gu Chun were to strike him once more, his life would be forfeit. In the grand scheme of existence, nothing is more paramount than one's own life. Surrendering for the sake of survival is no disgrace. Gu Chun, too, was taken aback by Ji Buduan's sudden capitulation. This chick is remarkably feeble. With but a single move, he yields. It seems I have underestimated my own prowess. With my innate pure yang physique, the Taichu pure yang scripture, and the Qiang 9 swords, I need not fear even those of a higher realm. With this realization, Gu Chun promptly shook his head. I must not become arrogant or complacent. I need to exercise caution and remain grounded. A prudent approach ensures my vessel remains afloat. At that moment, Lu Feng interjected. Gu Chun, he has already surrendered. Let him be. Lu Feng wished to prevent the situation from escalating further. For him, it was best if this matter could be downplayed, avoiding any disturbance to Ling Shuang. He certainly did not wish for Ling Shuang to unleash her wrath upon the sword peak. Gu Chun turned to De Huang, inquiring, Are you satisfied now? De Huang wagged his tail and barked in affirmation. Gu Chun nodded, approached Ji Buduan, and remarked, Little chick, you must heed your Shirshu's words and refrain from harming your uncle Huang again. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng nearly lost his composure, while those disciples of Sword Peak, who had long harbored disdain for Ji Buduan, erupted in laughter. Ji Buduan felt his pride severely wounded, yet he could not retaliate. He could only harbor his resentment within. Gu Chun, just you wait. One day, I shall exact my revenge. Though these thoughts churned within him, Ji Buduan forced a radiant smile for the sake of his own survival. Your teachings are most enlightening, Shirshu, he managed to say. Gu Chun, however, was not pleased by Ji Buduan's response. He locked eyes with Ji Buduan, detecting the simmering hatred within. Ah, you young scoundrel, you undoubtedly harbor a grudge against me. Today, with the sect master present, I shall spare you, but rest assured, should the opportunity arise, I will not let you off so easily. I cannot allow someone who despises me to exist in this world. Gu Chun feigned a warm smile and remarked, You are such a good little chick. This is the behavior of a proper disciple. Shirshu is merely jesting, Ji Buduan replied with a forced grin. Is there nothing you wish to offer as tribute to your Shirshu? Gu Chun inquired with a mischievous glint in his eye. Understanding the implications, Ji Buduan realized that if he did not relinquish something today, Gu Chun would not let him off the hook. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Buduan reluctantly surrendered a short sword he had prepared for his younger cousin. He drew a 1-foot-long short sword from his waist and presented it to Gu Chun. Master Uncle, this is a token of my reverence for you, Ji Buduan said reluctantly. Gu Chun accepted the short sword, unable to contain his delight. Although this short sword was merely a first-tier magical artifact, Gu Chun held it in low regard. His joy stemmed from the fact that De Huang could finally accomplish his task. This short sword was perfectly suited for De Huang, enabling him to fulfill his mission. Gu Chun shamelessly accepted the short sword and remarked, Nephew, devote yourself to your cultivation, and one day, you will surpass me. Ji Buduan cursed inwardly, thinking, How dare you? A mere chi refinement cultivator, utter such words when I am a foundation establishment powerhouse, superior to your realm. Gu Chun disregarded Ji Buduan's thoughts and turned to Lu Feng, saying, Now that the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Yes, do hurry back, lest your master grows anxious, Lu Feng replied, feeling a sense of relief. Phew. Thankfully, nothing went awry. If something had gone wrong, that would have been troublesome. Gu Chun, accompanied by De Huang, leisurely returned to Jiuefeng. Upon reaching the summit, he found Ling Shuang awaiting him with a stern expression. Seeing her, Gu Chun suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Reminiscent of his childhood when he would play with friends until late, only to find his mother waiting at the door. The image of his mother wielding a small willow branch followed closely behind. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Chun swallowed nervously. At that moment, he noticed a small yellow flower blooming nearby. I shall pick a flower to present to my master, he thought. Master, look, I have a flower. Just as he presented the flower to Ling Shuang, she abruptly scolded, Have you established your foundation yet? Hurry and cultivate. Gu Chun pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Observing his reaction, Ling Shuang softened her tone, saying, This is all for your own good. Gu Chun retreated to his thatched cottage, preparing to commence his cultivation. Ling Shuang displayed a satisfied smile before soaring into the sky, departing from Jiuefeng, her purpose unknown. Inside the cottage, Gu Chun handed the short sword he had received from Jibuduan to De Huang. Here you go, De Huang, this is yours. De Huang grasped the sword's hilt with his mouth. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in De Huang's mind. Task completed, reward, awakening of intelligence. Becoming a demon cultivator. As the system's voice faded, a beam of white light appeared, piercing De Huang's head like a needle. Immediately, De Huang's body trembled, resembling a comical electric shock. In that instant, a series of past images flickered through De Huang's mind like a slideshow. A phenomenon known as wisdom was awakening within its consciousness. It was now embarking on the journey to attain intelligence. A crucial phase for ordinary beasts and spirit beasts to become demon cultivators. This was their greatest opportunity. Some spirit beasts, despite possessing world-destroying powers, spend their entire lives without awakening intelligence. Others, through serendipitous twists of fate, inadvertently attain intelligence and become demon cultivators. As the great hound awakened its intellect, the surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged towards it, flowing through its 9 orifices into its body, enhancing its constitution. This process lasted for a while. After some time, the hound returned to its normal state. However, its gaze was no longer as innocent and clear as before, now imbued with a touch of wisdom and emotion. Regardless of its transformation, its loyalty to Gu Chun remained unwavering. The hound gently nudged Gu Chun's calf with its head. Gu Chun inquired, "How do you feel, De Huang?" The hound barked joyfully and wagged its tail with excitement. "All right, De Huang, you may go play now. I need to cultivate if I do not practice. My master will surely scold me," Gu Chun said, affectionately patting the hound's head. De Huang obediently trotted off. As it departed, the voice of the system echoed in Gu Chun's mind. "Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 2 has successfully completed its task. The host will receive a 100-fold reward. Rewards: 1. Instant spell proficiency. 2. 10 days of cultivation." Chapter 16. The Busy Master. 10 days of cultivation? Can the system still reward me with cultivation? Gu Chun mused to himself. As he spoke, Gu Chun took out the Qiang 9 swords and turned to the page of the second form. Spell detected. Would the host like to use spell acceleration? Yes. The host has utilized spell acceleration. The host has learned the second form of Qiang 9 swords, Raging Inferno. Instantly, the method and experience of using Raging Inferno appeared in Gu Chun's mind. Raging Inferno is a long-range area attack spell. When Gu Chun employs Raging Inferno, he must transform the spiritual energy within him, using the sword in his hand as a conduit to unleash searing flames. With a swing of the sword, wildfires spread forth, pouring out intense flames. If perfected, with a single strike, he could turn the earth into a hellfire inferno. At this moment, De Huang's tasks had been refreshed. 1. Collect 10 varieties of mountain delicacies to contribute to Gu Chun. 2. Gather 10 unwashed belly bands worn by female disciples. 3. Acquire a level 8 magical artifact. Mandatory task. The secondary subordinate can only unlock after completing 10 tasks. Gu Chun glanced and thought, "Hey, this system is truly peculiar. Collecting the unwashed belly bands of 10 female disciples? How unpleasant. This system seems to have some unusual preferences." This task was unacceptable. He certainly did not wish for De Huang to become a lewd character. Thus, he had no choice but to select the first task. Collecting 10 varieties of mountain delicacies for me sounds good. This task is manageable, as De Huang often foraged for various ingredients. Having chosen the first task, the system's voice echoed in De Huang's mind. Task: collect 10 varieties of mountain delicacies for Gu Chun. Reward: the Demon Clan Technique, Gluttonous Wolf Devouring Heaven Formula. De Huang tilted his head, comprehending the system's intention. De Huang, I shall be cultivating these days, so this task must be completed by you alone. Remember, if danger arises, flee and do not take unnecessary risks, understood? Gu Chun instructed. Woof. De Huang barked once, indicating his understanding. After De Huang departed, Gu Chun sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to practice the Tai Chi, Pure Yang Sutra. Detection indicates the host is cultivating. Would you like to use 10 days of cultivation? Yes. No sooner had he spoken than Gu Chun's body began to devour the surrounding spiritual energy like a black hole. In the blink of an eye, his realm surged from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the 8th. He was but a hair's breadth away from the 9th level. Gu Chun's heart swelled with joy. This reward is marvelous. More rewards like this in the future would certainly expedite my cultivation. That said, cultivation is still essential. Gu Chun must hasten to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement to complete the foundation establishment, allowing Ling Shuang to finish her task. Upon completing this task, there would be 6 remaining. After fulfilling 4 more tasks, the dual cultivation task could be unlocked. While Gu Chun was immersed in his training, Ling Shuang was also busy. Ling Shuang arrived at Dan Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Yuqing sect, clad in a flowing white robe. She cast a frigid gaze upon a balding, rotund old man named Dan Shuzi, the master of Dan Peak and one of the 10 elders of Yuqing sect. At that moment, Dan Shuzi wore an expression of distress, stammering, "Gu Fairy, the items you seek are truly beyond my capabilities. Hmph. It is merely 1,000 spirit gathering pills and 100 foundation establishment pills. There is no need for you to appear as if mourning a death." Ling Shuang replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Dan Shuzi inwardly scoffed. "Sister, 1,000 spirit gathering pills? 100 foundation establishment pills? Do you think we are running a grocery store? We are alchemists, not wholesalers." Despite his dissatisfaction, Dan Shuzi dared not show it. "Gu Fairy, what do you require such a vast quantity of pills for?" he inquired. "For my disciples," Ling Shuang stated. "Disciples? You have but 2, Dan Shuzi remarked. "Even if they were to consume them all, it would be far too much. My eldest disciple has already ventured forth. I am requesting these for my second disciple." Ling Shuang clarified. "The quantity you seek is simply exorbitant. We truly cannot accommodate such a request," Dan Shuzi lamented. It is only a few pills. If you are unwilling to provide them, I shall procure them myself," Ling Shuang declared. Upon hearing this, Dan Shuzi hastily rose, his expression fraught with panic. "My dear lady, please do not take such measures. Our Dan Peak cannot withstand your rampage. If it is unmanageable, perhaps you might consider reducing the quantity? 300 spirit gathering pills and 10 foundation establishment pills. How does that sound?" "Hand them over," Ling Shuang commanded imperiously with a gesture. With a heavy sigh, Dan Shuzi summoned his attendants to retrieve the requested pills and presented them to Ling Shuang. She stored the pills within her storage ring and subsequently departed from Dan Peak. Once she had left, Dan Shuzi patted his chest and exhaled. "At last, this harbinger of death has departed. What a relief." After leaving Dan Peak, Ling Shuang swiftly made her way to the location of the outer sect disciples. After a moment of deliberation, she selected a particularly attractive outer sect female disciple. This disciple was none other than Jiang Yin, who had previously defended Gu Chun. Following the massacre at the duel department, Jiang Yin had been reassigned to the Shibu among the 28 departments of the outer sect. Approaching Jiang Yin, Ling Shuang commanded, "You will come with me." Jiang Yin had witnessed Ling Shuang's murderous capabilities and was acutely aware of her terrifying nature. With over 300 individuals in the duel department falling to her blade in mere moments, how could she not be terrified? Tears streamed down Jiang Yan's face as she pleaded, "I have committed no wrongdoing. Please, senior, do not kill me." At that moment, the steward responsible for managing the Shibu rushed over and knelt before Ling Shuang. "Gu Fairy, Jiang Yin is obedient and a good child. I implore you to spare her." Ling Shuang let out a cold scoff, replying, "Who said I intended to kill her? What is your intention then?" the steward inquired. Ling Shuang's eyes glinted with frost as she fixed her gaze upon the steward, stating, "Do I need to report my intentions to a mere insect like you?" The chamber's steward hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no, no, I cannot, I dare not. If one wishes to avoid death, it is best not to meddle in affairs that do not concern them. I would not mind slaughtering a few hundred more." With that, Ling Shuang seized Jiang Yin by the shoulder and ascended into the sky, heading towards the absolute peak. Upon arrival, Gu Chun was engrossed in his cultivation. Oblivious to Ling Shuang's return, Ling Shuang pointed at the meditating Gu Chun and instructed Jiang Yin, "Your task is quite simple. You are to assist him in releasing the excess yang energy within him." "What?" Jiang Yin, somewhat bewildered by Ling Shuang's words, questioned. "It means you are to accompany him in slumber. Do you understand?" Ling Shuang replied impatiently. "Oh." Jiang Yin's face flushed crimson, her ears turning equally red. Ling Shuang gently caressed her storage ring and withdrew a small pink booklet. This booklet turned out to be an extraordinarily profound dual cultivation technique. Chapter 17, The Two Instruments Boots and the Candid Master. This dual cultivation technique was obtained by Ling Shuang after vanquishing a formidable elder female from the Huan sect in her early years. The elder was exceptionally powerful, nearly shattering Ling Shuang's path of detachment. Upon defeating her, Ling Shuang seized the technique. She had never delved into its study, viewing it merely as a trophy from her conquest of a formidable adversary, and thus kept it in her collection. Follow the teachings within, Ling Shuang instructed Jiang Yin. As Jiang Yin turned to the first page, she was immediately overcome with embarrassment from the illustrations depicted therein. Ling Shuang approached Gu Chun, whose meditation was interrupted by a disdainful snort from her. Here are the elixirs I procured for you. Hasten to cultivate them, she said, handing over the pills she had acquired from the Dan Peak. Wow, so many elixirs. Thank you, Master. It is truly a blessing to be your disciple. Gu Chun exclaimed with delight. Focus on your cultivation and advance your foundation without delay, Ling Shuang admonished. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment. What? You have reached the 8th level of Qi refinement? I was gone but a moment. How have you progressed so swiftly? She interrogated. I do not know. I merely began my practice and suddenly felt my body uncontrollably absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, and thus I found myself here. Gu Chun feigned ignorance. Ling Shuang pondered for a moment and remarked, You must have encountered a rare epiphany that most can only dream of in their lifetime. A glimmer of envy surfaced in her expression. You are indeed fortunate to experience such an awakening. Throughout my cultivation journey, I have yet to encounter such a phenomenon. At that moment, Gu Chun noticed Jiang Yin standing at a distance, seemingly at a loss. Master, have you taken on another disciple? Gu Chun inquired. Hmph. I am not one to casually accept disciples. Her aptitude does not merit such a position, Ling Shuang replied. Then what is she here for? Gu Chun probed. I summoned her to assist you in venting excess yang energy should you encounter a breakthrough, Ling Shuang stated. Ah, is that appropriate? It seems rather unsuitable, Gu Chun remarked. Humph, this is my decision, and you have no right to question it, Ling Shuang countered. Gu Chun mumbled to herself. Master, I still wish for your assistance. Quickly resume your cultivation. Do not waste time with idle chatter, Ling Shuang scolded with a stern countenance. Gu Chun recoiled slightly, resigning herself to her practice. However, having just learned of such matters, how could she possibly concentrate? Her mind was awash with chaotic thoughts and fantasies. In the following days, Gu Chun's progress in cultivation was notably sluggish. Jiang Yin remained at Ju Peak, awaiting the day Gu Chun would break through her current limits. Meanwhile, De Huang was not idle, traversing the nearby mountains of Yuqing's sect in search of 10 rare mountain delicacies. With its keen sense of smell, gathering these treasures posed no challenge for De Huang. To date, it had successfully collected 8 varieties, including golden-patterned shiitake mushrooms, jade-stem bamboo fungus, lion's head chestnuts, fragrant nut pine, and crimson-feathered mountain chickens. Just moments ago, De Huang had set its sights on a deer. After a fierce struggle, De Huang ultimately subdued the creature. The deer was a treasure trove, offering blood, meat, antlers, tendons, and various delicacies that could rival the finest mountain delicacies. This single deer was worth an assortment of rare culinary delights. By capturing it, De Huang had far exceeded its mission. With great effort, De Huang returned to the peak, laden with the bounty it had collected. Atop the peak, Gu Chun was immersed in his cultivation. Nearby sat Jiang Yin, diligently studying the dual cultivation technique that Ling Shuang had provided, while also observing Gu Chun. As she admired the handsome features of Gu Chun, Jiang Yin mused. He is quite handsome, an inner sect disciple. Engaging with him would be beneficial for me. Suddenly, a bark from De Huang disrupted Jiang Yan's budding infatuation and startled Gu Chun from his meditation. Opening his eyes, Gu Chun saw De Huang and exclaimed, Oh, my dear De Huang, you're back. He stepped out of the thatched cottage and approached De Huang, who was wagging its tail and nudging a pile of treasures it had brought back, radiating a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, a voice echoed in De Huang's mind. Mission accomplished. Reward. The demon cultivation technique. Greedy wolf swallows heaven. Instantly, a beam of spiritual light pierced into De Huang's mind, enriching its consciousness with newfound knowledge. De Huang realized that this was a unique technique tailored for it. By practicing it, it could become remarkably powerful. De Huang longed to gain strength, enabling it to protect Gu Chun from any further harm. De Huang nudged its head against Gu Chun's hand, who smiled gently and patted De Huang's head. Congratulations, host. The secondary companion has successfully completed the task, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, the 2E boots. 2E boots, an 8th-tier magical artifact, allow the wearer to traverse the void and traverse the cosmos. The boots enhance the wearer's speed and agility, and when activated to their fullest potential, the wearer enters a fleeting state of spiritual agility, possessing a 90% chance to evade enemy attacks. The reward has been sent to the inner realm. Ah, a magical artifact, the 2E boots. The description sounds quite impressive. I shall try them on when I have the chance, Gu Chun thought, opting not to retrieve the boots just yet. For should Ling Shuang discover them now, he would find himself in a difficult position. At that moment, De Huang pawed at Gu Chun's pant leg. Gu Chun looked down to find De Huang drooling excessively. Understanding the hint, Gu Chun asked, De Huang, do you wish for me to cook? De Huang enthusiastically nodded in response. Very well, I shall prepare a delightful meal with the bounty you have brought. Such exquisite ingredients would be a pity to waste. Gu Chun declared. He then busied himself with the task, beginning to slaughter the chicken and deer. The scent of fresh blood soon caught Ling Shuang's attention. Ling Shuang emerged from her secluded chamber and, upon witnessing Gu Chun's idleness, scolded him with indignation, You ungrateful disciple. I have instructed you to devote your efforts to cultivation. And yet you squander your time. Gu Chun, with a look of innocence, replied, Master, I see how hard you work each day. And I wish to prepare a delicious meal for you. Hmph. As if I would desire your culinary creations. Ling Shuang retorted with her characteristic haughtiness. Master, this time I have gathered an abundance of ingredients. I assure you, the dish I create will surpass the last beggar's chicken by 100-fold. Gu Chun whispered earnestly. Upon hearing his words, Ling Shuang's tone softened slightly, though she remained ensnared by her proud disposition. Do not waste too much time. I shall grant you no more than half a day. Humph. How can I accept you as a disciple when you waste your time on such trivial pursuits instead of diligently cultivating? Chapter 18. Breaking Boundaries. Observing the tirelessly busy Gu Chun, Jiang Yin tucked away the dual cultivation manual and approached him. Gu Chun, what are you doing? Jiang Yin inquired softly. I'm cooking. Today, you are in for a treat. Soon you shall savor my culinary skills, Gu Chun replied with a smile. Jiang Yin lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed and timidly asked, When do you think you will break through to the next realm? At this, Gu Chun paused momentarily, quickly grasping Jiang Yin's intent. Hiki, it will be soon, very soon. Rest assured, you won't have to wait long, he said with a beaming smile. His bright eyes appraising Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin had just turned 18 and had been an outer disciple at Yuching sect for 3 years. She possessed a delicate beauty, with fair skin unadorned by cosmetics, exuding an aura of innocent charm, sporting a ponytail and donning the simple gray garb of an outer disciple. Her modest attire did little to obscure her pure beauty. Standing at a petite height of just over 1.5 meters, she appeared dainty and exquisite. Much like a charming doll. With her head bowed, her face flushed crimson. Gu Chun caught a glimpse of the pink ties of her belly band peeking from behind her neck. The more he looked, the more he found himself drawn to her, yearning to embrace her at that very moment. Ah, this little sister, with her innocent looks and kind heart, is truly delightful. I find myself quite fond of her. Gu Chun thought to himself, his intense gaze making Jiang Yin feel somewhat uncomfortable as she focused on her toes. The soles of her embroidered shoes were nearly worn through, the tips fraying. It seemed that her time at Yuching sect had not been particularly kind to her. Gu Chun, is there anything I can assist you with? Jiang Yin asked quietly. Gu Chun waved his hand dismissively. No need, no need. I prefer to cook without anyone's interference. You may simply sit back and await the feast. Before traversing to this realm, Gu Chun had been a food blogger with commendable culinary skills, rivaling even professional chefs. He relished the process of cooking. While for others it might be a burden, for him, it was a form of relaxation. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Gu Chun had prepared several dishes: stewed mountain chicken with mushrooms, deer meat soup with bamboo fungus, roasted chestnuts, charred pine nuts, roasted hazelnuts, braised deer meat, and grilled deer legs. Given the rudimentary kitchenware and scant spices at the summit, his ability to create such a feast was indeed remarkable. With pride swelling within him as he surveyed his culinary creations, Gu Chun felt a sense of accomplishment. Jiang Yin squatted nearby, quietly observing him. The enticing aroma of the food had her salivating. Having never tasted such delicacies before, she shyly swallowed her saliva. Are you hungry, Sister Jiang Yin? Gu Chun asked. Jiang Yin nodded gently and said, Gu Chun, you are truly impressive, able to prepare so many wonderful dishes. Hehe, I have even more spectacular surprises in store for you, which you shall soon discover, Gu Chun responded. With that, he called out towards the direction of Ling Shuang's cave. Master, dinner is ready. Before his words had fully settled, Ling Shuang emerged from her abode. Ah, it seems she is rather eager, he mused. Ling Shuang approached Gu Chun and observed the meal he had prepared, exclaiming, Hmph. You indeed possess a flair for culinary arts. With a playful grin, she urged, Hey, Master, do try this and see if it pleases your palate. Gu Chun pulled out a chair for her to sit. Jiang Yin, feeling intimidated by Ling Shuang, remained motionless as Ling Shuang drew near. Do not be so reserved. Jiang Yin, come and join us, Gu Chun encouraged. Yet, Jiang Yin hesitated. Noticing her trepidation, Gu Chun jested, "Fear not, dear Jiang Yin, my master does not consume humans." At this remark, Ling Shuo shot him a pointed glare, though she refrained from retaliating. Encouraged by this, Jiang Yin finally dared to approach. De Huang soon joined the gathering. Gu Chun's culinary skills satiated the appetites of the four present, and Ling Shuang, Jiang Yin, and De Huang expressed their satisfaction with his cooking. Once they had feasted, Ling Shuang turned to Gu Chun, stating, "Do not squander any more time. Hasten to your cultivation." "Yes, master. I shall diligently obey your command and strive to advance my realm," Gu Chun replied with a cheerful smile. Ling Shuang let out a cold snort before turning and entering her cave dwelling. At this moment, De Huang's tasks were refreshed. 1. Collect a Millennium Spirit Herb. 2. Gather the unwashed socks of Senior Sister Yufeng. 3. Acquire an 8th grade magical artifact. Mandatory task. Subordinate number 2 can only unlock after completing 10 tasks. Gu Chun glanced at the tasks, speechless. Why is the second task still so vulgar? This system is quite peculiar. Collecting Senior Sister Yufeng's unwashed socks? How odious. Who could endure such a scent? Not everyone's feet are as fragrant and soft as my masteress. Moreover, I have heard that Senior Sister Yufeng is a formidable body cultivator weighing 400 pounds. Her socks, better not. This task is unfit for De Huang. I cannot allow him to become a lewd creature. Let us assign him a more reasonable task, collecting a Millennium Spirit Herb. Yes, this will do. Upon selecting the task, the system's voice resonated in De Huang's mind. Task, collect a Millennium Spirit Herb. Reward, divine ability, 10,000 mile tracking. Upon hearing the system's announcement, De Huang spun in circles with excitement. Gu Chun affectionately patted De Huang's head, advising, "Be cautious while undertaking your task. Remember, if danger arises, flee, do not act recklessly. Only a fool charges in heedlessly." De Huang nodded vigorously, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, he departed from Ju Peak, relying on his keen sense of smell to seek out the Millennium Spirit Herb. After De Huang's departure, Gu Chun entered the thatched hut and commenced his cultivation. 2 days later, he finally reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement and was ready to begin foundation establishment. Gu Chun retrieved the foundation establishment pill that Ling Shuang had procured for him and swallowed it, initiating the process of refining its medicinal power. The foundation establishment pill possessed immensely potent properties, capable of aiding cultivators in unblocking meridians and expanding their Qi, thereby laying a solid foundation for their cultivation journey. A practitioner could only truly be called a cultivator after completing the foundation establishment. Prior to this, they could merely be referred to as a Qi refiner or a novice cultivator. The foundation establishment pill entered Gu Chun's abdomen, and its potent medicinal energy was absorbed by him. Under the influence of the pill, the vital energy surged within Gu Chun, with spiritual essence coursing through his meridians, unblocking his internal organs, senses, limbs, and bones, ultimately converging in his Qi. As the spiritual energy surged, Gu Chun's Qi gradually expanded. Within it, a golden miniature sun grew increasingly radiant, its golden light illuminating Gu Chun's Qi and even causing a faint golden glow to emanate from his skin. Amidst this golden brilliance, a small vortex formed within Gu Chun's Qi, swirling and mobilizing his entire spiritual power. His pores opened wide, eagerly absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. Ling Shuang sensed the transformation occurring within Gu Chun and emerged from her cave dwelling to stand beside him. Observing Gu Chun's foundation establishment, a rare smile flickered across her usually frosty visage. Jiang Yin stood at a distance, quietly awaiting the moment's fruition. As the influx of spiritual essence continued, the vortex within Gu Chun's Qi solidified, ultimately materializing and shining in harmony with the golden miniature sun. Foundation establishment was successful. At that moment, a thundercloud quietly gathered in the sky, hovering above the thatched roof. Ling Shuang, witnessing this, murmured, "Heaven descends 3 thunders to shatter the foundation." As soon as her words fell, a bolt of white lightning struck down, cleaving through the humble roof and directly targeting Gu Chun. Gu Chun's eyes flew open, his expression tinged with alarm. Seeing this, Ling Shuang reassured him, "Do not fear. With me here, you shall not perish." As she spoke, the first bolt of lightning struck Gu Chun, causing his smooth hair to stand on end like an explosion, with arcs of electricity dancing between the strands. Shortly after, the second bolt descended, shredding Gu Chun's clothing to ashes, while arcs of electricity flickered across his skin, leaving visible cracks upon it. The final bolt was even more formidable, seemingly intent on annihilating Gu Chun. Should this lightning strike him, even if he survived, his cultivation would be rendered futile. Ling Shuang, no longer a mere observer, sprang into action to diminish the lightning's might. With her assistance, Gu Chun narrowly weathered the tribulation of the three thunders. Once the tribulation had passed, the vortex within Gu Chun spun rapidly, absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence to mend the injuries he had just sustained. Simultaneously, the golden miniature sun within his chi began to surge as the pure yang energy within him galloped like wild steeds. Gu Chun's body became ablaze, blood and energy burning fiercely. This was a trial that one with an innate pure yang body must inevitably endure. Such an extraordinary constitution would surely attract the heaven's suppression. Observing this, Ling Shuang urgently called out to Jiang Yan, who stood at a distance. "It is your turn to act." Jiang Yan's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her heart racing with trepidation as she approached Gu Chun. Chapter 19. The Chaotic Artifact, Fishing in the Heavens. Instant noodles. Jiang Yan entered the dilapidated thatched cottage and sat beside Gu Chun, slowly unfastening her clothing. Under Gu Chun's expectant gaze, Jiang Yan employed the technique bestowed upon her by Ling Shuang. After an hour had passed, Gu Chun finally alleviated the torment of his burning yang energy. Outside the cottage, a faint blush appeared on Ling Shuang's face. Throughout the hour, she had not moved an inch, witnessing the entire process. When she caught Gu Chun's gaze, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Humph, her task had been accomplished. He must promptly escort her out of the absolute peak, ensuring she does not linger there. With that, Ling Shuang hurriedly retreated to her own abode. Once Ling Shuang departed, Gu Chun gazed at the glaring stain of crimson on the sheets. His heart a tumult of emotions. Jiang Yan, glistening with fragrant sweat, lay on her side beside Gu Chun, a solitary tear trickling from the corner of her eye. Observing this, Gu Chun gently reassured her, "Sister Jiang Yan, I shall take responsibility for you." Jiang Yan bit her lips softly and murmured, "I do not regret it." Subsequently, she whispered to Gu Chun, "I am so tired. May I rest a while longer before leaving?" Upon hearing her words, Gu Chun let out a soft sigh. "Yes, you should rest well. I shall not rush you," he replied. Gu Chun retrieved his own garments and tenderly covered Jiang Yan. She closed her eyes and drifted into a tranquil slumber. As Gu Chun watched her, a panel of information about Jiang Yan materialized in his mind. Jiang Yan, human, female, realm, 7th layer of chi refinement, host affection level, 99, destiny value, 15. Upon seeing Jiang Yan's panel, Gu Chun couldn't help but frown. Her destiny value was rather low. Should he grant her a system, the rewards he would receive would be negligible. It simply wasn't worthwhile. Gu Chun sighed, muttering to himself, "Once I accumulate enough systems or gain the ability to enhance destiny values, I shall bestow a system upon her. I am currently in the early stages of development. Systems should be allocated to those with higher destiny values." As he pondered, Gu Chun discovered something intriguing. Previously, Jiang Yan's realm was merely the 8th layer of body refinement. After the recent events, her realm had inexplicably ascended to the 7th layer of chi refinement. Is it truly that powerful? Capable of elevating one's realm? Could it be that my pure yang energy was absorbed by her, facilitating such rapid advancement? I did not anticipate possessing such an ability. Gu Chun picked up Jiang Yan's tattered embroidered shoes and the frayed sleeves of her garments, feeling a pang of sympathy for the girl. "She has endured considerable hardship in the outer sect," Gu Chun softly remarked. Meanwhile, within her cave, Ling Shuang was in a state of turmoil. Her mind was filled with the vivid images from earlier, which she could not dispel. Curiosity began to stir within her. What precisely was that sensation like? Upon contemplating this, Ling Shuang vigorously shook her head and declared, "I am the Heartless Celestial, an unparalleled powerhouse. My existence is solely devoted to the pursuit of strength, and I must not entertain such trivial matters. These are concerns only the mundane would ponder." At that moment, the voice of the system echoed. "Task completed. Reward, the first page of the Celestial Grade Supreme Technique, the Taichu Xianyin Record." Immediately, a tattered page materialized in Ling Shuang's mind. This page contained the corresponding Taichu Xianyin Record, akin to Gu Chun's Taichu Pure Yang Sutra. However, Ling Shuang's technique consisted of but a single page, rendering it incomparable to Gu Chun's. Gazing at her reward, Ling Shuang murmured, "What a pity, merely one page. If it were complete, how delightful it would be." With a soft sigh, she lamented, "If only it were the complete version, I would forsake my heartless path to cultivate the Taichu Xianyin Record. My heartless path has reached its limits. I have ascended to the pinnacle, uncertain if there remains an opportunity for further breakthrough in this lifetime." Reflecting on her realm, Ling Shuang secretly vowed, "If I could achieve a breakthrough, I would accept any price to obtain it." Congratulations, host. Subordinate, no. One has successfully completed the task, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, the Chaos Artifact, the Celestial Fishing Rod. Celestial Fishing Rod. A Chaos Artifact birthed from the void, possesses the divine power to fish across the heavens. Currently, the host's Celestial Fishing Rod is in a severely damaged state, capable only of fishing in low spiritual realms, with an opportunity to fish every 10 days. The host may continue to assign subordinates to complete tasks, with a chance to receive rewards for repairing the artifact, restoring the Celestial Fishing Rod to its complete form. The reward has been deposited within the inner cosmos. Gu Chun was initially taken aback, but then his heart surged with joy. A Chaos Artifact. This is splendid. I am thoroughly satisfied with this reward. Truly. My master is extraordinary. High destiny value yields exceptional task rewards. At this moment, Ling Shuang secluded herself within her cave abode, while Jiang Yin remained deep in slumber. De Huang had vanished without a trace. Gu Chun boldly opened the inner cosmos and retrieved the celestial fishing rod. Observing its appearance, a tinge of disappointment flickered within Gu Chun. He had anticipated that a chaos artifact would radiate with an array of dazzling effects akin to premium gear in subpar online games. However, it appeared utterly unremarkable. In fact, its design could be deemed rudimentary. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a worn fishing rod, devoid of a fishing line, and constructed from bamboo, far from carbon fiber. Is this truly a chaos artifact? It resembles the makeshift fishing rod I crafted as a child from stolen bamboo, simply tied with a string. Can this be deemed a chaos artifact? At the very least, it could emit some light for me to behold. Gu Chun grasped the celestial fishing rod and gave it a vigorous toss. In an instant, the rod voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy within Gu Chun, nearly depleting him entirely. The once vibrant Gu Chun was suddenly rendered listless. After extracting the spiritual energy from Gu Chun, the tip of the heavenly fishing rod coalesced into a thread composed of ethereal power. The thread vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. Gu Chun, holding the heavenly fishing rod, sighed. You truly are a tormenting little sprite. You have drained every ounce of my spiritual energy. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a tug on the fishing rod. A catch. Gu Chun quickly gathered his focus and yanked sharply. The ethereal fishing line was drawn from the void, revealing a red box at its end. Gu Chun recognized the box with a sense of familiarity. Oh, Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles? How did this come to be? Did my fishing line just cast itself onto Earth? He carefully removed the box from the spiritual fishing line and examined it closely. Gu Chun confirmed that it was indeed the legendary Kong Shui Fu braised beef noodles. Upon checking the production date, he noted, hey, April 13th, 2026. Gu Chun calculated. He had traversed to this world in March 2025, meaning he had been here for a year. This indicated that the box of instant noodles was freshly manufactured, not expired. Hence edible. What a delightful surprise to reel in a box of instant noodles. Having been away from Earth for some time, he greatly missed the taste of noodles. He decided to indulge. Gu Chun tore open the box, took out a packet, crushed the noodle cake, tore open the seasoning packet, sprinkled it over the noodle cake, and then gave it a vigorous shake to evenly coat the noodles. This was his favorite way of enjoying it back in middle school. It seemed that my heavenly fishing rod was indeed fishing for items from Earth. One could only wonder what might be caught next. If only it could reel in treasures from the celestial realm, that would be splendid. The instant noodles are truly delicious. Meanwhile, on Earth, inside a logistics warehouse, a newly graduated stock clerk anxiously counted the goods. No matter how he tallied, there was always one box of noodles missing. The young clerk was puzzled. How could there be a box missing? I clearly registered everything. Could it be theft? Chapter 20. The jealous master. As evening descended, Jiang Yin finally awoke. She beheld the garments of Gu Chun draped over her, and a blissful smile graced her lips as she clutched his clothing, greedily inhaling his scent. Noticing Jiang Yin had awakened, Gu Chun gently urged, Sister Jiang Yin, please dress and join me for a meal. Jiang Yin donned her clothes slowly. Taking petite steps towards Gu Chun, he softly inquired, Does it still hurt? Jiang Yin shyly nodded. Sister Jiang Yin, have you noticed any changes within yourself? Gu Chun asked. Blushing, she playfully retorted, What changes could there possibly be? I refer to your cultivation level, Gu Chun reminded her. It was then that Jiang Yin realized her cultivation had ascended to the Qi refinement stage. She was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. How could this be? I distinctly remember being at the body refinement stage, she murmured to herself. Gu Chun chuckled. This is all due to my efforts. Your efforts? Does that mean we? Jiang Yin's cheeks flushed crimson, her face resembling a ripe fruit. Indeed, you were correct, Gu Chun said proudly. Jiang Yin bit her lip, contemplating. If he can elevate my cultivation, perhaps I should stay by his side. Oh dear, how could I think such thoughts? While lost in her reverie, Gu Chun produced a packet of instant noodles and said, Sister Jiang Yin, come and taste the specialty of my hometown. He tore open the package, took out his bowl, placed the noodles and seasoning within, and poured hot water over them. Finally, he covered the bowl with the torn plastic and pressed it down with chopsticks. Just wait 3 minutes, he instructed. Gu Chun, brother, it smells delightful, Jiang Yin said, swallowing hard. What did you just call me? Gu Chun, brother. From now on, call me that, he laughed. All right. After 3 minutes elapsed, Gu Chun lifted the plastic and presented the bowl to Jiang Yin. She devoured the noodles, finishing even the broth. Brother Gu Chun, I can leave now. Will you escort me? Jiang Yin asked. It's dark out now. Let us wait until tomorrow, Gu Chun replied. But I fear my master may dislike me, Jiang Yin said, her voice tinged with reluctance. No worries. I will accompany you down the mountain at dawn. For tonight. Stay here, Gu Chun reassured her. Well, if that's the case, Jiang Yin whispered. That night, within the drafty straw hut of Gu Chun, he embraced Jiang Yin as they drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, Ling Shuang exited her cave, gazing at the entwined figures of Gu Chun and Jiang Yin. A pang of jealousy stirring within her. He is my disciple. My disciple. The following morning, Gu Chun awoke from his dreams, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with Ling Shuang's exquisite visage. Her expression was grim, and Gu Chun could distinctly sense her displeasure. Why are you still at the summit? Hurry and send her away, Ling Shuang scolded. At this moment, Jiang Yin opened her eyes and sleepily uttered, Brother Gu Chuan, please don't leave me. Upon hearing these words, Ling Shuang felt an indescribable pang in her heart. Particularly the way Jiang Yin addressed him as Brother Gu Chuan filled Ling Shuang with a sense of betrayal, akin to watching one's own cabbage being devoured by another's pig. Ling Shuang let out a cold snort and declared, Humph, leave Jufeng at once. Jiang Yin hurriedly sat up, her pink camisole adorned with an embroidered lotus flower. She donned her outer garments and exquisite embroidered shoes before respectfully bowing to Ling Shuang. Your junior pays her respects to her senior. Ling Shuang, however, chose to ignore Jiang Yin and silently turned away. Gu Chuan exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Yin and quickly said, Master, I shall escort her out immediately. Together, Gu Chuan and Jiang Yin traversed the solitary, rugged path leading away from Jufeng. As she observed Gu Chuan's retreating figure, Ling Shuang murmured to herself, had I known this would happen, I would never have allowed her to come. At worst, I shall assist him. At this juncture, Ling Shuang huffed in irritation and refrained from continuing her thoughts. On the mountain path, Gu Chuan and Jiang Yin frolicked together, eventually returning her to the residence of the Shibu, one of the 28 departments of the outer sect, where they were greeted by the steward, an elderly woman named Shirower. That name. Gu Chuan addressed Shirower, saying in the future, please refrain from assigning Jiang Yin any strenuous tasks. My master holds her in high regard, and should she face any grievances, it would surely displease my master. Gu Chuan's impromptu fib truly caught Shirower off guard. She quickly responded, Jiang Yin is a good child. I assure you, she shall not suffer any indignities. When distributing resources in the outer sect, please allocate more for Jiang Yin. Just look at the state of her shoes, Gu Chuan remarked. Jiang Yin lowered her gaze, observing her nearly worn-out embroidered shoes in silence. Yes, I will certainly keep that in mind. I will ensure Jiang Yin receives her resources shortly, Shirower replied. Eager to avoid offending Gu Chuan gently patted Jiang Yin's shoulder and said, Jiang Yin, please lead me to your residence. I wish to see where you live. Jiang Yin nodded softly and guided Gu Chuan to her abode. Along the way, Gu Chuan encountered numerous disciples from the Shibu. Observing Gu Chuan and Jiang Yin together, the outer sect disciples began to whisper among themselves. Look, it's Jiang Yin. She's back. Who is that young man by her side? Don't you know? That's Gu Chuan from Jufeng. Gu Chuan, the one who destroyed the dough department. It wasn't Gu Chuan himself. It was his master, the heartless fairy, who did so. Even so, he is someone we cannot provoke. What if he were to wipe out our Shibu one day? Look how close Jiang Yin and Gu Chuan are. They seem quite intimate. TSK. This little girl has latched onto Gu Chuan. No one will dare bully her now. Jiang Yan's residence was rather modest, a row house. Yet it surpassed the humble thatched cottage Gu Chuan had built for himself. Gu Chun arrived at Jiang Yan's residence, presenting her with 2 exquisite spirit stones, 30 gathering spirit elixirs, and 2 foundation establishment pills. Sister Jiang Yin, these are all for you. Make sure to cultivate diligently, Gu Chun expressed. Jiang Yin shook her head and replied, Brother Gu Chun, I cannot accept your gifts. Come now, accept them. I can conjure as many as I desire, Gu Chun insisted. Afterward, he produced several packets of braised beef noodles and handed them to Jiang Yin. Keep these for yourself. Do not share them with others, Gu Chun advised. Brother Gu Chun, when will we meet again? Jiang Yin inquired softly. It will be soon. Do not worry, Gu Chun reassured her, gently stroking her head and caressing her silky hair. At that moment, Jiang Yin walked behind Gu Chun and firmly closed the door. Chapter 21. What? I have a senior sister? The abode of my senior sister. An hour later, Gu Chun departed from the outer sect and returned to Jiuefeng. Upon arriving, he gazed at his dilapidated thatched cottage and felt a pang of distress. During the foundation building tribulation, lightning had struck his cottage, leaving a gaping hole in the roof. And the walls were riddled with drafts, rendering it uninhabitable. Gu Chun scratched his head and sighed, Alas, I must repair my house again. At that moment, Ling Shuang appeared behind him and inquired, Why did you take so long to return? Master, I was only gone for less than 2 hours, Gu Chun replied. Hmph. Focus on your cultivation from now on. Do not associate with that girl. A cultivator should maintain a clear heart and abstain from entanglements of love, Ling Shuang admonished, her voice laced with a hint of jealousy. Gu Chun could discern the sourness in her words. With a chuckle, Gu Chun thought to himself, Master is jealous. Haha. I never expected such a reaction from her. Oh, Master, do not be jealous. Soon you will engage in dual cultivation with me. Gu Chun innocently declared, Master, I understand. From now on, I shall only interact with you. Just cultivate diligently. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. I can protect you for a time, but not for a lifetime. With that, Ling Shuang prepared to turn away. At that moment, Gu Chun remembered that he had been so engrossed in his conversation with Jiang Yin yesterday that he had forgotten to assign Ling Shuang a task. He glanced at the system panel, which had refreshed its tasks. 1. Eliminate an elder from a rival sect. 2. Grant Gu Chun a cave abode. 3. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. Mandatory task, unlocks after subordinate completes 10 tasks. Gu Chun decisively selected the second task. Upon task selection, the system's voice resonated in Ling Shuang's mind. Task, grant Gu Chun a cave abode. Reward, second page of the Heavenly Grade Supreme Technique, Tai Chu Xian Yin record. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ling Shuang's heart soared with joy. She had become reliant on the system, eagerly anticipating the daily tasks and rewards it bestowed upon her. The reward this time was the second page of the Tai Chu Xian Yin record, which greatly satisfied her. She yearned to collect the entire record, allowing her to abandon her current practice of the heartless path in favor of a more advanced technique. Ling Shuang stood firm, addressing Gu Chun, Gu Chun, follow me. I shall grant you a cave abode. A cave abode? Thank you, Master. Just as my house is uninhabitable, I shall have a new residence. Gu Chun exclaimed with a grin. Ling Shuang let out a light huff and led Gu Chun to her cave abode. Gu Chun was astonished. Master, are you truly giving me your cave abode? He asked. What an absurd thought, Ling Shuang replied curtly. With a gentle wave of her hand, a chilling white light flickered. Following this, rippling waves appeared upon the stone wall on the west side of Ling Shuang's cave. This was a barrier formed by a formation, which Ling Shuang dispelled using her spiritual energy. As the barrier dissolved, an entrance adjacent to Ling Shuang's cave gradually revealed itself. This cave abode belonged to your senior sister. Today, it is yours, Ling Shuang declared. I have a senior sister? Gu Chun was quite astonished, for he believed himself to be the sole disciple of Ling Shuang. Your senior sister is named Chang'e, and she has been out in the world for many years, Ling Shuang replied. Where is she now? Gu Chun inquired. She currently oversees one of the 3 main cities of the Yuqing sect, namely Yupan City, serving as its city lord, Ling Shuang elucidated. Wow, she must be quite formidable. Gu Chun expressed his curiosity about his senior sister. Ling Shuang frowned slightly, remaining silent, as if she harbored some discontent towards her female disciple. Master, how many disciples do you have? Gu Chun asked once more. Including you, there are only 2. Alas, you possess the innate pure young body and cannot inherit my path of indifference. It seems my teachings will fade into obscurity, Ling Shuang lamented. But what about my senior sister? Gu Chun countered. At this remark, Ling Shuang's displeasure was evident. She huffed in annoyance and admonished, do not concern yourself with such matters. Focus solely on your own path. With that, Ling Shuang turned away, retreating into her cave abode. After Ling Shuang departed, Gu Chun entered his senior sister's cave. As he stepped inside, A faint, enchanting fragrance enveloped him. Even after a long absence, the cave still exuded a delicate aroma. Chang Yi's dwelling was adorned exquisitely, with shards of jade twinkling like a starry sky overhead. In the northeast corner lay Chang Yi's bed, which was a beautifully carved bed adorned with phoenixes and flowers. Beside it stood an opulent vanity. Approaching the vanity, Gu Chun noticed a piece of paper resting atop it, featuring a portrait of a woman. The woman in the portrait wore a gown of azure, radiating grace and beauty, her luminous eyes reminiscent of the moon's gentle glow. Even though she existed only on canvas, Gu Chun found himself captivated by her gaze. Her beauty rivaled that of Ling Shuang, while Ling Shuang embodied an ethereal and transcendent allure. Chang Yi exuded a warm and refreshing elegance. Gazing at the portrait, Gu Chun marveled. Is this truly my senior sister? She is so beautiful. I long to meet her. He then glanced at his reflection in the mirror on the vanity. The young man in the mirror had delicate features, fair skin, and a striking countenance. Hey, though there may be few of us at Hmph, we are all handsome and beautiful, Gu Chun mused, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Subsequently, he opened the wardrobe, discovering several garments belonging to his senior sister, Chang Yi. I wonder when I will finally meet my senior sister. I hope her temperament is a touch more amiable and not at all like Master, Gu Chun thought as he closed the wardrobe without disturbing Chang Yi's belongings. He then proceeded to move his own possessions into the cave. After a busy afternoon, Gu Chun finally completed the task of relocating his items. Phew. After a morning of labor, I am quite famished. Time to prepare some instant noodles, he declared. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Ling Shuang's mind, announcing, task completed. Reward. Heavenly grade superior technique. The second page of the Taichu Xianyin record. Ling Shuang revealed a faint smile, murmuring to herself, wonderful. I have already gathered 2 pages. If I continue like this, it won't be long before I can collect the Taichu Xianyin record. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. The first subordinate has successfully completed the task, and you will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, Golden Eye of Breaking Arrays. Golden Eye of Breaking Arrays, a special divine ability that, once activated, allows one to swiftly locate the weaknesses in formations, restrictions, and seals, thereby shattering the array. The Golden Eye of Breaking Arrays is impervious to illusionary formations and immune to all illusory attacks. Its capabilities will enhance as the host's proficiency increases, and at its peak, it can dismantle grand formations that govern the heavens and earth. Divine ability. This reward is indeed extraordinary. With this divine power, I shall no longer fear the array attacks of my enemies. At that moment, Lu Feng, the leader of the Yuqing sect, flew anxiously to Hmph, exclaiming loudly, Hmph fairy. Calamity has struck. Our Yuqing sect's spirit stone mine has been seized by the Qianhuan sect. Chapter 22. Accompanying the master on a mission, Ling Shuang was startled by Lu Feng and hurriedly exited the cave dwelling. Which spirit stone mine? She inquired. The Dong and spirit stone mine, Lu Feng replied. I shall depart at once, Ling Shuang declared decisively. Do not rush, immortal of unrequited love. The Qianhuan sect is adept in various formations and is quite formidable. Even with your intervention, capturing them will prove challenging, Lu Feng cautioned. Ling Shuang let out a cold snort, her tone frigid as she retorted, Are you questioning my abilities? Lu Feng quickly shook his head, explaining, No. I harbor no intention of underestimating the immortal of unrequited love. It is merely that the Qianhuan sect possesses a multitude of members, including several elder-level powerhouses. And they have already seized the Spirit Stone Mine, setting up the Luo Tian Grand Formation. We must find someone capable of breaking the formation to accompany us. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun mused to himself, breaking the formation? Ah, my newfound divine power is just waiting for a challenge. How intriguing. Who will accompany me? Ling Shuang asked. Elder Zhou Yi from the Cursed Peak, Elder Qi Lian from the Jade Peak, and Li Yue, the leader of the Sword Peak, Lu Feng responded. Qi Lian? Does that little wretch intend to join us? Ling Shuang seemed quite displeased with the Jade Peak's Qi Lian, referring to her disdainfully. Lu Feng awkwardly nodded, saying, This arrangement comes from the Supreme Elder of the Jade Peak. Listening to the exchange between Ling Shuang and Lu Feng, Gu Chun silently lamented. Too many people bring complications. Again, it's the Elder and Supreme Elder. Disciples are further divided into ordinary inner disciples and elite inner disciples. Our Ju Peak is far superior, with fewer people and no such trivialities. Aside from the Master, there's only me, and my sister whom I've never met. At this moment, Ling Shuang's mission was refreshed. 1. Lead Gu Chun on a mission and ensure his safety. 2. Slay Qi Lian. 3. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. Mandatory task. The first subordinate unlocks after completing 10 tasks. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chun decided to select the first task. Let it be the first task. I shall accompany the master on this mission and broaden my horizons. The second task was not an option, for Qi Lian was an elder of the Jade Peak. Should the master slay her, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble, disrupting my tranquil life. I rather enjoy my current existence and do not wish to accompany the master into turmoil. Gu Chun confirmed the first task, and the system's voice immediately resonated in Ling Shuang's mind. Task: lead Gu Chun on a mission, ensuring his safety. Reward: 1 random divine power. Divine power. Ling Shuang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the system's task rewards would include such an option. Despite her cultivation, she had yet to awaken any divine power. Possessing a unique divine power had always been Ling Shuang's aspiration. Now, the opportunity to obtain one lay before her. How could she not be tempted? Ling Shuang declared to Lu Feng, I wish to bring my disciple along so he may gain valuable experience. Lu Feng's expression turned troubled as he advised. Immortal of unrequited love, your disciple is only at the Qi refining stage. Should he accompany us, he may encounter peril. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chun quickly interjected, I am not at the Qi refining stage. I am at the foundation establishment stage. Ling Shuang let out a cold snort and declared, Hmph. I shall safeguard my disciple without the need for your interference. With that, she turned to Gu Chun and inquired, Gu Chun, do you wish to accompany me? Gu Chun feigned reluctance, asking, Master, how far is that place? At full speed, we shall arrive in half a day. But I cannot fly, Master. I will carry you with me. However, there are no buts. This is my command. Do you dare to defy my orders? I do not. Immediately, Ling Shuang gently caressed her storage ring and withdrew a slender sword. This blade, known as the Heartless Sword, was an 8th-tier magical artifact and her current life-bound treasure. The Heartless Sword hovered elegantly before her. Ling Shuang gracefully rose on her toes and lightly leaped onto the sword's blade. Come up, she instructed Gu Chun. All right. Gu Chun replied, mimicking Ling Shuang's movements to ascend the Heartless Sword. The sword's blade was exceedingly narrow. Standing upon it felt akin to walking a tightrope. Being male, Gu Chun's feet were broader than Ling Shuang's, rendering his balance inferior. As he stepped onto the sword, he nearly lost his footing and fell. In a flurry, he wrapped his arms around Ling Shuang's waist in a moment of panic. Ling Shuang frowned, contemplating using her spiritual power to push Gu Chun away. Yet, recalling the rewards of their mission, she restrained herself. Hmph, for the sake of the divine ability, I shall endure. If he wishes to hold on, let him do so. Once we attain the divine ability, I shall have him return on his own. Hmph, a journey of 1900 miles, exhausting him to the brink. Despite her usual icy demeanor, Ling Shuang harbored a rather cunning disposition. She even envisioned the scene of Gu Chun returning, utterly fatigued, running on the ground like a dog. At this thought, a smile unwittingly crept onto her lips. To Lu Feng, Ling Shuang's smile conveyed an entirely different meaning. Observing the corners of her mouth lift, he mused. The Heartless Immortal is actually smiling. How rare indeed. Could it be because Gu Chun is holding her? Oh dear, this raises questions. There seems to be something between them. Does the Heartless Immortal harbor feelings for Gu Chun? How astonishing. No wonder she took him as her disciple. It must be for this reason. A teacher-student romance. Quite extraordinary. As Lu Feng indulged in his fanciful thoughts, Ling Shuang gently stomped her foot, propelling the Heartless Sword swiftly skyward towards the east. In the air, Gu Chun clung to Ling Shuang's slender waist, lost in his own reverie, in fanciful thoughts. Hey, Master's waist is truly slender. She smells delightful, like orchids. If only I could hold her waist like this forever. With this thought, Gu Chun could not help but press his face against her back. For the sake of the divine ability, Ling Shuang tolerated Gu Chun's impertinence. In the blink of an eye, she had soared several dozen miles. At that moment, an elderly voice called from behind, Heartless Immortal, wait for me. Ling Shuang halted her ascent, altered her direction, and looked back. Behind her, an old man, with hair and beard as white as snow, floated in the air, surrounded by shimmering runes akin to small seals, harnessing their power to remain aloft. This individual is the esteemed Elder Zhou Yi of the Cursed Peak. Like Ling Shuang, he is a formidable practitioner of the Ming Void Realm. However, unlike Ling Shuang, Zhou Yi is not adept in combat. His expertise lies in the intricate art of array formation, talisman crafting, and the execution of incantations. He is the foremost master of formations in the Yuqing sect and holds the distinguished title of the Third Talisman Master, commanding immense respect within the sect. Zhou Yi soared to Ling Shuang's side, clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence, and remarked, "Fairy of Heartlessness, I shall accompany you on this journey. My proficiency in dismantling formations shall be at your service." Ling Shuang regarded Zhou Yi with a frosty demeanor and retorted, "You are of the same generation as I. How dare you refer to yourself as old man in my presence? Have you grown so accustomed to feigning age?" Zhou Yi hastily replied, "I beg your pardon. I certainly did not intend any disrespect." No sooner had he spoken than a sultry, raspy voice interjected, "Oh, Ling Shuang, Elder Zhou Yi is indeed 200 years your senior. Though you belong to the same generation, such treatment is rather unbecoming." Chapter 23, The Enemy of the Master. The Scarlet Serpent Fairy, the speaker, was a sensuously alluring young woman, clad in a revealing crimson gown that exquisitely accentuated her voluptuous figure. With a playful glance, she parted her luscious red lips and sweetly inquired, "Oh, Ling Shuang, who is that charming young man behind you? Is he your companion in dual cultivation?" TSK. I never imagined you to be so adventurous, entangling yourself with your own disciple." This captivating woman was none other than the third elder of Yufeng, the Scarlet Serpent Fairy, and she was the one whom Ling Shuang despised the most. Their relationship was fraught with unresolved animosity. The Scarlet Serpent Fairy was unafraid of Ling Shuang. For her cultivation level surpassed Ling Shuang's by a significant margin. She had attained the 4th level of the harmonization realm. It was precisely due to her inferior cultivation that Ling Shuang yearned to elevate her own abilities, unwilling to remain beneath the Scarlet Serpent Fairy. Ling Shuang huffed, retorting angrily, "Hmph, Scarlet Serpent, are you not afraid that I might take your life?" "Huh, take my life? I am well aware that I am a whole realm above you." The Scarlet Serpent Fairy replied with a smirk, "My path of ruthless intent is unparalleled in slaughter. Should I unleash my full strength, even if your cultivation surpasses mine, I will still be able to vanquish you." Ling Shuang's words lacked the sharpness she intended, leaving Gu Chun anxious on her behalf. The Scarlet Serpent Fairy recognized Ling Shuang's limitations and, wishing to avoid a confrontation, refrained from discussing their respective realms further. Her gaze drifted to Gu Chun, who had his arm around Ling Shuang's slender waist, and she discreetly cast him a flirtatious glance. The Scarlet Serpent Fairy was an expert in seduction, and her subtle invitation stirred Gu Chun's blood, igniting a warmth within him. Suddenly, Ling Shuang furrowed her brow, sensing an unseen dagger poised at her back. With so many onlookers, she could not afford to lose her composure and discreetly pinched Gu Chun's thigh. At that moment, a woman clad in green soared through the air on her sword, approaching with an air of aloofness and piercing eyes that suggested she was not to be trifled with. While she was indeed beautiful, Gu Chun felt no attraction towards her, as her demeanor and aura resembled that of a stern schoolteacher in her prime. This woman was named Li Yue, the master of the Sword Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the Yuqing sect. Like Ling Shuang, she was at the 9th level of the Mingxu realm, standing on the precipice of a breakthrough. With just one more step, she would ascend to the harmonization realm. Upon noticing Gu Chun's arm around Ling Shuang's waist, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. However, being a person of integrity without any grievances against Ling Shuang, she chose to remain silent. "Now that everyone is present, shall we depart?" Li Yue announced. "The trifling Qianhuan sect is hardly worth mentioning. I can handle it with Elder Zhou Yi alone. There is no need for anyone else, especially not her," the Scarlet Serpent Fairy remarked, referring to Ling Shuang. "Scarlet Serpent Fairy, perhaps you should temper your words," Zhou Yi interjected with a tone of resignation. "I will say what I wish. What gives you the right to admonish me, you old relic? Who do you think you are?" The Scarlet Serpent Fairy claimed to respect Zhou Yi, yet her actions reflected a complete lack of regard for him. Li Zua let out a helpless sigh and then remarked, "Heartless Fairy, do you not fear for your disciple's safety while you undertake such perilous tasks?" "I shall protect my disciple," Ling Shuang asserted. What disciple? Clearly, he is merely your little lover," mocked the Scarlet Serpent Fairy. "Should you speak so contemptuously again, I shall end you," Ling Shuang threatened. Zhou Yi scrutinized Gu Chun and said, "Heartless Fairy, if it comes to that, perhaps you should send your disciple back. He is merely a fledgling in the foundation establishment stage, lacking the ability to defend himself. He will only be a burden to you. That is not your concern," Ling Shuang replied. Zhou Yi sighed. "Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. I have already given you my warning." Everyone present looked down upon Gu Chun, perceiving him as a liability, a mere encumbrance. Gu Chun remained indifferent to their scorn. "I am not one driven by vanity. If they choose to disdain me, so be it. I have nothing to prove to them. As long as I can embrace my master's waist, that is sufficient. Ah, how soft her waist is. The fragrance of my master is truly delightful. With this thought, Gu Chun glanced at the provocatively dressed Scarlet Serpent Fairy and mused. This woman is an adversary to my master. I shall seize the opportunity to teach her a lesson and avenge my master. The four formidable beings, Ling Shuang, the Scarlet Serpent Fairy, Zhou Yi, and Li Zua flew with Gu Chun, the fledgling in the foundation establishment stage, towards the Eastern Cloud Mine, which had fallen under the control of the Thousand Illusions sect. The Eastern Cloud Mine is situated in the Eastern Cloud Mountain Range, east of the Yuling sect, and contains 3 veins of spirit stones underground, capable of producing high-quality spirit stones and rare spirit essences, serving as a vital resource for the Yuling sect. The Yuling sect held the Eastern Cloud Mine in high regard, dispatching 5 beings of the God Transformation stage and one of the Illusory Void stage to guard the mine. Additionally, there were 1,000 outer disciples mining for spirit stones. Half a month prior, the rival sect, Thousand Illusions, invaded the Eastern Cloud Mine, slaying the 6 guardians and leaving the 1,000 outer disciples in dire straits, their souls extracted to form the 1,000 Souls Evil Formation. Due to the ruthless actions of the Thousand Illusions sect, the Yuling sect remained unaware of the mine's fall until yesterday, when an elder from the Peak Riding clan discovered the grim news while collecting spirit stones. After half a month, the Thousand Illusions sect had established dozens of formations around the mine, rendering it nearly impervious. The Peak Riding elder nearly perished within the mine, saved only by his contracted beast, which sacrificed itself to buy him time. The Eastern Cloud Mine is of utmost importance to the Yuling sect. They cannot afford to lose it. Thus, they dispatched Ling Shuang, Zhou Yi, the Scarlet Serpent Fairy, and Li Zua to reclaim the mine. The strength of these 4 was second only to that of the esteemed elders of the Yuling sect. Ling Shuang practiced the heartless path, merciless in her killings, capable of slaying enemies beyond her level. Zhou Yi excelled in various formations, specifically designed to counter the Thousand Illusions sect strategies. The Scarlet Serpent Fairy, as a harmonization stage expert, required no further elaboration on her prowess. Li Wei, as the master of the Sword Peak, possesses unparalleled swordsmanship, and her technique, 10,000 swords to the shrine, is nothing short of divine, capable of annihilating thousands in an instant. As for Gu Chun, he is merely a trinket of Ling Shuang. After a day of relentless flight, they finally arrived above the Dongyun mine. Zhou Yi soared in the sky, casting his gaze upon the myriad formations surrounding the Dongyun mine, and a sense of perplexity enveloped him. The Qianhuan sect is truly formidable, with 15 defensive formations, 20 offensive formations, 16 illusionary arrays, and 3 lethal arrays. Such an array indeed aims to completely seize control of the Dongyun mine, Zhou Yi marveled. Chapter 24, Formation? Can you break the array? Li Wei inquired. Zhou Yi scratched his sparse head with his withered, aged hand and replied, "It's quite a challenge, yet I shall do my utmost." Just as Zhou Yi prepared to dismantle the formation, a towering human-like apparition, several hundred meters high, suddenly materialized in the sky. The specter resembled a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache akin to that of Lu Feng, exuding an air of sagacity. This man was Lin Yushuan, the 4th elder of the Qianhuan sect. At that moment, Lin Yushuan stood on the flat ground of the Dongyun mine, surrounded by a dozen formidable cultivators from his sect. Through the formation, he projected his apparition to provoke Zhou Yi and his companions. Hmph, it seems the Yuqing sect holds this spirit stone mine in high regard. Sending forth 4 of your powerful warriors. The Heartless Fairy, the Crimson Serpent Fairy, Li Wei, Zhou Yi, what a grand assembly, truly intimidating. Lin Yushuan's voice resonated like thunder, echoing across the heavens. He dismissed Gu Chun entirely, considering him beneath notice. Gu Chun, with an arm around Ling Shuang's waist, muttered softly, "Why am I not mentioned?" Ling Shuang frowned slightly and whispered, "Keep your distance, do not cling to me." Throughout their journey, Ling Shuang had felt discomfort, as the heat radiating from Gu Chun's innate pure yang physique made her uneasy. At that moment, the Crimson Serpent Fairy interjected, "Lin Yushuan, upon encountering us, do you not hasten to surrender? It is not too late to yield now. Begging for mercy later may prove futile." Lin Yushuan laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, surrender? What a jest. With the formation in place, I remain invincible. You shall never witness my true form, but instead perish within the array. I advise you, if you value your lives, depart swiftly." "Hmph, Lin Yushuan, do not be so arrogant. Once I dismantle your formation, let us see how brazen you remain." Zhou Yi retorted fiercely. "Hmph, old Zhou Yi, even if I grant you a year, you would not breach my formation," Lin Yushuan replied with smug satisfaction. "A mere formation. What can it do to me? Observe how I dismantle it. Zhou Yi descended, preparing to unravel the intricate layers of Lin Yuxuan's formation. Seeing this, Lin Yuxuan mocked, "Humph. Such impatience. With just a little provocation, you fall for the trap. The Yuqing sect is nothing but this." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuxuan produced a golden Wanxiang compass, inscribed with myriad runes invisible to the naked eye. This compass was his life's treasure, allowing him to manipulate dozens of formations simultaneously. He spun the compass, activating the multiple formations at once. In an instant, the sky darkened, spiritual energy surged wildly, and a kaleidoscope of formations obscured the heavens and enveloped the earth. Countless runes danced in the air and on the ground, manifesting a multitude of phenomena: thunderous roars, fierce winds, raging flames, golden elixirs, ferocious beasts, vengeful spirits, flying daggers, sharp swords, rolling stones, towering trees, and twisting vines. The scene defied description. Akin to the twilight of the gods, a chaotic vision of the apocalypse. In a moment of panic, Gu Chun tightened his embrace, unfamiliar with such a scene. Unbeknownst to him, his hand grazed a soft, cotton-like object. What could this be? Suddenly, with a blush, Ling Shuang forcefully broke free from Gu Chun's grasp, sending him tumbling downwards. He plummeted from the heartless sword, descending straight towards the ground from several hundred meters above. Even as a foundational realm cultivator, a fall from such heights would surely leave him gravely injured. Ling Shuang, alarmed, realized Gu Chun was the designated target of her system task. She could not allow him to meet with misfortune. She swiftly dove down, intent on rescuing him. Just as her hand was about to grasp Gu Chun, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Gu Chun vanished. Startled, Ling Shuang was left bewildered, and in the blink of an eye, she too disappeared. Nearby, Zhou Yi shouted in panic, "This is bad. It's the 10,000 forms disappearance array." Before he could finish speaking, he too vanished into thin air. Curse be it. Both Zhou Yi and Ling Shuang had fallen prey to the trap. What fools! The Scarlet Serpent Fairy waved her hands, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames. However, as soon as she made her move, she too disappeared from the sky. Now, only Li Wei remained aloft. She wielded her treasured sword, its brilliance scattering into myriad sword shadows that struck at the formation. Yet, as soon as her sword shadows were released, they were all halted by a beam of golden light. Lin Yuxuan held the myriad compass with one hand, laughing heartily. "Ha! To seize this spirit stone mine, I have laid out the full array of the Thousand Illusions sect, meticulously prepared for half a month to craft this intricate web. The Yuqing sect truly underestimates me, sending only 4 of you. Now, trapped within my formation, it would be a mere trifle to end your lives." At that moment, Gu Chun found himself on the ground, utterly bewildered, unsure of how he had arrived there. "Huh? How did I end up here? Where is this place?" he muttered to himself. Just then, thousands of flying daggers materialized around him, encircling him with their gleaming, cold blades, sending a chill down his spine. Goodness, with so many daggers! If they were to fly at me, I would be riddled with 1,000 transparent holes. Gu Chun swallowed hard, rooted in place, afraid to move. The daggers remained still. At that moment, any movement from Gu Chun would trigger a deadly barrage of blades directed at him. These flying daggers were conjured by the array, known as the 1,000-Blade Demon Slaughter Array, a 6th-tier formation. Gu Chun's sudden disappearance was a consequence of being transported by the 10,000 Forms Disappearance Array to the ground, where he found himself ensnared in the 1,000-Blade Demon Slaughter Array. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought, "I haven't even engaged in dual cultivation with my master yet. I cannot perish here." He chuckled nervously. "My master is truly soft. No. Now is not the time for such thoughts. I need to figure out how to survive." These flying daggers were likely generated by the array. If he could unravel the formation, they would vanish, and he would be saved. Thus, he resolved to attempt his new divine ability to see if he could dismantle this array. Upon reaching this point, Gu Chun unleashed the divine power he had recently acquired, the golden eye of breaking the formation. As he activated this ability, his left eye transformed instantly into a radiant gold. Amaterasu. Gu Chun narrowed his right eye, surveying his surroundings with the golden gaze of his left eye. At that moment, the entire world appeared gilded under the scrutiny of Gu Chun's left eye. The thousands of flying daggers vanished from his sight, replaced by clusters of runes condensed from spiritual energy. With the aid of the golden eye of breaking the formation, Gu Chun could perceive the essence of the array. In a mere glance, he identified the weakness of the 1,000 Knives Demon Array, a vulnerability located at the 9th flying dagger to his left, perilously close to him. By merely destroying this dagger, the formation would collapse. However, the sheer number of daggers posed a significant threat. Any movement from Gu Chun would provoke a simultaneous assault from the multitude of blades, subjecting him to a gruesome fate. Gu Chun felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. What should he do? Should he take a gamble? Known for his prudence, Gu Chun was not one to recklessly embrace danger or undertake actions detrimental to his well-being. At that moment, he noticed that the flying daggers were slowly encroaching upon him. At this rate, it would not be long before they reached him, piercing through his flesh. The longer he hesitated, the more precarious his situation became. His master and companions were likely entangled in the array's assault, and no one would come to his rescue in the immediate future. If he wished to survive, he had to rely solely on himself. Resolutely, Gu Chun decided to draw his white rainbow sword with the utmost swiftness. As he unsheathed the sword, the thousands of daggers suddenly accelerated, hurtling towards him. In a fleeting moment, Gu Chun executed the remnant sun flicker, accurately striking the pivotal dagger. The dagger shattered, and the formation collapsed instantaneously. Concurrently, the nearest flying dagger pierced Gu Chun's clothing. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough. He dismantled the formation before it could penetrate his body. With the disintegration of the array, all daggers halted midair. Subsequently, they all erupted simultaneously, transforming into ethereal energy and dissipating into nothingness. Gu Chun exhaled a long sigh of relief. Phew, that was truly perilous. He had nearly met his demise. Chapter 25. My disciple, I shall avenge you. In the nightmare fear array, Gu Chun lowered his head, gazing anxiously at the torn trousers. The largest rips situated in the most critical area. Thankfully, he thought to himself, I was quick enough. Had I been any slower, I would have been rendered a eunuch. Meanwhile, outside the array, Lin Yuxuan furrowed his brow, peering at the Wanxiang compass in his hand, muttering to himself, The thousand-blade slaughtering demon array has been breached? Could it be that old fellow Zhou did it? At that moment, Zhou was ensnared by the heavenly fire obliteration array, engulfed in searing flames that scorched his body. Fortunately, Zhou possessed a treasure known as the fire-repelling golden shield, which shielded him from the flame's wrath, sparing him from a fiery demise. Yet, even with the shield, he had been singed upon his sudden arrival, his once pristine white beard now reduced to ashes. Without his beard, he lost the ethereal quality he once possessed, resembling a pitiful old man. What a blunder, he mused, never anticipating they would wield the Wanxiang disappearing array. I had thought I could dismantle the array from outside, but now we find ourselves trapped within. I wonder how the Heartless Fairy and the others are faring? As he pondered, he worked on deciphering the heavenly fire obliteration array. Despite its formidable nature, it was not insurmountable. Given a mere quarter of an hour, Zhou could identify its weaknesses and dismantle it. Alas, it is truly unfortunate for the Heartless Fairy's disciple, a fine young man, destined to perish here today, Zhou lamented. Meanwhile, on another front, the Scarlet Serpent Fairy was also ensnared within the array, facing a more precarious situation as she was besieged by 5 different formations. Notably, the black water flooding sea array countered her spells, impeding her full potential. As for Li Yue, she too had been transported into the array. Most threatened by the Golden Thunder exorcising evil array, she prepared to unleash her strongest technique, the myriad swords converging. Lastly, there was Gu Chun's master, Ling Shuang, who currently faced an assault from 1,000 vengeful spirits, those very souls of 1,000 outer disciples who had once mined in the Dong in vain. After seizing the Dong in mine, Lin Yuxuan had extracted their souls, weaving them into the 1,000 souls malevolent array. Surrounded by these wailing, howling, and cursing spirits, any ordinary person would be paralyzed with fear. However, Ling Shuang was no ordinary individual. She was the Heartless Fairy. Her brows knitted in concentration, anger flickered across her typically impassive visage. Gu Chun, my disciple, I shall avenge you. Ling Shuang believed Gu Chun had perished, fueling her fury. Her ire stemmed not only from the system's rewards, but also from deeper emotional ties. Through their recent interactions, she had developed a genuine fondness for Gu Chun, truly considering him her disciple. In the present moment, disciples have met a tragic demise, and the mission has yielded no results, pushing Ling Shuang's fury to its zenith. Leave me at once, she cried, wielding the heartless sword, and with a single swing, hundreds of vengeful souls were instantly scattered. All of you shall perish. With swift motions, Ling Shuang unleashed the heartless sword once more, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 vengeful spirits disintegrated. Through her sheer strength, she forcefully shattered the 1,000 souls malevolent formation. Yet this was merely the weakest of the formations within. As the 1,000 souls formation crumbled, A rain of boulders descended from the heavens, hurtling down with a deafening roar towards Ling Xuan. With a disdainful snort, she conjured a curtain of sword shadows, shattering the colossal stones, which fell like raindrops. Simultaneously, a tempest arose beside her, ensnaring her in a whirlwind of debris. At this juncture, Gu Chun had donned the two instruments boots, a magical artifact bestowed upon him by the system. These boots, one black and one white, were as light as gossamer and seemed almost weightless. To preserve my life, I might as well wear them. I hope they are as formidable as the system claims. Gu Chun mused, gently testing the feel of his new footwear. Had I known this task would be so perilous, I would have chosen differently. I have truly underestimated the danger. He sighed, believing that accompanying his master would render the mission effortless. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into an illusionary formation known as the Nightmare Terror Array, which magnifies one's innermost fears and manifests them with formidable attacking power capable of slaying those ensnared within. The Nightmare Terror Array was a 9th-tier formation, among the most treacherous of all. Even Ling Xuan and her companions would find it challenging to escape this array. Lin Yuxuan, the architect of this deadly trap. Since someone had entered the Nightmare Terror Array. Someone has entered the Nightmare Terror Array. It must be Zhou Yi. Old Zhou. This 9th-tier formation will be your undoing. With a compass in hand, Lin Yuxuan wore a confident smile. A middle-aged man standing beside him inquired, Elder Lin, shall we enter the array and eliminate them all? Lin Yuxuan shook his head, replying, no need. The Heartless Fairy and the Crimson Serpent Fairy are not ordinary foes. We should avoid direct confrontation. Let the array wear them down, and only when they are sufficiently exhausted shall we strike and finish them. The middle-aged man revealed a cruel smile, saying, the Heartless Fairy is renowned as a stunning beauty. Capturing her would be a tremendous accomplishment. Lin Yuxuan chuckled coldly, rest assured. We shall have that opportunity. Within the Nightmare Terror Array, Gu Chun beheld a vastly different scene. In his left eye, the array appeared as a swirling mass of intricate black runes. Yet, in his right eye, the array transformed into countless black spiders, each the size of a fist, enveloping him entirely. Startled by the sight of these arachnids, Gu Chun recalled a childhood incident when he had been bitten by a spider. From this moment forth, an indelible fear of spiders was etched deeply into Gu Chun's heart. In a moment of urgency, he hastily closed his right eye, causing all the spiders to vanish into thin air. Only a complex array of black runes remained, encircling Gu Chun's form. As Gu Chun harbored no fear of these runes, they could not inflict any harm upon him. Employing his investigative gaze, the breaking array golden eye, he diligently searched and ultimately discovered the vulnerability of the Nightmarish Terror Array. This weakness lay 30 paces ahead, embodied in a black crystal known as the Shadow Stone, the very core of the Nightmarish Terror Array. Gu Chun, unharmed, traversed through the barrier of black runes and approached the Shadow Stone. Recognizing its potential value, he thought it a pity to damage such a remarkable object. Thus, he resolved to stow it away for future use. With that, he opened his inner cosmos and carefully collected the Shadow Stone. In the absence of this crucial item, the Nightmarish Terror Array collapsed instantaneously. The most menacing of formations had been effortlessly dismantled by Gu Chun. Outside the array, Lin Yuxuan, wielding the universal compass, was taken aback. His expression contorted with disbelief as he bellowed, impossible. Impossible. How could anyone possibly unravel my Nightmarish Terror Array? Old Shoei certainly lacks such prowess. Who is it? Who on earth is responsible? Chapter 26. Breaking the formation to assist the Master. Instantaneous transformation into the divine as the Nightmarish Terror Array was shattered. Lin Yuxuan was thrown into disarray. He urgently turned to those beside him, urging, quickly enter the array and eliminate the one who has disrupted my formation. He is currently at the Zhen-Yin position, ensnared within the Golden Serpent Annihilation Array. Hurry and slay him. As the master of the formation, Lin Yuxuan was unable to act directly and could only rely on his fellow disciples to deal with Gu Chun. Among his companions were two formidable Mingxi realm experts, equal in prowess to Ling Xuan. Should Gu Chun encounter them, his fate would be sealed. At that moment, Gu Chun found himself besieged by countless golden serpents, each possessing lethal venom capable of vanquishing cultivators. Any practitioner of lesser strength entering this array would undoubtedly meet their demise. Fortunately for Gu Chun, his position was in close proximity to the heart of the formation. The core of the Golden Serpent Annihilation Array was a massive, desiccated serpent head, presumably the severed head of a powerful demon cultivator. The serpent's concealed location was so well hidden that most would never detect it. Even a formation master like Zhou Yi would struggle to uncover it without numerous attempts and failures. However, with his array-breaking golden eyes. Gu Chun could pinpoint the core with a mere glance. Without a moment to spare, Gu Chun activated his inner universe and swiftly stored the serpent head away. With the serpent head's disappearance, the array's core vanished, leading to the dissolution of the golden serpent annihilation array, causing all serpents conjured by the formation to vanish into thin air. The shattering of the array left Lin Yuxuan in a state of frantic agitation. Damn it! Who possesses such formidable power to dismantle 3 of my formations consecutively? This is outrageous. If I capture him, I shall make him suffer 1,000 tortures. Lin Yuxuan exclaimed vehemently. At that juncture, his disciples had already entered the formation, searching fervently for Gu Chun. Lin Yuxuan manipulated the array to clear a path for his fellow disciples, allowing them unobstructed access to locate Gu Chun. This action inadvertently provided Gu Chun with a route free of array obstructions, enabling him to advance. Suddenly, Gu Chun heard Ling Shuang's voice. Following the sound, he ventured into a perilous area where 9 layers of formations overlapped. Upon reaching Ling Shuang, he found her struggling to fend off the assaults of the 9 formations. Utilizing his array-breaking golden eyes, Gu Chun quickly discerned the cores of all 9 formations. Master, 5 meters to your right. There lies a concealed orb in the air. It is the core. Shatter it, and the formations will collapse, Gu Chun called out. Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, Ling Shuang's expression brightened. Gu Chun, you're alive. Gu Chun smirked and replied, Master, could you not wish for my well-being a bit more? Ling Shuang, lacking the time for banter, urgently inquired, where is the orb you just mentioned? To your left, 5 meters away, slightly elevated by 3 meters, Gu Chun clarified. I can't see it? Ling Shuang exclaimed anxiously. Without the array-breaking golden eyes, she was unable to perceive the core. All she could see were the fierce winds. Icy blades, massive boulders, lava, and flying swords. All manifestations conjured by the formations. Master, just trust my guidance, Gu Chun reassured her. Very well, I shall heed your words. Ling Shuang wielded the heartless sword, channeling her energy to unleash a brilliant arc of white light that swept across the left side, striking the orb with precision. The orb shattered, the raging winds dissipated, and the tranquility array was disrupted. Ling Shuang felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. Gu Chun promptly indicated another focal point of the formation to her. Under Gu Chun's guidance, Ling Shuang continued to dismantle the array. In the blink of an eye, all 9 layers of the formation were broken, leaving no traps in their vicinity. Ling Shuang descended gracefully from the air, landing beside Gu Chun. At that moment, she appeared quite disheveled, her pristine garments tattered in several places, revealing her fair skin. How wonderful! Gu Chun, you are alive, she exclaimed, embracing him tightly. Gu Chun instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Ling Shuang, with a haughty snort, released him and said, if you are alive, then stay close behind me and do not wander off. And your hands, should you dare to touch inappropriately again, I will reduce you to a mere stick. The swiftness of Ling Shuang's change in demeanor left Gu Chun feeling somewhat helpless. He quickly withdrew his mischievous hand, chuckling awkwardly. How did you so accurately discern the focal point of the array? Ling Shuang inquired, her tone cool. Gu Chun pointed to his left eye and replied, I saw it with this. How did your eye turn golden? Ling Shuang finally noticed the change in his eyes. When I was a child, I had a high fever that lasted for days and nights. After I recovered, I gained this ability. Gu Chun fabricated his tale effortlessly, and remarkably, Ling Shuang believed him. Ling Shuang pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, I understand. You must have awakened your innate powers at a young age. Truly, as a pure young body. Heaven has favored you by granting you such abilities early on. Gu Chun was surprised that Ling Shuang would accept his fabrication. He thought to himself, Master, why do you believe everything I say? How can you be so utterly naive? Your innocence is almost endearing, making it hard for me to manipulate you. At that moment, Ling Shuang suddenly seized Gu Chun, shielding him behind her. Come out, she commanded fiercely. No sooner had she spoken than 13 cultivators appeared before her. They were the assassins sent by Lin Yuxuan to eliminate Gu Chun. Among the 13, 2 were formidable figures of the Mingsu realm, while the remaining 11 were in the Huashan realm. The leader among them, a Mingsu cultivator named Lin Xiao, was robust and muscular. Yet his face was strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a woman's beauty. Lin Xiao gazed at Ling Shuang with avarice, leering as he stated, It is said that the heartless fairy is an unparalleled beauty. Seeing her today, the rumors hold true. At that moment, a shorter man beside Lin Xiao spoke up. Heartless fairy, was it you who dismantled our formation? This man, named Jiang Tun, was another Mingsu cultivator, slightly less powerful than Lin Xiao. Ling Shuang, filled with pride, replied, "It was my disciple who breached the array." Jiang Tun was taken aback, glancing at Gu Chun, who was concealed behind Ling Shuang. Him? A mere insect in the Foundation establishment stage? He dismantled our formation? Hmph, the heartless fairy, if you dare to act, you must also bear the consequences. What you have shattered is your own doing. Do not shift the blame onto others. Do not think that this will allow us to show you mercy. Jiang Tun remarked with a face full of disdain. Mercy? How laughable. Do you truly believe you possess such capability? Ling Shuang let out a cold laugh. An aura of terrifying murderous intent emanating from her being, sweeping through the air with a tempestuous ferocity that sent shivers down the spine. Intriguingly, this aura of death did not affect Gu Chun in the slightest. Ling Shuang deliberately restrained her murderous intent, ensuring it did not harm Gu Chun. Observing this, Gu Chun thought to himself, my master is quite considerate, attentive to my well-being. In the blink of an eye, Ling Shuang transformed into a white silhouette, charging towards the enemy with astonishing speed, so swift that even Gu Chun could barely discern her form. Not only Gu Chun, but the adversaries too were unable to capture her image. Lin Xiao shouted loudly, "Be careful." Yet, before his warning could fully escape his lips, Ling Shuang had already materialized behind them. With the heartless sword in hand, clad in garments as pure as snow, she appeared akin to a celestial being. With a disdainful huff, all 11 of the God Transformation Realm experts simultaneously emitted cries of anguish. My head. My body feels so swollen. I am in excruciating pain. What has she done? These 11 God Transformation Realm experts swelled rapidly, akin to balloons, their bodies expanding in the blink of an eye. Jiang Tun, witnessing this, cried out in terror, "This is bad. It's the heartless seed. Quickly disperse your spiritual power, or else." Before Jiang Tun could finish his warning, the 11 God Transformation Realm experts self-destructed in unison, their bodies exploding into countless pieces, their souls scattering in the wake of the heartless seed's detonation. In an instant, 11 God Transformation Realm experts were obliterated. Observing this scene, Gu Chun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "My master is truly ruthless." Ling Shuang elegantly turned to face Lin Xiao and Jiang Tun, declaring, "It is now your turn." Chapter 27, The Formidable Master. Unrivaled among peers, Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he grasped a treasure resembling a pair of scissors, his voice laced with a feigned bravado. "Heartless fairy, do not be so audacious. We have 2 beings of the Mingxu realm, while you stand alone." Beside him, Jiang Tun remained silent, retrieving a large banner. He waved the flag, and in an instant, the sky turned dark, and a chilling wind surged. Ling Shuang let out a cold snort, declaring, "What of 2? I am invincible within my realm." As she spoke, Ling Shuang thrust her heartless sword towards Jiang Tun. The strike was as swift as lightning, leaving even Jiang Tun with little time to react. Observing this, Lin Xiao hastily unleashed his scissors, which transformed into 2 black dragon-like entities, surging towards Ling Shuang. Yet, he was a moment too late. By the time the dragons approached her, Ling Shuang's sword had already pierced through Jiang Tun's skull. Jiang Tun's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with resentment. "I had fortified my defenses. Why was I still struck?" Ling Shuang flicked her wrist, and Jiang Tun's head exploded. With a single strike, she had annihilated a formidable opponent of the same realm. Before Ling Shuang, Jiang Tun's very soul could not evade. This was the true might of the legendary Heartless Fairy, unrivaled among her peers. The dragons conjured from Lin Xiao's scissors were now closing in on Ling Shuang. In a blur, Ling Shuang transformed into an afterimage, unleashing a flurry of swords. As 1,000 blades surged forth, the 2 dragons were cleaved into countless fragments. Lin Xiao was taken aback, casting a glance at Gu Chun. He intended to use Gu Chun as leverage against Ling Shuang. Lin Xiao soared towards Gu Chun, but Ling Shuang, witnessing this, bellowed, "Dare to harm my disciple, and I shall ensure your demise in 1,000 agonizing ways." As she spoke, Ling Shuang darted towards Gu Chun. Just as Lin Xiao was about to seize Gu Chun, Ling Shuang unleashed her most formidable technique, the absolute detachment of heaven and earth. In that moment, Lin Xiao felt the surrounding air solidify, as though he were ensnared in a quagmire, finding even the slightest movement of a finger nearly insurmountable. He could only watch helplessly as Ling Shuang's sword drew closer. As she approached, under Lin Xiao's desperate gaze, Ling Shuang swung her heartless sword. With a flurry of strikes, Lin Xiao's body was reduced to countless pieces. This was the true essence of 1,000 cuts. "I warned you, dare to harm my disciple, and I shall ensure your demise in 1,000 agonizing ways." As her words echoed, nothing remained but a ground strewn with remnants of flesh. Ling Shuang surveyed the carnage, remarking, Were it not for this vexing formation, you would have perished long ago. Turning to Gu Chun, she inquired, "Did that frighten you?" Gu Chun shook his head, responding, "Not at all. Hee, master. You are truly impressive and formidable. If you dare to act inappropriately again, this pile of remnants shall be your fate. Do you understand?" Ling Shuang warned Gu Chun. Gu Chun pouted, silently thinking, "I have no such intentions. I wish to cultivate with you, and I will make you propose it first. There remains one Lin Yushuan who has not been dealt with. Gu Chun, guide me to eliminate him," Ling Shuang commanded. Gu Chun utilized his golden eye of breaking arrays to indicate a path free from any obstructive formations for Ling Shuang. Although Ling Shuang is formidable, she is ill-equipped to contend with intricate formations. Her expertise lies solely in the art of assassination. Under Gu Chun's guidance, Ling Shuang emerged from the confines of the formation, confronting Lin Yushuan, the architect of the array. Upon recognizing Ling Shuang, Lin Yushuan's countenance drained of color. "The Heartless Fairy, how could it be you? What of Lin Xiao and the others?" he inquired, his voice trembling. "They are all dead," Ling Shuang replied coolly, realizing the disparity in their strengths. Lin Yushuan swiftly manipulated the myriad compass in his possession, attempting to re-ensnare Ling Shuang within the labyrinthine formation. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Chun had also exited the formation and, with his discerning eyes, perceived a complex array of imperceptible runes materializing beneath Ling Shuang's feet. Though unaware of their significance, Gu Chun shouted urgently, "Master, be cautious. There is something beneath you." Without hesitation, Ling Shuang trusted Gu Chun's warning and ascended into the air, evading the grip of the myriad formation. Lin Yushuan, taken aback, glared at Gu Chun, and upon glimpsing the golden hue of his left eye, could not restrain his exclamation, "The array-breaking golden eye." As a master of formations, Lin Yushuan recognized this ability, known to counteract their craft. His mentor had long ago cautioned him to steer clear of those with golden eyes, a warning he had dismissed as mere superstition until now. Realization dawned upon him. This was the very power that dismantled his formation. Damn it! How could such a power exist? How could he possess the array-breaking golden eye? With no time for further contemplation, Lin Yushuan prioritized his escape, propelling himself northward with haste. "Flee if you must." Ling Shuan pursued relentlessly. Moments later, Ling Shuan returned, holding Lin Yushuan's severed head, which still exhibited faint signs of life, its mouth opening and closing. If not for these formations, your demise would have been effortless. Though Lin Yushuan lay slain, the formation continued its operation. Ling Shuang, lacking knowledge of such arrays, found herself unable to utilize the myriad compass even in possession of it. Gu Chun, while skilled in dismantling formations, was uncertain of how to control them. Meanwhile, the likes of Qi Lian and her companions remained ensnared within. "Master, what shall we do about them?" Gu Chun inquired. "You must dismantle the formation and rescue them. But remember, do not save that little wretch Qi Lian," Ling Shuang instructed. With a mischievous grin, Gu Chun replied, "Since you hold a grudge against her, it would be even more delightful to rescue her, ensuring she lives in perpetual shame. When you save her, you can taunt her, and no matter how sharp her tongue, she will be left speechless." Ling Shuang pondered this for a moment and replied, "You make a valid point. Let us proceed as you suggest." Subsequently, Gu Chun began utilizing his array-breaking golden eye to dismantle the formation. However, having engaged this power for an extended period, his eyes began to throb with discomfort, though it remained within tolerable limits. After breaking through the four-layered formation, Gu Chun was the first to rescue Li Wei, the master of Sword Peak. At that moment, Li Wei appeared quite disheveled, her garments severely tattered, leaving little to the imagination. Gu Chun's eyes feasted upon the sight. "Ah, this woman, though not to my taste, certainly possesses an enticing figure." Li Wei, devoid of any shame, confidently stood before Gu Chun. "Are you the Heartless Fairy? Did you break the formation?" she inquired. Ling Shuang slightly shook her head, replying, "No, it was my disciple who did." Li Wei was taken aback. She leaned closer to Gu Chun, fixing her gaze upon his eyes, and said, "I underestimated your capabilities." Gu Chun's eyes wandered downward. "My word, how generous and bold." Noticing Gu Chun's gaze, Li Wei smiled knowingly and proposed, "Would you care to join us at Sword Peak? I shall personally teach you the sword techniques." Ling Shuang, infuriated by such blatant attempts to entice her disciple, retorted, "Hmph, Li Wei, Gu Chun is my disciple. He will not join your Sword Peak." As she spoke, Ling Shuang emanated a murderous aura that enveloped Gu Chun. Gu Chun swallowed hard and quickly asserted, "I am a disciple of my master. I shall never betray my teacher." Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, a satisfied smile spread across Ling Shuang's face. Chapter 28. The Master's Transcendent Abilities with the Aid of the Array-Breaking Golden Eyes. Gu Chun successfully rescued Zhou. Upon realizing Gu Chun possessed such extraordinary powers, Zhou clutched his head in despair, exclaiming, "Alas! The end of our array practitioners has arrived." He then grasped Gu Chun's hand earnestly, stating, "Fortunately, we are not adversaries. If we were, I would wish to eliminate you at this very moment." Hearing this, Ling Shuang shot him a fierce glare, threatening, "You dare?" Just joking, Zhou hastily retorted. The final individual yet to be rescued was the Crimson Serpent Fairy. When Gu Chun located her, she was ensnared by an illusionary array known as the Array of Thousand Thoughts and Bewildered Affections, which magnified one's desires and manipulated their actions, leading them to lose all sense of self. Within this array, the Crimson Serpent Fairy appeared disheveled and dazed, engaging in unspeakable actions. Upon witnessing this, Zhou quickly turned away, tightly shutting his eyes, murmuring, "Divine retribution. One must not gaze upon the indecent." Gu Chun aimed to break the array, but the cunning Ling Shuang suddenly halted him, saying, "Do not be hasty." Gu Chun thought to himself, "Goodness, master, you are quite mischievous." After what seemed an eternity, Ling Shuang finally grew weary and said, "Very well, break the array." Gu Chun indicated the focal point of the array, and Ling Shuang thrust her sword, shattering it. As the array of thousand thoughts and bewildered affections dissipated, the Crimson Serpent Fairy regained her clarity. The moment she awoke, she became acutely aware of her recent actions. Attempting to hide her embarrassment, she was met with Ling Shuang's teasing remark, "Crimson Serpent, did you enjoy yourself just now?" Upon lifting her gaze and seeing Ling Shuang, Li Yue, and Gu Chun observing her, the Crimson Serpent Fairy's face flushed crimson as she hastily donned her veil, retorting, "The pleasures here are beyond your cold-hearted comprehension." Her eloquence was remarkable. Even when the situation was decidedly against her, she managed to salvage her dignity while mocking Ling Shuang in return. Ling Shuang scoffed, "Your disgraceful display was witnessed by my disciple." The Crimson Serpent Fairy raised an eyebrow, replying, "And what of it? I can afford to show him, can you? It's merely a matter of viewing. Come now, young man, I'll let you see all you desire." As Gu Chun watched the Crimson Serpent Fairy, he felt a pang of anxiety for Ling Shuang. "Oh dear, master, why is your tongue so clumsy? You possess such a significant advantage, yet you cannot best her in words." Ling Shuang, aware that she had not bested the Crimson Serpent Fairy, continued, "It was my disciple who saved you. All the formations here were dismantled by him. Without my disciple, you all would have perished today." With an air of pride, she added, "You certainly do not have a disciple as formidable as mine." The Crimson Serpent Fairy, with a playful glint in her eye, turned to Gu Chun and said in a sweet tone, "Young sir, would you care to abandon the shadows and become my disciple? I shall cherish you dearly. Whatever you desire, I can grant, even the dual cultivation, if you wish." Gu Chun found himself unexpectedly intrigued by her tantalizing proposition. However, Ling Shuang's intent to kill remained firmly fixated on Gu Chun. Gu Chun, wary of provoking her further, could only utter insincerely, "Who wishes to cultivate with you? I am a devoted disciple of my master, and I shall never betray him." The Crimson Serpent Fairy regarded Ling Shuang with disdain, remarking, "Threatening others does not constitute true skill. Flaunting oneself is not a mark of prowess either. Regardless of your words, you have been rescued by us today, a fact you cannot refute. Hmph, you are but a waste." For once, Ling Shuang's retort struck home, leaving the Crimson Serpent Fairy at a loss for words. At that moment, Zhou intervened as a peacemaker. All right, esteemed fairies, cease your quarrel. Our mission is accomplished. Let us return to report." Allowing the sect's members to take over this place, he suggested, "Humph, it was my disciple and I who completed the task. You contributed nothing," Ling Shuang declared proudly. Unable to counter her statement, Zhou could only smile wryly. Ling Shuang stepped onto the heartless sword and beckoned Gu Chun, "Come aboard." Initially, she had intended for Gu Chun to run back, but seeing his significant contribution, she relented, allowing him to embrace her waist as they returned together. As Ling Shuang and Gu Chun vanished into the horizon, Li Yue gazed skyward, exclaiming, "The Heartless Fairy possesses extraordinary fortune, having taken in 2 disciples, both extraordinary talents, particularly her eldest disciple, whose strength now likely rivals our own." With that, Li Yue donned an exquisite palace garment. Zhou sighed, the golden eyes of breaking arrays. A legendary ability. How could such a divine power manifest in that lad? Alas, Our days as array cultivators are bound to be tumultuous. The Crimson Serpent Fairy, having adorned herself in her gauzy attire, retorted indignantly, is it merely because she has taken in a disciple with a supernatural ability? What is so impressive? Hmph. Her realm is still beneath mine. In the sky, Gu Chun held Ling Shuang's slender waist, pondering. This marks the 8th mission. Upon completing 2 more, the dual cultivation task will be unlocked. Hee, my revered heartless fairy, how will you broach the subject? After half a day's flight, Ling Shuang and Gu Chun finally returned to the absolute peak. Upon arriving, Ling Shuang promptly retreated to her cave dwelling to don a new outfit. As she entered, the system's voice resonated. Mission accomplished. Reward. Random supernatural ability. 1,000 transformations. 1,000 transformations. A unique supernatural ability that allows its possessor to assume the appearance of another flawlessly, with their soul fluctuations mirroring that of the transformed individual. Ling Shuang was elated. Supernatural ability. I finally possess a supernatural ability. How splendid. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Chun also heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations, host. The first subordinate has successfully completed the mission, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward. 9th tier spell, Great Sun Annihilation Finger. Great Sun Annihilation Finger, a 9th tier spell. This technique, created by ancient powers, consists of a single strike. When perfected, it can obliterate the heavens and the earth with a mere finger. The power of the Great Sun Destruction Finger is intrinsically linked to the practitioner's realm. The higher the realm, the greater the potency of the technique. Subsequently, a jade slip containing the essence of the Great Sun Destruction Finger was dispatched into Gu Chun's inner universe. Upon retrieving the jade slip, Gu Chun found the minuscule script inscribed upon it to be quite taxing on his eyes. He shook his head, contemplating. It would be wiser to wait until I possess the means for rapid spell acquisition before attempting to master this technique. The arduous nature of cultivation is quite daunting. Meanwhile, within the confines of Ling Shuang's cave abode, having changed into a new attire, Ling Shuang suddenly experienced an epiphany, conceiving a marvelous idea. I shall first test my divine power on Gu Chun and see if he can discern my transformation. With this thought, Ling Shuang invoked her mystical ability of transformation, morphing into the likeness of Jiang Yan. Chapter 29. Master, you are playing with fire as the afternoon light dimmed. Ling Shuang, having transformed into Jiang Yan, stealthily emerged from her cave dwelling. At that moment, Gu Chun was inside his own abode, preparing instant noodles. I wonder where De Huang has wandered off to. It's been ages since he left, Gu Chun mused aloud. Just then, Ling Shuang, disguised as Jiang Yan, quietly approached Gu Chun's dwelling. Upon lifting his gaze, Gu Chun caught sight of Ling Shuang peeking in. Oh, Sister Jiang Yan, what brings you here? He inquired. Ling Shuang mimicked Jiang Yan's tone and demeanor, replying, I missed you, so I thought I would come to Jueffing to see you. Come in quickly, we mustn't let my master see you. Her temper is quite fearsome. She is a ruthless woman who won't hesitate to harm. If she discovers you are here, she will surely be displeased. Unbeknownst to Gu Chun, the Jiang Yan before him was indeed the very bad woman he had just referred to. Ling Shuang, upon hearing his words, secretly thought, how audacious, Gu Chun, to label me a bad woman. Humph, I shall make you pay dearly for this when the opportunity arises. While lost in her thoughts, Ling Shuang adopted Jiang Yan's graceful gait and moved closer to Gu Chun. Come now, Sister Jiang Yan, I just prepared some instant noodles. You must be hungry. Let us dine together. Gu Chun offered her a pair of chopsticks. Having practiced cultivation since childhood and subsisting primarily on spiritual pills, Ling Shuang had nearly forgotten how to use chopsticks. Yet, encouraged by Gu Chun's hospitality, she picked them up and took a bite. For a mundane being accustomed to a plethora of seasonings, instant noodles might seem rather unremarkable, quickly becoming tiresome. However, for Ling Shuang, who had seldom tasted anything delightful, this dish was a revelation. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, this flavor is truly delightful. In no time, Ling Shuang finished every last morsel. At that moment, Gu Chun grinned mischievously and said, Sister Jiang Yan, since you are here, let Gu Chun indulge you a little. I shall help elevate your cultivation. He placed his hand on Ling Shuang's thigh, gently exploring. Startled, Ling Shuang sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Not today. Not today? What's wrong, Sister Jiang Yan? Gu Chun asked. It's just, not today, she replied nervously. Gu Chun chuckled knowingly. Ah, I see. Is a relative visiting today? Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed crimson as she nodded slightly. Oh, what a pity. How about granting Gu Chun a kiss then? He leaned in closer, pressing her against the wall. Flustered, Ling Shuang turned her head away, clearly reluctant. Gu Chun sensed something was amiss. Today's Jiang Yin seemed utterly different. She felt transformed. What could be the cause? The real Jiang Yin had been the one to initiate a kiss. Why the sudden hesitation? There is something peculiar here, undoubtedly. To ascertain Jiang Yan's true identity, Gu Chun began to scrutinize the system panel. The information displayed left him utterly astonished. Ling Shuang. Number 1 vassal. Human race. Female. Realm. Mingxu realm. Host affection level. 30. Destiny value. 99. Current tasks completed. 8 times. By heavens. She is not merely Jiang Yan's sister. She is, in fact, my revered master. Oh, this. Master, are you truly this playful? To transform into the likeness of Jiang Yan merely to provoke me? Master, you are indeed toying with fire. With this thought, Gu Chun boldly initiated a fervent kiss. Ling Shuang, striving to conceal her identity and supernatural abilities, could only suppress her seething anger and endure Gu Chun's insolence. In her heart, she chanted, I am now Jiang Yan. I am now Jiang Yan. I must not show anger. I must maintain my facade. I cannot reveal my identity. I must not allow Gu Chun to discover my powers. Yet, Gu Chun has even dared to extend his tongue. Ling Shuang could no longer tolerate it. She forcefully pushed Gu Chun away and declared, Gu Chun, brother, I fear being discovered by your master. I should take my leave now. With that, Ling Shuang fled Gu Chun's abode in a state of disarray, as if fleeing for her life. Observing Ling Shuang's flustered retreat, Gu Chun felt a surge of delight. Humph, little one, you think you can play with me? You are still too inexperienced. I must admit, my master's lips are indeed sweeter, far surpassing Jiang Yan's. Gu Chun savored the lingering taste of that kiss. Ling Shuang hurried back to her dwelling, reverting to her true form. Damn it, how could he treat me so? What a shameless and rebellious disciple. Ling Shuang regretted her whimsical notion, nearly losing herself in the process. She cursed Gu Chun in her heart. Yet inexplicably, the sensation of that kiss lingered in her mind. An experience both enchanting and intriguing, one she had never encountered before. At that moment, Ling Shuang suddenly recalled something. What if Gu Chun met Jiang Yan and inquired about their prior encounter? Wouldn't he that expose her? No. I must not allow this rebellious disciple to discover the truth. If he learns the reality, how could I continue to be his master? Hastily, Ling Shuang descended from the peak and flew to the outer sex chamber, seeking out Jiang Yan. Upon meeting Jiang Yan, Ling Shuang instructed, if you encounter Gu Chun and he asks whether you have secretly ascended the peak, you must acknowledge it. Understood? Jiang Yan, perplexed, asked, why? Ling Shuang huffed coldly, threatening, do not question why. Simply obey my command. Should you fail to comply, I will ensure you meet a most excruciating demise. Understood? Jiang Yan shrank back, replying, I understand. At that moment, Ling Shuang's tasks had been refreshed. 1. Annihilate the 1,000 Illusions sect. 2. Escort Gu Chun to meet Chang'e. 3. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. Mandatory task. The first subordinate will unlock after completing 10 tasks. Gu Chun scrutinized the tasks closely. I shall forego the first task. It bears no relevance to me. What do the 1,000 Illusions sect and myriad illusions have to do with my affairs? I seek only those tasks that pertain to my interests. The second task appears to be quite agreeable. I have long wished to meet my esteemed senior sister. Hence, I shall choose the second task. My dear senior sister, your yet-to-be-seen junior brother is soon to pay you a visit. Gu Chun decisively opted for the second task. Upon the selection of the task, the system's voice resonated in Ling Shuang's mind. Task: accompany Gu Chun to meet Chang'e. Reward: the third page of the Tai Chu Xianyin record. While conversing with Jiang Yan, Ling Shuang's expression shifted to one of distress upon hearing the system's announcement. She truly harbored no desire to meet Chang'e, as there had long been discord between them. Ling Shuang pondered, why has this task been assigned to me? I genuinely do not wish to encounter that rebellious disciple. Yet, the reward for this task is the Tai Chu Xianyin record. If I could gather the entire record, I would no longer need to cultivate the path of heartlessness. What should I do? Should I indeed accompany Gu Chun to meet that rebellious disciple? Chapter 30. Spiritual Herb. 1,000 miles pursuit. Meeting the senior sister Gu Chun initially perceived the task as a simple endeavor. However, Ling Shuang found herself entangled in contemplation for several days. Gu Chun was utterly perplexed by this. Was it truly so arduous merely to escort me for a brief meeting with my senior sister? It was baffling. During Ling Shuang's period of indecision, Gu Chun descended the mountain twice to seek out Jiang Yan. With Gu Chun's assistance, Jiang Yan was on the verge of reaching the foundational stage of cultivation. On the third day, a voice resonated within Gu Chun's mind, emanating from the system. Congratulations, host. The second subordinate has successfully completed the task. You shall receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, one-time spell mastery. 100 premium spirit stones. The spirit stones were directly transmitted into Gu Chun's inner realm. As for the spell mastery, Gu Chun resolved to utilize this opportunity to cultivate the recently acquired Great Sun Destruction Finger. Upon retrieving the Great Sun Destruction Finger, the system's voice echoed once more. Detected spell. Would you like to use spell mastery? Yes. After employing the spell mastery, Gu Chun instantaneously grasped the Great Sun Destruction Finger. Approaching a stone, he extended his right index finger, channeling spiritual energy, and pointed forward. In an instant, a golden finger, forged from condensed spiritual power, was unleashed. The stone was obliterated into dust, leaving behind a finger-shaped indentation over a meter deep in the ground. At this moment, Gu Chun was merely at the foundational stage and could not fully harness the true might of this technique. Were his cultivation level higher, a single gesture could flatten mountains and annihilate an entire sect. Ah, this technique is splendid, Gu Chun mused, admiring his finger with a sense of self-satisfaction. Simultaneously, in a forest situated 100 miles away from the Yuqing sect, De Huang was busily uprooting a spiritual herb. This was the target of the current mission, the Millennium Spiritual Herb. Having successfully extracted the herb from the earth, De Huang was poised to consume it when suddenly a voice resonated in his mind from the system. Task completed. Reward. Divine ability of universal tracking. De Huang's nose shimmered with light, and he then acquired the extraordinary ability to track all things. Just then, the spiritual herb that De Huang had unearthed sprang to life, attempting to flee with its roots. How could De Huang allow it to escape? With a swift claw, he pinned it to the ground, opening his toothy maw, ready to devour the herb. Suddenly, the spiritual herb spoke. Do not eat me. Spare me. We both have endured the trials of cultivation. How can you bear to consume me? If you let me go, once I attain human form, I shall repay your kindness. The voice of the herb was reminiscent of a young girl, sweet and innocent. De Huang, having awakened his intelligence, was capable of reasoning like a human. After a brief contemplation, he decided to bring this talking spiritual herb to Gu Chun, allowing him to determine its fate. At the peak of Juefeng, De Huang's task had been refreshed. However, Gu Chun did not rush to assign a new mission to De Huang. Where has he gone? Why hasn't he returned? What a nuisance. I shall hold off on assigning him a task until he comes back. While contemplating, Lu Feng arrived at Juefeng and encountered Ling Shuang. Lu Feng addressed Ling Shuang, stating, due to Gu Chun's commendable performance in subduing the Dongyan mine, the Grand Elder has taken a keen interest in him. He wishes for Gu Chun to partake in the secret trial scheduled in half a month. Perhaps he might retrieve that particular item. The heartless fairy responded with a disdainful snort. My disciple has excelled so remarkably. Has that old coot not offered any form of reward? Well, Lu Feng found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had not mentioned any rewards. Was he expected to personally finance Gu Chun's reward? That was out of the question. Being a sect leader was not an easy task. Previously, he had already given Gu Chun something from his own pocket. This time, he could not afford to do so again. After all, he wasn't wealthy. Perhaps he might introduce Gu Chun to a potential partner? The newly selected saintess from Yufeng was quite an admirable candidate. But would she even be interested in Gu Chun? As Lu Feng pondered these matters, Ling Shuang interjected, which secret realm are you referring to? The Nine-Gate secret realm, Lu Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang furrowed her brow and stated, the Nine-Gate secret realm is fraught with peril. If you manage to breach the first death gate, I will not allow my disciple to engage in such a dangerous endeavor. But there are no buts. If you utter another word, I shall take your life. Now leave. Very well. Lu Feng departed from Juefeng in a state of disarray. As he left, he mused. What is the point of my role as sect leader if anyone with a modicum of status can berate me? Truly tedious. I might as well go to the outer sect and assert my authority over the disciples there to soothe my wounded spirit. After Lu Feng's departure, Ling Shuang resolved to take action. She ventured to Gu Chun's dwelling, where she found him immersed in his cultivation. You still engage in cultivation, Ling Shuang lightly scoffed, waking Gu Chun from his trance. Oh, it is Master. Disciple pays respects. Gu Chun beamed, bowing to Ling Shuang. Upon seeing Gu Chun, Ling Shuang felt an uncomfortable sensation. The memory of their previous encounter, when he had kissed her unexpectedly, lingered vividly in her mind. Maintaining her composure, she addressed Gu Chun. You have been at Juefeng for over a year now. In all this time, you have yet to meet your senior sister. Today, I shall take you to meet her. At this announcement, Gu Chun raised his arms in joy, exclaiming, Hooray! I get to meet my senior sister. Gu Chun's exuberance irritated Ling Shuang, prompting her to caution. Your senior sister is a rebellious disciple, one who disregards my teachings. Do not grow too close to her. Be wary of her influence. Hearing this, Gu Chun pondered to himself. It seems there is some conflict between master and senior sister. What could she have done to earn such a title? Could it be that she harbors feelings for master and desires to cultivate alongside her? Lost in his thoughts, Ling Shuang interrupted with a cold huff. Let us move swiftly. I do not wish to waste time. With that, she exited Gu Chun's dwelling, summoned her heartless sword, and took to the skies, carrying Gu Chun towards Yupon City, where Chang'e resided. In the air, Gu Chun wrapped his arms around Ling Shuang's waist, scheming, this is my 9th task. Complete one more, and I shall cultivate alongside master. My plan is about to come to fruition. Upon reaching this point, Gu Chun suddenly felt inclined to tease Ling Shuang. Master, why do some people possess sweet tongues? Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang's expression shifted to one of evident alarm. Why do you ask such a thing? Gu Chun secretly delighted in her flustered state and continued, when I kissed Sister Jiang Yin last time, her lips were as sweet as honey, simply delightful. At this remark, Ling Shuang clenched her teeth and fiercely retorted, I have told you to focus on your cultivation and not to be ensnared by romantic entanglements. If you aspire to become an immortal, you must cease your association with that girl. Her talents are woefully inadequate and unworthy of you. Then who could possibly be worthy of me? Gu Chun inquired, feigning innocence. Hmph, do not ask again. If you do, I shall toss you down this mountain. Ling Shuang threatened. Oh, master, why are your ears so red? It's the wind. And your face as well? Get lost. She was clearly flustered, unable to contain her irritation. Chapter 31. The City of Jade Plate. Naturally, Master is the most beautiful. Gu Chun's senior sister, Chang'e, is the lord of the City of Jade Plate. This city is one of the 3 main cities of the Yuqing sect, yet it is the one under the least control by the sect. The city is a chaotic mix of various factions, where conflicts abound, and without some cunning, it is indeed challenging to govern Jade Plate City. To date, Chang'e has served as the lord for 8 years, during which time the order in the city has remained remarkably stable, without significant unrest. Half a day later, Gu Chun finally arrived at Jade Plate City, guided by Ling Shuang. The city loomed like a silent black giant above the vast, endless plain. Its towering black walls reached for the clouds, majestic and imposing, a feat beyond mere human construction. Jade Plate City is a sanctuary for cultivators, housing over 50,000 practitioners and hundreds of thousands of mortals serving as their subordinates. According to the city's regulations, any cultivator entering must cease flight and enter through the city gates. Failure to comply would result in punishment by the city's enforcers. However, Ling Shuang paid no heed to these rules. With an air of defiance, she flew confidently above Jade Plate City, accompanied by Gu Chun. Suddenly, a piercing horn sounded, followed by the ascent of 10 uniformed cultivators who shouted sternly, Who dares to fly above Jade Plate City? If you wish to enter, descend immediately to register at the gates, or if merely passing through, steer clear of the city. These 10 enforcers comprised 3 in the nascent soul stage and 7 in the golden core stage. Unfazed by their threats, Ling Shuang waved her hand, unleashing 10 beams of white light that pierced through their heads. In an instant, the 10 cultivators met their demise, their lives extinguished. Humph, mere ants daring to provoke me. Courting death, Ling Shuang scoffed, then dove downward, leading Gu Chun toward the tallest building in the city. The speed of her descent was so swift that Gu Chun clung tightly to her waist to avoid being thrown off. Ling Shuang had grown accustomed to this embrace from behind and felt no resistance to it. Following the aura of Chang'e, Ling Shuang burst through the rooftop and descended majestically into the hall of the building. In the northern part of the hall sat a beautiful woman upon a throne carved from jade, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she gazed at Ling Shuang. This woman was none other than Gu Chun's elder sister, Chang'e. Dressed in a flowing green gown, Chang'e sat with one leg crossed over the other, her fair calves subtly visible beneath her skirt. Her playful toes gently curled around her green embroidered shoes, swaying lightly with the movement of her legs. Chang Yi's beauty exuded a gentle elegance, fresh and radiant, evoking an immediate sense of familiarity. Her skin was as pure as milk, reminiscent of the first snow of early winter, devoid of any impurities. Her eyes, bright and clear like the full moon, seemed capable of perceiving everything. Her delicate crimson lips curled slightly, adorned with a hint of an elusive smile. She gazed at Ling Shuang and spoke softly, "Master, I had thought we would never meet again in this lifetime." Chang Yi's voice was ethereal and lingering, reminiscent of the melodious chimes of a celestial realm, captivating all who heard it. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang let out a cold snort and replied icily, "Rebellious disciple, I had no intention of seeing you. I brought my capable apprentice, Gu Chun, to introduce him to you, this wayward disciple." As she spoke, Ling Shuang frowned slightly and turned to the apprentice behind her, murmuring, "Release him." Only then did Gu Chun loosen his grip. Observing this scene, a teasing smile graced Chang Yi's face. Such profound affection between master and disciple. "It truly makes me envious," she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Humph, Gu Chun is obedient and will not be rebellious like you," Ling Shuang retorted. Chang Yi regarded Gu Chun with a playful glint in her eyes. "That remains to be seen." With that, she slipped on her shoes, descended from her jade throne, and approached Gu Chun. "Little junior brother, should you encounter difficulties in the future, seek out your elder sister. I will look after you," she declared. Ling Shuang huffed in annoyance, interjecting, "With me around, there is no need for you." A palpable aura of killing intent emanated from Ling Shuang, locking onto Chang Yi. Should she dare to advance further, Ling Shuang would not hesitate to act. "My master remains as unapproachable as ever," Chang Yi said softly. "Do not come near Gu Chun. He is my disciple," Ling Shuang warned firmly. Gu Chun stood behind Ling Shuang, intrigued by the unfolding drama. It is often said that 3 women can create a spectacle. Who would have thought that 2 could perform such a splendid act? He mused. "I must say, my senior sister is truly stunning, a rare beauty indeed. I have decided. My next quest will be to win her heart. I shall strategize my approach towards her just as I did with my master. How wonderful it would be to cultivate together. She would surely be more considerate than my master." At that moment, Gu Chun's mind was graced with Chang Yi's profile. Chang Yi, human, female, realm, Ming-Su realm, affection level, 20, destiny value, 97. He glanced at the profile, astonished. "Wow, my senior sister is also a formidable practitioner of the Ming-Su realm, on par with my master. It appears she is a genius as well. Indeed, she exhibits more warmth than my master. Upon our first meeting, her affection level is already at 20 points. Furthermore, her destiny value is only 2 points lower than my master's. Excellent, excellent. With such a destiny value, I must secure a system for my senior sister." Noticing Gu Chun's intense gaze, Chang Yi looked at him and asked playfully, "Little junior brother, do you find your elder sister beautiful?" Just as he was about to respond, Ling Shuang suddenly huffed in irritation, saying, "Hmph, Gu Chun, let us go. Do not engage with this wayward disciple." With that, Ling Shuang took Gu Chun's hand, resting it on her waist, and wielding the heartless sword, they departed from the scene. As she watched Ling Shuang's figure fade, a smile reminiscent of a lovesick maiden appeared on Chang Yi's face. "Master, the more you cherish something, the more I desire to possess it," she murmured to herself. On the way back, Gu Chun inquired of Ling Shuang, "Master, isn't your relationship with senior sister rather strained? What exactly transpired between you two? Do not ask what should remain unasked. If you persist, I shall have your tongue severed," Ling Shuang threatened. Gu Chun promptly sealed his lips. After a prolonged silence, Ling Shuang suddenly posed a question to Gu Chun. "In your eyes, who is more beautiful, I or Chang Yi?" Upon hearing this question, Gu Chun's heart blossomed with joy. "Haha, my master is actually asking me this. It seems you genuinely care about my opinion." With a grin, Gu Chun complimented, "Of course, master, you are the most beautiful. Although senior sister is also quite lovely, she pales in comparison to you. In my heart, you are the most exquisite woman in the world." Ling Shuang, flattered by Gu Chun's praise, responded, "Hmph, I suppose you do have discerning taste." Chapter 32. The Eternal Divine Blood upon returning to the Absolute Peak. Ling Shuang secluded herself within her cave abode. In her heart, Gu Chun could not help but scoff. "My master spends all her time in the cave. Truly a reclusive cultivator, even more so than I am. If only I could procure a gaming console for her, she would surely become an esports enthusiast." Gu Chun pondered, eagerly anticipating the day when the celestial fishing rod would be operational once more. What treasures might she reel in during the next celestial fishing expedition? Inside the cave, Ling Shuang sat cross-legged upon her jade platform, as the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Task completed. Reward. Third page of the Supreme Yin record of the heavenly class. Upon receiving her reward, Ling Shuang smiled. Now, she possessed 3 pages of the Supreme Yin record. At this rate, it would not be long before she could assemble the entire tome. She hoped the next task would yield further pages of the record. Contemplating her tasks, Ling Shuang found herself troubled. Heavenly Tao, could you not assign me a simpler mission? I would gladly eliminate a few thousand foes or annihilate a sect. Just spare me from such perplexing endeavors. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck her. What if the system required her to engage in unspeakable acts with Gu Chun? No, no, no. Such a scenario could never transpire. Ling Shuang repeatedly reassured herself, striving to divert her thoughts from that disturbing direction. Yet, the events between Gu Chun and Jiang Yan played in her mind like a relentless slideshow. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Gu Chun also heard the system's voice resonate in her mind. Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 1 has successfully completed the task, and the host shall receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, Eternal Divine Blood. Eternal Divine Blood, a unique bloodline. Upon obtaining this bloodline, the host will possess unparalleled strength, speed, and endurance. As long as the eternal divine blood flows, the host shall never know fatigue. Furthermore, this blood provides the host with self-healing abilities when the bloodline's potential is fully realized. Even the slightest remnant of flesh can heal completely, remaining eternally indomitable. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Gu Chun's body. As if her blood were intermingled with nails, each moment bringing agony, every inch of flesh aflame with torment. This was the transformation of her physique initiated by the eternal divine blood. The process endured for approximately half an hour, after which Gu Chun finally regained her composure. Phew, that was truly painful, yet entirely worthwhile. Eternal divine blood, such a magnificent name, Gu Chun murmured to herself. In the midst of her musings, Gu Chun was startled by a sudden bark. She hurriedly exited her cave. As she emerged, her gaze fell upon a familiar, earthy-hued silhouette that had haunted her dreams. De Huang had returned. At that moment, De Huang, with a wilting herb clutched in its mouth, bounded toward Gu Chun at an astonishing speed. Overjoyed, Gu Chun exclaimed, De Huang, where have you been these past few days? You had me worried sick. De Huang reached her side and dropped the spirit herb at her feet. Just a single herb? De Huang, is this the gift you brought me? Gu Chun inquired. At that moment, the spirit grass unexpectedly spoke up. Water, give me water, please. Although the voice of the spirit grass was frail, it rang out with a clarity reminiscent of a young girl. Gu Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. This little plant could talk. Unbelievable. He squatted down and gently prodded the spirit grass with his finger. Please, give me water, I beg you. I am about to wither away. The spirit grass pleaded. At that instant, a change occurred in the system panel within Gu Chun's mind. Spirit flower and herb. Plant type. Realm, awakened intelligence. Host's favorability. 5. Destiny value. 100. What? A destiny value of 100. This little creature possesses such a high destiny value, even surpassing that of my master. How extraordinary. Gu Chun mused, wishing to bestow the 3rd vassal system upon it. However, he preferred to grant it to his senior sister first. Her destiny value was also commendable, and most importantly, she was exceptionally beautiful. Please, just a bit of water. Don't let me perish. I promise I will repay you, the spirit grass continued to implore. Initially, Gu Chun had no intention of aiding the spirit grass. But upon discovering its destiny value, he decided to nurture it, planning to grant it the vassal system once he acquired a 4th one. With a slight smile, Gu Chun addressed the spirit grass. Do you wish to live? The spirit grass eagerly replied, Yes, yes. If you desire to survive, you must heed my commands. Gu Chun stated, I will certainly obey you, as long as you assist me. I am willing to recognize you as my master. Once I take on human form, I will assuredly repay your kindness, the spirit grass said urgently. Intrigued by this, Gu Chun inquired, You can transform into human form? Indeed, just grant me time to cultivate. And one day I shall take on a human shape, becoming the form that pleases you, master. You may command me as you wish, the spirit grass responded. Mimicking Ling Shuang's demeanor, Gu Chun snorted, Hmph, do not attempt any tricks. With that, He gently lifted the spirit grass from the ground and planted it outside his cave dwelling. Then, he fetched a ladle of water and poured it at the roots of the spirit grass. The cool, clear water seeped into the earth, eliciting a sound akin to a moan from the spirit grass. Water, water, oh, splendid. Just a bit more, please. Gu Chun ladled another scoop of water onto the roots. The spirit grass swiftly absorbed the moisture, its withered leaves visibly unfurling and becoming lush and vibrant. From this day forth, you shall be called Linger, Gu Chun declared to the spirit grass. Thank you, Master, for the name. Linger shall strive diligently to cultivate and aspire to transform into human form as soon as possible. The spirit grass replied. Gu Chun, non-committal to this, turned and returned to his cave dwelling. At present, De Huang had completed 3 tasks. Upon completing 2 more, Gu Chun would obtain a new system. Ling Shuang has successfully completed 9 tasks. Upon the completion of 1 more, the dual cultivation task shall be unlocked. With the advent of the new system, Gu Chun's prospects are increasingly promising. Upon returning to the cave, both De Huang and Ling Shuang's tasks have been refreshed. It is time to organize the assignments. First, we shall address De Huang's tasks. 1. Collect 3 pounds of exquisite spiritual soil to present to Gu Chun. 2. Acquire the belly band recently discarded by the Saintess of Yufeng to offer to Gu Chun. 3. Obtain an 8th-tier magical artifact, mandatory task, unlocked after the subordinate completes 10 tasks. Gu Chun scrutinized the list. What on earth is the second task? Collecting the belly band of the Saintess of Yufeng? For heaven's sake, hockey system, must you be so lewd? I, Gu Chun, am a person of integrity and would never engage in such actions. However, I have heard that the Saintess of Yufeng is the most beautiful woman of her realm. Her belly band must be exquisite. I can't help but wonder what design it bears. Oh dear, no, I cannot be so indecent. Perhaps I should opt for the first task instead. To collect 3 pounds of exquisite spiritual soil. With the task selected, the system's voice resonated into Huang's mind. Task, collect 3 pounds of spiritual soil. To present to Gu Chun. Reward, 5th-tier spell, Shadow Stealth. Chapter 33. The Grand Elder and the Betrothal of the Saintess. Next, it was Ling Shuang's task. This marked the 10th assignment for Ling Shuang. Upon its completion, she would unlock a mandatory task, dual cultivation. Gu Chun opened the task panel and noticed there was but a single option available. 1. Allow Gu Chun to enter the 9-gate secret realm and assist him in venting his frustrations upon his emergence from it. 2. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. Mandatory task, unlocked after the first vassal completes 10 assignments. As Gu Chun contemplated this sole available task, he found himself perplexed. The 9-gate secret realm? What manner of place is this? How did such a task arise? Gu Chun mused to himself. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from the heavens above. Now a foundational level cultivator, Gu Chun possessed some perceptual abilities, allowing him to distinctly sense the spiritual fluctuations released by others. Of course, if someone deliberately concealed their aura, he would be unable to perceive it. Meanwhile, within Ling Shuang's cave dwelling, she felt the same spiritual energy and furrowed her brow in concern. Why has he come here? Stepping outside her abode, she found an elderly man with a youthful countenance and long white hair, clad in a Taoist robe. Upon seeing him, Ling Shuang, unusually, bowed her head in respect. Master, she greeted. The elder smiled kindly and replied, There is no need for such formalities, my dear Shuang. This elder was indeed Ling Shuang's master. Once the formalities were over, Ling Shuang resumed her usual aloof demeanor. Master, why have you left the Jade Peak to come to my absolute peak? She inquired. I have come to meet your disciple. Gu Chun, the elder stated. Meet him? What is your intention? Ling Shuang regarded the elder with suspicion, as if fearing he might take Gu Chun from her. I have heard he possesses the divine eye of array breaking, the elder continued. Indeed, he has the array breaking golden eye, but do not set your sights on him. He is my disciple. You have already taken my senior sister and my eldest disciple. I will not allow you to snatch Gu Chun away. Ling Shuang's agitation grew, and murderous intent began to seep forth uncontrollably. The elder gently waved his sleeve, and a gentle breeze swept through, instantly dissipating Ling Shuang's murderous aura. I am truly sorry for the matters concerning Chang Yi and Ao Shui, but those were their own choices. There was little I could do, the elder replied. Regardless, I will not permit you to take Gu Chun from my side. Should you attempt to do so, I will follow in Ao Shui's footsteps and betray the Jade Qing sect. Ling Shuang's agitation escalated. her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Hearing her voice, Gu Chun cautiously peered out from the cave. At that moment, the elder unexpectedly knelt before Ling Shuang. "My dear Shuang, my lifespan has reached its limit. If I do not find a way to extend it, all that I have achieved in my cultivation will turn to dust," the elder lamented. Ling Shuang scoffed, replying, "If death is to come, then so be it. What is there to fear? Master, you have lived for thousands of years. Surely you have had enough of life. Why do you grow increasingly afraid of death?" As he gazed upon his master kneeling before him, Ling Shuang's expression was a tumultuous blend of aversion, disdain, and a hint of pity. "I implore you, allow Gu Chun to enter the Nine Gates secret realm. He possesses the legendary golden eyes of array breaking, which will undoubtedly enable him to traverse the 9 gates and acquire the longevity creation pill. With that pill, I could live another 1,000 years. And ascension would once again be within reach." The elder pleaded desperately. Ling Shuang shut her eyes, remaining silent for an extended moment. The elder remained on his knees, speechless, seemingly attempting to win Ling Shuang's compassion through his humble posture. "Gu Chun, come forth," Ling Shuang commanded. Gu Chun emerged from the cave, stepping before Ling Shuang. "You heard our conversation earlier. What are your thoughts?" she inquired. "I shall heed my master's wishes. If you command me to go, I shall go. If you forbid it, I would rather die than venture there," Gu Chun replied. Ling Shuang was pleased with his response. At that moment, the elder interjected, "Gu Chun, should you be willing to enter the 9 Gates secret realm, I shall bestow upon you the illustrious Yufeng Holy Maiden. Everything within the secret realm will be yours. I only seek the longevity creation pill, the Yufeng Holy Maiden, the most beautiful woman of the Yuqing sect, to be promised to me? How wonderful! I have long wished to behold the legendary Yufeng Holy Maiden, to compare her beauty with that of my master and senior sister." The elder, noticing Gu Chun's hesitation, continued, "Within the 9 Gates secret realm lies treasure that could aid your master in breaking through her current realm. For the sake of your master, you ought to venture into the secret realm." Gu Chun cast a glance at Ling Shuang before asking, "Is the 9 Gates secret realm dangerous?" Before the elder could respond, Ling Shuang interjected, "It is a perilous endeavor. A single misstep could result in certain death, and one may never return." "Ah, in that case, perhaps I should refrain from going," Gu Chun murmured. The elder hastily countered, "But you are different. You possess the fabled golden eyes of array breaking, which will allow you to perceive the path of escape. You face no danger." As he spoke, the elder prostrated himself on the ground, bowing deeply before Ling Shuang. "My dear Shuanger, I beseech you," he said, tears streaming down his weathered face. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Ling Shuang relented. "Very well. I shall allow Gu Chun to go." Upon hearing this, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief and rose to his feet. "In half a month, the 9 Gates secret realm will open. I shall send someone to escort you," he informed Gu Chun. "And about the Yufeng Holy Maiden," Gu Chun fidgeted with his hands. "Once you retrieve the longevity creation pill, I shall take it upon myself to ensure she becomes your partner for the journey ahead," the elder assured him. With that, he departed from the absolute peak. Once the elder had left, Gu Chun turned to Ling Shuang and asked, "Master, who is that old man?" "He is my master, the Grand Elder of Yufeng," Ling Shuang replied. "Ah, he is indeed the Grand Elder of Yufeng, the highest-ranking individual in the Yuqing sect," Gu Chun exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Shuang nodded gently. Gu Chun pondered thoughtfully. "Since my passage into the 9 Gates secret realm is now a foregone conclusion, I shall select my task. Regardless, I must undertake this journey." Gu Chun proceeded to finalize his task selection. The system's voice suddenly resonated within Ling Shuang's mind. Task: allow Gu Chun to enter the 9 Gates secret realm and assist Gu Chun in seeking vengeance upon his emergence. Reward: the 4th page of the Celestial Grade Superior Technique, Tai Chu Xianyin Lu. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ling Shuang furrowed her brows. Assist Gu Chun in seeking vengeance upon his exit? Vengeance? How would one go about that? Could it be that someone would dare to provoke Gu Chun? Ling Shuang pondered deeply, yet failed to arrive at a conclusion. At this moment, the elder of Yufeng had returned to the Yufeng sect. Upon his arrival, an old crone with a face etched with deep lines inquired, "Elder brother, has she consented?" "After my earnest pleas, she has indeed agreed," replied the elder of Yufeng. "It seems her cultivation of the heartless path is not as formidable as one might expect. She even shows pity for an old fool like you," remarked the crone. "Ha ha. She is merely my tool, an emotionless instrument of assassination." The elder of Yufeng laughed heartily. "What if she had refused?" the crone inquired. "Should she dare to refuse, I would not hesitate to eliminate her and enslave Gu Chun, compelling him to enter the Nine Gates secret realm. The longevity creation pill shall be mine. No one can obstruct my path. The elder of Yu Feng's malevolence was unmistakable. That little girl, Ling Shuang, is indeed fortunate. First, she acquired a congenital Dao fetus, and now a disciple with the ability to break formations, the crone observed. In a few years, I shall summon Chang'e back. At that time, you will be able to seize her body. The elder of Yu Feng spoke ominously. Upon finishing, both he and the crone erupted into laughter. Cackling echoes filled the air. Chapter 34. A container pulled up? With merely half a month remaining until the opening of the Nine Gates secret realm, Ling Shuang firmly instructed Gu Chun, you are not to step outside the boundaries of Juefeng even once during this period. Remain here and diligently cultivate. Following her declaration, she added, this is all for your own benefit. You must strive to enhance your cultivation and strength before entering the Nine Gates secret realm. Understood, Master. Gu Chun replied with an earnest demeanor, nodding obediently. Observing Gu Chun's understanding nature, a peculiar sentiment stirred within Ling Shuang. She harbored concerns about Gu Chun being taken away, particularly by another woman. Her insistence on keeping him at Juefeng stemmed from a desire to prevent any clandestine encounters with Jiang Yin and to shield him from any interactions with the Holy Maiden of Yufeng. She feared they might whisk him away. Focus on your cultivation. Should you encounter any difficulties, your master will assist you. Ling Shuang spoke gently to Gu Chun. After her words, without waiting for his response, she retreated into her cave, embracing the life of a secluded cultivator. A day later, De Huang returned to Juefeng, a cloth bag clutched in its mouth. This bag contained the outer garment of an inner sect disciple, marked with the character for Dan. From this, Gu Chun deduced that it belonged to a disciple from Dan Peak. Could it be that De Huang had ventured to Dan Peak? De Huang set down the bag and pawed it open, revealing a type of black soil within. Gu Chun sensed a rich aura of spiritual energy emanating from this soil. It was spiritual soil. De Huang, where did you acquire this soil? Gu Chun inquired. De Huang barked twice in response. Unfortunately, Gu Chun was unable to comprehend the canine language, rendering him unable to understand De Huang's words. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed within De Huang's mind. Task completed. Reward. 5th tier spell Shadow Stealth. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. The subordinate has successfully completed the task, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward. 30 days of cultivation. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Gu Chun's heart swelled with joy. 30 days of cultivation. This was splendid. With this boon, he need not endure the tedium of arduous training. He hoped for more rewards like this in the future. As he wished to avoid spending his time on monotonous cultivation, he affectionately patted De Huang's head, exclaiming, De Huang, you did a fantastic job. In such a short time, you've completed 4 tasks. Gu Chun never hesitated to shower De Huang with praise. De Huang's fondness for Gu Chun was immense. How could Gu Chun not adore him? Alas, De Huang was merely a dog. Regrettably, De Huang was a male dog. If only. Wait, stop. No more of that line of thought. Such musings were perilous. This must end here. Subsequently, Gu Chun dug a pit outside his cave, filled it with the spiritual soil brought by De Huang, and then planted Linger within it. Feeling the nurturing essence of the spiritual soil, Linger swayed her verdant little leaves and exclaimed, wow, this soil feels so comfortable. It's spiritual soil. With this, I can cultivate much faster. Thank you, Master. At that moment, De Huang's tasks had been refreshed. 1. Gather a beast core from the chaotic land. 2. Enter the Nine Gates secret realm to collect all hidden treasures. 3. Acquire an 8th tier magical artifact, mandatory task. The second subordinate unlocks after completing 10 tasks. Gu Chun glanced at the tasks and immediately dismissed the first one. The chaotic land? He had heard of it, a perilous area devoid of governance, teeming with various malevolent cultivators, rogue practitioners, and heinous criminals. Death was a constant occurrence there. Without strength and cunning, one could scarcely survive a second. To send De Huang to such a place? Gu Chun could not bear it. He opted for the second task, deciding to have De Huang accompany him into the Nine Gates secret realm, where he could also look after it. Gu Chun resolutely chose the second task. Task: enter the Nine Gates secret realm and collect hidden treasures. Reward: 1 3rd-tier demon core. Meanwhile, atop the Dan Peak, an inner sect disciple gazed at the ravaged spiritual field, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Who has dug up the spiritual field? and stolen my spiritual soil. Another disciple from the Dan Peak roared in fury, who stole my freshly washed clothes. A day later, the cooldown for the heavenly fishing rod had concluded. Gu Chun sat within his cave dwelling, retrieving the heavenly fishing rod. De Huang lay at his feet. With the 9 gates secret realm not opening for another half-month, Gu Chun instructed De Huang to utilize this time to cultivate diligently. Holding the heavenly fishing rod, Gu Chun gave it a gentle flick, casting out a fishing line formed from condensed spiritual energy. Oh, every time I use the heavenly fishing rod, I end up fishing for others' belongings. Isn't that akin to stealing? No, I cannot be a thief. I must acquire things through rightful means. With that thought, Gu Chun took out a premium spiritual stone, tied it to the spiritual fishing line, and then cast the heavenly fishing rod with force. The line, bound with the spiritual stone, vanished into the void. Half an hour later, the heavenly fishing rod snagged an exceedingly heavy object. I've got something, Gu Chun exclaimed with delight. This sensation indicated it was something substantial. However, my cave is too small. I must go outside. Gripping the heavenly fishing rod, Gu Chun stepped out of the cave and into the open. He then summoned all his strength and pulled with vigor. A blue container was dragged into view by the spiritual fishing line. Staring at the container, Gu Chun was dumbfounded. Goodness, a container. How did I manage to fish this up? This is truly a colossal item. The container thudded heavily to the ground, worrying about disturbing Ling Shuang. Gu Chun hurriedly opened his inner universe, storing the container within. Just as Gu Chun had anticipated, the sound of the container hitting the ground startled Ling Shuang, prompting her to rush out of the cave. Gu Chun, what are you doing? Ling Shuang inquired. Master, I am practicing my spells, Gu Chun declared, executing the Great Sun Extinguishing Finger. Ling Shuang observed in silence, choosing to remain engrossed in her own pursuits. Gu Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I nearly drew attention. He pondered, let me see what lies within the container. With a surge of intent, he directed his consciousness into the inner realm, unlocking the container. As the container opened, Gu Chun was taken aback. What on earth is this? He exclaimed, bewildered. Inside lay an assortment of brand new silk stockings. An array of styles and colors, all from prestigious brands: Fugue, Gibo, Langsha, Bayanasi, Mingna, Koyako, and Phoenix. A whole container filled with stockings. Gu Chun's mouth watered at the thought of them adorning his master and senior sister. If only there were some high heels to accompany them. Meanwhile, on a cerulean planet beyond the realms, a dockworker responsible for loading and unloading ships was scrutinizing a shimmering stone that radiated a white light. This stone was the exquisite spirit stone that Gu Chun had tied to his spiritual fishing line. Soon, this stone was destined to set a pinnacle in the annals of auction history. Chapter 35, The Saintess, Exploitation, and Unpleasant Affections in the Yuqing Sect. The Supreme Elder summoned the Saintess of Yufeng, Yu Yin, to his presence, stating, I have betrothed you to the disciple Gu Chun of Juefeng. Adorned in a flowing white robe and veiled in delicate gauze, the beauty of the Yufeng Saintess was undeniable, her visage barely concealed yet still enchanting. Even when compared to Ling Shuang, her beauty was not diminished. Upon hearing the Supreme Elder's words, the Saintess expressed her discontent. Grandfather, how could you pledge me to another without my consent? With a soft sigh, the Supreme Elder replied, I wish it were different. However, he possesses certain utility, and I require his assistance in a matter. Consequently, I must impose upon you. What utility? What is his cultivation level? Does he possess great talent or strength? The Saintess inquired. He is currently at the Foundation establishment stage, the Supreme Elder informed her. Upon learning of Gu Chun's cultivation level, disappointment washed over the Saintess. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator cannot possibly be worthy of someone of my stature. Grandfather, you have truly lost your senses. I refuse to accept this arrangement. No matter what you say, I will not become his partner. Yu Yin, listen to me. Just play along with your grandfather and lead him into the 9 gates secret realm. Once he emerges and presents me with the longevity transformation pill, you may reconsider your stance, the Supreme Elder urged. What if he is dissatisfied? The Saintess queried. As long as he delivers the longevity transformation pill to me, he will have outlived his usefulness. At that point, a mere trifle will suffice to dismiss him. Should he express any further discontent, I shall have to orchestrate a little accident for him, the Supreme Elder said, his gaze sharp and his tone cold. Meanwhile, atop Juefeng, Gu Chun, having just caught a container of silk stockings, began his cultivation. As he entered a meditative state, the system's voice echoed in his mind, Detection of host cultivation in progress. Would you like to utilize 30 days of cultivation? Yes, he affirmed. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Chun's body began to voraciously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, akin to the gaping maw of a voracious beast. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation ascended from the first to the pinnacle of the third level of foundation establishment. Opening his eyes, Gu Chun mused, "It appears that as my level rises, cultivation becomes increasingly arduous. It took 30 days to ascend just 3 minor realms. For the subsequent 10 days, Gu Chun remained diligently immersed in his cultivation within the cave. He was not alone, for he had an excellent training partner, De Huang. De Huang was equally earnest in its practice, diligently training with the gifted techniques of the demon race. The gluttonous wolf devouring heaven mantra. In 10 days, it elevated its realm to the 9th level of enlightenment, approximately equivalent to the body refinement stage of human cultivators. After 10 days, Gu Chun concluded his cultivation. Having devoted himself to his practice, he reached the 4th level of foundation establishment. 10 days had passed, and the celestial fishing rod had cooled down. Curious about his next catch, he wondered, could it be that I will reel in a container of high heels this time? Heh. Gu Chun murmured to himself as he cast the celestial fishing rod. Moments later, the rod exhibited a response. The weight was rather light, suggesting it was not something of great significance. As Gu Chun lifted the rod, a rectangular box mounted on a wooden frame appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he could not suppress his exclamation. Wow! A Taylor C716 ice cream maker. Gu Chun joyfully embraced the box. This was the very machine he had yearned for during his time as a culinary blogger on Earth, yet it had always been prohibitively expensive, costing over 50,000. He had never mustered the courage to purchase it before his transmigration. Haha! With this machine, I can make ice cream. I shall utilize the exquisite ingredients of this world to craft the most delectable ice cream. At that moment, a pressing concern struck Gu Chun. But this world lacks electricity? What am I to do? Is this machine rendered useless? He decided to put the machine away for now, contemplating a solution to the electricity issue later. I refuse to believe that, with my transmigrator's intellect, I cannot devise a generator. 5 days later, on the day the 9 Gates secret realm would open, as dawn broke, the Supreme Elder of Yufeng arrived at Juefeng, accompanied by the Yufeng Saintess, to personally escort Gu Chun. At the first glimpse of the Yufeng Saintess, he was instantly captivated by her beauty. Truly, she was an ethereal beauty, worthy of being the Yufeng Saintess. Gu Chun could not help but gaze at her with his big, double-lidded eyes, taking in her features. At the same time, a system panel of the Yufeng Saintess appeared in his mind. Lu Ruyan. Human. Female. Realm. Nascent soul. Host favorability. -99. Destiny value. 56. Lu Ruyan? Why does that name sound so familiar? It resembles that of a venomous femme fatale. Wait a moment. -99 favorability? How could there be such a low favorability upon our first meeting? Could she truly be my fated soulmate? But why is there a negative sign before 99? Goodness. Is it possible for favorability to be negative? Just how much does she despise me? Gu Chun's thoughts spiraled as his gaze remained fixated on the Yufeng Saintess Lu Ruyan's chest. Lu Ruyan, noticing this, did not conceal her disdain. The Supreme Elder, sensing her feelings, discreetly signaled to her. Lu Ruyan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to suppress her physiological aversion. In a deliberately sweet tone, she addressed Gu Chun. Oh, you must be Gu Chun. You are quite handsome. The Supreme Elder exhibited a satisfied expression. This was an opportune moment to leverage Gu Chun. He could not afford any mishaps. Gu Chun pouted, thinking to himself, hey, sister, with a favorability of -99, you can still utter such words. How much can you endure? You are even more resilient than Gojin. Though he harbored such thoughts, a smile graced Gu Chun's face. You are my new wife. And you are truly beautiful. Just look at those smooth, long legs, that slender waist, and that ample backside. She certainly looks capable of bearing children. Without hesitation, Gu Chun began to tease the woman who held such low favorability towards him. Upon hearing Gu Chun's frivolous remarks, Lu Ruyan felt her teeth grind in anger. How dare this wretched creature speak to me in such a manner? Should I seize the opportunity, I shall ensure your demise. The esteemed elder cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ruyan, who, feeling helpless, suppressed her revulsion and addressed Gu Chun. If you wish for me to bear your child, it is not impossible. However, you must first enter the 9 Gate secret realm and retrieve the longevity creation pill before I can consider marrying you. At that moment, Ling Shuang approached. Upon witnessing the jovial exchange between Gu Chun and Lu Ruyin, jealousy stirred within her. "Humph, enough with the idle chatter, let us proceed," Ling Shuang remarked icily, brandishing her heartless sword. "The Nine Gates' secret realm lies over 200 miles from here. Gu Chun, come, I shall escort you there." Ling Shuang intended to assert her claim over Gu Chun in this manner. Yet, Gu Chun shook his head, pointing at Lu Ruyin, and declared, "I wish for her to guide me." The moment these words were uttered, both Ling Shuang and Lu Ruyin felt as though they had swallowed something profoundly bitter. Ling Shuang's discomfort stemmed from Gu Chun's refusal to accompany her, while Lu Ruyin's anguish arose from Gu Chun's desire to be with her. Observing their distress, the esteemed elder hastily intervened. "Lu Ruyin, Gu Chun has just established his foundation and has yet to master the art of flight. You must escort him." With gritted teeth, Lu Ruyin reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well." Seeing her unwillingness brought joy to Gu Chun's heart. A forcibly twisted melon may not be sweet, yet it is certainly quenching. "Hmph. Since your fondness for me is in the negative, I shall no longer feel the need to be courteous towards you." Chapter 36. Using me? Endure my rudeness. The Master's jealousy flares up. Gu Chun had long suspected that the Grand Elder intended to exploit him, which is why he proposed to betroth Lu Ruyin to him. Gu Chun was not one to willingly submit to being used. "You wish to use me? Very well. Then brace yourself for my rudeness." Lu Ruyin summoned her flying artifact, a crimson silk. The silk, ethereal and delicate, floated gracefully before her. She lightly stepped onto the crimson silk, standing atop it. Gu Chun chuckled and leaped onto the silk, positioning himself behind Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin furrowed her brows, visibly displeased. She preferred not to have Gu Chun standing behind her, as it made her feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Gu Chun unexpectedly wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyin from behind. Lu Ruyin let out a startled cry. "Ah, what do you think you were doing?" Gu Chun feigned innocence, replying, "I fear falling off." "Let go of me," Lu Ruyin commanded. Gu Chun pouted and insinuated, "If I were to fall and break an arm or a leg, I would be unable to enter the Nine Gates' secret realm." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately pressured Lu Ruyin. "Ruyin, do not be foolish. Let him hold on." Lu Ruyin concealed her anger within, forcing a stiff smile. "Very well." She turned her head to Gu Chun, gritting her teeth. "You better hold on tightly. If you dare to let go, I shall make you pay dearly." "Rest assured, I will not let go," Gu Chun replied, adjusting his grip. Nearby, Ling Shuang observed this scene with a heavy heart. "Gu Chun, you ungrateful disciple. Have you forgotten your master for another woman? What does she possess that I lack? Had I known you were so fickle, I would never have taken you as my disciple." The Grand Elder, growing impatient, urged, "The Nine Gates' secret realm is about to open. Let us proceed swiftly." At that moment, Gu Chun suddenly interjected, "Wait. What now?" Lu Ruyin retorted, flustered and angry. "I wish to bring my dog along." "I wanted to accompany me into the Nine Gates' secret realm," Gu Chun declared. "Gu Chun, why would you do such a thing?" the Grand Elder inquired. "My dog has a keen nose and can detect the scent of treasures. With its assistance, I may easily locate the longevity creation pill," Gu Chun explained. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, immediately agreed. "Very well, I consent. Where is your dog? Summon it forth." For the sake of the longevity creation pill, the Grand Elder was willing to comply with all of Gu Chun's requests. Gu Chun summoned De Huang, who wagged its tail as it emerged from the cave dwelling. The Grand Elder nodded upon seeing De Huang, saying, "I shall take it with me." With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a stream of clear energy enveloped De Huang, lifting it into the air. "Let us go," the Grand Elder instructed. Lu Ruyin activated the crimson silk, soaring into the sky with Gu Chun. Ling Shuang followed closely behind, her gaze cold as she observed Gu Chun. Watching the intimate closeness between Gu Chun and Lu Ruyin, she felt a pang of jealousy. Under the envious gaze of Ling Shuang, Gu Chun, guided by Lu Ruyin, arrived at the location of the Nine Gates' secret realm. Nestled within a grand mountain 200 miles east of the Yuqing sect, this secret domain was crafted by an ancient, transcended being, whose exact name has long been lost to history, known only by his title. This ancient figure, referred to as the Spirit Insight Taoist, was highly skilled in various prohibitive formations. Before his ascension, much like the legendary pirate King Roger, he concealed all his treasures within this secret realm. The Spirit Insight Taoist created numerous secret realms, with the Nine Gates being but one among them. The name Nine Gates derives from the 9 life and death gates the Spirit Insight Taoist established within the realm. Each gate presents two paths, one of life and one of death. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Furthermore, the life and death paths of these gates can interchange at any moment, evading comprehension of their patterns. It has been 1,200 years since the discovery of the Nine-Gate Secret Realm, during which the Yuqing sect has suffered the loss of thousands of disciples. Unable to surmount the challenges it presents, the sole recorded success occurred 200 years ago when an inner disciple of the Yuqing sect fortuitously navigated through 5 life and death gates, only to succumb before the 6th. Since that time, no one has managed to surpass the 5th gate. The Yuqing sect's relentless pursuit of the Nine-Gate Secret Realm is primarily motivated by the coveted 9-tiered longevity transformation pill hidden within, an elixir capable of directly extending one's lifespan. The method of its refinement has long been forgotten. For cultivators nearing the end of their lifespans, the longevity transformation pill represents the pinnacle of treasures. They are willing to sacrifice everything for a single pill, yearning for just a few more years of life. The Grand Elder's own lifespan is dwindling, and the longevity transformation pill is his only hope. For this elixir, he would resort to any means necessary. When Gu Chun and his companions arrived at the Nine-Gate Secret Realm, they found hundreds gathered outside. Most were disciples preparing to enter. The conditions for entering the 9 gates were exceedingly stringent, requiring precisely 81 individuals, all of whom must be at the foundation establishment stage or below. Those of higher realms were barred from entry. As Gu Chun and his companions made their entrance, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Who is that man? Why is he holding the saintess's waist? Don't you know? That is Gu Chun from the Absolute Peak. Oh, it's him. But why is he holding the saintess? How should I know? Damn Gu Chun, how dare he defile my dream lover? If he dares to enter the 9 gates, I will make sure he pays dearly. Look, the Grand Elder has even brought a dog. I recognize that dog. It belongs to Gu Chun. As the disciples chattered, Gu Chun spotted a familiar face among them, Jibwudwan from the Sword Peak. To his surprise, he too had been chosen to venture into the 9 gates secret realm. Lu Ruoyan landed on the ground, impatiently addressing Gu Chun. Have you had enough? We have arrived. Quickly let me go. Ling Shuang cast a cold, piercing gaze at Gu Chun, commanding in a tone that brooked no opposition, release her. Under Ling Shuang's relentless pressure, Gu Chun had no choice but to reluctantly free Lu Ruoyan. Ling Shuang was not one to conceal her feelings. Every emotion she harbored was laid bare for all to see. Gu Chun immediately discerned that Ling Shuang was envious. A smirk crept across his face, for it seemed that his master indeed cared for him. At that moment, the Grand Elder, unable to contain his excitement, proclaimed, all are gathered. The 9 gates secret realm is about to open. All disciples preparing to enter must be ready. With that, the Grand Elder, accompanied by several other formidable beings, proceeded to unveil the entrance to the 9 gates secret realm. The entrance manifested as a blood-red barrier of spiritual energy, resembling a flowing curtain of water. Beyond the barrier lay an expanse of crimson, rendering the interior utterly obscured. Upon witnessing the opening of the 9 gates secret realm, Jibwudwan's expression turned fierce. Gu Chun, the humiliation you inflicted upon me that day shall not go unpunished. I have already contacted several fellow disciples. Once you enter the 9 gate secret realm, I will ensure your demise within. I intend to torment you severely, making you endure excruciating agony. Only thus can I assuage the hatred that festers within me. Lu Ruoyan fixed her gaze upon the entrance of the 9 gates secret realm, contemplating, you vile little wretch, Gu Chun. When you emerge from the 9 gates secret realm and present the longevity creation pill to my ancestor, I shall publicly humiliate you, stripping you of all dignity. Hmph. How dare a mere foundation establishment insect like you covet my beauty? Meanwhile, Ling Shuang pondered, rebellious disciple, what do I lack compared to that woman? Chapter 37. Death to all but me. As De Huang had also entered the 9 gates secret realm, it was necessary to eliminate one disciple from those present. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, there were a total of 80 individuals, including Gu Chun, making the total number coincide perfectly with the mystical figure of 81. Under the watchful gaze of the elder, Gu Chun and the disciples gradually entered the 9 gate secret realm. Upon crossing the spiritual barrier at the entrance, Gu Chun found himself in an alternate space, a unique domain separate from the external world. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, which were stained crimson. Lowering his eyes to the ground, he beheld a similarly blood-red earth scattered with bones, remnants of disciples who had previously ventured into the 9 gate secret realm. Before Gu Chun stood 2 grand gates, the first of the life and death gates. Whether one would live or die was entirely at the mercy of fate. In front of the gates stood a stone tablet, upon which were inscribed several crooked lines of text. Just as Gu Chun prepared to examine the inscriptions, the voice of Ji Budwan suddenly resounded from behind him. Gu Chun, having arrived here today, do not think you can escape. Ji Budwan unsheathed his sword, pointing it menacingly at Gu Chun. Gu Chun turned to face him, and flanking Ji Budwan were 10 disciples who assumed aggressive stances. All 10 were at the foundation establishment stage and were close friends of Ji Budwan, 6 from the Sword Peak, 2 from the Martial Peak, 1 from the Jade Peak, and 1 from the Flame Peak. Gu Chun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the group. De Huang stood protectively behind him, barking loudly at Ji Budwan. With a cold huff, Gu Chun declared, I have a mission to fulfill. Should you kill me, the Elder will not show you mercy. Here, we are all destined for death. What do we have to fear? Even in death, we shall take you down first, Ji Budwan retorted. At that moment, several more disciples stepped forward, one of whom, clad in attire from the Jade Peak, pointed an accusing finger at Gu Chun and shouted, Gu Chun, how dare you desecrate the sacred maiden? She is my dream goddess, and I will not let you go unpunished. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun chuckled. Is there anyone else who wishes to kill me? Step forward. The other disciples, however, showed no intention of advancing, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama as mere bystanders. Gu Chun glanced around, noting the 15 Foundation establishment disciples who sought his demise. He mused, 15 is rather excessive. Fewer would be preferable. Ji Budwan then taunted, Gu Chun, are you afraid? If so, kneel before me and call me father 3 times, and I shall grant you a swift end. That's simply one to do. I am your master's uncle. How could you treat your elder in such a manner? Do you not understand the principles of filial piety? Gu Chun replied. Seeing Gu Chun's defiance persist, Ji Budwan could no longer contain his fury. With sword in hand, he unleashed the Sword Peak's ultimate technique, the venomous beast strike, lunging towards Gu Chun. The remaining 14 disciples followed suit, preparing to attack. De Huang, retreat, Gu Chun commanded, drawing the white rainbow sword. As Ji Budwan approached, he executed the technique known as Dying Sun's Ember. Observing this maneuver, Ji Budwan displayed a look of disdain. Utilizing this tactic once more, I find myself unafraid. As the words left his lips, 2 swords clashed. Boom! The Pyryang fire erupted, and the immense force instantaneously shattered Ji Budwan's sword, transmitting its brutal impact through the hilt and twisting Ji Budwan's arm into a grotesque spiral. Ah! Ji Budwan let out a piercing scream. Gu Chun raised his sword and, with a swift downward cleave, severed Ji Budwan in 2 at the shoulder. It was clean and decisive. The remaining 14 individuals, witnessing this, surged forward to attack Gu Chun. Their simultaneous onslaught left Gu Chun with little room to evade. With a forceful stomp, Gu Chun activated the power of the 2 instruments' boots, entering a state of fluidity. This state represented the pinnacle of the boot's capabilities, allowing the user to temporarily disregard the enemy's assaults. Though brief, this ability proved invaluable, capable of altering the tide of battle in an instant. In this fluid state, the enemy's attacks failed to strike Gu Chun, merely grazing past him without inflicting any tangible harm. The adversaries, witnessing this, were filled with dread. Why can my Firebird technique not hit him? My falling treasure money cannot reach him either. I have clearly locked onto him. Why does my flying sword not strike true? Seizing the opportunity presented by the fluid state, Gu Chun, donning the black and white boots, closed the distance to his foes with astonishing speed. Cinders of the setting sun. With a single strike, he eliminated one opponent in an instant. Following this, Gu Chun unleashed the second move of the Red Sun 9 swords. 1,000 flames ignite the prairie. One sword swing conjured raging flames, engulfing 3 adversaries in a fiery demise. One disciple from the Sword Peak attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Gu Chun swiftly turned, extending a finger to unleash the Great Sun Extinguishing Finger. A 3-meter-long golden fingertip manifested in midair, descending upon the Sword Peak disciple with crushing force. Upon impact, the disciple was reduced to mere pulp, embedded in the blood-red earth. The remaining adversaries, witnessing Gu Chun's formidable prowess, were gripped by terror, their resolve to fight evaporating. Yet Gu Chun showed no mercy, regardless of their pleas for mercy. His sword relentlessly cleaved through their bodies. All 15 foundation building practitioners were vanquished. None shall remain who oppose me. With the white rainbow sword in hand, Gu Chun turned to face the onlookers. Those witnesses, seeing Gu Chun drenched in blood, were rendered speechless in fright. Suddenly, Gu Chun flashed a smile, revealing an innocent demeanor. As long as you do not oppose me, I shall not slay you. Now, let us enter the first rebirth gate together, he declared. Observing their indifference, Gu Chun let out a cold snort, saying, Humph, do you wish for the strongest among us to lead the way? At this proclamation, the crowd exchanged glances, collectively denying the notion. In that case, please proceed through the gate, Gu Chun urged, activating his breaking formation golden eyes. His left eye turning to a brilliant gold as he gazed upon the first rebirth gate. Under the scrutiny of the breaking formation golden eyes, the left door of the first rebirth gate appeared black, while the right door shone white. Could it be that the black signifies the gate of death, and the white the gate of life? Gu Chun pondered, as disciples began to step through the rebirth gate. The first to enter the gate of life and death was a disciple of Dan Feng, who stepped through the door on the right without encountering any danger. He successfully traversed the entrance to life, a stroke of remarkable fortune on his first attempt. Gu Chun, stroking his chin, mused to himself. The gate of life and death is not so formidable after all. With enough lives at stake, one can surely break through. How is it that for so many years not a single person from the Yuqing sect has managed to conquer the 9 layers of life and death? Are they all utterly inept? As Gu Chun pondered, the other disciples rushed toward the right door of life. Suddenly, to Gu Chun's astonishment, the door transformed from white to black before his eyes. It had morphed into the gate of death. Those who had surged toward the right door perished instantly upon crossing its threshold, their souls extinguished, leaving behind mere lifeless shells that collapsed to the ground. No wonder no one had succeeded in breaching the 9 layers of life and death in recent years. It appears this gate is treacherous and prone to change. Gu Chun reflected with a sense of awe. After the first layer of the gate of life and death, only 12 disciples survived. Observing this, Gu Chun picked up his companion, De Huang, and, guided by the piercing gaze of the golden eye of array breaking, proceeded toward the left door of life. Before this entrance stood a stone tablet, inscribed with crooked characters. Gu Chun narrowed his eyes to decipher the text, which mentioned the longevity transformation pill, inviting those who dared to enter, while labeling the timid as cowards, left by the spirit insight Taoist. What an eccentric figure this spirit insight Taoist is, Gu Chun remarked. With that, he and De Huang stepped through the first layer of the gate of life and death. Upon crossing the threshold, an open treasure chest appeared before Gu Chun, covered in a layer of dust, clearly having been opened many years prior. Alas, what a pity, the contents have been taken, Gu Chun sighed. Before the chest stood yet another gate of life and death. The 12 surviving disciples stood before it, hesitant to advance. What are you waiting for? Go in, Gu Chun urged. Under his intimidation, the 12 surviving disciples ventured into the second layer of the gate of life and death. This time, only 2 fortunate souls emerged from the second layer. Ultimately, they all collapsed before the third layer of the gate of life and death. Now, only Gu Chun and De Huang remained alive. With everyone else dead, I need not continue this charade, Gu Chun declared. Chapter 38, The Longevity Elixir Within the Confines of the 9 Gates of Life and Death. All but Gu Chun and De Huang had met their demise. With a sense of resolve, Gu Chun ceased his pretense and, accompanied by De Huang, traversed the 5 gates of life and death in succession. The treasures within the first 5 gates had already been claimed. Fortunately, the treasures within the 6th gate remained untouched. Upon crossing this threshold, Gu Chun opened a treasure chest, revealing a fist-sized blue orb that floated ethereally. Inside the chest lay a jade slip inscribed with words. Gu Chun picked up the jade slip and read, "Congratulations on passing through 6 gates. This is a Thunder Spirit Pearl, a 7th-tier magical artifact. I obtained this pearl from an unfortunate soul. Quietly, I must confess, I took his partner and adorned him with a green hat, and he remains blissfully unaware." Gu Chun was left speechless, pondering the unseemly behavior of this spirit insight Taoist. How could one boast of such misdeeds? With a shake of his head, he stored the Thunder Spirit Pearl and proceeded through the 7th gate of life and death. Another treasure chest appeared before him. Upon opening it, he discovered a brush. He retrieved the jade slip from the chest and read, "Congratulations on passing through 7 gates. This is a celestial brush, an 8th-tier magical artifact, the supreme treasure for crafting talismans. I acquired this brush from a woman, the very partner of that unfortunate soul. Ha ha ha." The slip continued with dozens of ha characters, indicating the Taoist's unabashed glee. With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Chun stored the celestial brush. As he crossed through the 8th gate of life and death, he opened yet another chest, revealing a tome of cultivation techniques. Congratulations on passing through 8 gates. You are truly remarkable. I have great faith in you. This is the technique I have cultivated, known as the Profound Harmony Technique, a lower-tier heavenly skill. Gu Chun stored the technique, remarking, I already possess the Supreme Pure Yang Scripture, a top-tier heavenly technique. No need for this one, but I shall keep it, as it may prove valuable for trade in the future. Finally, Gu Chun entered the 9th gate of life and death. He opened the chest only to find a solitary jade slip, devoid of anything else. Picking it up, he read, Congratulations on traversing the 9 gates of life and death. You have passed my test. Soon, you shall receive the ultimate reward, the longevity elixir. However, I have concealed it, and it is up to you to find it. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, upon your passage through the 9 gates, the secret realm will begin to collapse. If you fail to locate the longevity elixir within a quarter of an hour, you shall vanish along with the realm. Gu Chun felt a surge of frustration. Is this how it shall be? Spirit Inside Taoist, should I encounter you again in the celestial realm, I shall ensure your end. Thankfully, he had De Huang by his side. With De Huang's keen sense of smell, he should be able to locate the hidden longevity elixir. Gu Chun turned to De Huang and said, De Huang, the Spirit Inside Taoist has concealed the longevity elixir. Can you find it? With a bark, De Huang activated its divine ability, 10,000-mile tracking. The vastness of heaven and earth lay before them as the pursuit commenced. The great Huang unleashed its extraordinary abilities, absorbing every essence within the 9-gate secret realm through its nostrils. Soon, it detected an unusual scent. It called out to Gu Chun and hurried towards the left side of the 9th rebirth gate. Following closely behind, Gu Chun arrived at a clearing where Huang vigorously clawed at the earth, unearthing a resplendent golden gourd in no time. Gu Chun picked up the gourd and opened it, discovering 10 white elixirs nestled inside. Beneath the gourd lay a jade slip inscribed with the words, I can't believe you actually found it. Impressive indeed. These 10 longevity transformation pills are yours. However, one is a defective product, indistinguishable from the rest, but I've marked it with a red dot. Gu Chun poured out all 10 longevity transformation pills, locating the defective one among them. He placed the flawed pill back into the gourd, while the remaining 9 were secured within his inner realm. Patting the gourd, Gu Chun murmured, Dare to use me? I shall leave you with the defective one. With a sudden thought, he retrieved the Thunder Spirit Pearl and tucked it into his pocket. If you suspect me, feel free to search. I'll simply hand over the Thunder Spirit Pearl. After all, you have no idea about my inner realm, he muttered to himself. At that moment, the 9-gate secret realm began to collapse, with the 9th rebirth gate nearest to Gu Chun already crumbling. Oh no, the secret realm is truly collapsing. How will I escape? Just as the words left his lips, a mysterious force enveloped Gu Chun and Huang, transporting them away. Upon opening his eyes, Gu Chun found himself outside the 9-gate secret realm. The elder rushed to him, impatience evident in his voice. Where are the longevity transformation pills? Quickly, hand them over. Gu Chun presented the gourd, stating, This should be it. The elder snatched the gourd, hastily opening it and pouring out the defective pill. Why is there only one? He inquired, perplexed. Gu Chun shook his head, replying, I don't know. I was transported out immediately after obtaining it and didn't have the chance to examine it further. Now that the longevity transformation pills were in hand, the elder's demeanor shifted, losing its prior politeness. With a hawk-like gaze, he fixed his eyes on Gu Chun, asserting, As I said, all other treasures belong to you. I only want the longevity transformation pills. To ensure you're not hiding any more, I must search you. Hearing this, Ling Shuang furrowed her brow and immediately defended Gu Chun, saying, What Gu Chun has found is what you sought. Do not harass him further. The elder scoffed. Are you afraid to let me search? Gu Chun, displaying confidence, opened his arms, stating, Search away, feel free. The elder's expression darkened as he meticulously searched Gu Chun. Upon discovering the Thunder Spirit Pearl in his pocket, he queried, What is this? This is a treasure I acquired in the 9-gate secret realm, if you desire it. Take it, Gu Chun replied. Humph, I have stated that I only desire the longevity elixir. All other treasures shall be yours. I shall not go back on my word. As he spoke, the Grand Elder felt around for something. What is this? Gu Chun asked, his face awash with embarrassment. This is my The Grand Elder hastily withdrew his hand, his aged visage turning a deep shade of crimson. After an extensive search, the Grand Elder found no trace of the longevity elixir concealed by Gu Chun, nor did he discover any storage artifacts on him. Little did he know that Gu Chun possessed an inner cosmos, wherein he had concealed all his possessions. It seems you truly have nothing hidden away. What a good child. I misjudged you. The Grand Elder feigned a benevolent demeanor as he addressed Gu Chun. With a sly grin, Gu Chun replied, Saintus. Did you not say that you would be betrothed to me? Chapter 39. The Master's Charisma and the Slap to the Saintess outside the Nine Gates Secret Realm. Gu Chun, in the presence of the esteemed elders of Yuqing sect and several core disciples, boldly articulated his demands. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder slyly glanced at Lu Ruyin and replied, I did mention arranging a marriage between you and Ruyin, but matters of the heart require mutual affection. My words alone hold no weight. It is ultimately up to Ruyin's feelings. Having already presented the longevity creation pill to the Grand Elder, Gu Chun sensed that his value had diminished in the Elder's eyes, leading to a lack of further flattery. After all, Lu Ruyin was his direct descendant, and his allegiance lay with her. As for Gu Chun, he was of no concern to him. The longevity creation pill was already in hand. Gu Chun had anticipated the Grand Elder's reaction and thought to himself, old man, so you have turned your back on me once I've served my purpose, have you? Humph. Fortunately, I was prudent enough to provide you with a defective product. A relic of your kind does not deserve the true longevity creation pill. Nevertheless, Gu Chun maintained an innocent and carefree smile. He turned to Lu Ruyin and softly inquired, Would you consider becoming my Dao partner? Lu Ruyin scoffed, unabashedly displaying her disdain for Gu Chun. Become your Dao partner? Humph, what a foolish dream. You, a mere foundation establishment, and dare to think you are worthy of me? What are you? I am the Saintess, the future pillar of Yuqing sect. Only a truly formidable being is deserving of Lu Ruyin. I advise you to abandon this futile ambition and stop dreaming of unworthy aspirations. Gu Chun pouted, feigning a sense of grievance. Why is this happening? What is wrong with me? Externally distressed, his thoughts, however, were elsewhere. Master, it is time for you to intervene. I sent the system meant to avenge me. I have created the perfect conditions for you. Lu Ruyin continued her mockery. Have you looked in the mirror? What are you? A weakling of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Even if I were blind, I would never consider you. The assembled high-ranking members of Yuqing sect, along with several core disciples, witnessed the spectacle. The core disciples, in particular, erupted in laughter at Lu Ruyin's scorn towards Gu Chun. Some even jeered, Look at this fool, thinking himself a person of consequence, daring to covet the beauty of the Saintess. Truly shameless, not even worth as much as a dog on the street. Beside them, Ling Shuang, witnessing Gu Chun's humiliation, was consumed with rage. She disregarded the system's tasks, fueled solely by indignation. She could not bear to see Gu Chun subjected to such bullying and humiliation. Ling Shuang fixed a cold gaze upon Lu Ruyin, and just as Lu Ruyin prepared to further belittle Gu Chun, Ling Shuang suddenly vanished from her position. No, she hadn't disappeared. Her speed was simply so great that it appeared as though she had. By the time everyone comprehended her movement, Ling Shuang had already materialized before Lu Ruyin. She raised her right hand and, in a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap across Lu Ruyin's beautiful cheek. The crisp sound resonated, plunging the entire gathering into silence. Lu Ruyin clutched her face, realizing that this slap was the most painful attack she had ever endured in her life. She could distinctly feel the swelling on her right cheek. As Lu Ruyin was about to speak, Ling Shuang's right hand struck her left cheek with a swift motion. Lu Ruyin's left cheek also began to swell. Humph! How dare you insult my disciple? The murderous intent emanating from Ling Shuang enveloped Lu Ruyin, causing her to tremble in fear, rendered speechless. The Supreme Elder, witnessing this, attempted to intervene. Lu Ruyin cast a sidelong glance at him and said, Gu Chun procured what you desired, yet you treat him so cruelly. Is this reasonable? The Supreme Elder hastily replied, Shuang, she's still young. Do not stoop to her level. He was not afraid of Ling Shuang, with his strength. Eliminating her would be a trivial task. However, Ling Shuang practiced the path of heartlessness, and should she resist fiercely, even he, 2 realms above her, could suffer injury. Most importantly, Ling Shuang still held value, and he did not wish to offend her. Ling Shuang coldly retorted, If such an incident occurs again, I shall defect from the Yuqing sect, just like Ao Shui. After saying this, she grasped Lu Ruyin's chin and declared, You dare claim Gu Chun is unworthy of you? What a joke. It is you who is unworthy of him. What are you, really? At that moment, Lu Ruyin's face had swelled grotesquely from the 2 slaps, rendering her exceedingly unattractive, indeed unworthy of Gu Chun. Gu Chun, observing Ling Shuang, silently exclaimed in admiration. Wow, how satisfying. My master is truly magnificent. No comparison to that so-called saintess of Yufeng. My master is the finest woman in the world. Under the weight of Ling Shuang's murderous aura, Lu Ruoyan dared not utter a sound, nor display a hint of hatred. She had no doubt that should she reveal even a glimmer of disdain, Ling Shuang would immediately end her life. At that moment, Ling Shuang turned her gaze toward the elite disciple who had mocked Gu Chun. What did you just say about my disciple? This elite disciple, a student of the martial peak, had come to broaden his horizons alongside the peak's master. However, he spoke words he should not have. Under Ling Shuang's scrutiny, he embarrassingly wet his pants. The martial peak's master, witnessing this, quickly addressed Ling Shuang, Fairy of Heartlessness. He is a bit slow-witted, do not take offense. I will ensure he learns his lesson upon our return. It was too late. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Shuang flicked her fingers and shot out a seed of heartlessness, striking the elite disciple. His head instantly swelled and then exploded. The martial peak's master could only stifle his fury, letting out a resigned sigh. Ling Shuang paid no heed to their thoughts and walked over to Gu Chun, saying, "Come, return with me to the absolute peak." With that, she summoned the heartless sword. "Master, what about De Huang?" Gu Chun inquired. Ling Shuang raised her right hand, channeling her spiritual energy into threads that bound De Huang as if wrapping a zongzi. Seeing this, Gu Chun leapt onto the heartless sword and embraced Ling Shuang from behind. Feeling the warmth from Gu Chun's arms, Ling Shuang experienced a surge of contentment within her heart. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Shuang departed from the scene, accompanied by Gu Chun and De Huang, returning to the peak of desolation. As she gazed at Ling Shuang's receding figure, Lu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with resentment. She had intended to seize the opportunity, with the higher-ups of the Yuqing sect present, to humiliate Gu Chun thoroughly, rendering her utterly disgraceful. However, what awaited her were two resounding slaps from Ling Shuang, shattering Lu Ruyan's pride and self-esteem completely. Humiliated, Lu Ruyan swore silently as she observed Ling Shuang's silhouette. "Ling Shuang, one day, I shall take your life. I will stop at nothing to see you perish." Meanwhile, the elder was preoccupied, utterly captivated by the longevity transformation pill, with no thoughts to spare. Little did he realize that Gu Chun had presented him with a defective elixir. Chapter 40. The Dual Cultivation Task Unlocked. New System, Empress. Human Sovereign Banner. Upon returning to the absolute peak, the system's voice resonated within the minds of Ling Shuang and De Huang. Task completed. Reward. A page from the Heavenly Grade Supreme Technique, the Taichu Xian Yin Record, page 4. Task completed. Reward. Fifth tier spell, Shadow Stealth. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ling Shuang recalled that one of the conditions of the system's task was to avenge Gu Chun. In the moment she struck Lu Ruyan, her actions were purely driven by indignation, oblivious to the task assigned by the system. A subtle smile graced Ling Shuang's lips as she mused. Now I possess 4 pages of the Taichu Xian Yin Record. If I continue to complete tasks, I shall acquire this Heavenly Grade Supreme Technique in its entirety. With resolve, Ling Shuang turned to enter the cave to claim her reward, pausing momentarily to address Gu Chun. "You must not allow others to bully you again." With that, she stepped into the cave. Gu Chun felt warmth swell within her heart upon hearing Ling Shuang's words. The image of Ling Shuang striking Lu Ruyan brought her immense satisfaction. Regardless of whether her master acted out of duty or personal sentiment, she had avenged Gu Chun, and thus, she resolved to treat her master with greater kindness henceforth. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more in Gu Chun's mind. "Congratulations, host. The first subordinate has successfully completed the task, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, 1 dragon egg. Dragon egg, capable of hatching a true dragon. Reward has been deposited within the inner universe. A dragon egg? To hatch a true dragon? Ah, could it be that I am destined to become a beast master? This is a remarkable treasure. If I can indeed hatch a true dragon, I shall command it against my foes, sparing myself the need to intervene. Heh. I shall also procure a system for it, preferably one that allows for devouring and evolution, enabling limitless growth. Congratulations, host. The first subordinate has successfully completed 10 tasks, and the mandatory task has been unlocked. Please check the system panel to arrange the mandatory task." Haha. The mandatory task is unlocked. Dual cultivation. Haha. Master, how shall you approach me regarding this task? Before Gu Chun could examine the system panel, the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations, host. The second subordinate has successfully completed 5 tasks, granting a new subordinate system and system functionalities. New subordinate system. Main attribute, Empress. Sub-attribute, Human Sovereign Banner. New system functionality, System Telepathy. The host may communicate with the subordinate system through the Supreme Dominant System, transcending distance, time, and dimensional barriers. Limitation. The owner of the subordinate system must hold a favorability rating of 100 points towards the host to utilize system telepathy. De Huang had completed 5 tasks, and Gu Chun now possessed a new subordinate system. The main attribute of this new system was Empress, while the sub-attribute was Human Sovereign Banner. This new system appeared quite promising. As her master already possessed a system, it could not be assigned to her. Thus, this new system would be bestowed upon her senior sister. The newfound functionality of system telepathy filled Gu Chun with delight. Excellent. This system functionality is truly remarkable. With this system functionality, I can now communicate with De Huang anytime and anywhere. No longer will I worry about De Huang wandering too far. Subsequently, Gu Chun opened the inner realm and examined the reward from the system, a dragon egg. The shell of the egg was a pale golden hue, shaped like a chicken egg, standing a meter tall, and emitted a metallic sound when tapped, suggesting its formidable hardness. As Gu Chun gazed at this dragon egg, a thought crossed his mind. I wonder what the dragon egg tastes like. I truly wish to savor it. The moment this idea arose, Gu Chun forcefully suppressed it. No, I must not eat it. It would be such a pity if I consumed this dragon egg. I still wish to rear a dragon for amusement. Once the dragon egg hatches, I aspire to ride the dragon and become a dragon knight. Wait, how does one hatch a dragon egg? What are the necessary conditions? Gu Chun stared at the dragon egg, pondering deeply. He had no idea how to incubate this egg. Alas, perhaps I should just set it aside. Maybe it will hatch on its own over time, Gu Chun mused. He carefully stored the dragon egg and then turned his attention to the task panel. First, he reviewed De Huang's task panel. 1. Venture into the gloomy forest and capture a third-tier spirit beast, collecting its inner core. 2. Gather the shed hair of the Jade Peak Saintess, Lu Ru Yen. 3. Acquire an 8th-tier magical treasure. Mandatory task. Unlocks after the second subordinate completes 10 tasks. Gu Chun scrutinized the tasks and was immediately troubled. The gloomy forest? That place is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, capturing a third-tier spirit beast? Its strength is nearly on par with mine. How could De Huang possibly defeat it? The difficulty of this task is rather daunting. Yet, the second task poses an even greater danger. Collecting Lu Ruyan's hair? Does she even shed hair? What kind of hair? No. This task is absolutely out of the question. Given recent events, Lu Ruyan despises me. How could I possibly let De Huang venture near her? If she sees De Huang, she would surely mistake him for me and tear him to shreds. With this thought in mind, Gu Chun decisively chose the first task. After selecting the task, Gu Chun suddenly recalled that he could refresh the system tasks. How could I have forgotten about this? Oh well, the first task it is. Once Gu Chun confirmed the task, the system's voice resonated in De Huang's mind. Task: venture into the gloomy forest, capture a third-tier spirit beast, and collect its inner core. Reward: bloodthirsty demon wolf bloodline. Upon hearing the system's voice, De Huang joyfully wagged his tail. Gu Chun, observing the excited De Huang, spoke seriously. De Huang, your current realm is too low. This task is exceedingly perilous for you. If you wish to undertake this task, you can either wait until I have time to assist you or quickly cultivate until you reach the same realm as mine before executing this task. Do you understand? De Huang nodded, indicating his comprehension. Be obedient, De Huang. You are very important to me, and I do not wish for you to encounter misfortune. If the system's task were to lead to your demise, I would rather you had never possessed the system at all, Gu Chun said to De Huang. Having spoken, Gu Chun retrieved several spirit stones and the remaining elixirs from his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, bestowing them upon De Huang. De Huang, diligently cultivate and strive to grow stronger. Should you attain sufficient power in future encounters with adversaries, I shall not need to intervene. You will be capable of vanquishing them yourself, Gu Chun declared to De Huang. Upon hearing these words, De Huang's blood surged with fervor, and it excitedly let out 2 triumphant cries. Gu Chun affectionately rubbed De Huang's smooth forehead and said, "Now, go and cultivate." De Huang trotted happily to its designated spot and commenced its training. Gu Chun took a deep breath and accessed Ling Shuang's system interface. The interface revealed but a single task, mandatory task: engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. Deadline: within 30 days. Should this mandatory task remain unfulfilled after 30 days, the system will automatically disengage, and thereafter, binding the system will no longer be possible. Mandatory conditions: Do not incapacitate Gu Chun. Do not conceal your identity. Chapter 41. The Tangled Master and the Art of Ice Cream within the confines of her dwelling. Ling Shuang was engrossed in examining the 4th page of the Taichu Xianyin record. The profundity of this tome was astonishing, having already acquired 4 pages. The knowledge inscribed within was sufficient to elevate her cultivation to the realm of spirit transformation. Alas, the complete Taichu Xianyin record remained elusive. Should she manage to gather all its pages, she would undoubtedly forsake the path of heartlessness and devote herself to the teachings of the Taichu Xianyin record. With a soft sigh, Ling Shuang lamented, "Oh, when shall I break through my current realm? Is it truly the case that the path of heartlessness can only lead to the 9th layer of the Mingxu realm? Is there no possibility for further advancement?" Ling Shuang harbored a profound obsession with transcending her current limitations. She aspired to ascend from the Mingxu realm to the harmonious Dao realm, surpassing the likes of the Scarlet Serpent Fairy and her own former disciple, Ao Shui, who had defected from the Yuqing sect. Simultaneously, she was gripped by fear that her disciple, Chang Yi, might surpass her, achieving the harmonious Dao realm before her. Should that occur, it would validate Chang Yi's path, while leaving Ling Shuang's reputation in tatters, rendering her unable to face her disciple. I would sacrifice everything to attain that breakthrough, Ling Shuang vowed in silence. At that moment, a voice resonated within her mind, emanating from the system. Mandatory task: cultivate in tandem with Gu Chun. Reward: breakthrough to the Mingxu realm. Transition into the harmonious Dao realm. Deadline: within 30 days. Failure to complete the task will result in automatic system detachment, after which binding the system will be impossible. Conditions: do not incapacitate Gu Chun. Do not conceal your identity. Ling Shuang was struck dumb by the system's announcement. What? Cultivating with Gu Chun? This cannot be. He is my disciple. How could I violate the principles of propriety by engaging in such a union? If I were to undertake such a path, how would I face him thereafter? How would I navigate our relationship? Her heart was in turmoil, fraught with resistance to the idea of cultivating with Gu Chun. Yet, the allure of the task's reward was undeniably tempting: a breakthrough to the Mingxu realm, entrance into the harmonious Dao realm. This had long been Ling Shuang's aspiration, her unwavering obsession. Just moments ago, she had sworn her willingness to pay any price for such advancement. Now, an opportunity lay before her, yet she hesitated. The thought of cultivating alongside Gu Chun filled her with dread. She was uncertain how to approach him, how to redefine their relationship. Most troubling was the question of how to even broach the subject. Would she dare to say, "Master wishes to cultivate with you"? Such an admission seemed inconceivable. The task was not only bound by a strict deadline, but also by rigid conditions. The system's stipulations had thoroughly extinguished any possibility of circumventing the challenge. To incapacitate Gu Chun and seize the chance to cultivate with him during his unconscious state? Impossible. To assume the guise of Jiang Yin and cultivate with Gu Chun? Unthinkable. Ling Shuang found herself engulfed in confusion, torn between the decision to undertake the task or abandon it altogether. If she proceeded, she would be unable to face Gu Chun again. If she refrained, she would forever forfeit the system and the opportunity for her long-desired breakthrough. Ling Shuang secluded herself within her cave, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand, evading the system's dictates. Unbeknownst to her, 10 days had slipped by. Throughout this period, Ling Shuang remained hidden, reluctant to step outside. Gu Chun, however, was unperturbed. He understood that this task posed a significant challenge for Ling Shuang, necessitating her contemplation. During her retreat from the mission, Gu Chun occupied himself with cultivation and tinkering with his ice cream machine. He initially aspired to construct a hand-crank generator. Yet upon attempting the endeavor, he realized he lacked the requisite skills. Merely a slacker coasting through college, he had devoted his academic years to indulging in culinary explorations, playing games, and engaging in romantic pursuits, leaving little room for genuine learning. The knowledge imparted by his school had scarcely registered in his mind. As such, the thought of hand-cranking a generator was beyond him. Even constructing a moderately complex circuit eluded him. He could only manage the simplest of lamp circuits. Just as Gu Chun resigned himself to the notion of never enjoying ice cream again, he was astounded to discover that the Thunder Spirit Pearl he had acquired in the Nine Gates secret realm could indeed generate electricity. Hope sparked within him. After numerous experiments, he finally mastered the control of the Pearl's discharge voltage. With a mere fraction of spiritual energy, he could gently stimulate the Pearl to release an impressive voltage of approximately 220 volts. This breakthrough allowed him to effectively power the ice cream machine. Gu Chun ventured to the outer sect's virtual department, procuring some copper materials. which he fashioned into a rudimentary adapter to channel the current from the Thunder Spirit Pearl into the ice cream machine. As the current flowed, the newly assembled ice cream machine emitted a delightful whir. It was a success. Gu Chun hurriedly retrieved the ingredients necessary for ice cream production from his inner storage, also sourced from the outer sect's virtual department, which he considered akin to his familial home. Whenever he needed something, he would simply acquire it from there. Inside the cave, Gu Chun stood beside the ice cream machine, patiently crafting his treat. He harbored a profound passion for cooking, relishing every moment spent in the kitchen. His enthusiasm for culinary creation never waned, and monotony was a foreign concept to him. Just as Gu Chun was immersed in his delightful task, Ling Shuang unexpectedly emerged from her cave. After 10 days of introspection, she found herself unable to resist the allure of the system's rewards. She yearned to transcend her current limitations. However, upon stepping out and reaching Gu Chun's dwelling, she hesitated, uncertain how to address him. Ling Shuang stood silently at the entrance, her gaze a tapestry of emotions as she observed Gu Chun diligently engaged in his work. Gu Chun sensed her presence and, feigning surprise, turned to face the entrance. "Ah, master, at last, you have come to your senses. Wishing to cultivate together?" he called out exuberantly. In that moment, confronted once more by Gu Chun, Ling Shuang found herself at a loss for words. Gu Chun, what are you doing?" Ling Shuang's voice trembled slightly, her body tensing involuntarily. Gu Chun cheerfully approached her, holding a bowl of freshly made ice cream. "Master, please try this delicacy I have prepared. Tell me if it is to your liking." She extended the bowl towards Ling Shuang. As Ling Shuang felt the chill emanating from the ice cream, a wave of comfort washed over her. "What is this?" she inquired. Gu Chun had already devised a response. "Ah, this is an ancient delicacy I discovered in the Nine Gates secret realm. The method of its creation has long been lost, and I am the only one capable of making it." In times of uncertainty, she would attribute everything to the Nine Gates secret realm. Knowing that Ling Shuang had never ventured there and was unaware of its mysteries, Ling Shuang accepted the ice cream from Gu Chun, using her chopsticks to scoop a piece and bringing it to her lips. The icy texture astonished her. The rich essence of milk blended with the delicate sweetness of locust flower honey, blossoming on her palate. She had never tasted anything so exquisite. Observing Gu Chun's innocent demeanor, Ling Shuang mused to herself, "Gu Chun is truly remarkable. Not only does she possess the extraordinary constitution of a pure yang body, but she also has a gentle temperament and the ability to create various delicacies I have never encountered. Her appearance is quite pleasing as well." Lost in thought, Ling Shuang felt a flutter of emotion. Perhaps engaging in dual cultivation with her would not be a disadvantage. Chapter 42. What does it feel like? The music box with the delightful aid of ice cream. Ling Shuang was on the verge of confessing her dual cultivation intentions. Yet, she hesitated, feeling unprepared. The flavor was delightful. Ling Shuang merely praised the ice cream's taste, but offered no further commentary. "Hey, master, today I just began making ice cream. I haven't gathered many ingredients yet, so please give me some time. Once I collect more, I will create a variety of flavors that are even more delicious. When I do, you shall be the first to taste it," Gu Chun said with a cheerful smile. Ling Shuang nodded gently and replied, "Your filial piety is commendable. I am pleased." However, Gu Chun thought to herself, "Master, my devotion has already transformed into something else entirely." After finishing her ice cream, Ling Shuang turned to Gu Chun with a serious demeanor and said, "Focus on your cultivation. Do not waste your energy on trivial matters." With that, she departed. Instead of returning to her own residence, Ling Shuang headed to the outer sect's office, seeking out Jiang Yin. She called Jiang Yin aside and inquired, "What happened to the cultivation method I gave you? Return it to me." Jiang Yin complied, returning the dual cultivation technique to Ling Shuang. Having not seen Gu Chun in a while, Jiang Yin felt a pang of longing and gathered her courage to ask, "Senior, how has Gu Chun been lately? Why hasn't he come down the mountain?" Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang's anger flared as she replied, "Gu Chun is my disciple." Realizing her outburst, she softened her tone and continued, "He is my disciple, a cultivator. For cultivators, the most vital pursuit is the elevation of their realm and strength. He has no time for frivolous romantic entanglements. You must cease your infatuation. Gu Chun is a prodigious talent, while you are merely an ordinary outer sect disciple. You and he exist in entirely different worlds. The rivalry among women can be fierce, particularly when it comes to men." Jiang Yin, feeling indignant at Ling Shuang's words, retorted, "My feelings for brother Gu Chun are genuine. He would never disdain me. How could you possibly be worthy of my disciple?" Ling Shuang scoffed coldly. Observing Jiang Yan's resolute expression, Ling Shuang felt a twinge of envy. She admired Jiang Yan's carefree spirit and her audacity in expressing her affection. Ling Shuang sighed internally, wishing she could possess such courage. After much internal conflict, Ling Shuang finally asked, "What was it like that day?" Jiang Yan was taken aback. "What?" With a blush. Ling Shuang repeated, "I'm asking how it felt to dual cultivate with Gu Chun that day." Jiang Yan pouted, gazing upwards as she attempted to recall her feelings from that day. At first, it was painful, then it became, and afterward, it was just incredibly pleasurable. Jiang Yan animatedly shared her experiences. 500 words omitted. Ling Shuang listened intently, diligently noting down every word Jiang Yan spoke, as if she were a devoted student. After listening, Ling Shuang departed from this place, returning to Juefeng. Jiang Yan watched Ling Shuang's departing figure, scratching her head in confusion. Murmuring softly, what was she asking that for? Does she also wish to be with Gu Chun? Oh dear, this is quite something. With her keen insight, Jiang Yan discerned Ling Shuang's intentions. Yet, she felt neither jealousy nor dissatisfaction. Rather, she harbored a slight sense of delight in their potential pairing. Upon returning to Juefeng, Ling Shuang sequestered herself within her cave dwelling. She reflected on Jiang Yan's words, yearning for the sensation she had described. Was it truly as extraordinary as she claimed? Ling Shuang pondered aloud. Subsequently, she perused the dual cultivation manual, studying it meticulously. Her dedication mirrored that of her initial foray into cultivation. As Ling Shuang diligently immersed herself in the dual cultivation technique, Gu Chun once again wielded the celestial fishing rod. With a vigorous flick, he cast the ethereal fishing line into the void. Meanwhile, on Earth, a tear-streaked little girl knelt on the ground, clutching a white music box, imploring the heavens above. "Oh, dear heavens, please save my father. If you can rescue him, I will offer you anything." Recently, her father had been diagnosed with renal failure and now relied on dialysis to survive. He was the sole pillar of the family, and his incapacitation had stripped them of their financial support. The exorbitant medical expenses left the family in dire straits, and the young girl felt utterly helpless. The only recourse she had was to pray. At that moment, a painful cough echoed from within the house, prompting the girl to hastily set down her music box and rush towards the sound. Just as she exited the room, an ethereal fishing line materialized from the air, snatching her music box and leaving behind a resplendent spirit stone. Upon her return, the girl discovered the stone. She picked it up and hurried to her father's side. "Daddy, look, the heavens have shown their grace. They took my music box and gifted me this." Her father lay weakly on the bed, his eyes devoid of hope as he replied, "There is no such thing as the heavens." Cough, cough. At that moment, a news flash interrupted the television in front of his bed. On June 14, 2026, Christie's auction house in the UK sold a miraculous celestial jade for $245 million, setting a historical record. The screen shifted to display the celestial jade, and the girl's father, upon seeing it, was astonished to find it bore an uncanny resemblance to the stone his daughter held. "It's real, identical, perfectly alike. The heavens are indeed showing their grace." Within the cave, Gu Chun surveyed the music box he had fished up, feeling quite dissatisfied. "How did I end up with a mere toy? This is truly a loss." He wound the mechanism, and the music box immediately emitted a sweet, melodious sound. The music emanating from the music box is Castle in the Sky, a piece that Gu Chun holds dear to his heart. With his eyes gently closed, he savors the exquisite beauty of the melody. Unbeknownst to him, in a moment of unintentional grace, he has inadvertently rescued a family and birthed two magnates. As the enchanting notes of the music box fill the air, time flows quietly by. Before he realizes it, 10 days have slipped away. On this particular evening, Ling Shuang appears in Gu Chun's secluded abode. Observing him in deep meditation, she feels a tumult of emotions within. Should I awaken him? Should I engage in dual cultivation with him? Just as Ling Shuang wrestles with her thoughts, Gu Chun slowly opens his eyes. "Ah, master, what brings you here?" he exclaims, a look of innocent charm gracing his features. In that moment, gazing upon Gu Chun's sincere smile, Ling Shuang finds her resolve solidified. "Gu Chun, come to my cave. I have matters of importance to discuss with you." Chapter 43, Breaking the Taboo, a mortal meeting within the cave. Gu Chun and Ling Shuang locked gazes. Fragments of jade scattered from the ceiling, casting a gentle radiance upon them. Gu Chun's heart soared at Ling Shuang's words. "Ha, my master has invited me to her cave. She has finally come to terms with it. We shall cultivate together. My aloof master, you have ultimately succumbed to the allure of the system." Ling Shuang felt flustered under Gu Chun's gaze. Her voice tinged with annoyance. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Gu Chun lowered his voice and gently replied, Master, you are truly beautiful. The most exquisite woman I have ever encountered. Enough of the flattery, come with me to my cave, Ling Shuang said hurriedly, departing from Gu Chun's abode. Watching her graceful figure retreat, a triumphant smile spread across Gu Chun's face. Following Ling Shuang, he arrived at her cave. As before, the cave was imbued with an icy chill. However, for Gu Chun, who possessed an innate pure yang body, this chill was hardly formidable. Upon entering, Gu Chun feigned innocence and inquired, Master, what is it you wish to tell me? With her back turned, Ling Shuang's fair complexion flushed crimson. Gu Chun, do not ask. Sit upon the jade platform and heed your master's arrangements, she commanded, her voice trembling. Gu Chun approached the jade platform and seated himself. I am seated now. What comes next, master? He asked, embodying the naivety of a child. Ling Shuang waved her sleeve, and a barrier of spiritual energy enveloped the cave entrance. This barrier not only boasted formidable defensive capabilities, but also prevented any sound from escaping, making it exceedingly difficult for even the keenest of cultivators to penetrate. With this barrier in place, no one could enter the cave, nor would anyone be aware of the events unfolding within. Gu Chun feigned curiosity, glancing toward the entrance. At that moment, Ling Shuang gracefully approached him, her flawless hand deftly untying the white sash around her waist. As the sash fell away, her white gauzy garment gently slipped from her form, revealing a breathtaking silhouette before Gu Chun. His eyes widened, and he swallowed hard, overwhelmed by her beauty. Master, what are you intending to do? He asked, still maintaining an air of innocence. Ling Shuang extended her palm, gently pushing Gu Chun's shoulder, causing him to recline upon the jade platform. Do not question, simply obey your master, and refrain from asking anything. In the initial hour, Ling Shuang took the lead, not permitting Gu Chun to speak or move, asserting complete control over the situation. An hour later, as Ling Shuang became engrossed, Gu Chun seized the opportunity to take the reins from her. Now, Ling Shuang found herself in the passive position, empowered by the indomitable divine blood and his innate pure yang body. Gu Chun's stamina seemed boundless. For hours later, upon the smooth jade platform, Gu Chun lay sprawled, gasping for breath. The frost-laden strands of hair lay in disarray as she stared blankly at the dried bloodstain upon the jade platform. Master, Gu Chun began. But Ling Shuang suddenly erupted with emotion, her voice rising to a desperate crescendo. Leave me. I never wish to see you again, not ever. Gu Chun, with an expression of innocence, replied, Master, it was not my intention. Observing Gu Chun's unblemished demeanor caused Ling Shuang's heart to ache profoundly. She embraced him tightly and whispered, You are not at fault. All the blame lies with me. I have wronged you. As a solitary, icy tear escaped her eye. It fell upon Gu Chun's shoulder. Having engaged in such actions with you, I find myself unworthy to continue as your master. I cannot face you again. Ling Shuang confessed. Subsequently, she released her hold on Gu Chun and turned away, unwilling to behold his visage any longer. From this day forth, I shall enter eternal seclusion, and we shall meet no more. After uttering these words, she activated the barrier of her cave dwelling. Gu Chun, take care of yourself, she murmured. And as her voice faded, an unseen force ejected him from the abode. Standing at the threshold, Gu Chun was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. The barrier enveloped the entrance once more, and gazing at the shimmering shield, he exhaled softly. Within the cave, Ling Shuang curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, weeping quietly. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Task completed. Reward, breakthrough to the Hmph realm, entering the Hidao realm. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ling Shuang lamented through her tears, It's all your fault. Why impose such a task upon me? I desire no reward. I wish everything could return to its original state. Regardless of her protests, the system's reward manifested in her grasp, and there was no rejecting it. Ling Shuang could distinctly sense her cultivation rapidly ascending. In the blink of an eye, she shattered the confines of her previous realm, transcending to the Hidao realm, officially becoming a formidable practitioner. With her advancement came the onset of tribulation. The trial from the Hmph realm to the Hidao realm was not a celestial calamity, but rather a more perilous and formidable heart tribulation. Only by successfully navigating this heart tribulation could Ling Shuang solidify her newfound state. Should she fail, her mind would be lost, and she would be forever barred from reincarnation. With the heart tribulation approaching, Ling Shuang had no time for further contemplation. She donned her gauzy attire and commenced the tribulation. Meanwhile, Gu Chun had returned to his own cave. His garments remained in Ling Shuang's dwelling. compelling him to open his inner realm to retrieve an outfit to wear. Seated upon a chair, Gu Chun let out a heavy sigh. How did it come to this? He mused, astonished at the unexpected turn of events. He had believed that after their transgression, Ling Shuang would, like Jiang Yin, fall irrevocably in love with him. Little did he expect that this incident would fracture their bond so profoundly. Will I truly never see my master again in this lifetime? Gu Chun pondered, gazing up at the shattered jade above him, lost in his thoughts. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated within Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. The first subordinate has successfully completed the mandatory task, and the host shall receive 100-fold reward. Reward: 1 year of cultivation. Sighing, Gu Chun lamented, "Oh, system. You have caused me much distress, as well as my esteemed master. She is truly a remarkable woman." Meanwhile, Ling Shuang's system panel had been updated. 1. Locate Gu Chun. 2. Betray the Yuqing sect. Gu Chun shook his head, opting not to select any tasks. His master must be feeling quite disheartened. It would be best not to burden her with additional tasks for now. He resolved to wait until her spirits lifted before broaching the subject again. That night, sleep eluded Gu Chun, and he kept his eyes wide open until the following day. On the morrow, he arrived before Ling Shuang's cave dwelling and softly declared, "Disciple comes to pay respects to my esteemed master." Chapter 44, Future Plans, advancing to the Golden Core Realm on the third day. Gu Chun once again arrived at the entrance of Ling Shuang's cave dwelling to pay his respects. The 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day. Thus, Gu Chun persevered for a full 10 days. Yet, after 10 days, he received no response whatsoever. It seemed that his master truly did not wish to see him again. Gu Chun lamented with a heavy heart. Gazing at the azure sky, he began to contemplate the trajectory of his future. As a system-enabled transmigrator, I cannot afford to concentrate all my thoughts on my master. My future remains resplendent. There lies a long journey ahead of me. I aspire to become the mightiest entity in this realm. I shall wield the system to command all of the world's prodigies. I will ensure that everything is within my control. Since my master is reluctant to meet me, I shall venture to Yupan City to seek my senior sister, and conveniently bestow the third system upon her. Such a remarkable tool must not fall into the hands of outsiders. It is best kept within our circle. Once my senior sister completes 5 tasks, I shall acquire another system. The more systems I possess, the stronger I shall become. With resolve, Gu Chun decided to seek out Chang'e in Yupan City. Prior to his journey, he carefully stored his belongings within his inner universe. Subsequently, he awakened De Huang, who was deep in cultivation. De Huang, I am departing. You must continue your training. Only when your strength is sufficient will you be able to undertake the tasks of the system, understood? Gu Chun chose not to assist De Huang in completing tasks, knowing that he could provide temporary aid but not lifelong support. He desired De Huang to independently accomplish challenges. Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, De Huang's large, watery eyes brimmed with reluctance as it reached out a paw, desperately tugging at Gu Chun's pant leg. Gu Chun smiled and affectionately patted De Huang's head, saying, "De Huang, if you ever miss me, you can come to Yupan City to find me. After all, your sense of smell is keen. You can detect my presence." After a moment, Gu Chun added, "Once I leave, you may frequently visit Ju Feng and ensure Ling Air receives water so she does not wither away." Da Huang nodded earnestly, its tail drooping like a feather duster. After careful consideration, Gu Chun resolved to leave a letter for Ling Shuang. He took out paper and pen, composing a profoundly moving missive. The heartfelt words and exquisite phrases would surely stir the heart of any reader. Once completed, he placed the music box, which he had fished up with the celestial fishing rod, atop the letter. "Master, I believe you will undoubtedly see this letter. Time has the power to heal all wounds, and one day, you will wholeheartedly accept me." At the entrance of the cave dwelling, Gu Chun tended to Ling Air with a final watering. "Ling Air, if my master emerges, please inform her that I have left her a letter in my cave," Gu Chun instructed. Ling Air swayed her verdant leaves in acknowledgement, replying, "I understand, master." Gu Chun chose not to take Ling Air with him, as he required a watchful eye to remain at Ju Feng. Having arranged everything, Gu Chun departed from Ju Feng and set forth towards the outer gate. Before departing, Gu Chun had one exceedingly important matter to attend to. He intended to utilize the year of cultivation awarded by the system to enhance his strength and realm as much as possible. Gu Chun estimated that if he were to harness this year of cultivation, he would undoubtedly break through his current realm, advancing from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. A breakthrough in realm, however, signified the impending arrival of a heavenly tribulation. At present, Ling Shuang was sequestered within her cave abode, unwilling to meet Gu Chun, thereby depriving him of her assistance. Gu Chun, being a prudent individual, was reluctant to take any risks that might jeopardize him in the slightest. He needed to find a powerful ally to help him navigate through the tribulation. Initially, Gu Chun had contemplated seeking assistance from Chang'e upon reaching Yupan City. However, the journey from Yuqing Sect to Yupan City spanned over 1,000 miles. A daunting distance fraught with potential hazards. Therefore, Gu Chun resolved to elevate his realm as much as possible within the confines of Yuqing Sect. The pressing question then arose. Whom could he solicit for help with the tribulation? Gu Chun recalled one individual, Lu Feng, the sect leader of Yuqing Sect. Though nominally the leader, Lu Feng was, in truth, a mere tool, a beleaguered office worker striving to sustain the sect's development. He could typically intimidate the outer disciples. But matters concerning the 9 peaks were beyond his jurisdiction. Each peak's master and the prominent elders were formidable figures, far beyond his reach. Finding Lu Feng was not a challenge. After meandering through the outer sect, Lu Feng approached Gu Chun himself. In Lu Feng's eyes, Gu Chun was a troublesome youth, one to be closely monitored to prevent any reckless antics, lest the tragic events of the dual department repeat themselves. Lu Feng approached Gu Chun under the guise of a chance encounter, greeting him with a semblance of familiarity. "Ah, Gu Chun. It has been quite some time. How have you been?" Gu Chun bypassed the pleasantries and got straight to the point, articulating his request. "Sect leader, I have a matter on which I seek your assistance." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, his expression one of discomfort as he replied, "Gu Chun, while I am the sect leader, my resources are rather limited." Gu Chun could not suppress a chuckle, interrupting Lu Feng. "Sect leader, I am not here to ask for money." "Then what is it that you desire?" Lu Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. "I wish for your aid in overcoming the heavenly tribulation," Gu Chun stated. Lu Feng scrutinized Gu Chun, perplexed. "You are currently at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. Why would you require assistance with the tribulation?" "I have suppressed my realm, in truth. I have already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment." Gu Chun fabricated his claim as effortlessly as one might sip water, leaving no trace of deceit. Lu Feng remained skeptical. "If you are to face a tribulation, you should consult your master, the Heartless Fairy. She is a full realm above me. Why would you seek my help?" Anticipating this question, Gu Chun replied, "My master is in seclusion and is presently unable to assist me. Before my master entered seclusion, she once told me that if there was a matter, I should seek you out. And she mentioned that you are a reliable and trustworthy individual." "Did she truly say that?" Lu Feng inquired with excitement. "Indeed, my master uttered those very words." "I have not embellished them in the slightest," Gu Chun replied. Lu Feng stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the heavens with a proud expression. "To be acknowledged by the Heartless Fairy, my position as sect leader is not in vain. Furthermore, my master stated that should you refuse to assist me, upon her emergence from seclusion, she would take your life," Gu Chun added. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately deflated. "I suspected she would say something along those lines, as it aligns perfectly with her character." "Sect leader, will you assist me?" Gu Chun asked. "Yes, absolutely. I will certainly help," the sect leader hastily replied. "I require a secluded location to undergo my tribulation. Come to my residence. It is seldom visited by others. I also need to bring along an outer disciple." "Who might that be?" "Jiang Yin." Gu Chun, accompanied by Jiang Yin, followed Lu Feng to his abode. Although Lu Feng had no jurisdiction over matters on the 9 peaks, everything beyond those peaks fell under his purview. In his earlier years, he had taken advantage of his authority to acquire a prime piece of land as his residence. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, nestled beside water, rich in spiritual energy, and rarely frequented by others. Gu Chun found a shaded area at the foot of the mountain, using stones as a cushion, and commenced his cultivation. Lu Feng and Jiang Yin stood quietly nearby, observing Gu Chun. Lu Feng could not fathom why Gu Chun had summoned Jiang Yin. Was it merely to spectate? Jiang Yin was acutely aware of her purpose. She was fully prepared and looked forward to the moment, for soon, she would be able to establish her foundation. Perhaps this time, with Gu Chun's assistance, she would successfully complete her foundation establishment. As Gu Chun entered a state of cultivation, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Detection indicates the host is cultivating. "Would you like to utilize 1 year of cultivation?" "Yes." With that affirmation, Gu Chun's energy sea opened like a voracious maw, ravenously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual essence of the heavens and earth transformed into a tempest, continuously surging into Gu Chun's being. In an instant, the world shifted, winds howled, and a vacuum of spiritual energy formed around Gu Chun. The gale generated by Gu Chun's absorption nearly swept Jiang Yin away, yet Lu Feng reacted swiftly, placing a hand on her shoulder to prevent her from being whisked away. Truly, as a disciple of the Heartless Fairy, even mere cultivation can create such a tremendous commotion. The younger generation is indeed formidable, Lu Feng marveled. Jiang Yin looked at Gu Chun with admiration, thinking, this is the man I admire, handsome, talented, and exceptionally skilled in every regard. As Gu Chun fervently absorbed the spiritual energy, it was drawn into his energy sea. This energy was then transformed into spiritual power, compressing within the energy sea. Gradually, a golden, round object, resembling a pill, began to coalesce within Gu Chun's energy sea. This object was none other than the golden core of a cultivator. The golden elixir has been perfected, and the heavenly tribulation is imminent. Suddenly, the sky is enveloped in darkness. A black thundercloud looms above Gu Chun, shrouding the sun. The thunderous calamity has arrived. Chapter 45, the third stage of the golden core. Departing from the Yuqing sect, gazing at the thunderclouds in the sky, Lu Feng remained composed, softly uttering, the 5 layers of heavenly thunder refined the golden core. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of divine lightning descended, striking towards Gu Chun. Lu Feng did not intervene. For the first layer of the tribulation was the weakest. His assistance was unnecessary at this juncture. The lightning struck Gu Chun, enveloping him in a radiant glow. The energy of the thunder coursed through Gu Chun's meridians, entering his chi sea and refining his golden core. Beside them, Jiang Yin observed with concern and urgently implored Lu Feng, Master, please assist Gu Chun. Lu Feng shook his head, replying, it is not yet time. My intervention now would only hinder him. His golden core must endure the heavenly thunder's refinement to become more solid. As he spoke, another bolt of lightning descended, followed closely by the third and fourth. Gu Chun withstood the first 4 strikes with sheer resilience. It was not until the 5th layer of heavenly thunder that Lu Feng finally prepared to act. He produced a jade talisman, pinching it between 2 fingers. This talisman, known as the Thunder Dissipation Talisman, possessed the power to counteract the heavenly lightning. Should Gu Chun encounter any peril, Lu Feng would invoke the talisman to mitigate his tribulation. Boom! The 5th bolt of thunder struck Gu Chun's body, engulfing him in a blinding radiance. When the light dissipated, Gu Chun's clothing had turned to ashes. Even the ribbon binding his hair was reduced to dust, his long, inky hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders. At that moment, within Gu Chun's chi si, his golden core had been fully refined, adorned with 3 dark golden stripes. These stripes signified his ascension to the 3rd stage of the golden core realm. The 3-striped golden core shone with golden brilliance, harmonizing with the golden sun within Gu Chun's chi si. His body radiated a golden light from within. Even his skin faintly glimmered with a soft golden hue. Jiang Yin gazed at Gu Chun, captivated, unable to tear her eyes away. Lu Feng tucked away his thunder dissipation talisman, quietly reveling in his fortune. Saved a talisman. Saving means gaining. Gu Chun slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Feng. Master, you didn't lend a hand at all, he chided. Lu Feng, unabashed, chuckled. I did this for your own good, allowing the heavenly thunder to refine your golden core further, solidifying your cultivation. Cheapskate, Gu Chun retorted. Just then, the pure yang energy within him surged violently. His body flushed crimson with heat. However, this time, Gu Chun's condition was not as perilous. He could endure it. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he opened his inner realm and retrieved a fresh set of clothing to don. Initially, Gu Chun had considered borrowing Lu Feng's room. But given the circumstances were not urgent, he decided against it, knowing he could manage until he reached Jiang Yin's abode. Sister Jiang Yin, hurry to your residence at once. Time is of the essence, Gu Chun urged with an urgent tone. All right, Jiang Yin replied. Her cheeks flushed as she approached Gu Chun. Let us go. Gu Chun grasped Jiang Yan's small hand, and they dashed towards her abode. Lu Feng, witnessing this scene, was utterly perplexed. What could possibly be the reason for such haste? It was beyond his comprehension. Gu Chun and Jiang Yin swiftly arrived at her dwelling. At that moment, the disciples of the chamber had all ventured out under the guidance of the outer door steward to fulfill their tasks. The vast chamber was devoid of any presence. Gu Chun led Jiang Yin into her room. 3 hours later, Gu Chun finally dissipated the excess yang energy within him. With the indomitable divine blood coursing through his veins, Gu Chun's stamina felt nearly boundless, and he experienced no fatigue whatsoever. On the narrow bed, Jiang Yin nestled against Gu Chun's arm and said, Brother Gu Chun, not long ago, your master sought me out inquiring about the dual cultivation technique she had bestowed upon me, and asked about my feelings towards you. Did you tell her? Did you? Gu Chun inquired. Jiang Yin gently nodded. Yes, I did. From her demeanor, it seemed she harbored some interest in you. Gu Chun chuckled lightly. How could that be? She is my master. It is inconceivable that she would have any feelings for me. It's a woman's intuition, Jiang Yin pouted. Gu Chun smiled knowingly, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, Jiang Yin suddenly sensed something awakening within her. Brother Gu Chun, I believe I am ready to establish my foundation, she declared. Do not be afraid. I shall assist you in overcoming the tribulation. Gu Chun confidently responded. Following Gu Chun's instructions, Jiang Yin dressed and stepped outside to a clear area, sitting cross-legged and channeling her spiritual energy, preparing to solidify her foundation. Jiang Yin, possessing an ordinary constitution, faced a tribulation that paled in comparison to Gu Chun's. Nevertheless, it remained perilous for her. With Gu Chun's assistance, Jiang Yin navigated the heavenly tribulation without significant peril, emerging as a foundational cultivator. Upon her successful establishment of the foundation, Gu Chun addressed Jiang Yin, Sister Jiang Yin. I intend to leave the Yuqing sect soon to undergo some trials. When will you return, Brother Gu Chun? Jiang Yin asked, her gaze filled with reluctance. I cannot say for certain. During my absence, remember this. Never venture into the inner sect. In the outer sect, there are those who can protect you. But in the inner sect, you would be no match for them, Gu Chun admonished. Jiang Yin nodded gently. I understand. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, seek the sect master. He may be able to assist you, Gu Chun continued his counsel. After imparting his advice, the afternoon had already arrived. Gu Chun, facing the setting sun, made his way toward the entrance of the Yuqing sect. At the gate, several inner sect disciples from Yufeng and a dozen from the Mao department were on duty. The Yufeng disciples began questioning Gu Chun. Which peak do you belong to? Juefeng. Upon hearing the name Juefeng, the expressions of the Yufeng disciples immediately shifted. They had long heard of Gu Chun's formidable reputation, and today, they finally laid eyes on the man himself. What brings you out of your sect? One of them inquired. My master has sent me forth to undergo training. Are you attempting to obstruct my path? Gu Chun retorted, brandishing Ling Shuang to assert his authority. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Yufeng ceased their interference, allowing Gu Chun to depart from the Yuqing sect unimpeded. Once Gu Chun had left, a short-haired disciple of Yufeng remarked, You all stay here. I shall return to Yufeng for a moment. A quarter of an hour later, this disciple found Lu Ruyin. My lady, I have just seen Gu Chun, he announced. Upon hearing Gu Chun's name, Lu Ruyan's expression soured as though she had tasted something bitter. And what of it? She replied. At that moment, her face had regained its former beauty, once again captivating in its allure. He has just departed from Yuqing sect. I witnessed his exit with my own eyes. He mentioned that his master had sent him out for training, the Yufeng disciple explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin could no longer maintain her composure. He dares to leave Yuqing sect? How fortuitous. I was just lamenting my lack of opportunity. As she spoke, her tone shifted to one of reprimand directed at the Yufeng disciple. What are you still doing here? Hurry and leave. The disciple, who had hoped to win her favor, was disheartened to realize that Lu Ruyin had given him little regard. He departed, crestfallen. Lu Ruyin's expression darkened as she muttered to herself. So, Gu Chun, you dare to leave Yuqing sect? How convenient for me. As I was just seeking an opportunity to eliminate you, you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. At this juncture, she covered her cheek and continued, Curse Ling Shuang. You dare to humiliate me publicly? I shall take the life of your beloved disciple. Once I find the chance, neither of you shall escape. I will ensure the demise of both master and apprentice. Chapter 46. The Saintess, like smoke, comes and goes at the Yuqing sect, atop the Jade Peak. Lu Ruyin summoned 2 elite disciples. Both had cultivated to the Golden Course stage. One was named Wang Xiao, and the other, Lu Da. Lu Ruyin intended to assign them the task of eliminating Gu Chun, though she longed to take matters into her own hands and personally slay Gu Chun as the Saintess. She could not easily leave the sect. Thus, she called upon Wang Xiao and Lu Da, her devoted followers, to venture forth and intercept Gu Chun. Dear disciples, she began, her voice sweet and coaxing, I have a small favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to assist me? Upon hearing her alluring tone, the 2 disciples immediately stood at attention. Whatever the Saintess requires, we shall fulfill. We are prepared to sacrifice ourselves for your sake. Feigning a look of vulnerability, Lu Ruyin continued, that wretched Gu Chun from Juefeng has been bullying me. Could you help me eliminate him? Upon hearing this, both disciples displayed hesitation. They desired to assist Lu Ruyan in dispatching Gu Chun, yet he was a disciple of a formidable woman, one not to be trifled with. Sensing their trepidation, Lu Ruyan reassured them, Gu Chun has just left the Yuqing sect. You may confront him outside, and his master will remain unaware. Please, I implore you, help me, she urged. At her words, Wang Xiao immediately thumped his chest, declaring, Rest assured, Saintess, this matter shall be entrusted to us. Luda chimed in, We shall certainly eliminate him and avenge you. With a faint smile, Lu Ruyan produced a palm-sized jade artifact, stating, This is a sound transmission stone. When you confront him, activate it. I wish to hear his cries of despair. Eagerly, Luda took the sound transmission stone, his countenance filled with fervor. Fear not, Saintess. I will ensure you hear his anguished wails. Subsequently, Wang Xiao and Luda departed from Jade Peak, setting off in pursuit of Gu Chun. Lu Ruyan watched their retreating figures, her expression twisting further. Gu Chun, with 2 golden core disciples hunting you, your demise is assured. Wang Xiao and Luda left the Yuqing sect, tracking Gu Chun by his lingering aura. Wang Xiao, the most adept at tracking, could discern the direction and timing of Gu Chun's departure from the subtle traces in the air. Luda clutched the sound transmission stone, greedily inhaling the fragrance that belonged to Lu Ruyan. Stop sniffing and focus, Wang Xiao admonished. You must track Gu Chun without distraction. Save your indulgence for after we have completed our task. Luda retorted, Once we find Gu Chun, you'll have exhausted the scent. Why are you so fixated on that? Wang Xiao scoffed. Consider this. Once we fulfill our mission, the Saintess will be pleased and reward us handsomely. Who knows? We might even earn her favor again, he said, his voice dripping with anticipation. Upon hearing Luda's words, Wang Xiao began to indulge in his own fantasies. By the way, what level is Gu Chun at? Would it be dangerous to kill him? Luda inquired. I encountered him in the 9-gate secret realm. He is merely a weakling at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, with one at the 1st level of Golden Core and the other at the 2nd level. Eliminating him would be as effortless as crushing an ant, Wang Xiao responded. Hey, he has just a Foundation establishment? I thought he was formidable. Once I meet him, I could easily send him to the underworld with a single punch, Luda proclaimed confidently. At that moment, Gu Chun had already traveled more than 30 miles away from Yuqing sect. As dusk fell, he discovered a desolate area, where he retrieved a kettle from his spatial pouch, constructed a small fire pit with stones, and prepared to boil some water, intending to brew a cup of tea and enjoy a pack of instant noodles. My instant noodles are running low. I must save some for my senior sister to taste as well, Gu Chun murmured to himself. While speaking, he took out a small cup and added a few tea leaves, ready to steep a hot cup of tea once the water boiled. Sitting on the ground, he gazed at the myriad stars, lost in thought. Suddenly, Gu Chun sensed 2 cultivators approaching him swiftly. Instantly alert, he grasped the Baiyong sword tightly in his hand. Before long, Wang Xiao and Lu De appeared before him. Wang Xiao had previously seen Gu Chun outside the 9-gate secret realm and recognized him immediately. Gu Chun, we finally found you. Gu Chun frowned, eyeing Wang Xiao and Lu De warily, and asked, Who are you? Lu De activated the communication stone with his spiritual energy, and the sweet voice of Lu Ruyan echoed from within. Have you found Gu Chun? Lu De hurriedly replied, Yes, we have. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's voice from the communication stone, Gu Chun's heart raced with realization. Lu Ruyan, I didn't expect you to send someone to hunt me down. You truly are something else, Gu Chun shouted. On the peak of the Jade Summit, Lu Ruyan sat before her vanity, holding a matching communication stone, listening to Gu Chun's voice with a sinister smile spreading across her face. Hee, Gu Chun, you can't blame me. It was you who left the sect of your own accord, Lu Ruyan remarked, gazing at her own exquisite reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. Are you not afraid that my master will find out and give you a few resounding slaps, turning you into a pig's head? Gu Chun retorted. Hmph, that little vixen Ling Shuang. Once I find the opportunity, I will ensure her demise, but for today, you shall be the one to perish. Lu Ruyan clenched the communication stone tightly, her voice dripping with malice. Why are you so certain that I will die? Gu Chun countered. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao stepped forward, exuding confidence as he declared, with 2 golden core experts against a mere weakling at Foundation establishment. It will be a breeze. Lu, you need not intervene. Watch how I dispatch him. With that, Wang Xiao turned to the communication stone and spoke in a subservient tone. Saintess, please do not be angry. I will ensure you hear Gu Chun's exquisite and tragic cries. Excellent. Remember to make him scream loudly. Do not let him die too easily. Lu Ruyan spoke as she pressed the communication stone to her ear, eager to hear the anguished cries of Gu Chun more clearly. Gu Chun let out a cold snort and drew his white rainbow sword, contemplating. Having just reached the golden core stage, they have come to me. Perfect for honing my skills and testing the extent of my current power. At that moment, Wang Shao gathered his spiritual energy, and his right hand began to radiate a brilliant glow. He raised his hand and shouted, "Heavenly overturning palm." Instantly, a colossal hand composed of spiritual force coalesced in the sky. A silver-white palm measuring 10 meters in length, heavy as a mountain, appeared above Gu Chun's head. Gu Chun remained unfazed, extending his index finger to unleash the Great Sun Annihilation Finger. A finger formed from pure yang energy manifested, shimmering with resplendent golden light, stretching more than 10 meters, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens. With a single strike, it shattered Wang Zhao's heavenly overturning palm. Although Wang Zhao's technique was a treasured skill of the Jade Peak, it was merely a 5th-tier spell and could not contend with Gu Chun's Great Sun Annihilation Finger, which was a 9th-tier spell. Moreover, Gu Chun's cultivation level surpassed Wang Zhao's by 2 tiers. What could Wang Zhao possibly compare? The heavenly overturning palm disintegrated into chaotic spiritual energy, dissipating into the air. Wang Zhao, taken aback, had not yet uttered a word before Gu Chun's Great Sun Annihilation Finger loomed above him. Gu Chun's expression hardened, and he pressed down with his finger. Like crushing an ant, he obliterated Wang Zhao against the ground. Wang Zhao's piercing screams echoed like a wailing specter, slicing through the night. Lu Ruyan, atop Jade Peak, mistook this for Gu Chun's cries. She closed her eyes, breathing rapidly, her face flushed, reveling in the tragic sounds of lament. "Gu Chun, cry out a little louder," she silently urged. At that moment, Lu Da's shriek reached Lu Ruyan through the communication stone. "Gu Chun, don't come any closer." Lu Ruyan's eyes flew open, and she anxiously inquired, "What is happening?" "Sanus, Gu Chun has killed Wang Zhao," Lu Da shouted as he fled for his life. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, confusion washing over her as she questioned. "Gu Chun is merely a Foundation Establishment cultivator. How could he possibly kill you, who are Golden Core cultivators? He is not just a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He is a Golden Core at the 3rd level." Lu Da's words barely escaped his lips when Gu Chun's voice once again echoed through the communication stone. "Remnant Sun Ignition." This was followed by a deafening explosion. "Lu Da, what has happened? What is going on?" Lu Ruyan asked anxiously. Yet, the communication stone fell silent, devoid of Lu Da's voice. "Lu Ruyan, I trust you are well." Gu Chun's voice reached her ears. Chapter 47. The Senior Sister's Poisoning, a Crisis. On the desolate plains, over 30 miles from the Yuqing sect, Gu Chun wielded the Baihong sword in his left hand and clutched a blood-stained communication stone in his right. Standing atop the lifeless body of Lu Ruyan, "I hope you are well," Gu Chun spoke into the stone. "In the depths of Yufeng." Lu Ruyan appeared alarmed, exclaiming, "Gu Chun, what are you planning?" "Ah, you sent someone to kill me, and you dare to ask what I intend to do? Have you lost your mind?" Gu Chun retorted. "Are you going to inform your master about this?" Lu Ruyan inquired. "What do you think?" Gu Chun countered. Lu Ruyan swallowed hard, clearly intimidated by Ling Shuang, yet she feigned composure, asserting, "Feel free to tell her. I am not afraid of her. With my great-grandfather backing me, she wouldn't dare to take my life." With that, the anxious Lu Ruyan hastily shifted the topic, asking, "Are you truly at the Golden Core stage? What do you think?" Gu Chun replied evasively, seeking to provoke her further. "A month ago, you were merely at the Foundation Establishment stage. How have you advanced to the Golden Core stage so swiftly?" Lu Ruyan pressed on. "My talent is unparalleled. A genius among thousands," Gu Chun declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ruyan abruptly severed the connection through the communication stone. Before her vanity mirror, Lu Ruyan gazed at the stone in her hand, her emotions tumultuous. A month prior, he had been merely at the Foundation Establishment stage. How could he have ascended to the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage in such a short time? It was impossible for him to suppress his cultivation, as only those at the Foundation Establishment level could enter the 9-gate secret realm, which was not deceiving. Could it be that his talent was truly that extraordinary? Was he indeed a prodigy? What heights could he attain in the future? Would he become an unparalleled powerhouse? Upon learning that Gu Chun had progressed from Foundation Establishment to the 3rd level of Golden Core in just a month, Lu Ruyan felt a pang of regret. She lamented her previous arrogance, questioning why she had looked down upon Gu Chun, this prodigy. If he truly could become an extraordinary powerhouse, what would become of her? Lu Ruyan mused to herself, her reflection revealing a breathtaking visage, her heart in turmoil. Gu Chun, observing the silence from the communication stone, discarded it on the ground. "I must leave this place swiftly," lest Lu Ru Yin send someone to kill me again. I can handle golden core, but if they send a nascent soul, I would be in dire trouble. Extinguishing the campfire, Gu Chun stowed all his belongings into his inner cosmos and, under the cover of night, resumed his journey. To evade further pursuit, he forsook the main roads, opting instead for the depths of the mountains and forests. Meanwhile, as Gu Chun made his way towards Yupan City, his sole senior sister, Chang Yi, found herself in grave peril. In the frigid palace, Chang Yi's complexion was flushed, her body drenched in fragrant sweat, her expression one of acute distress. Beside her stood a woman clad in gray robes. This mute woman was unable to speak or communicate through spiritual consciousness, relying solely on sign language to convey her thoughts. The gray-robed woman rapidly signed, inquiring, "Mistress, you have been poisoned? Who inflicted this upon you? I shall avenge you." Chang Yi gasped in pain, uttering, "Do not go. You are no match for them. You cannot contend with their might." The woman in the gray robe continued to communicate through sign language, expressing, "They are truly wicked to conspire against you. Your kindness has been your downfall. Had you eradicated them sooner, this would not have transpired." Clenching his teeth, Chang Yi endured the agony and replied, "I do not wish for bloodshed. I do not want to become like my master." "Master, what about your poison?" the gray-robed woman inquired through gestures. "I will resolve it myself. During the process of detoxification, no man is to approach this place. I shall not allow them to succeed," he declared, occasionally releasing soft gasps amidst his suffering. Meanwhile, within the Lin family, one of the three dominant factions in Yupan City, the family patriarch addressed a handsome youth, saying, "That wretched girl, Chang Yi, has fallen victim to the 10,000 flowers bewitching poison. She is now parched with desire, her heart ablaze. You must seize an opportunity to draw near her. Once you do, she will embrace you and become your woman, unable to extricate herself from your affection." The youth, named Lin Yunji, appeared troubled as he replied, "She has set formidable barriers around her palace. I cannot approach at all. Moreover, that mute has been guarding the entrance. If I recklessly approach, I will surely perish at her hands." The patriarch scoffed. "Hmph, I have already instructed you to find an opportunity. You must use your wits. Opportunity does not wait for anyone. This poison was devised by our Lin family in conjunction with the Li family and Wanbage. If you fail to grasp this chance, it will be seized by the other two families." Lin Yunji nodded, murmuring, "I understand. I will find a way. I am determined to win Chang Yi." "The future of our family rests upon you," the patriarch affirmed. In the depths of the mountains, Gu Chun discovered a crystal-clear stream. Kneeling beside it, he scooped a handful of water and took a gentle sip. "Ah, the wild water is indeed sweet. I must collect some for tea." As Gu Chun retrieved his teapot, preparing to fill it, a sudden crimson hue tainted the pristine waters. Frowning, he gazed upstream. A battered woman floated down the stream, her body ravaged as if mauled by beasts, her appearance horrifying. As she reached Gu Chun's side, with her last ounce of strength, she implored, "Flee." No sooner had she spoken than she completely lost her breath. Sensing imminent danger, Gu Chun swiftly grasped his Baiyang sword, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a roar akin to thunder erupted in his ears. "You shall not take my inner core. All of you wicked beings must die." Upon hearing this thunderous cry, Gu Chun's heart sank, and he quickly activated his two-element boots, preparing to escape. Just as he moved, a shadow loomed overhead like a dark cloud. Thud! A colossal creature swept past him, landing ahead. Gu Chun focused his gaze and thought, "Good heavens, this creature is enormous." Before Gu Chun stood a colossal creature, towering at 5 meters in height, its form as dark as a massive obsidian stone. This was a bear, or more accurately, a bear demon. The bear demon turned around, its crimson eyes glaring at Gu Chun. "You shall not take my inner core. I will devour you all," it roared. Without further ado, the bear demon launched an assault on Gu Chun. With a mighty swipe of its enormous paw, a blood-red claw mark shot towards him. As the mark sliced through the air, it cleaved the very rocks of the mountains and severed the streams, as if even the wind had been split in twain. Realizing the imminent danger, Gu Chun swiftly activated his two-element boots. Instantly, black and white hues emerged beneath him. As the two elements whirled, Gu Chun's form became ethereal. In that fleeting moment of entering a state of fluidity, the claw mark released by the bear demon grazed his body and soared past him. Gu Chun emerged unscathed. Chapter 48. Subduing the bear demon. Upon arriving at Yupan City, the bear demon found itself bewildered after effortlessly evading a full-force strike from Gu Chun. It scratched its head with its massive claws, pondering, "How did he evade my attack? I clearly hit him." Seizing the opportunity while the bear demon was lost in thought, Gu Chun shouted, I am not here to take your inner Dan. I am merely a passerby with no ulterior motives. As he spoke, a system panel of the bear demon appeared in Gu Chun's mind. Dark Rock Giant Bear. 5th tier Spirit Beast. Male. Realm. Spirit Soul Stage. Affection towards host. 0. Destiny value. 92. To Gu Chun's astonishment, he noted the bear demon's remarkably high destiny value. Goodness, its destiny value is surprisingly elevated. Although this bear demon was fierce, it seemed somewhat dim-witted. A single statement from Gu Chun convinced it. Since you are not here to take my inner Dan, then I shall spare your life, the bear demon declared. Gu Chun sighed in relief, grateful that the creature could comprehend human speech. Suddenly, the bear demon shifted its tone, saying, Since you were just passing through, you must leave something behind. What was that saying? This tree I planted, this road I opened, if you wish to pass through. Leave behind some toll. Gu Chun shook his head in exasperation. Really? A robbery? How absurd. I cannot believe I am being robbed by a bear. I am no bald-headed strongman. And what road or tree does this place have? Gu Chun pondered. To demand a toll from him? Absolutely not. He was unwilling to part with his possessions so meekly. However, if it involved sharing delectable food, he would gladly oblige. As a culinary enthusiast, Gu Chun relished the idea of allowing others to sample his creations. With this thought in mind, Gu Chun addressed the bear demon. I do not have any toll to offer. However, I can prepare a delicious meal to satisfy your enormous appetite. The bear demon's eyes immediately lit up at the mention of food. What kind of deliciousness? Is it tastier than honey? The bear demon inquired. Certainly. As he spoke, Gu Chun opened his spatial pouch and retrieved his cherished ice cream machine. Upon seeing the machine, the bear demon mistakenly assumed that this contraption was the delectable treat Gu Chun had mentioned, and it approached the ice cream machine with its cavernous mouth agape. Gu Chun frowned, unwilling to allow any damage to his precious device. No, that is not for eating, Gu Chun admonished. The bear demon closed its mouth, looking at Gu Chun with a pitiful expression, akin to a child who has committed a misdeed. Observing the bear demon's demeanor, Gu Chun contemplated. Could I potentially win it over with food? Perhaps it could serve as my bodyguard, escorting me to Hmph City. With its high destiny value, it could be included in a future vassal system. With this plan in mind, Gu Chun instructed the bear demon, if you wish to enjoy delicious food, sit quietly beside me and do not move. Oh, the bear demon replied obediently, squatting down with a comical posture that made it appear as though it were about to relieve itself. Gu Chun, before the bear demon, extracted various ingredients and activated the ice cream machine using the energy from the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Prior to his departure, he had surreptitiously taken some ingredients from the kitchen, including a selection of fruits. Lacking milk, he could only concoct a fruit-flavored sorbet. The vibrant array of sorbet piled in Gu Chun's footbath was presented to the bear demon, who was informed, enjoy these 7 delightful flavors. The bear demon extended its claw, scooping a piece and bringing it to its mouth. The moment it touched its palate, the bear demon was enveloped in the exquisite taste of the sorbet, reminiscent of its mother's meat. With a series of satisfied grunts, the bear demon consumed the entire bowl of sorbet. Observing this, Gu Chun feigned regret, saying, Alas, it is truly unfortunate that my ingredients are limited, preventing you from savoring more delectable treats. The bear demon eagerly inquired, What ingredients do you need? I shall fetch them for you. Gu Chun dismissively waved his hand, responding, Where would you find them in this desolate wilderness? What shall we do then? The bear demon implored, its small eyes gazing at Gu Chun with a sense of helplessness. If all else fails, you could escort me to Hmph City. Once there, I shall prepare whatever you desire. How does that sound? Gu Chun spoke with a tone reminiscent of a trickster enticing a child. That sounds splendid, the bear demon exclaimed, clapping its paws in delight. However, I have one condition. You must acknowledge me as your master, and you shall comply with my every command, Gu Chun declared. Upon hearing this, a flicker of wariness ignited in the bear demon's not-so-bright mind. What if you command me to my demise? It questioned. Are you afraid of death? Gu Chun replied with a mischievous grin. The bear demon thumped its chest, proclaiming, I fear not. I am no coward. Then, do you fear hunger? Gu Chun probed further. The bear demon, patting its belly, nodded earnestly, Yes, I do fear that. Then it is settled. By following me, you shall never again fear hunger. What are you hesitating for? Acknowledging me as your master brings you only benefits, never detriments, Gu Chun coaxed, resembling a pyramid schemer luring in a prospect. The bear demon pondered, eventually nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. In that case, I shall recognize you as my master. Poor bear demon, toyed with by Gu Chun at will. Under Gu Chun's gentle persuasion, the bear demon accepted him as its master, becoming both his steed and combat companion. Mounted upon the bear demon's back, Gu Chun directed it towards Yupon City. Meanwhile, in Yupon City, Chang Yi's condition deteriorated. The intoxicating effects of the myriad blossoms poison were far too potent for her to neutralize. The venom had seeped into her very bones. Now, a mere spark could ignite the flames of desire within her, plunging her into an abyss of longing. The three factions responsible for her poisoning sought every means to approach her, yet all were thwarted by the mute girl. While she could fend them off for a time, she could not do so indefinitely. The Lin family, the Li family, and Wanbage had already contemplated the idea of eliminating the mute girl. Once they eliminate the mute girl, they will draw closer to Chang Yi, seizing her purity and compelling her to bear the child of destiny. Simultaneously, they will acquire a devoted and formidable expert in the Hmph realm. Outside the palace, the mute girl brandished a long blade, her countenance radiating ferocity, forbidding anyone from approaching Chang Yi. Within the palace, Chang Yi, disheveled, writhed on the ground like a serpentine creature. In agony, she moaned, "I must not allow them to succeed." With the bear demon as her steed, Gu Chun's travel efficiency soared 100-fold. The bear demon, resembling a colossal truck, galloped through the mountainous forest with remarkable swiftness, outpacing even the flight of immortal cultivators. With the bear demon's assistance, Gu Chun traversed 1,000 miles in a single day, arriving at Yupon City by evening. Gazing at the towering walls of Yupon City, Gu Chun exhaled deeply. "Ah, I have finally arrived at Yupon City. I shall see my senior sister." With that, Gu Chun patted the bear demon's head, exclaiming, "Xiong, well done. Without you, it would have taken me several more days to reach this place." The bear demon turned its head, eyes gleaming with desire, and said, "Master, I am hungry." Chapter 49. Sister, I have arrived upon encountering my elder sister. Whatever you desire shall be yours, Gu Chun declared. As he spoke, he had already reached the entrance of Yupon City. The guard stationed at the city gate halted Gu Chun, inquiring, "Which sect do you belong to? What brings you to Yupon City?" With a mischievous grin, Gu Chun approached the guards, discreetly slipping a spirit stone into one of their hands, and replied, "I am here to seek my elder sister." The guard, now holding the spirit stone, transformed from a stern demeanor to one of warmth. "Ah, you seek your sister. Very well, you may enter," he said with a grin. "And my spirit beast?" Gu Chun pointed to the bear demon. The guard replied, "No worries, as long as you keep it in check and prevent it from causing trouble." Thus, Gu Chun easily gained entry into Yupon City. As the saying goes, it is far easier to provoke the king of hell than to deal with troublesome little ghosts. Gu Chun had no desire to engage in trivial banter with the guards. Rather than squander time in idle chatter, he preferred to offer them a little incentive to avoid unnecessary complications. Gu Chun refrained from revealing Chang Yi as his elder sister, for doing so would not yield any advantages and might only invite more troubles. Once inside Yupon City, he followed the path etched in his memory towards Chang Yi's palace. Along the way, Gu Chun overheard whispers among the crowd. "Have you heard? The city lord is in trouble." "Really? How could that be?" "The city lord is a formidable being in the Ming Void Realm. What could possibly happen to her?" "I heard it's the doing of the Lin family, the Li family, in the Wanbao Pavilion." "What nonsense! Just this noon, I saw the Lin and Li families along with the Wanbao Pavilion dispatching people to protect the city lord's palace." "You foolishly misunderstand. That is no protection, it is clearly a siege." Hearing these murmurs, Gu Chun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "What has transpired? Has my sister encountered peril? I must hasten to her side. I cannot allow her to fall victim to nefarious individuals, especially since I have yet to provide her with the system." Mounting the bear demon, Gu Chun pointed towards the palace and commanded, "Xiong, swiftly make your way to that location." "Will there be food there?" the bear demon inquired. "Indeed," Gu Chun affirmed. "Very well, I shall proceed at once." With that, the bear demon charged towards Chang Yi's palace like a powerful truck. Outside the palace, cultivators from the Lin family, Li family, and Wanbao Pavilion stood in a line, surrounding Chang Yi's residence. Lin Yunji, the young master of the Lin family, donned a splendid robe and adorned himself with a red flower, appearing quite flamboyant. Accompanied by a throng of Lin family cultivators, he advanced towards Chang Yi's palace. The young master of the Li family and the head of Wanbao Pavilion, not to be outdone, also rallied their subordinates, preparing to force their way into the palace. A mute woman wielded a long knife, brandishing it menacingly, her murderous intent palpable. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yunji implored, "Please do not obstruct me. I have urgent matters to report to the city lord." No sooner had he spoken than a silver-white blade of light met him, slicing through the air like a waning moon aimed at Lin Yunji. A robust cultivator from the Lin family crossed his arms, materializing in front of Lin Yunji to deflect the lethal strike unleashed by the mute woman. The mute woman displayed a look of astonishment. This man was indeed a formidable being of the transformation realm. At that moment, the young master of the Li family suddenly spoke up, declaring, "You, mute woman, have taken the city lord hostage with sinister intentions. You must not be spared." Lin Yunji hastily echoed, "Indeed, this mute has captured the city lord and obstructed our access to him. Let us swiftly eliminate her and rescue our lord." The mute woman was taken aback by the audacity of these individuals, daring to turn the tables. Frantically, she felt beads of sweat form on her forehead, wishing to vehemently rebuke these shameless scoundrels, yet she was rendered speechless. At that moment, anguished cries resonated from within the palace. "If you dare take another step closer, once I neutralize the poison, I will slay you all." Upon hearing this, Lin Yunji's spirits soared, and she shouted, "Do not fret, my lord. Allow me to assist you in curing the poison." The master of the Wanbao Pavilion let out a hearty laugh, stating, "Our esteemed city lord is frail and cannot withstand so many attempting to cure her. Whoever possesses the skill to enter the palace first shall be the one to assist her." As he spoke, the master dashed towards the palace. Just as he was nearing the entrance, a pale blue light suddenly manifested, enveloping the palace like an inverted bowl, shielding it from nefarious intruders. This was the protective barrier set by Chang Yi, her final line of defense. Damn it, how could it be a barrier? The master of the Wanbao Pavilion cursed. The young master of the Li family approached the barrier and said to an elder of the Li clan, "Third uncle, this barrier is entrusted to you." The elder revealed a sinister smile and replied, "Rest assured, young master, this mere barrier shall be dismantled within half an hour." Lin Yunji, unwilling to be outdone, urgently called to her kin, "Who can break this barrier?" A dark-skinned middle-aged man stepped forward, declaring, "Do not worry, young master, leave it to me." Meanwhile, inside the palace, Chang Yi's suffering intensified, rendering her unable to articulate a complete sentence. Clenching her fists, tears of anguish streamed down her face. "Am I truly destined to perish at their hands today? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. I have shown them such mercy. How can they treat me thus? Why did I not eliminate them all when I had the chance? If only my master were here, she would never allow me to feel so helpless. My master would ensure their complete annihilation. Master, save me." In this moment of despair, the first person who came to Chang Yi's mind was her master, Ling Shuang, whom she both loved and loathed. Suddenly, a mighty roar echoed from outside the palace, followed by Gu Chun's voice. "Senior sister, I am here." Outside the palace, Gu Chun rode a bear demon, shouting as he charged towards the entrance. Lin Yunji turned her head, curiosity etched on her face as she inquired about Gu Chun. Who is he? The attention of both the Li family and Wanbao Pavilion members was drawn to Gu Chun, whose dramatic entrance was simply impossible to ignore. Observing the gathered cultivators surrounding the palace, Gu Chun thought to himself, "What they said is true. My senior sister is indeed in trouble." The master of the Wanbao Pavilion, upon seeing Gu Chun, bellowed, "Where did this wild cultivator come from? Be gone at once, lest you ruin my affairs." In response, Gu Chun unsheathed his white rainbow sword and, exuding an imposing aura, declared, "I am Gu Chun of the Jade Clear sect, disciple of the Heartless Immortal and the younger brother of the city lord." With that, he pointed his sword at the master of the Wanbao Pavilion and admonished, "I am fully aware of your misdeeds, and I have already reported them to my master. In but a moment, she shall arrive and eradicate you all." Upon hearing these words, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion felt a sudden loss of resolve. He was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the Heartless Immortal, a figure who could kill without a flicker of hesitation. For her, taking life was as effortless as breathing. Even those at the Harmonious Path realm were no match for her. She was the most perilous individual in this land, and none dared to provoke her. "How can you prove you are the disciple of the Heartless Immortal?" the master inquired. At that moment, a young man beside the master interjected, "Master, I recognize him. This is Gu Chun, a disciple of the Heartless Immortal, whom I witnessed entering the Nine-Gate Secret Realm." This young man was an elite disciple from the Spell Peak of the Jade Clear sect, sent to the Wanbao Pavilion as an advisor due to business relations. A month prior, he had accompanied the Spell Peak master to the Nine-Gate Secret Realm and had personally seen Gu Chun. "Are you certain you have not mistaken him for someone else?" The master of the Wanbao Pavilion began to panic. "No, it is indeed him," the young man affirmed. Had the heartless immortal truly become aware of this matter? Fear had completely overtaken the master's heart. Within the palace, Chang'e, hearing the commotion outside, shed tears of emotion. Master, you have truly not given up on me. Chapter 50. The senior sister will take responsibility. Gu Chun, noticing that he had intimidated these individuals, bellowed with fury. You wretches, why do you not depart at once? If you linger any longer, when my master arrives, you shall all meet your doom. Inside the palace, Chang'e, forcing herself to muster her composure, declared, should you leave now, I shall pretend that nothing has transpired, and I will not allow my master to harm you. However, if you persist in your obstinacy, once my master, the heartless fairy, arrives, neither you nor your families will escape unscathed. The head of Wanbao Pavilion, well aware of Ling Shuang's terrifying prowess, hesitated internally before stating, if I depart, will the heartless fairy truly spare me? I shall act as though none of this has occurred. Indeed, replied Chang'e. The pavilion master, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, bowed towards the palace and said, Chang'e, I apologize for being swayed by the Lin and Li families into such actions. I shall take my leave now. Please take care. True to his cunning nature, the pavilion master did not forget to implicate the Lin and Li families as he made his exit. The young master of the Li family hesitated, but an elder from the Li family urgently grasped his arm, insisting, we must leave at once. If we delay any further, the heartless fairy will annihilate our entire clan. Yet, the young master of the Li family was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity for a night of intimacy with Chang'e. If our family is destroyed, do you truly believe you can survive? Leave now, commanded the head of the Li family, forcibly dragging the young master away. Though Lin Yunji felt indignant, she nonetheless followed her elders out of the scene. Observing this, Gu Chun mused, indeed, the renown of my master is formidable. Upon hearing her name, these individuals fled in terror. Gu Chun, ever prudent, had achieved his objective and thus refrained from stirring further trouble. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in Gu Chun's mind. Junior brother, is master truly coming? It was Chang'e's consciousness reaching out through telepathy. However, Gu Chun was yet unfamiliar with this form of communication and could not respond. Senior sister, the situation is somewhat intricate. Allow me to explain in person, Gu Chun replied. Chang'e, possessing great intellect, had already surmised that Ling Shuang had not come. The previous events were merely Gu Chun leveraging her name to intimidate the unruly. Upon realizing this, she thought, I am now poisoned to my very core. Only through union can the toxin within me be purged. Gu Chun is my junior brother. I have seen him before, a striking young man. Enlisting his aid in detoxification would not be a loss for me, and I may seize the chance to claim my master's favored disciple. With this thought, Chang'e called out to Gu Chun, Junior brother, come here. I shall have Wuxing assist you in lifting the restrictions. With that, Chang'e commanded the mute girl to remove the barriers outside the palace. Once the restrictions were lifted, Gu Chun strode confidently toward the palace. The bear demon attempted to follow suit, but Gu Chun gestured aside, saying, stay here for now. After I meet with senior sister, I will prepare something for you to eat. The bear demon had been thoroughly tamed by Gu Chun, obediently following his directives. It lay down quietly, awaiting Gu Chun's return. Approaching the entrance of the palace, Gu Chun pushed open the grand doors under the watchful gaze of the mute girl. The grand door was ever so slightly ajar when a pristine, delicate hand emerged from the crevice, seizing Gu Chun by the collar and drawing him inside. Before Gu Chun could even comprehend the situation, he found himself pinned beneath the fervent and impassioned Chang'e. Senior sister, what is this? He exclaimed. Junior brother, I implore you, help me antidote the poison after 3 hours. Chang'e finally dispelled the seductive allure of the myriad flower poison. As the torment faded and her spiritual energy was restored, Chang'e regained her peak strength, no longer fearing any treachery. With a gentle motion, she tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear while supporting herself on the ground, her eyes sparkling with joy as they rested upon Gu Chun, who lay before her. My dear junior brother is truly remarkable. 3 hours of such exhilarating delight. Chang'e said tenderly. Gu Chun, eyes wide, stared at the ceiling, his body and spirit immensely gratified. I can't believe that upon just meeting my senior sister, such a thing would occur. She is truly formidable. I thought I would need to employ some tactics to engage in dual cultivation with her, yet it turned out to be so effortless. How exhilarating. Noticing Gu Chun's silence, Chang'e, thinking he felt aggrieved, gently tapped his forehead and reassured him, do not be disheartened, junior brother. I shall take responsibility for you. Gu Chun was taken aback. Take responsibility for me? It seems my senior sister has misunderstood something. In that case, I shall play along and feign innocence." He turned his head to face Chang'e, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Seeing this, Chang'e's heart melted, and she quickly said, "Do not cry, junior brother. I will cherish and care for you. Senior sister, please do not disclose this matter to our master, all right?" Gu Chun pleaded. "Of course. I would never reveal it to our master. Rest assured, junior brother," Chang'e replied softly, enveloping him in a gentle embrace. Meanwhile, within the Wanbao Pavilion, the pavilion master finally grasped the situation. "Could it be that we have been outsmarted by that lad?" A disciple from the Curse Peak remarked. "I am certain he is Gu Chun from the Absolute Peak, disciple of the Heartless Fairy. I understand, but what if the Heartless Fairy is entirely unaware of this matter? Could he be using her name to intimidate us?" The pavilion master mused. The Curse Peak disciple frowned, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. "It is possible," he conceded. "Oh dear, I have been deceived by him. A grand opportunity has slipped away," the pavilion master lamented. "It is too late to lament now. Chang'e's poison is likely resolved, and her strength restored to its zenith. We will find it exceedingly difficult to threaten her again," an elder of the Wanbao Pavilion stated. The pavilion master rubbed his temples and said, "It's all right, we did not succeed. And neither did the Lin family or the Li family. We are not at a loss. But what if that woman, Chang'e, seeks vengeance against us?" The elder inquired. "Fear not. Chang'e is inherently benevolent and never resorts to killing. She will not harm us," the pavilion master assured. At the same time, the Lin and Li families had also begun to realize the gravity of the situation. They all realized that they had been deceived by Gu Chun. However, it was too late to comprehend this now. Chang'e had already regained her strength, leaving them with no opportunities. Within the palace, Gu Chun and Chang'e lay together, engaging in extensive conversation. "My junior disciple is truly remarkable. She is indeed the legendary innate pure yang body. One must admit, our master is exceptionally fortunate. First to have taken me, the innate Tao, and now you, the innate pure young body, both of us possessing extraordinary physiques as her disciples," Chang'e marveled. "Senior sister, what unique abilities does your innate Tao possess?" Gu Chun inquired. "It allows for a swifter ascension in realms, possesses an exceptionally keen comprehension, enables the creation and understanding of new techniques, and permits one to elevate a low-tier spell into a higher-tier one." Chang'e succinctly outlined the advantages of her physique. "And what kind of physique does our master have?" "It seems our master possesses an ice-type heavenly root." "Oh, no wonder our master always appears so frigid." "Hee. Our master's temperament is not solely influenced by her physique. The primary reason lies in the cultivation techniques she practices." Chapter 51. Bestowing the system upon the senior sister and discussing the cultivation techniques practiced by Ling Shuang. Chang'e conveyed the discord between her and Ling Shuang to Gu Chun. With a wistful sigh, Chang'e remarked, "Alas, there is no profound enmity between my master and me. Our conflicts arise solely from the heartless doctrine of the emotionless path." "What do you mean?" Gu Chun inquired. "When my master accepted me as her disciple, she imparted the emotionless path to me. Initially, I adhered to her guidance, diligently cultivating this path until I reached the golden core stage, at which point I awakened my unique constitution, the innate Tao fetus. Upon awakening, I immediately discerned the flaws inherent in the emotionless path," Chang'e explained. "What flaws, senior sister?" Gu Chun asked, turning to lay beside Chang'e, curiosity evident in her eyes. "The emotionless path is a ruthless technique. It cannot forge a true cultivator, only a heartless tool for slaughter. Furthermore, it is an incomplete method, limiting practitioners to the 9th level of the Ming Void Realm and preventing progression to the harmonious Tao stage," Chang'e said with a furrowed brow. "What happens if one forcibly attempts to reach the harmonious Tao stage?" Gu Chun queried. "It is nearly impossible. Should one attempt to forcibly cultivate to that stage, a single significant injury would result in the complete dispersion of their spiritual power, rendering them an ordinary person," Chang'e stated with a grave tone. "Isn't that perilous for your master?" Gu Chun exclaimed. Chang'e nodded slightly, stating, "I once informed her of the flaws of the emotionless path. Yet she disregarded my counsel and continued her practice." "And what about you, senior sister? Do you still practice the emotionless path?" Gu Chun asked. Chang'e shook her head, saying, "I have long ceased my cultivation of the emotionless path. Currently, I pursue a technique derived from my own insights, comparable to a high-grade Earth-level method. It is precisely because I abandoned the emotionless path that discord arose between my master and me. She perceives my actions as a betrayal and has expelled me from the peak of emotion." At this juncture, Chang'e closed her eyes, A subtle sadness etched upon her brow. Observing this, Gu Chun promptly shifted the topic, exclaiming, "Senior sister, how remarkable it is that you can comprehend techniques on your own. I lack such a talent." Chang'e smiled gently, caressing Gu Chun's chest with her hand. As an innate Dao fetus, I am innately attuned to the Dao, making the comprehension of techniques a relatively uncomplicated endeavor for me. Dear junior brother, do not envy me, as an innate pure yang body. Your constitution is undoubtedly on par with mine, perhaps even superior. As she spoke, Chang'e slowly rose, her gaze falling upon a crimson stain on the carpet. Look. Dear junior brother, this is my first time too. Neither of us is at a disadvantage. Upon beholding Chang'e's flawless physique, Gu Chun felt the indomitable divine blood within him stir once more. Chang'e, witnessing this, covered her face with a smile. Do you wish for your senior sister to pamper you, dear junior brother? Gu Chun vigorously nodded. Yes, senior sister, I do. Such a playful one. Let us first take a bath together, Chang'e said as she helped Gu Chun to his feet and led him to her private bathing chamber. Utilizing her spiritual power, she heated the water in the bath. Instantly, a mist enveloped the space, transforming it into a realm reminiscent of paradise. After a span of 2.5 hours, Chang'e and Gu Chun lay in the warm waters of the bath, luxuriating in the soothing embrace of the heated pool. With her hands clasped behind her head, Gu Chun inquired, Senior sister, how did you fall victim to poison? Who was the perpetrator? Chang'e, delicately twisting her damp hair, replied. It was the combined machinations of the Lin and Li families, along with the Wanbao Pavilion, who coveted both my innate Dao fetus and my beauty. They sought to use the alluring Wanhua Mijing poison to strip me of my purity, compelling me to bear their offspring and rendering me their devoted slave. Gu Chun furrowed her brow in concern, asking, But senior sister, you are a disciple of the Yuqing sect. Do they not fear the repercussions from the sect for such actions? With a sigh, Chang'e responded, Alas, it is the people of the Yuqing sect who orchestrated this scheme. The Wanhao Pavilion is backed by the Curse Peak of the Yuqing sect, the Lin family by the Martial Peak, and the Li family by the Flame Peak. How could the Yuqing sect be so malevolent? Gu Chun exclaimed. Even more sinister is the Yu Peak. The esteemed elder of Yu Peak has a Dao companion named Yuing Xiangu, who was once the master of Yu Peak a millennium ago. During a tribulation, she suffered the destruction of her meridians and aged into a mere shadow of her former self. She has long coveted my body, and the elder desires for her to possess me, Chang'e lamented. I too have been ensnared by the Yu Peak elder. That old man is truly no good. Gu Chun pouted. In this world, there are but two individuals I can trust unconditionally, my servant, Wu Sheng, and my master. No matter how much my master may disregard me, she would never conspire against me, Chang'e asserted. Gu Chun pointed to herself and asked, What about me, senior sister? Oh, you still need to prove yourself. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true nature. We have only just begun to know one another. And I cannot yet place my full trust in you, Chang'e smiled. Gu Chun grinned widely, saying, Indeed, time reveals a person's true nature, as you say, senior sister. Junior brother, stay close to your senior sister. I assure you, you will not be wronged. I can be far more nurturing than our master, Chang'e added, gently tapping Gu Chun's forehead with her finger. Senior sister, why do you not take vengeance on those who wronged you? Even if you cannot eradicate them entirely, it would serve to intimidate them and deter any further treachery, Gu Chun urged. Chang'e shook her head, replying, I have no desire to take a life. I do not wish to become like my master. Throughout my cultivation, I have never killed anyone, even my most bitter enemies. I have merely taught a lesson without claiming their lives. You are far too merciful, senior sister. One cannot afford to show mercy to adversaries, Gu Chun contended. I simply cannot bring myself to do it. I do not wish to kill. Chang'e's voice dwindled, her demeanor reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. Seeing this, Gu Chun opened the system panel to examine Chang'e's status. Chang'e, human, female, realm, Mingsu, affection towards the host, 100, destiny value, 97, can be bestowed upon the system. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Gu Chun selected the option to bestow. The system's voice resonated in Gu Chun's mind. Ding. The third subordinate system has been successfully granted and has been bound to Chang'e, who will become the host's third subordinate. The third subordinate system is a specialized system, possessing binding items and tasks that pertain to these items. Upon the completion of 5 tasks by the third subordinate, the host will acquire a new subordinate system along with additional system functionalities. Upon witnessing this, Gu Chun pondered, does the third subordinate also have binding items? What could these binding items be? I am truly curious. Tasks have been refreshed. The host may select a task for the third subordinate to complete. Subsequently, the system interface displayed Changyi's tasks. 1. Apply pressure on the Lin family, the Li family, and Wanbao Pavilion to force them to surrender the true culprit. 2. Compromise with the Lin family, the Li family, and Wanbao Pavilion, letting bygones be bygones. 3. Refine the Gathering Soul banner into the 10,000 Souls banner. Compulsory task. The third subordinate system will unlock after completing 10 tasks. As Gu Chun beheld these 3 system tasks, he contemplated, the third task can be disregarded for now, as it is compulsory and cannot be selected at this moment. The second task is also not an option. The Lin family, the Li family, and Wanbao Pavilion have conspired against my senior sister, poisoning her. If I were to compromise with them, they would only grow more audacious. My senior sister is far too compassionate, too saintly, and excessively indecisive. I cannot allow her to continue in this manner. I must transform her into someone decisive and relentless, one who avenges wrongs without hesitation. Therefore, I shall choose the first task. Chapter 52. The Emperor's Banner. The Benevolent Emperor's Banner, the primary entry of the third subordinate system, pertains to the Empress, while the secondary entry concerns the Emperor's Banner. Gu Chun expressed immense satisfaction with this system. An Empress, how splendid! I shall utilize this system to guide my gentle senior sister towards becoming an unparalleled Empress, revered throughout the world. Furthermore, I aspire to fundamentally alter my sister's character with the Emperor's Banner, transforming her from a hesitant and compassionate figure into a decisive and formidable woman of strength. Only then shall I experience a sense of conquest and fulfillment. The system assured success, and its voice resonated in Changyi's mind. Ding! The system has been successfully bound. Changyi reacted strongly, hastily extending her spiritual awareness to probe her surroundings. Who dares to speak within my mind? Changyi remained vigilant, aware of her precarious circumstances. Though she was the lord of Yupon City, she could not fully control it. The city was rife with factions, each vying for power, and nearly everyone was scheming against her. Even the Yuling sect was plotting against her. Having lived in such an environment, how could Changyi not be cautious? Gu Chun feigned confusion, gazing at Changyi and inquiring, "Senior sister, what troubles you?" Just now, someone spoke in my mind, akin to a transmission yet not quite. It was quite peculiar, Changyi replied. As soon as she finished speaking, the system's voice echoed once more. The system has been successfully bound, and the item Soul Gathering banner is about to be distributed. Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared before Changyi. The brilliance was blinding, even for a formidable cultivator like her, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at. Once the light dissipated, a tattered banner manifested before her. This banner was affixed to a crude wooden pole, darkened and marked by wormholes, as if it might snap with the slightest flick. Attached to the pole was a long strip of black, tattered cloth, bearing signs of rodent gnawing. In the center of the fabric were 3 blood-red characters, Soul Gathering Banner. Changyi held the Soul Gathering Banner, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is this? She mused to herself, fixated on the banner. The system's voice emerged once again. Soul Gathering Banner, a first-tier magical artifact, is the initial form of the chaotic artifact, the Emperor's Banner. It can be strengthened by absorbing vengeful souls. The more souls it absorbs, the more powerful the Soul Gathering Banner becomes, eventually refining into a higher-level magical artifact, culminating in the Emperor's Banner capable of containing billions of vengeful souls. The Soul Gathering Banner is a bound item of the system, indestructible and irreplaceable. Changyi's delicate brows knitted further in perplexity. Soul Gathering Banner? The system? What on earth are these? How have I encountered such matters? Could this be yet another of their schemes? At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the chaotic artifact. The Benevolent Emperor's Banner. Benevolent Emperor's Banner, a chaotic artifact bound to the Soul Gathering Banner possessed by the third subordinate. For each vengeful soul absorbed by the Soul Gathering Banner, the host's Benevolent Emperor's Banner shall gain 1 Yang soul. The greater the number of Yang souls, the stronger the Benevolent Emperor's Banner becomes. The Benevolent Emperor's Banner possesses the righteous power of Yang souls, capable of purifying all things, enlightening the masses, and incinerating evil entities. The Benevolent Emperor's Banner has been sent to the host's inner realm. Please check it. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Gu Chun mused, my senior sister possesses the Imperial Banner, while I have acquired the Benevolent Banner. For every vengeful spirit she collects, I shall receive a more potent Yang soul. I must guide her well to ensure she gathers more of these spirits. As Changyi scrutinized the Soul Gathering Banner in bewilderment, The system assigned her a task. Task: pressure the Lin family, the Li family, and Wanbage to surrender the main culprit. Reward: 7th tier spell, Phoenix Ceremony. What is this? Why have I been assigned a task? And a reward? Chang'e, overly cautious, found it difficult to accept the system's existence as easily as Ling Shuang did. Senior sister, what have you heard? Gu Chun feigned ignorance and inquired. Chang'e relayed all that the system had mentioned. Gu Chun lowered his head, contemplating, and pretended to appear serious. Junior brother, what are your thoughts? Chang'e asked. Gu Chun raised his gaze, looking earnestly into her eyes, and said, Senior sister, I have heard a legend about a child of destiny who can hear the voice of the heavenly path and, guided by it, walks in accordance with fate to become an unparalleled powerhouse. I believe you are that fabled child of destiny, and what you hear may very well be the voice of the heavenly path. Gu Chun excelled at deceiving others, weaving tales with such finesse that there were nearly no flaws. Chang'e nodded gravely, stating, I have indeed heard of such things. There are indeed individuals of that sort in legends. However, how could such a thing occur in my life? How could I possibly bear the title of Child of Destiny? Upon hearing this, Gu Chun thought, what? I merely concocted a random lie, yet senior sister actually believes it? And she even claims to have heard of it? Is there truly a Child of Destiny in this world? Gu Chun smiled slightly and said, Senior sister, there is no need for false humility. You are a natural-born Tao body. With such an extraordinary constitution, how could you not be a Child of Destiny? Yet I remain skeptical. The circumstances surrounding this matter are too peculiar, and I can't shake the feeling that it has been orchestrated by someone. Chang'e remarked. Oh, senior sister. You should at least give it a try. Only through testing can one discern truth from falsehood. If you do not even attempt it, what use is your suspicion? Gu Chun urged. Chang'e pursed her lips and replied, but I have already told them that I would not hold past grievances against them. How can I pressure them further? Oh, senior sister, your reasoning is flawed. They have conspired against you, and you think a mere statement of forgiveness suffices? This simply won't do. If you proceed in this manner, they will only grow more audacious and may devise further schemes against you in the future. Gu Chun advised. Junior brother, you make a valid point, yet I truly do not know how to exert pressure on them. Chang'e confessed. Gu Chun scratched his head, perplexed, and exclaimed, Senior sister, if you are incapable of this, how have you managed to be the city lord for so long? I merely negotiate with various factions, striving to resolve their conflicts. As long as they promise to pay tribute to the Yuqing sect punctually and refrain from causing disturbances in Yupan City, I do not interfere with them, Chang'e explained. Gu Chun shook his head. Initially, he had believed that his senior sister, capable of managing a city of cultivators, must be an exceptionally strong woman, akin to Roosevelt. However, to his surprise, Chang'e was not Roosevelt, but rather Gandhi. With a sigh, Gu Chun gently wrapped his arm around Chang'e's delicate shoulders and said, Senior sister, allow me to assist you in dealing with them. You need only to heed my words. Upon hearing this, Chang'e, like a gentle woman, nestled into Gu Chun's embrace. Meanwhile, outside the palace, the bear demon, Bear 2, sat obediently on the ground, exhibiting a remarkably docile demeanor. A rumble emanated from Bear 2's belly, echoing like thunder. Pouting, Bear 2 displayed a face full of grievance. It had been waiting outside the palace for an entire night. How hungry it was. What could the master possibly be doing inside? Why hadn't he emerged yet? Standing opposite Bear 2, a mute girl silently gestured, inquiring if Bear 2 desired something to eat. However, Bear 2 was utterly perplexed by her signs, tilting its head. It asked, What do you want? In response, Bear 2 clumsily attempted to mimic the mute girl's gestures. Yet, lacking any understanding of sign language, its imitation was quite inept. The signs Bear 2 produced strayed far from their intended meaning. In the mute girl's eyes, Bear 2's gestures conveyed a rather inappropriate message. I wish to feast upon your ample posterior. Chapter 53, Task 2, Eliminate them. Sacrifice the soul banner, just as the silent and furious one contemplated drawing his long blade to behead Xiong'er. The grand doors of the palace swung open. Gu Chun and Chang'e emerged from the palace, both beaming with radiance. Upon seeing Gu Chun, Xiong'er excitedly dashed to his feet and, prostrating himself on the ground, lamented, Master, I am hungry. I wish to eat. Gu Chun smiled warmly, affectionately patting Xiong'er's large head. Very well, I shall procure you some food. Noticing Xiong'er, Chang'e inquired of Gu Chun, Junior brother, is this your beast companion? Indeed, I acquired him on my journey to Yupan City. It is thanks to him that I arrived here so swiftly, Gu Chun replied. At that moment, The Silent One approached Chang Yi and communicated through sign language. He is teasing me. He claims he desires to feast upon my backside. Chang Yi chuckled lightly. You may be mistaken, as a spirit beast. How could he entertain such thoughts? The Silent One gestured again, asking Chang Yi, Master, has your poison been cured? Chang Yi nodded yes. I owe my recovery to my dear junior brother. The Silent One hesitated momentarily before directly signing, Master, what was that experience like? Was it pleasurable? Chang Yi felt a wave of embarrassment, uncertain how to respond. Gu Chun turned to Chang Yi, suggesting, Senior sister, arrange for your people to apply pressure on them to deliver the true culprit and observe their reactions. Chang Yi nodded and then issued a command to the Silent One, who promptly set off towards the Lin family, Li family, and Hmph pavilion. As the Silent One departed, Gu Chun inquired, Senior sister, is she your only subordinate? Chang Yi nodded somewhat sheepishly. She is my sole loyal follower. What about the guards at the city gates? Gu Chun asked. They do not answer to me. They are beholden to the prominent families of Yupon City, Chang Yi replied. Very well. Sending a mute to convey your message, will others comprehend her sign language? Gu Chun queried with skepticism. The Silent One not only excels in sign language, but is also proficient in writing, Chang Yi stated. Gu Chun was left speechless. My dear senior sister, you seem rather oblivious in your role as city lord. Everyone is scheming against you. If I do not assist you, no one else will. Meanwhile, Xiong'er was drooling uncontrollably. With a sense of exasperation, Gu Chun decided to first satiate Xiong'er's hunger. The Silent One arrived at the Lin family and, following Chang Yi's orders, demanded the culprit. The head of the Lin family immediately relayed this matter to the family elder. Upon hearing the news, the elder stroked his beard and, with a voice reminiscent of a wheezing bellows, remarked, that little wretch Chang Yi is incapable of murder. Send Yunji to gauge her attitude towards our Lin family. The head of the Lin family, looking anxious, replied, perhaps we should send someone else. Yunji is our young master. What if Chang Yi truly attempts to harm her? The elder snorted in anger. Chang Yi is nothing more than a docile sheep. A sheep shall always remain a sheep, never transforming into a flesh-eating wolf. Behind the Lin family stands the esteemed Yuling sect. With a third of the guards in Yupon City hailing from our lineage, Chang Yi would not dare to provoke the Lin family, nor harm any of our kin. Ancestor. I understand. I shall dispatch Yunji forth, declared the head of the Lin family. Subsequently, he entrusted the Lin family's young heir, Lin Yunji, to Wu Sheng. Following this, Wu Sheng visited the Li family in the Wanbao pavilion. The Li family, unwilling to be outdone after witnessing the surrender of Lin Yunji, presented their own young heir, Li Rufeng. As for the Wanbao pavilion, they offered up the core disciple of the Spell Peak, Zhou Feiru. With the three principal culprits identified, Wu Sheng led them to Chang Yi's palace. Within the palace, Gu Chun prepared a sumptuous feast for Xiong'er, satiating the bear's appetite. Chang Yi, seated upon her throne, appeared troubled. Junior brother, should they arrive, how shall I handle them? She inquired. Sister, fret not. Simply follow my lead. Do as I instruct, Gu Chun replied with confidence. At that moment, Wu Sheng entered the palace and communicated the situation to Chang Yi through sign language. Master, I have brought them. They await outside the hall. Chang Yi conveyed Wu Sheng's signs to Gu Chun, who responded with a disdainful huff. Let them enter. Under Wu Sheng's guidance, Lin Yunji, Li Rufeng, and Zhou Feiru strode into the palace, standing with an air of arrogance, showing no deference to Chang Yi, the city lord. These three were indeed remarkable individuals. Lin Yunji, the young heir of the Lin family, possessed a rare earth attribute spiritual root, with extraordinary talent and boundless potential for future accomplishments. Li Rufeng, the young heir of the Li family, boasted a wind attribute spiritual root, displaying exceptional comprehension at merely 20 years old. He had already reached the second level of the Golden Core stage. Zhou Feiru, a core disciple of the Yuling sect Spell Peak and descendant of Elder Shou Yi, had formidable backing, remarkable expertise in talismans, and a talent for management that was truly one in a million. With their heads held high and hands behind their backs, they resembled haughty roosters, completely disregarding Chang Yi, even neglecting to pay their respects, as they were confident that she would not dare to retaliate against them. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Chang Yi's mind. Task completed. Reward. 7th tier spell Phoenix ascending. Do you wish to claim it now? Chang Yi's expression brightened as she tentatively replied, claim. As her words fell, a flash of spiritual light manifested, revealing a jade slip engraved with a phoenix in her hand. Possessing an innate Tao, Chang Yi was certain that this was an exceptionally profound spell. The system is indeed real. It can truly grant me rewards. Overjoyed, Chang'e cherished the spell in her grasp. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations. Host. The number 3 vassal system has successfully completed its task, granting the host a 100-fold reward. Reward. 9th tier spell Dragon, soars 9 heavens. The reward has been allocated to the inner realm. Why is it a spell? Wouldn't it be better to receive a year's worth of cultivation instead? If that's not possible, a fast track to mastering a spell would suffice. Gu Chun lamented inwardly, just as the system's tasks refreshed. 1. Slay 3 individuals and utilize their souls to refine the soul-gathering banner. 2. Release them, as if nothing transpired. 3. Transform the soul-gathering banner into the 10,000 souls banner. This is a compulsory task. The third subordinate system unlocks after completing 10 tasks. At the moment when Gu Chun was about to select a task, Li Rufeng, the young master of the Li family, suddenly interjected, "My lord, you did not summon us merely to witness your tricks, did you?" Lin Yunji fixated on Chang'e's porcelain-like calves, swallowing hard as she remarked, "Our time is precious, please do not squander it." Zhou Fairu, a disciple of the Yuqing sect, displayed no reverence towards Chang'e, stating, "My lord, I have matters to attend to. If there is nothing pressing, kindly allow me to depart." Seeing this, Chang'e turned to Gu Chun, who let out a cold snort. Casting a frigid glance at the 3 individuals and rebuking, "Uncultured beasts, do you not kneel before the Lord?" As these words left his mouth, Gu Chun finalized his selection of the system task. The system's voice then resonated within Chang'e's mind. Task: slay 3 individuals and utilize their souls to refine the soul-gathering banner. Reward: upgrade the soul-gathering banner to a 2nd-tier magical artifact and acquire the divine ability. Heart-piercing deathworm. Chapter 54. Inviting the Lord into the banner. Gu Chun's furious reprimand immediately incited the emotions of the 3 individuals. The first to respond was Lin Yunji, who, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Chun, exclaimed, "Who do you think you are to lecture me? Even my father wouldn't dare speak to me this way." Li Rufeng, equally arrogant, added, "Where did you crawl out from, daring to point fingers at me? Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Zhou Fairu wished to retaliate verbally, yet he refrained from speaking. He had witnessed Ling Shuang act on Gu Chun's behalf. And while he bore no fear of Gu Chun himself, he was apprehensive of the merciless fairy, Ling Shuang, who stood behind him. He feared that offending Gu Chun would invite Ling Shuang's wrath upon his return to Yuqing's sect. Even without uttering a word, Zhou Fairu's eyes conveyed his discontent. Gu Chun let out a cold laugh, grasping Lin Yunji's finger and declaring, "Your father may not teach you this lesson, but I shall, for I am your father." "You scoundrel, seeking death." Lin Yunji attempted to strike Gu Chun, but Gu Chun swiftly twisted and broke Lin Yunji's finger. In the same motion, he lifted his right foot and delivered a kick to Lin Yunji's groin. This kick transcended the stars, shattering the chaos within. Lin Yunji instantly collapsed to the ground, emitting a cry of anguish. "Ah, my eggs. Xiong Air, pin him down and prevent him from moving," Gu Chun commanded. "Understood." Xiong Air, like a mountain descending, sat upon Lin Yunji, nearly squeezing the very essence from him. Witnessing this, Li Rufeng immediately began to channel his spiritual energy, preparing to strike at Gu Chun. However, Chang'e, seated upon her throne, could no longer remain still. She swiftly descended from her seat, soaring to Gu Chun's side, and unleashed her oppressive aura to subdue Li Rufeng. "You shall not harm my junior brother." Under Chang'e's imposing pressure, Li Rufeng found his spiritual energy rendered utterly ineffective, becoming incapacitated. Seeing this, Gu Chun urgently urged Chang'e, "Sister, eliminate them." Yet, Chang'e hesitated, for she had never taken a life before. Only by eliminating them will the people of Yupan City come to respect and fear you. Otherwise, they will scheme against you. Your leniency will only embolden them further. Have you forgotten how they poisoned you? Had I not arrived in time, what would have been your fate? Think carefully. Do not show them mercy in their lives. Gu Chun's tone was fervent, each word striking Chang'e's heart like a hammer. "Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" With Gu Chun's encouragement, the notion of killing began to take root in Chang'e's heart. Gu Chun drew the Baihong sword, the lethal weapon bestowed upon him by Ling Shuang, and presented it to Chang'e. Gripping the hilt tightly, Chang'e steeled herself and thrust the sword forcefully towards Li Rufeng. This strike pierced directly through Li Rufeng's heart. Li Rufeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chang'e, unable to fathom that she would take a life. Chang'e withdrew the Baihong sword, and Li Rufeng, clutching his heart, collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Gu Chun continued to guide Chang'e. "Sister, retrieve your soul-gathering banner and ensnare his spirit within it." subjecting him to eternal torment. At this moment, Chang'e's mind was a blank slate, akin to a puppet of Gu Chun, executing her every command. Chang'e produced the tattered soul-gathering banner, manipulating it to extract Li Rufa's soul from his corporeal form and draw it into the banner. Li Rufeng's spirit transformed into a wisp of black smoke, consumed by the banner. The banner, having devoured Li Rufeng, emitted dark vapors, within which the agonized, contorted visage of Li Rufu could still be discerned. Sister, eliminate those two as well, eradicate them completely. Gu Chun pointed at Lin Yunji and Zhou Fairu, instructing Chang'e. Eradicate them entirely, eradicate them entirely. Chang'e murmured, her right hand gripping the Baihong sword, severing Lin Yunji's head and drawing her soul into the soul-gathering banner. Witnessing this, Zhou Fairu turned to flee. Gu Chun had anticipated this and intercepted him. Do not be hasty. Why the urgency to depart? Gu Chun remarked. Zhou Fairu, his complexion ashen, cried out in desperation. I said nothing at all. Gu Chun retorted with a cold smirk. Your silence speaks volumes. I am a disciple of the Curse Peak, and Elder Zhou of Curse Peak is my ancestor. Should you take my life, Elder Zhou will not let you escape unscathed. Zhou Fairu brandished his connections, presuming it would instill trepidation in Gu Chun. Zhou? Oh. That feeble old man who cannot even break a formation? Were it not for my intervention, he would have perished long ago in the Dongyun mine. How laughable to use him as leverage against me. In that moment, Gu Chun unabashedly revealed her villainous nature. Zhou Fairu, stricken with shock and terror, trembled uncontrollably. Sister, dispatch him without mercy. Gu Chun commanded Chang'e. Having already slain two, Chang'e had acclimated to the sensation of taking life. She no longer recoiled from the act of slaughter. With the Baihong sword in hand, she thrust it forth, piercing Zhou Fairu's heart with chilling precision. Gu Chun donned a benign smile, gesturing to Zhou Fairu. Please, enter the banner. No sooner had she spoken than Chang'e activated the soul-gathering banner, capturing Zhou Fairu's spirit within it. With the demise of all three, the task was complete. The system chimed in, announcing, task accomplished. Reward, soul-gathering banner upgraded to a second-tier artifact. Divine ability, heart-piercing death Gu. Immediately, a sinister black mist enveloped the soul-gathering banner in Chang'e's grasp. Within the dark smoke, the faces of Lin Yunji, Li Rufeng, and Zhou Fairu emerged, their mouths agape as they emitted piercing cries of anguish. As the mist dissipated, the soul-gathering banner transformed. The marks of vermin and decay vanished, no longer resembling its former state of disrepair. Simultaneously, the method for employing the heart-piercing death Gu materialized within Chang'e's mind. This heart-piercing death Gu is a treacherous divine ability. Those afflicted become mere puppets to the will of the Gu's possessor. Should they dare harbor thoughts of rebellion, they shall endure excruciating torment, leading to death. A fate even the most advanced cultivators find arduous to withstand. The crafting of the heart-piercing death Gu is remarkably simple, requiring only the blood of the divine abilities wielder for its creation. Moreover, the heart-piercing worm of life and death knows no bounds. Upon comprehending the terrifying nature of this sinister technique, Chang'e could not help but exclaim, how could such a malevolent power exist in this world? What is it? Senior sister? Gu Chun inquired. Chang'e then elaborated on the abilities and the crafting methods of the heart-piercing worm of life and death. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun's mind began to formulate an ambitious plan. At that moment, a voice resonated within Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. The third subordinate has successfully completed the task, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, the benevolent Emperor banner has acquired 3 Yang souls and upgraded to a second-tier magical artifact. 1 year of cultivation. Upon hearing the system's voice, Gu Chun's heart soared with joy. Splendid. Cultivation is precisely what I lack. With this year of cultivation, I can significantly reduce my training time and swiftly grow stronger. I hope to receive such rewards in abundance. I have no desire to foolishly sit in seclusion for cultivation. There are so many matters I must attend to. At that moment, Chang'e pointed to the 3 corpses on the ground and asked Gu Chun, Junior brother, how should I handle their bodies? Chapter 55, Gu Chun's plan, Master's longing with his head bowed. Gu Chun gazed upon the 3 lifeless bodies on the ground and declared, hang their corpses on the city walls to instill fear throughout the city. Chang'e, taken aback by Gu Chun's ruthlessness, hesitated and whispered, isn't this too harsh? We have already taken their lives. They cannot be revived. The Lin and Li families, along with Wanao Pavilion, will inevitably learn of their demise. It is a truth we cannot conceal. If that is the case, let us maximize the value of their remains by displaying them on the walls. so that all may witness the consequences of disrespecting you. Gu Chun's voice was laced with frost. But what if their families seek retribution? Chang'e inquired. Gu Chun scoffed. Seek retribution? Hmph. They are unlikely to possess the audacity. Should they dare to pursue vengeance, we shall seize this opportunity to eradicate them entirely, ensuring their complete obliteration. Junior brother, must we truly be so merciless? Chang'e gazed at Gu Chun, confusion clouding her features. Gu Chun nodded earnestly, stating, "It is imperative, senior sister. You are now an adult. You must comprehend that the realm of cultivation is a world governed by the law of the jungle. It is not a mere child's play. If you do not act with resolve, others will be ruthless towards you." Chang'e bit her lip, torn by inner conflict. "Senior sister, do not forget how they treated you," Gu Chun reminded her. After a tumultuous struggle within her mind, Chang'e ultimately acquiesced to Gu Chun's plan. "Very well. Junior brother, we shall proceed as you suggest," she affirmed. Observing this exchange, Wu Sheng looked at Gu Chun with admiration. She had initially perceived Gu Chun as a mere dilettante, yet he proved to be decisively formidable and unyielding. Gazing at Gu Chun's youthful visage, Wu Sheng mused. Though he appears young, his approach to matters is reminiscent of an ancient being who has lived for millennia. With his assistance, my master shall no longer be oppressed. At that moment, Chang'e posed a question to Gu Chun. "Junior brother, under what pretext shall we execute this plan?" Gu Chun replied, "Simply state that they have committed acts of rebellion. There is no need for elaborate explanations. Their misdeeds cannot be concealed. All are aware of them." Chang'e nodded, then turned to Wu Sheng, saying, "Wu Sheng, have you heard? Proceed as Gu Chun has instructed." Wu Sheng promptly took hold of the three corpses and exited the palace. Watching Wu Sheng depart, Gu Chun suddenly remarked, "Senior sister, relying solely on this one loyal subordinate is insufficient. It is advantageous to have as many followers as possible." "What should I do?" Chang'e inquired. "Quite simply, utilize the divine abilities you have recently acquired to seize control of the city guards and patrols of Yupan City. Implanting a heartworm to ensure their unwavering loyalty to you," Gu Chun suggested. "That seems feasible." Chang'e murmured softly. Gu Chun gazed into the distance, his expression profound and gradually articulated. "Then we shall organize a martial arts competition in your name, allowing all within Yupan City to participate. The top 100 and those with exceptional talent shall be granted the opportunity to cultivate heavenly tier techniques." "What? Heavenly tier techniques? Where am I to procure such knowledge?" "Surely, I cannot deceive them," Chang'e protested. "I possess the heavenly tier techniques," Gu Chun replied. As she spoke, Gu Chun opened the inner cosmos and retrieved the martial arts manual acquired from the Nine-Gate Secret Realm. "Ah, the Rui Hunyuan technique, a low-tier celestial skill. Such a formidable technique, I have never encountered it before. How did you come by it, junior brother?" Chang'e exclaimed in astonishment, eagerly taking the manual from Gu Chun's hands to scrutinize it closely. "I obtained it from the Nine-Gate Secret Realm. It is the technique practiced by the ancient powerful figure, Lingon Dao Run," Gu Chun replied. "Can I cultivate it?" Chang'e asked with excitement. "Of course, senior sister. You can cultivate it," Gu Chun said with a smile. "Junior brother, how can we allow others to train in such a remarkable technique?" Chang'e's expression mirrored that of Lu Feng, the leader of the Yuling sect, filled with reluctance and possessiveness. Gu Chun gently rubbed his chin and responded nonchalantly, "Certainly. We cannot simply allow them to cultivate it. If they wish to practice this technique, they must undergo the heart-piercing goo of life and death and pledge their loyalty to you. In doing so, senior sister, you will acquire numerous loyal subordinates with immense talent and strength." Upon hearing this, Chang'e's mouth fell open in shock. Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. Thinking so far ahead. I never even considered that," she exclaimed. Gu Chun wrapped his arm around Chang'e's waist playfully and said, "Senior sister, look at how much I'm assisting you. How do you plan to repay me?" A blush crept onto Chang'e's cheeks as she softly replied, "Of course, by offering myself." At that moment, Gu Chun suddenly recalled the box of stockings he had caught some time ago. "Senior sister, I brought some clothes that are specialties from my hometown. Would you wear them for me to see?" Gu Chun asked. "Of course, junior brother. I will do whatever you say," Chang'e replied shyly. Gu Chun glanced up at the sky. The sun had yet to set, so there was no rush. Once the sun sets, Meanwhile, within the Yuching sect, at the absolute peak, Ling Shuang had successfully transcended the heart tribulation and officially became a harmonious path realm expert. However, she felt no joy. With a complex expression, she gazed at the garments left behind by Gu Chun, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. "Gu Chun, how should I face you?" Ling Shuang picked up Gu Chun's clothing, holding it close as if embracing him. The fabric still bore his scent. Inhaling this fragrance, Ling Shuang silently shed tears. If only I were not your master, how wonderful it would be. Then we could be together. Closing her eyes, her mind was filled with visions of Gu Chun. She yearned to release her spiritual sense to see what he was doing, yet she dared not do so. If she hesitated to extend her spiritual sense, she was even less inclined to step out of her cave to meet Gu Chun. Ling Shuang sat upon the jade platform, cradling Gu Chun's garments, feeling lost about the future. In Gu Chun's cave, De Huang concluded its training. It felt confident in its newfound strength to undertake tasks. It was no longer willing to wait. It would leave Absolute Peak immediately and venture into the dark forest to fulfill its mission. Afterward, it would seek out Gu Chun. Before departing from the Absolute Peak, De Huang, adhering to Gu Chun's instructions, watered Ling air outside the cave. Once the watering was complete, De Huang left the Absolute Peak. It did not exit through the main gates of the Yuqing sect, for it possessed a secret passage specifically designed for its kind, a dog hole. It was through this very hole that De Huang had first entered the Yuqing sect and encountered Gu Chun. Silently and without a trace, De Huang slipped away from the Yuqing sect through the dog hole, unnoticed by anyone. After leaving the sect, guided by the system, De Huang made its way toward the shadowy forest. Chapter 56. The Silken Stockings of the Senior Sister, Reactions from the Three Families Within Chang Yi's Chamber. The azure curtain swayed gently, and the soft yellow candlelight cast the silhouettes of two figures upon the pristine white walls. Gu Chun retrieved a multitude of stockings in various styles and colors from the depths of the inner sanctum, totaling over 100 pieces. Chang Yi held up a pair of ultra-thin black stockings with a perplexed expression. Junior brother, these stockings are so fine and small, yet they are connected. How does one wear them? With a chuckle, Gu Chun replied, Senior sister, observe their elasticity. He picked up a pair and stretched it, demonstrating its flexibility to Chang Yi, who was utterly astonished. Wow, indeed. Junior brother, what material is this? It's so unique, she inquired. Gu Chun scratched his head, pondering. Spandex? Nylon? Coarse-spun silk? She wouldn't comprehend these terms. It's best to simply say it's silk. Senior sister, it's silk from silkworms, Gu Chun explained. Goodness. What kind of silkworm produces such elastic silk? How fascinating. Chang Yi exclaimed, playfully donning the stockings atop her head, resembling a comical character from a film. Gu Chun could not stifle his laughter. Senior sister, you are truly adorable. What is it, junior brother? Why are you laughing? Chang Yi tilted her head, the stockings drooping like rabbit ears atop her head. Gu Chun reached out to remove the stockings from her head, saying, that's not how you wear them. Come. Sit on the edge of the bed, and I shall show you the correct way. He patiently guided her in donning the stockings. In his former life on Earth, Gu Chun had once dabbled as a food blogger to amass followers. He had promised to wear black stockings and women's attire if his fan count surpassed 100,000. Shortly after posting the video, he created a viral sensation, surpassing the threshold. Under the enthusiastic encouragement of his fans, he had no choice but to don the stockings and women's clothing with his girlfriend's assistance, filming a special episode in gratitude. However, due to the risky nature of the content, the video was subsequently taken down. With Gu Chun's guidance, Chang Yi finally adorned the black stockings. Her already long and slender legs appeared even more exquisite with the addition of the stockings. She stood up, filled with wonder. Wow, this is so comfortable and silky. How did I not discover such delightful stockings until now? They are simply splendid. She spun around, showcasing her perfect figure. Witnessing this, Gu Chun felt a surge of fiery energy within him, the essence of his indomitable blood boiling in response. 3 hours later, Chang Yi gazed regretfully at the torn stockings in Gu Chun's hands. Junior brother, you are too rough. Such beautiful stockings, and you've ripped them apart. They're all covered in saliva now. How can I wear them? Gu Chun embraced Chang Yi, soothing her. Senior sister, I have plenty more. What type of shoes would look good with these stockings? Chang Yi inquired. High heels, of course. Gu Chun replied. What are those? Do they look nice? Chang Yi asked curiously. Very much so, Gu Chun responded. Junior brother, could you procure a pair for me? I would be willing to part with any amount of spirit stones, Chang Yi cooed, wrapping her arms around Gu Chun's neck. Gu Chun scratched his head, pondering. I wonder when I will be able to fish out a pair of high heels. This truly is quite vexing. If only the celestial fishing rod could specify the items. Senior sister, I will certainly do my utmost to obtain them for you, Gu Chun replied. Junior brother, how about you assist me in dressing up? I also wish to adorn you, as your attire is too plain. Tomorrow, I shall have some exquisite garments tailored for you. What do you think? Chang Yi inquired. Of course, senior sister, Gu Chun agreed. At that moment, Chang Yi's thoughts drifted to the three corpses. Junior brother. What do you think the Lin and Li families, as well as Wanbao Pavilion, will think upon seeing those three bodies? Humph, they will be shocked, enraged, terrified, and then act out of desperation. Meanwhile, in Yupon City, within the Lin family, the atmosphere hung heavy with tension. The higher echelons of the Lin family gathered in silence, with not a single word exchanged. At that moment, even the sound of breathing felt intrusive. The family patriarch sat rigidly in his grand chair, his complexion ashen, veins on his forehead bulging, and his hands, resembling talons, crushed the armrests into dust. This is utterly outrageous. That wretched Chang Yi truly dared to commit murder. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! The patriarch of the Lin family roared like a lion, his terrifying voice silencing everyone present. The family head discreetly wiped away tears, reflecting, "It is all because of you. I allowed Yunji to go, believing you when you said Chang Yi would not harm her. I only have one son, and he is so exceptional. My dear boy, my dear boy." The patriarch feared the authority of his ancestor and only dared to voice these thoughts in his mind, not daring to speak them aloud. At that juncture, a cultivator at the god transformation stage from the Lin family spoke up. "If only we had not allowed Yunji to go, but instead sent other juniors in his stead." Upon hearing this, the Lin family patriarch erupted in fury. No sacrifice is too small to bear. Yunji is a human being, and so are others. This has already occurred. Discussing it now is futile. We must never forgive that wretched Chang Yi. The Lin family patriarch recognized that it was his misjudgment that led to the death of the Lin family's young master, Lin Yunji. Yet he was unwilling to acknowledge his error. He was that kind of person, aware of his mistakes, capable of correction, but never willing to admit fault. Yunji's corpse still hangs at the city gate. We must retrieve it and not allow him to suffer such humiliation, the family head declared. The patriarch of the Lin family snorted in anger. "Tomorrow during the day, I will confront that wretched Chang Yi and see what her attitude is. How dare she kill a member of the Lin family? She must not wish to live." In the Li family, the eldest elder was seething with rage. Bellowing in the family hall, "Chang Yi, how dare you slay the young master of the Li family? I shall never forgive you. I will personally ensure your demise. You wretched girl." The head of the Li family sighed heavily. Chang Yi has never been one to kill. What could have caused such a sudden change in her nature? At this moment, the third elder of the Li family spoke up. "It must be that disciple of hers, that scoundrel from Juefeng. He is undoubtedly the one instigating this. I will spare none of them. I shall personally slay them to avenge Ruffing." The elder of the Li family bellowed in fury. Within the confines of Wanbao Pavilion, the pavilion master wore a troubled expression and lamented, "Zhou Feiru is a descendant of Elder Zhou Yi from the Curse Peak. If he perishes, how shall I explain this to Zhou Yi?" Observing this, the vice master of Wanbao Pavilion interjected, "Master, this matter is of utmost gravity. We must promptly inform Elder Zhou Yi and allow him to handle it. We must avoid becoming the scapegoats. Let the Lin and Li families take the lead in this affair. Their urgency, having lost their young master, far exceeds ours. We should merely observe the developments." The master of Wanbao Pavilion nodded in agreement, saying, "Your words hold wisdom. In addition to notifying Elder Zhou Yi, we must also alert the headquarters. I must expedite my departure from here. I have no desire to become a fallen soul under Chang Yi's command." Chapter 57. The Art of Manipulation. On the following dawn, Gu Chun and Chang Yi awoke in each other's embrace. In truth, given their current cultivation as practitioners of the mystical arts, they could easily endure decades without sleep. Yet for the sake of life's pleasures, they opted to indulge in slumber like ordinary mortals to rejuvenate their spirits. "Good morning, senior sister," Gu Chun greeted. "Junior brother, lift your head. You're pressing down on my hair," Chang Yi replied, as they dressed in preparation for the day's endeavors. Today, Chang Yi donned a flowing red gown, complemented by silk stockings gifted by Gu Chun. Alas, she lacked a pair of exquisite high-heeled shoes. How splendid it would be if she could adorn her feet with a pair of Dior red soles. Gu Chun remained in his customary attire, wearing the garments issued by the Yuqing sect for inner disciples. "Senior sister, let us commence the crafting of the life and death heartworm," Gu Chun proposed. "But how shall I apply the worm to them?" Chang Yi inquired. "It is quite simple. We shall prepare several jars of fine wine, mixing the worm within. Under the pretense of rewarding them, we will have them drink it, thus unwittingly binding them to our will. In this manner, their loyalty to you shall be assured." Gu Chun explained. "It would be wonderful if they could also pledge their allegiance to you," Chang Yi mused. Gu Chun shook his head, replying, "I prefer to remain in the shadows, avoiding the limelight." My concern lies not with their loyalty but rather with you, senior sister. As long as you love me. That is enough. Upon hearing these words, Chang Yi's cheeks flushed, and she said, Of course, I love you, senior brother. Suddenly, Gu Chun extended his hand towards Chang Yi, saying, Senior sister, may I have some funds? I shall procure the wine and sufficient cups. Additionally, I wish to purchase some ingredients to prepare a delightful meal for you upon my return. This task was merely an excuse for Gu Chun, who was reluctant to spend his own spirit stones, especially since he possessed so few. Chang Yi smiled gently and replied, Junior brother, I will cover all your expenses. Should you ever find yourself lacking spirit stones, simply ask me. Hee, I am quite pleased to be supported by you, senior sister. My appetite leans towards the softer side. Gu Chun jested. Chang Yi shot him a knowing glance and remarked, Did you not indulge in something soft just last night? With that, she produced a storage ring and handed it to Gu Chun. Junior brother, within this ring are 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. Feel free to spend as you wish. Once they are depleted, come to me, and I shall provide for you. Gu Chun accepted the storage ring, slipping it onto his finger. While you focus on crafting the worm, I shall procure the wine. By noon, I will have Wuxing notify the guards and patrols in the city to converge here, Gu Chun declared before departing the palace with Xiong Heir to gather supplies. Midway through his journey, Gu Chun suddenly remembered that in his excitement to admire senior sister's stockings yesterday, he had neglected to assign her any tasks. In reality, this was an oversight by the author. Perched upon Xiong Heir's back, Gu Chun opened the task panel, where new missions awaited him. 1. Acquire 1,000 loyal subordinates, and have them address you as Empress. She proclaimed herself the Empress, sending out invitations far and wide to host a grand banquet, intending to ensnare all guests into her soul-gathering banner. Additionally, she contemplated refining the soul-gathering banner into the 10,000 souls banner. After careful consideration, Gu Chun decided upon the first task, as it aligned perfectly with her current intentions, allowing her to accomplish both objectives simultaneously and avoid unnecessary complications. As for the second task, the timing was not yet ripe. Her senior sister's strength and influence were insufficient for such audacity. It would be prudent to wait until her power had grown and her influence expanded before pursuing that course of action. Without hesitation, Gu Chun chose the first task. Once the task was selected, the system's voice resonated within Chang Yi's mind. Task: Acquire 1,000 loyal subordinates who shall address you as Your Majesty, the Empress. Reward: Heal the silent, incomplete soul. Upon hearing the system's pronouncement, Chang Yi's heart soared with joy. Healing the silent, incomplete soul was of paramount importance to her. Silent was her most loyal subordinate, devoted to her without a trace of doubt, obediently following her every command. However, Silent bore a grave flaw. 2 of her soul fragments were missing, rendering her mute and incapable of communicating through spiritual means. She could only convey messages through sign language and writing, severely limiting her efficiency. Furthermore, due to her incomplete soul, she could only cultivate to the first level of the transformation realm, unable to advance further. Should Chang Yi succeed in restoring Silent soul fragments, she would possess a remarkably capable and fiercely loyal aide, who could also ascend to greater heights in her cultivation. The prospect of such a reward thrilled Chang Yi, igniting a fervent desire to complete the task immediately. How splendid it would be to heal Silent. I would do anything for it. With that, Chang Yi began to concoct the life and death heart-piercing goo. This was her unique ability, allowing her to effortlessly produce the goo by merely lacerating a vein to release blood, which she would then catalyze with her spiritual energy, transforming it into countless minuscule goo insects, invisible to the naked eye. In no time, she had produced an entire bowl full of life and death heart-piercing goo insects. This should suffice, Chang Yi remarked, covering her wound. Meanwhile, Gu Chun was engaged in a considerable procurement of supplies. In addition to the requisite spiritual wine and cups, Gu Chun acquired an abundance of ingredients and seasonings. Although Jade Plate City was a haven for cultivators, it also housed numerous mortals, many of whom served the cultivators and possessed substantial purchasing power, resulting in a plethora of shops catering to their needs. Xiong Heir, my dear, I have procured many delightful items. Today you shall enjoy a feast, Gu Chun exclaimed, filled with joy. For him, cooking was an immensely pleasurable endeavor. He relished the art of culinary creation and had even dabbled as a food blogger for a time to better savor the joys of cooking. Once his shopping was complete, Gu Chun returned to Chang Yi's palace, the midday sun nearing its zenith. Gu Chun extracted the spiritual liquor he had procured and infused it with the heart-piercing goo of life and death, which seamlessly blended into the liquid, rendering it nearly undetectable. With all preparations complete, he stated, once they arrive, we shall offer them this libation laced with the heart-piercing goo. Chang'e interjected, I have silently summoned them. A quarter of an hour later, Chang'e had convened the entire patrol team of Jade Plate City in the Grand Plaza before the palace. Despite Chang'e's limited authority over the city, its defenses were formidable, comprising 420 patrol members. Among them, the three captains stood out as the most powerful, each a cultivator at the transformation realm. The strength of the patrol members varied significantly. The weakest had just begun their foundational training, while the strongest had already ascended to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Their loyalty to Chang'e was tenuous at best, often feigning compliance while remaining loyal to the city's various factions and the interests that lay beneath. At that moment, one of the captains spoke up, My lord, why have you summoned us? If there is no matter of urgency, we shall resume our patrol duties. This captain, affiliated with the Li family, held no respect for Chang'e. Unfazed, she smiled gently and responded, You have safeguarded Jade Plate City for many years. Your efforts are truly commendable. It is our duty. Another captain replied, Today, I have prepared some exquisite spiritual liquor to reward you all. After you partake, you may depart. Chang'e gestured towards several jars of liquor. These jars were all infused with the heart-piercing goo. Once consumed, the goo would infiltrate their bodies and seize control of their minds. The three captains exchanged glances before collectively stating, We humbly request the Lord to grant us the liquor. Gu Chun produced 420 wine cups, stacking them together. With a subtle wave of her hand, Chang'e levitated the cups, arranging them in 6 rows of 70 in midair. She then wielded her spiritual energy to fill each cup with the liquor. Brave soldiers, please enjoy your drink, she announced. As her words faded, the 420 cups floated toward the patrol members. The captains, unaware of any irregularities, raised their cups in unison, proclaiming, Thank you for your gracious gift. My lord. As soon as they finished their exclamations, they downed the liquor alongside their troops. Upon witnessing that everyone had consumed the spiritual liquor, Gu Chun exchanged a knowing glance with Chang'e. Understanding his intention, she focused her thoughts, and the heart-piercing goo activated. Instantly, the air was filled with anguished cries. One captain glared at Chang'e in fury and demanded, What have you done, my lord? Chang'e smiled slightly and replied, You have but 2 choices, pledge your loyalty to me or meet your demise now. Fool, I shall never submit. The moment the captain uttered these words, an excruciating pain surged through him, nearly overwhelming him. The more you resist and disrespect me, the greater your suffering will be. Should you devote yourself wholeheartedly to my cause, you shall know no pain. Chang'e spoke with a gentle tone and an air of tranquility, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. At that moment, a patrolman of the Golden Core realm proclaimed, My lord, I am utterly loyal, absolutely loyal. As he uttered these words, the pain dissipated, and he was no longer tormented by the agonizing grip of the death and life, heart-piercing insect. Witnessing this, the others hastened to pledge their allegiance as well. Only the 3 commanding officers remained steadfast. Observing their resistance, Chang'e retrieved the soul-gathering banner and declared, Do not delude yourselves into thinking my means are limited. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I shall extract your souls and draw them into the soul-gathering banner, condemning you to an eternity of torment without the hope of reincarnation. As she spoke, dark smoke billowed from the banner, revealing the distorted faces of Lin Yunji and the other 2. Their features contorted as they emitted a chilling wail akin to that of malevolent spirits. The 3 commanding officers, witnessing this, finally felt a pang of fear. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to you, my lord. Chapter 58. Call me your majesty, the Empress. The restoration of the celestial fishing, all 420 patrolling guards pledged their unwavering loyalty. Chang'e instantly gained 420 devoted subordinates. Gu Chun, observing the scene quietly from the side, bore a knowing smile. The words recently spoken by Chang'e were all imparted by Gu Chun, including the methods of intimidation. It was Gu Chun who orchestrated everything from behind the curtain. At this moment, Chang'e recalled the task assigned to her by the system, to have these individuals address her as Your Majesty, the Empress. Ah, how utterly embarrassing. How can I possibly bear the title of Empress? Alas, for the sake of the system's rewards and to heal the voiceless souls, I must persevere. Chang'e clenched her delicate, fair fist and proclaimed, From this day forth, do not call me the city lord. Instead, address me as Your Majesty, the Empress. The 420 patrolling guards dared not defy Chang Yi's command, instantly kneeling and bowing before her, exclaiming in unison, "Long live your majesty, the Empress." Gu Chun, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of delight within. "Your Majesty, the Empress, how splendid! My senior sister is destined to become the Empress. In this way, I shall find fulfillment during our dual cultivation sessions. The more exalted my senior sister appears in the eyes of others, the greater my sense of achievement and satisfaction." Listening to the crowd acclaiming her as Your Majesty, the Empress, Chang Yi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. At that moment, Gu Chun exchanged a knowing glance with her. Chang Yi understood his intent, to wield a stick before offering a sweet reward. Clearing her throat, she continued, "Your loyalty shall not go unrewarded. I possess a lower-tier celestial technique known as the Rui Hanyuan Gong, which has no restrictions on physique. All of you may cultivate it." Upon hearing this, some patrolling guards practicing inferior techniques instantly shouted, "Long live your Majesty, the Empress." Chang Yi smiled slightly and elaborated, "From this day forth, your monthly stipends shall double. And those who excel will receive additional rewards, including but not limited to spiritual stones, spells, magical treasures, elixirs, and various items." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement, and everyone knelt once more. Even the 3 commanding officers completely submitted. "Thank you, Your Majesty, the Empress." Chang Yi nodded, waving her hand gracefully and instructing, "Now you shall replace the guards at the city gates and summon all the sentinels to my presence. I wish to meet them." Yuping City not only boasted a substantial number of patrolling guards, but also a significant contingent of sentinels, totaling 600, stationed at 4 city gates in various neighborhoods. They were divided into 6 major squads, each comprising 100 individuals, led by a commanding officer. Like the patrolling guards, they were not loyal to Chang Yi. Their allegiance lay with their families, organizations, and vested interests. As the patrolling guards exchanged duties with the sentinels, all 600 sentinels gathered in the plaza before the palace. Employing the same method as before with the patrolling guards, Chang Yi successfully won over these 600 sentinels. They knelt upon the ground, collectively exclaiming, "Long live your Majesty, the Empress." Now, Chang Yi has successfully subdued the visible army of Yupon City. The patrol teams, along with the guards, number a total of 1,020 individuals. With Chang Yi's mission accomplished, the voice of the system promptly resonated. Mission accomplished, reward, healing the silent, incomplete soul. A wave of joy surged within Chang Yi. Splendid. At last, I can heal the silent soul. She has been so loyal to me, my right-hand ally. I must restore her. With this thought, Chang Yi summoned the silent soul to her side and, guided by the system, placed her hand upon the silent soul's forehead. In an instant, a gentle radiance emanated from Chang Yi's palm, merging with the silent soul's brow, completing her 7 spirits. The silent soul's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you feel now, Silent?" Chang Yi inquired gently. The silent soul instinctively resorted to sign language. Chang Yi grasped her hand and said, "You can speak now." The silent soul opened her mouth, producing a voice that was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of an elderly woman. "Master, I can speak now." The meaning behind her words was clear. "Master, I can talk." However, having never spoken a word throughout her life, she struggled to articulate her thoughts fully and accurately. She would require some time to adjust. Upon hearing the silent soul's voice, the emotional Chang Yi shed tears of joy. "Wonderful! You can finally speak." The silent soul opened her mouth again and said, "Master, I want to cry. I can talk now, Master." At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Gu Chun's mind. "Congratulations, host. The 3rd subordinate has successfully completed the mission, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward: 1 restoration of the celestial fishing rod. After this restoration, the host may designate the items to be fished. Upon the next restoration, the celestial fishing rod will enable fishing in new dimensions. Once the celestial fishing rod is fully restored, it will allow fishing across all realms, including the past and future." Gu Chun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of exhilaration. "Wow, the celestial fishing rod is so powerful. It can even fish from the past and future? This is incredible. If I encounter an insurmountable foe in the future, I could fish from the past and bring their infant self here, then eliminate them before their very eyes. Haha. This reward is splendid. I must fully restore the celestial fishing rod." Although it had only been restored once, its capabilities were already formidable. The ability to designate fished items was exhilarating. "Hehe, I shall fish for high heels for my senior, QQ lingerie, cosmetics, and kitchenware I adore. Oh, if I could fish for a computer, would I be able to play 3 Kingdoms Kill? Haha." Just in time. My celestial fishing rod is cooled down and is ready for use. Gu Chun's heart raced with excitement, eager to retrieve the items he desired. Meanwhile, Chang Yi's system task had refreshed. 1. Slay 2 strong beings of the Hmph realm and collect their souls into the soul-gathering banner. 2. Compromise with the Lin and Li families and bear the consequences. 3. Refine the soul-gathering banner into the 10,000 souls banner. This is a mandatory task, and the third subordinate system will unlock after completing 10 tasks. Gu Chun took a careful glance. To slay 2 powerful beings of the Hmph realm? Even my senior sister has only reached the Hmph realm. Is such a task somewhat daunting for her? However, the second task appears even more formidable. Compromise with the Lin and Li families? Absolutely not, under no circumstances. If things become dire, I shall refresh the task instead. Just as Gu Chun prepared to refresh the task, 2 immensely powerful presences manifested above the palace. Fairy Chang'e, how audacious you are. How dare you slay the young master of the Lin family? City Lord, you have slain my Ru Feng. Surely you must provide an explanation. The patriarch of the Lin family and the elder of the Li family have arrived. Chapter 59, The Wrath of the Senior Sister and the Spirit Binding Talisman. The patriarch of the Lin family and the elder of the Li family arrived at Chang Yi's palace. Seeking an explanation. The Lin patriarch, named Lin Wendao, was a formidable cultivator at the first level of the Hmph realm, and the younger brother of the second elder of the Yaoqing Sexwu Peak. He was an exceptionally skilled body refinement practitioner, renowned for his prowess in close combat. The elder of the Li family, known as Li Taiwei, possessed a higher cultivation at the second level of the Hmph realm and shared a close friendship with the master of the Yin Peak of the Yaoqing sect, having sworn brotherhood with him. Li Taiwei was adept with the flying sword and wielded the 8th-tier magical artifact, the Jade Bamboo 18 Swords, making him a force to be reckoned with. Though they claimed to seek justice, their true intent was to lay blame. At that moment, Gu Chun realized that the 2 Hmph realm experts targeted by the system were indeed these 2. Sensing their formidable auras, Chang'e moved beside Gu Chun, enveloping him with her spiritual energy to shield him from harm. Such a grandiose display of power. Are you here to intimidate me? Chang'e inquired as Lin Wendao and Li Taiwei made their entrance. Lin Wendao, clad in a yellow robe with flowing white beard, bore no trace of celestial aura. His physique was gaunt, almost skeletal, and his features were far from pleasant. Prominent cheekbones, sunken cheeks, a hooked nose, thin lips, and piercing eyes that bespoke a malevolent nature. In contrast, Li Taiwei presented a more prosperous appearance, dressed in flamboyant green attire inappropriate for his age. His lips perpetually curled in a feigned smile, yet his brow was furrowed with deep wrinkles resembling ravines, standing on either side of the palace's expansive courtyard. They exchanged glances with Chang'e. Just as Gu Chun hesitated on whether to select his task, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. Subordinate No. 2 has successfully completed the task, and you shall receive a 100-fold reward. Reward: 9th-tier Spirit Binding Talisman. The reward has been credited to your inner realm. Spirit Binding Talisman, a 9th-tier consumable talisman, upon activation can immobilize an enemy's soul, rendering them instantly unconscious. It can control up to a Great Ascension cultivator. The higher the opponent's realm, the shorter the control duration, while a lower realm extends the control time. Gu Chun was initially taken aback by the system's announcement. Subordinate number 2? De Huang. It completed the task? Did I not instruct it to focus on cultivation first? How could it have acted so swiftly? This fellow truly lacks discipline. However, his surprise soon gave way to elation. Excellent. This reward comes at the perfect moment. A 9th-tier talisman capable of controlling an enemy's soul, even when at the Great Ascension level. With this talisman in hand, I can subdue one of them and prevent my senior sister from facing them both at once. Given her superior realm and the unique constitution of her innate Tao embryo, coupled with my talisman, defeating them may not be insurmountable. Very well, I shall accept the task. Prepare to meet your demise, you 2 old fools. Gu Chun decisively committed to the task. As the task was selected, the system's voice echoed in Chang Yi's mind. Task: eliminate 2 formidable experts from the Bright Void realm and ensnare their souls within the Soul Gathering banner. Reward: upgrade the Soul Gathering banner to a Tier 3 artifact, alongside acquiring 2 vengeful souls from the Bright Void realm and an 8th-tier artifact, the Radiant Moon Wheel. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chang'e furrowed her brow slightly. At that moment, the elder of the Lin family spoke up. Chang'e, why did you slay my family's young master, Lin Yunji? Because he was disrespectful. Chang'e replied. Humph, you dare to kill the young master of the Lin family for mere disrespect? You possess quite an audacity, Chang'e. The elder's expression darkened. City Lord, did you not vow to refrain from killing? Why then did you murder our young master, Li Rufeng? The elder of the Li family questioned. I may have a gentle temperament, but that does not imply I am devoid of anger. You two families are well aware of what you have done to me. Chang'e retorted. Hmph, you have slain our young master and left his corpse displayed at the city gate. You must provide the Lin family with an explanation today. The elder of the Lin family insisted. What sort of explanation do you desire? Chang'e inquired. Hmph, Yunji was the foremost talent of my Lin family. Since you have taken his life, you must ensure the birth of another genius for us. The elder made an exceedingly impertinent demand. The elder of the Li family echoed. We from the Li family hold the same expectation. Not only must you ensure the birth, but you must also mate with every adult male of our family to produce the most exceptional descendants. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun felt a surge of fury. Senior sister is my beloved. How dare you contemplate such a thing? Unforgivable. Today, you two old men must perish here. Chang'e too felt her temper flare at their remarks. Hmph, you are foolishly deluded. My heart has long been claimed, she asserted. Chang'e, I advise you not to be ungrateful. This is your sole opportunity for atonement, the elder of the Lin family warned. In addition to that previous condition, I have one more demand. Kill the man beside you. The elder of the Li family pointed at Gu Chun. Gu Chun is the disciple of the Heartless Fairy and my junior brother. How dare you lay your hands on him? Do you truly believe I lack resolve? Chang'e stepped forward, unleashing her entire spiritual power, which erupted like a tempest, enveloping the entire Jade Plate City. The spiritual energy in the air became tumultuous. And with a mere thought, she could command the surrounding forces of nature. She was a congenital Tao fetus, innately attuned to the Tao. As long as she drew breath, her spiritual power was boundless. Chang'e had initially intended to converse with them, but their audacity was insufferable. Not only did they seek to humiliate her, but they also aimed to kill Gu Chun. She would not permit anyone to harm him, nor would she tolerate even the thought of malice against him. Not merely for the sake of the system's task, but for Gu Chun, she would eliminate these two oblivious old fools. Noticing the murderous intent brewing within Chang'e, the elder of the Lin family grew somewhat anxious. Chang'e, I warn you, do not be reckless. We are two, while you stand alone, he said, his bravado faltering. The elder of the Li family, however, maintained an air of calm. Hmph, Chang'e, do you truly believe we fear you? As the conversation unfolded, the grand elder of the Li family flicked his sleeves and summoned 18 flying swords. These swords, resplendent in emerald green, possessed no hilts, rendering them incapable of being held. They could only be maneuvered through the wielder's spiritual energy. This was the Grand Elder's most formidable treasure, the Jade Bamboo 18 swords. Upon summoning these swords, he conveyed a message to the elder of the Lin family. Lin, my friend, I shall ensnare Chang'e with these flying swords. You must swiftly approach her disciple using your agility and speed. Do not harm him, but take him as a hostage to coerce Chang'e. The elder of the Lin family, elated upon receiving this message, replied, Indeed, your strategy is astute, my friend. Let us proceed as you have suggested. After this brief exchange, the Grand Elder of the Li family suddenly made his move. With a simple gesture, the 18 flying swords gleamed with a brilliant green light and simultaneously surged towards Chang'e. The battle commenced. Observing this, Gu Chun smiled slightly and retrieved a calming talisman from within his cosmos, preparing to intervene at a critical moment in the conflict. Chapter 60. The terrifying power of the senior sister in the face of the 18 flying swords wielded by the elder of the Li family. Chang'e remained as composed as ever. With a gentle wave of her sleeve, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was instantly summoned. The energy coalesced before Chang'e, transforming the air into a viscous substance that thwarted the advance of the flying swords. No matter how the elder of the Li family commanded them, the swords progressed at a glacial pace. The elder, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, with a mere gesture, you command the spiritual energy of the world. Truly, a testament to your innate Tao. Indeed formidable. The stronger you are, the more intrigued I become by your constitution. The Li family must acquire your bloodline. As these words fell, the elder of the Li family brought his hands together and, with a fierce glare, one of the flying swords erupted in an explosion. This was an 8th-tier artifact, and its detonation unleashed overwhelming power, instantly dispersing the spiritual energy that Chang'e had gathered. At that moment, the ancestor of the Lin family unleashed their ancestral secret technique. The ancestor channeled his internal spiritual power, and his emaciated body rapidly swelled to several times its original size. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a frail old man into a towering giant, standing 8 meters tall and brimming with muscle. However, the ancestor did not direct his attack at Chang'e. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Gu Chun and, like a fleeting shadow, propelled himself towards Gu Chun at an astonishing speed. "Do not even think of harming my junior brother?" Chang'e summoned the spiritual energy of the heavens to form a barrier, attempting to intercept the Lin family ancestor. The ancestor showed no inclination to evade. With a mighty roar, his body turned a metallic silver, and he charged with all his might against the barrier formed by Chang'e's spiritual energy. This barrier was capable of withstanding 8th-tier spells, yet it could not impede the advance of the Lin family ancestor. Like a rampaging bull, he crashed into the barrier. The barrier shattered instantaneously, dissipating into chaotic spiritual energy that vanished into the air. "Not good," Chang'e exclaimed, preparing to cast a spell to counter the Lin family ancestor. At that moment, the flying swords of the elder of the Leaf family fragmented into thousands of green sword shadows, forming a sword formation that ensnared Chang'e within its grasp. "Junior brother, flee quickly," Chang'e shouted urgently. The Lin family ancestor laughed maniacally. "Ha! Too late to escape." Meanwhile, Xiong and Wu Xing stood before Gu Chun, attempting to protect him. Yet, with their strength, they could not hope to withstand the Lin family ancestor, who was in the Ming-Su realm. As the elder drew closer, Gu Chun remained unfazed. "Who said I was going to run?" As he spoke, Gu Chun activated the calming talisman rewarded by the system. The instant the talisman was invoked, the Lin family ancestor lost consciousness, his formidable physique suspended in midair, unable to advance even an inch. The elder of the Leaf family, witnessing this, shouted urgently, "Lin Daoyu, seize him quickly." "What are you doing?" However, no matter how fervently the elder called out, the Lin family ancestor remained unresponsive, for his consciousness had been immobilized by the calming talisman. Now, he was merely a shell, devoid of awareness. The calming talisman was of the 9th tier, capable of subduing even great ascension experts, let alone a mere Ming-Su realm practitioner. At that moment, Chang'e's furious voice echoed from within the sword formation. "Do not harm my junior brother." As the resounding roar of Chang'e echoed, thousands of green sword shadows shattered simultaneously. The sword formation of the elder of the Leaf family was instantaneously obliterated. At this very moment, the spiritual energy within Yupan City and the surrounding 100 miles was irresistibly drawn towards Chang'e's innate Dao embryo. She radiated a pure and sacred spiritual light, her dark hair swirling as if imbued with life. In that moment, her eyes emitted a dazzling white brilliance as she gazed upon the elder of the Leaf family. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Chang'e's piercing gaze, the elder trembled uncontrollably. "I had no intention of killing you, yet you have pushed me too far. Did you truly believe I was a meek and easily deceived lamb?" Chang'e's voice transformed into an ethereal and divine tone, reminiscent of a deity's whisper, instilling awe in all who heard it. The elder of the Leaf family finally succumbed to panic. It was only at this moment that he grasped the terrifying nature of Chang'e's wrath. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, she unleashed her full might upon him. With a mere gesture, Chang'e released a myriad of spells, tempests, raging flames, thunderous bolts, icy spikes, sharp blades, and sword chi, an unending barrage of attacks of various attributes. As an innate Dao embryo, Chang'e possessed mastery over all known attributes. Though the spells she cast were of intermediate to low levels, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, she had unleashed hundreds of spells. The onslaught was relentless, and she need not fear depleting her spiritual energy. Faced with such a dense array of magical onslaughts, the elder of the Leaf family found himself unable to withstand the assault, his defenses swiftly crumbling. Once his defenses were breached, he was engulfed by the ceaseless barrage of spells. Simultaneously, Chang'e turned her attention to the unconscious ancestor of the Lin family. By the time the Lin ancestor regained consciousness, his physical form was on the brink of collapse, his meridians utterly destroyed. Finally, Chang'e invoked a spell she had recently acquired, Phoenix's Descent. This spell was a reward bestowed upon her by the system. Remarkably, she had mastered it shortly after obtaining it. Such is the formidable nature of the innate Dao embryo. With arms outstretched, a golden phoenix, formed from condensed spiritual energy, materialized above her head. The phoenix spread its wings and let out a cry that transcended this world. It then soared towards the elder of the Leaf family and the ancestor of the Lin family. Boom. Following the explosive release of chaotic spiritual energy, the plaza before the palace had vanished, replaced by a colossal pit several dozen meters deep. At the bottom of this abyss lay 2 charred figures. These figures were none other than the elder of the Li family and the ancestor of the Lin family, lying in the pit, their limbs obliterated, their bodies utterly destroyed, unable to summon even a trace of spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chun gaped in astonishment. Good heavens! My gentle senior sister is truly terrifying when she gets serious. Two powerful beings of the same realm just wiped out in an instant? My word, how impressive. I can't shake the feeling that my sister is even more ruthless than our master. At that moment, Chang'e soared into the pit, coldly gazing down at the two wretched figures within. The elder of the Lin family managed to speak. He opened his lipless mouth and, with a parched voice, pleaded for mercy. Chang'e, I was wrong. Please spare me. The elder of the Li family also opened his mouth, uttering in a feeble tone, My lord, we are deserving of death 1,000 times over. Please, grant us clemency. Chang'e snorted disdainfully and replied, If your intentions were merely to harm me, I would not be so enraged. However, your audacity in attempting to harm my junior brother is unforgivable. As she spoke, Chang'e drew forth the soul-gathering banner, extracting the souls of the two men from their bodies and imprisoning them within the banner. Now, the dark mist emanating from the banner bore the visages of two aged faces. Chang'e ascended from the pit and flew to stand before Gu Chun. Upon seeing Gu Chun unharmed, her heart finally eased. Wonderful. Junior brother, you are safe. With those words, Chang'e's body returned to its normal state. In that fleeting moment of restoration, she closed her eyes and collapsed into Gu Chun's embrace. Chapter 61. Rooting out the problem, Gu Chun cradled the unconscious Chang'e and carried her back to the chambers. As Chang'e lay upon the soft couch, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing an air of exhaustion. Sister, what troubles you? Gu Chun gently inquired. Chang'e offered a faint smile and replied, Sister is merely fatigued. I overexerted myself, draining too much energy. A brief rest will suffice. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sister, you were quite fierce just now. You dispatched two Hmph realm foes before they even had a chance to resist, Gu Chun remarked. Chang'e tenderly grasped Gu Chun's warm hand and confessed, I was overwhelmed with anger and showed no mercy. Sister, please rest well. Once you have recuperated, we can discuss other matters, Gu Chun suggested. Indeed, junior brother, what should we do next? Chang'e asked, her expression tinged with concern. Gu Chun smiled gently and replied, Sister, do not dwell on such matters. Your primary task now is to rest. Chang'e closed her eyes once more and softly requested, Junior brother, I am quite weary. Could you perhaps give me a massage? Sister, are you not afraid I might overstep my bounds? Gu Chun chuckled playfully. With a playful huff, Chang'e coyly responded, Hmph. I am already yours. Why would I fear your touch? That is your own assertion, Gu Chun replied, as he took hold of Chang'e's feet and began to massage the soles. It must be said, cultivators have it easy, they hardly perspire. Despite a day spent in black silk, Chang'e's feet remained dry and devoid of any unpleasant odor. As Gu Chun attended to her, a sudden voice resonated in Chang'e's mind. Task completed. Reward. Soul Gathering Banner upgraded to a 3rd-tier magical artifact, and 2 Hmph Realm Vengeful Spirits acquired. 8th-tier magical artifact. How you wet wheel. Chang'e accepted her reward, yet her thoughts were elsewhere. She lay upon the soft bed, eyes closed, savoring Gu Chun's massage. Junior brother, do not merely focus on my feet, go a bit higher. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. Subordinate no. 3 has successfully completed the task, granting the host a 100-fold reward. Reward, 9th-tier magical artifact, Dewy Golden Bell. The reward has been deposited into the inner dimension. Dewy Golden Bell, a 9th-tier magical artifact, is a defensive treasure from ancient Buddhist lore, capable of withstanding the full force of a Great Ascension practitioner's strike while ignoring all attacks from those below the Great Ascension realm. However, it cannot nullify supernatural attack methods. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun's heart swelled with joy. A 9th-tier magical artifact, and a defensive one at that. This is splendid. I had been fretting over my lack of defensive measures. The description of this artifact sounds formidable, able to resist the full might of a Great Ascension master and disregard assaults from those beneath that level. Splendid. If I had possessed this artifact today, even without employing the Spirit Stabilization Talisman, the Lin family elder would have posed no threat to me. This artifact is perfectly suited for someone of my cautious disposition. Gu Chun was eager to delve into the inner dimension and discover the true form of the Dewy Golden Bell. However, Gu Chun restrained this thought. He did not wish for Chang'e to be privy to too many of his secrets. At this moment, the system's tasks had refreshed, 1. Spare the Lin and Li families, driving them out of Yupon City. 2. Annihilate the Lin and Li families and collect the souls of all their members into the Soul Gathering banner. 3. Refine the Soul Gathering banner into the 10,000 Souls banner. Mandatory task. The third-tier subordinate system unlocks after completing 10 tasks. Gu Chun did not immediately select a task. He wanted Chang'e to rest well. Suddenly, Chang'e spoke. Junior brother, don't press it. Sister is cold. Come, let sister hold you. You are warm. Being a congenital pure young body, endowed with indestructible divine blood, Gu Chun was indeed warm, akin to a little furnace. As he lay beside Chang'e, she embraced him tightly, her soft form obscuring his face and making it difficult for him to breathe. Fortunately, as a cultivator, Gu Chun could survive without needing to breathe. At that moment, Gu Chun mused, Sister S figure is truly remarkable. How I wish Master could treat me this way as well. Thoughts of Ling Shuang filled Gu Chun with unease. How is Master faring now? When will I see her again? Thus, Chang'e held Gu Chun until her energy was fully restored. After half a day, she reluctantly released him. Junior brother, it's time to get up, Chang'e said. Yet Gu Chun remained motionless. Furrowing her brows, Chang'e instinctively checked Gu Chun's breath. There was none. Gu Chun has no breath. Chang'e panicked. Could it be that I held him too tightly and suffocated him? It's all my fault. How could I have suffocated my junior brother? As the saying goes, excessive concern leads to chaos. Chang'e, overly worried about Gu Chun, forgot that he was a cultivator who could live without breathing. Junior brother, please wake up. Don't scare sister. Chang'e hurriedly shook his body. Suddenly, Gu Chun stuck out his tongue, rolled his eyes, and in a low voice said, You've suffocated me. I've come to collect my life from you. I've died a tragic death. Only then did Chang'e realize. Gently tapping Gu Chun's shoulder, she said, You little rascal, are you teasing sister? Gu Chun chuckled, returning to normal. Hee. Sister, have you rested well? Chang'e nodded, sitting at the edge of the bed, using her spiritual power to gather her scattered hair. Junior brother, I have killed Lin Wendao and Li Taiwei. How do you suggest I handle the Lin and Li families? Chang'e inquired. I believe we must eradicate them completely. Aside from the members of the patrol team and guards who have already been afflicted by the life and death heart-cutting goo, we should eliminate everyone else, leaving not a single soul. Gu Chun asserted decisively. But there must be innocents among their families? Chang'e's compassionate nature remained unchanged. Gu Chun shook his head, stating, No, at this point, there are no innocents left. If you do not eradicate them and leave even a trace, they will sprout like weeds in spring, and who knows if some exceptionally gifted individuals will emerge among them, seeking vengeance against us in the future. Chang'e pressed her lips together, deeply contemplating Gu Chun's words. Observing her demeanor, Gu Chun selected a task from the system. Task: Annihilate the Lin and Li families, and capture the souls of all members into the Soul Gathering banner. Reward: Upgrading the Soul Gathering banner to a 4th-tier magical artifact, the 1,000 Souls banner. 9th-tier elixir. Phoenix Blood Enlightenment Pill. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chang'e finally resolved to act. Very well, I shall heed your guidance, having come this far. I will eradicate them completely. This will serve as a demonstration of power, compelling the other factions in Yupon City to behave more cautiously, Chang'e declared. From her words, it became evident that Yupon City housed not only the Lin and Li families but also other formidable forces. These factions were equally formidable and unruly. This was the perfect opportunity to instill fear in them. Chapter 62. The extinction of the clan. As Gu Chun and Chang'e emerged from the palace, twilight had descended. Chang'e grasped Gu Chun's hand, gazing up at the sky adorned with countless stars, and softly declared, Tonight, the Lin and Li families shall vanish completely from Yupon City. With that, Chang'e summoned Wuxing, issuing commands to him. Gather the patrols and the guard troops. Everyone except those on duty must assemble. Wuxing responded in a hoarse voice, Yes, my lord. He promptly set off to relay Chang'e's orders. In a mere quarter of an hour, all were gathered. Chang'e issued her command, Surround the Lin and Li families. Not a single soul is to escape. Upon hearing this decree, the assembled throng echoed, Yes, your majesty. The title caused Chang'e's cheeks to flush slightly, revealing her lingering discomfort with the appellation. Under her direction, the patrols and guards split into 2 factions, encircling the Lin and Li families. Following the assassination of the young heirs from both clans, their kin had congregated within their respective homes, leaving no one behind. This fortuitously allowed Chang'e to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. As the families found themselves encircled, chaos erupted within the Lin and Li households. Observers from other factions in Yupon City, intrigued by the unfolding drama, dispatched their own personnel to investigate the situation. In the shadows, countless eyes scrutinized Chang'e, eager to discern the intentions of this benevolent yet seemingly inept city lord. Chang'e first approached the Lin family. The head of the Lin clan, as the authority figure, confronted her directly, trembling slightly as he questioned, "My lord, why have you surrounded our Lin family? What wrong have we committed?" His voice quivered, revealing his fear. Earlier that day, the Lin family patriarch and the Li family elder had ventured to Chang'e's palace, and they had yet to return. Moreover, the sounds of combat had echoed from the palace earlier that afternoon. The astute head of the Lin family surmised the grim reality, but clung to a flicker of hope. What if the elder had escaped unscathed? What if he had triumphed? Yet, his hopes were soon dashed. With a mere gesture, Chang'e summoned Wu Sheng, who presented the charred remains of the Lin family's patriarch before him. Confronted with the lifeless form of his ancestor, the Lin family head's last glimmers of hope dissolved into nothingness. Old ancestor. His mind raced, even amidst his shock and terror. Swiftly, he concocted a desperate remedy. Pointing at the corpse of the elder, he erupted in vitriol. "This old scoundrel deserved his fate. Your Excellency has acted justly. Hmph. He has long held dominion over our family, coercing us into countless acts against our will. I have yearned to rid ourselves of him. Your Excellency, you have liberated us from a calamity. I cannot express my gratitude enough." These words, however, were not born of sincerity. The Lin family head sought to sever ties with the deceased elder in a bid to preserve his family's standing. It must be said that the head of the Lin family has performed his duties quite commendably, always considering the well-being of his clan. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chang'e's resolve. Chang'e came here with the sole purpose of utterly annihilating the Lin family, not merely to observe him in his role as a capable leader. Chang'e cast a glance at Gu Chun, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Understanding Gu Chun's meaning, Chang'e swiftly acted, dispatching the head of the Lin family in an instant and extracting his soul, which was drawn into the soul-gathering banner. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The Lin family, comprising 1,200 members, including both cultivators and commoners, met their demise at Chang'e's hands, with all their souls ensnared within the banner. Subsequently, Chang'e proceeded to the Li family. The head of the Li family, unlike his Lin counterpart, was not as astute and confronted Chang'e directly, regardless of his cunning. He could not escape death that day. As dawn broke, all 1,100 members of the Li family lay dead, adding their souls to the collection within the soul-gathering banner. During Chang'e's eradication of the Lin and Li families, the patrols and guards from both families attempted to resist. However, under the torment of the life and death heart-cutting Gu, their efforts were in vain. They had no choice but to submit to Chang'e in hopes of sparing their lives. Those who did not surrender were all exterminated, with the two families obliterated. Chang'e felt an unparalleled sense of relief. "I never imagined that taking lives could be so effortless," he mused. Gu Chun smiled slightly in response, stating, "Massacre is the ultimate resolution to all matters. Sometimes, when issues cannot be resolved, one merely needs to eliminate those associated with the problem, and everything will fall into place." Chang'e nodded in deep agreement. At that moment, the eyes that had been lurking in the shadows had vanished, having reported all they witnessed to their respective factions. The events of that night would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Jade Plate City. The tides had turned in Jade Plate City. "Senior brother, what shall we do next?" Chang'e inquired of Gu Chun, eager for his insights. Although the Lin and Li families had been eradicated, their wealth remained, ripe for confiscation and redistribution as rewards for your most loyal subordinates. "Oh, and those tasked with the encirclement tonight shall each receive a share of the spoils," Gu Chun suggested. Upon hearing this, Chang'e couldn't help but commend, "Gu Chun, you are remarkably astute. It is you who should assume the role of city lord." Gu Chun quickly shook his head, replying, "I prefer to remain understated. I have no desire to be the city lord. It is most fitting for you to take on that role, while I need only be your man." At this declaration, Chang'e's face lit up with a joyful smile. Gu Chun exhaled deeply, reflecting, "So much has transpired in recent days, I scarcely had a moment to relax." Just then, the voice of the system echoed in Chang'e's mind. "Task completed. Reward. Soul Gathering Banner upgraded to a 4th-tier magical artifact. 1,000 Souls Banner. 9th-tier Elixir. Phoenix Blood Enlightenment Pill." As the system's voice faded, the Soul Gathering Banner in Chang'e's hands began to transform. The pole of the Soul Gathering Banner transformed from black wood into black metal, and the banner itself expanded in size, its inscription changing from Soul Gathering Banner to 1,000 Souls Banner. Simultaneously, another hand of Chang'e revealed a scarlet elixir. This elixir, the 9th grade Phoenix Blood Enlightenment Pill, was a reward bestowed by the system, crafted from the blood of the phoenix, making it particularly beneficial for female cultivators. Upon consumption, it significantly enhances one's cultivation. After receiving the reward, Chang'e pondered briefly before issuing a silent command to Wuxing. Wuxing, oversee their confiscation here, my junior, and I shall take our leave. Wuxing nodded, instinctively raising her hands to respond in sign language. After making 2 gestures, she suddenly remembered that she could now speak. Yes, master, Wuxing replied. At that moment, a voice from the system resonated in Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 3 has successfully completed 5 tasks. The host will receive a new subordinate system along with new system features. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback. What? My senior sister has completed 5 tasks already? So soon. Chapter 63. The new system, the new features, new vassal system. Main entry, Empress. Sub-entries, dual cultivation, talismans, management. New system features, attribute allocation panel. The host gains an allocation panel, enabling them to distribute points across various attributes. The host may also access the panel of the vassal system's owner to allocate points for them. Different attributes require varying amounts of allocation points, so the host should choose wisely. Upon completing each task within the vassal system, the host will receive a random number of attribute points. A new system. The main entry remains the Empress. To whom shall I bestow this system? My master and senior sister already possess their own systems. This truly puts me in a dilemma. To whom should I grant the system? To Xiong'er? Perhaps not. He is male and a bear. The thought of him becoming an empress is, well, quite unbearable. What about Wuxing? No, her destiny value is low, she lacks proficiency in talismans, and her appearance does not appeal to me. Sending her out would be a waste. As Gu Chun pondered, he followed Chang'e into the palace. Junior brother, these past few days have been particularly busy. It has been the most eventful period of my life, Chang'e remarked to Gu Chun. Gu Chun quickly refocused, replying, indeed, we have accomplished much and resolved numerous issues. Senior sister is so fatigued. Junior brother, let us take a moment to relax, Chang'e said, gently wrapping her delicate arms around Gu Chun's neck. Gazing at him with alluring eyes, Gu Chun smiled broadly. Of course, senior sister, but do prepare yourself. My energy knows no bounds. There are only exhausted cultivators. Never a severed sword. You cannot harm senior sister. Show me your true prowess. Chang'e teased provocatively. In response to Chang'e's challenge, Gu Chun did not relent. He promptly lifted her into his arms and entered the chambers. Several hours later, Chang'e, glistening with fragrant perspiration, found immense comfort for both body and soul. The flickering candlelight danced, the curtain swayed gently, and a mild fragrance enveloped the air. With a smile gracing her lips, Chang'e nestled against Gu Chun, drifting into a serene slumber. At this very moment, the various factions within Yupan City were plunged into disarray. They had not anticipated the severity of Chang'e's actions. The Lin and Li families, both illustrious lineages with millennia of heritage and sect affiliations, were eradicated without hesitation. 2 formidable beings of the Mingxiu realm were dispatched with a mere command. How could they not be filled with dread? Who would have thought Chang'e could be so ruthless, extinguishing 2 major families at will? Alas, we are all aware of the transgressions committed by the Lin and Li families. Their downfall is indeed deserved. Chang'e is not one to take lives lightly. But when cornered, even a rabbit will bite. Do they truly believe she is a soft persimmon? It seems we have previously crossed Chang'e. What shall we do? How can we remedy this? It appears we must offer some concessions. Among these factions, the one most gripped by fear was the master of Wanao Pavilion. Standing before the table, he braced himself against it, his body trembling uncontrollably. What to do? What to do? If Chang'e intends to take my life, how should I respond? The following evening, Chang'e finally opened her eyes. Junior brother, you have truly exhausted your senior sister, she said in a playful tone, her delicate fist lightly tapping against Gu Chun's sturdy chest. Gu Chun chuckled and replied, Senior sister, did you not say that only a weary cultivator exists, and there is no sword that can be severed? Oh dear, senior sister concedes. Isn't that enough? Chang'e's voice was gentle and alluring, stirring Gu Chun's blood once more. Observing this, Chang'e hastily rose from her resting place. Senior sister still has matters to attend to, she declared, quickly dressing and arranging her hair. Her face aglow as she exited the chamber. Upon stepping out, she encountered Wuxing approaching her silently. Master, the assets of the Li and Lin families have been fully confiscated. totaling 230,000 superior spirit stones, along with various magical artifacts, all accounted for here. As he spoke, Wu Sheng produced a wooden box containing 35 storage rings. After a day of acclimatization, Wu Sheng had become quite fluent in speech. Albeit at a slow pace, yet his enunciation was clear. Chang'e picked up a storage ring, probing it with her spiritual perception, then nodded. All right, put everything into storage. It's time to pay taxes to the Yuqing sect. Wu Sheng closed the box and continued. Master, many wish to see you. Who are they? Chang'e inquired. They are the leaders of various factions. They arrived early this morning and are currently waiting in the Great Hall, Wu Sheng informed her. Oh, what brings them here? Chang'e asked, puzzled. At that moment, Gu Chun stepped forward and said, they are frightened, fearing the same fate as the Lin and Li families. Hence they wish to meet you to forge closer ties. Are you suggesting they are here to curry favor with me? Chang'e questioned. Indeed, senior sister. Today is your day to shine. When you acquire wealth, do not forget your junior brother, Gu Chun replied, moving to gently embrace Chang'e's slender waist. Rest assured, I shall not forget you. What belongs to senior sister is also yours. Here, pocket money for you. Chang'e generously retrieved 2 storage rings filled with spirit stones and placed them in Gu Chun's hands. Gu Chun grinned, playfully patting Chang'e on the rear. Hurry along. Senior sister, do not keep them waiting too long. Junior brother, will you not accompany me? Chang'e, feeling a strong reliance on Gu Chun, desired his presence as she faced the leaders of the factions. Gu Chun shook his head, saying, Senior sister, I prefer not to draw attention. It is better that you go alone. But without you by my side, I feel somewhat uneasy, Chang'e expressed softly. Gu Chun smiled gently, placing his hand on Chang'e's cheek, his voice deep and magnetic. Senior sister, you are destined to become a peerless empress. You cannot rely on me for everything. Chang'e pressed her lips together, nodding slightly. I understand, junior brother. Upon speaking, Chang'e underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from a delicate woman into a commanding empress. Today, she adorned herself in a resplendent crimson robe, complemented by a fitted skirt beneath. Her legs were clad in the exquisite black silk stockings gifted by Gu Chun, and her feet were elegantly encased in a pair of red brocade shoes. Her lustrous black hair was styled into an elevated celestial bun, embellished with 2 golden hairpins of exquisite craftsmanship. These hairpins were no ordinary adornments. They were 7th-tier artifacts, her personal treasures. However, due to Chang'e's innate Taoist essence, she often engaged in combat by unleashing a plethora of spells upon her adversaries, rarely resorting to her artifacts. Thus, these hairpins had become mere ornaments. With a dignified and graceful stride, she entered the Grand Hall. As she made her entrance, the leaders of various powerful factions, who had long awaited her arrival, rose to their feet and respectfully bowed to her. We pay our respects to the city lord. Chapter 64. Bring your wife here. High heels for fishing. Assigning tasks to the master as Chang'e stepped into the Grand Hall, everyone present reverently bowed and hailed him as the lord of the city. These individuals were the leaders of the various powerful factions within Yupan City. Once, their arrogance knew no bounds, and they regarded Chang'e with disdain. Lacking even a shred of respect, they would not even address him as the lord of the city, instead calling him by his name directly. However, the downfall of the Li and Lin families made them acutely aware of Chang'e's formidable strength. No longer able to underestimate him, they were filled with awe and respect. Chang'e, with an air of grace, strode towards the throne at the northern end of the hall. Taking his seat upon the throne, he spoke with an authoritative tone. There is no need for excessive formalities. Upon hearing his words, the leaders of the factions finally straightened their backs. Subsequently, they presented extravagant gifts and pledged their loyalty to him. Chang'e was inundated with an array of rare treasures and elixirs. At last, it was the turn of the master of Wanao Pavilion, who stood trembling in the center of the hall, unable to meet Chang'e's gaze. What are you shaking for? Chang'e inquired. Upon hearing his words, the master of Wanao Pavilion immediately knelt, holding forth a storage ring, and exclaimed, My lord, within this ring are 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, a humble offering for you. Please accept it graciously. Chang'e narrowed his eyes, looking at the master with disdain. Is that all? Just 10,000 spirit stones? He questioned. The young face of the master of Wanbao Pavilion reflected sheer terror. You were the one who acquired the alluring floral poison, weren't you? Chang'e's tone was aggressive, and a terrifying aura of spiritual power filled the hall. Under the weight of this pressure, the master of Wanbao Pavilion prostrated himself, pleading humbly, My lord, please do not kill me. I recognize my mistake and shall never dare to do so again. Chang'e scoffed. Hmph. You are merely afraid of death. If only you would spare my life, I would fulfill any request, no matter the conditions, the master begged. With a dismissive smile, Chang'e replied, I have heard that your wife is an extraordinary beauty. Tomorrow, bring her to me as a maid. Meanwhile, as Chang'e received the lavish tributes from the factions, Gu Chun made his way to the garden behind the palace. By the pond in the garden, Xiong'er lay sprawled out like a boulder, soundly asleep. Since arriving in Yupan City, Xiong'er had been indulging in a life of leisure, alternating between eating and sleeping. One should not envy Xiong'er. He did not have to attend school or work, so what was wrong with enjoying life? Gu Chun approached Xiong'er and opened his system panel. Dark Rock Giant Bear. 5th tier Spirit Beast. Male. Realm. Spirit Soul Stage. Affection towards host. 88. Destiny value. 92. Upon seeing this, Gu Chun couldn't help but sigh. Alas, per Xiong'er, I had intended to bestow upon you the 4th vassal system, but you are a bear, and a male one at that. Bestow upon you this system, enabling your ascension as the Empress. Ah, the vision is too exquisite for me to behold. I shall reserve it for now. As for you, I shall duly compensate you with culinary delights. Coincidentally, I take great pleasure in the art of cooking. Henceforth, you shall serve as my exclusive taste tester. Gu Chun did not rouse Xiong'er. Instead, he made his way to the garden pavilion, retrieving his Renhuang banner. Unlike Chang'e's Qianhun banner, which is black and ensnares tormented vengeful souls, Gu Chun's Renhuang banner is golden, harboring divine and pure yang souls. As Gu Chun grasped the Renhuang banner, he channeled his spiritual energy. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. Within this radiant glow, over 2,000 yang souls, shimmering with divine brilliance, materialized around Gu Chun. Among these souls, 2 of the largest caught his eye. Gu Chun recognized them by their visages. They were the ancestors of the Lin family and the eldest elder of the Li family. To my astonishment, they too reside within my Renhuang banner. I have come to understand that my senior sister has collected their vengeful souls, while I possess their yang souls. I wonder which of the 2 is more formidable. Thus, Gu Chun stowed the Renhuang banner and retrieved the Zhutian fishing rod. After being repaired, the Zhutian fishing rod acquired new capabilities, allowing Gu Chun to designate specific items with his thoughts. This way, he would no longer encounter the blunder of reeling in an unexpected music box. This time, I shall endeavor to fish out a pair of exquisite high-heeled shoes for my senior sister. The red-soled heels from Dior would be splendid. I hope to catch them. Gu Chun tied a spirit stone to the fishing line of the Zhutian fishing rod, and, with a forceful flick, sent the line into the void. Moments later, the Zhutian fishing rod responded. Gu Chun's spirit surged with excitement. How heavy! This must be another substantial catch. Rising to his feet, he gripped the rod firmly, exerting his strength to pull. A red shipping container materialized before him. The thud of its landing startled the slumbering Xiong'er. Xiong'er groggily lifted his head to gaze at Gu Chun. It's nothing concerning you. Return to sleep, Gu Chun instructed. Oh, Xiong'er complied obediently, promptly falling back asleep. Approaching the container, Gu Chun gleaned from the information inscribed upon it that its contents were destined for France. Upon opening the container, he discovered an array of high-heeled shoes, various colors, styles, and sizes. Gu Chun's heart soared with joy. Haha, this container of high heels shall suffice for my senior sister. How wonderful it would be if our master were here as well, to present her with a few pairs. With her tall stature and elegantly long legs, adorned with high heels, she would be a vision of beauty. Gu Chun's thoughts drifted to Ling Shuang, who held a special significance in his heart. Alas, I find myself pondering when my esteemed master shall emerge to meet me. It has been quite some time, and I believe it is appropriate to assign my master a task. I hope that with the assistance of the system, I may once again have the privilege of seeing my master. Gu Chun mused to himself. With that, Gu Chun stored the container filled with high-heeled shoes into his inner realm. Subsequently, he accessed Ling Shuang's system panel, which displayed 2 tasks. 1. Locate Gu Chun. 2. Betray the Yuqing sect. Longing to reunite with Ling Shuang, Gu Chun unhesitatingly selected the first task, locate Gu Chun. Upon confirming the task, the system's voice resonated in Ling Shuang's mind. Task, locate Gu Chun. Reward, innate mysterious Yin body. At that moment, Ling Shuang was deep in meditation, and the sudden emergence of the system's voice nearly caused her spiritual energy to reverse, resulting in a backlash. Chapter 65. The Master's Downfall. Within the confines of the cave, Ling Shuang sat gracefully atop a jade platform, draped in delicate silk. Cursed system, she lamented. It is your fault that I can no longer face Gu Chun, and now you urge me to seek him out? After what transpired between us, how can I possibly have the courage to confront him? With a heavy heart, she glanced at Gu Chun's garments nearby. I wonder how Gu Chun is faring now. What is he doing? Is he being mistreated? Does he think of me? The mere thought of him left Ling Shuang in disarray. She had initially intended to remain hidden within the cave, to escape reality, yet the yearning in her heart compelled her to extend her divine sense. She wished to ascertain Gu Chun's current state, whether he was well, happy, or perhaps suffering. If he were to be wronged, she would not hesitate to emerge from her sanctuary and defend him. As Ling Shuang released her divine sense, it enveloped the peak, but she was met with dismay. Gu Chun's presence was absent. What could this mean? Is he not at the peak? Where could he have gone? Has he sought out that person from the outer sect again? Jealousy surged within her at the thought. Hmph, Gu Chun, you ungrateful disciple. How can you possibly seek the company of others after what we shared? If I ever catch you, I shall teach you a severe lesson. Recognizing that Gu Chun was indeed not at the peak, Ling Shuang dispelled the cave's wards and stepped outside. It appears he truly is not here, she murmured to herself. At that moment, a tender voice reached her ears. Master, Master, the Master has left you a letter in the cave. Following the sound, she beheld a young, verdant spirit grass swaying gently, emitting a soft and delicate voice. Approaching the spirit grass, she inquired, Who are you? I am Ling Er, a spirit grass planted by the Master, and my Master is your disciple, Gu Chun, it replied. Ah, I did not realize Gu Chun had the ability to nurture a sentient spirit grass. I must have overlooked it before, Ling Shuang remarked. Though I may be but a grass, my thoughts are many. Oh, Master, you are truly beautiful. No wonder the Master is so fond of you, Ling Er praised. Delighted by Ling Er's compliments, Ling Shuang replied, You are quite the charming little plant. I aspire that if I ever take form, I too shall become a beauty like you, Master, Ling Er continued its flattery. Then I wish you an early transformation, Ling Shuang said with a soft smile. Her demeanor having softened considerably since her bond with Gu Chun. Master, the Master has left you a letter in the cave. You should go take a look, Ling Er urged, using its largest leaf to gesture towards Gu Chun's abode. Very well, I shall see what he has written, she replied, curiosity piqued. Ling Shuang entered Gu Chun's cave dwelling, momentarily taken aback by the immaculate state of the abode. How could it be so pristine? Where had all of his belongings gone? The absence of his presence was palpable, leaving Ling Shuang bewildered. Had he departed? As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She hurried to the table, where she spotted a music box alongside a letter pressed beneath it. Ling Shuang unfolded the letter, meticulously absorbing its brief yet clumsy words. Nonetheless, the sentiments within brimmed with Gu Chun's affection for her. Esteemed Master, your disciple Gu Chun extends his greetings. This letter, composed with the ink of my sincere heart and the paper of my longing, bears the weight of my love and sincerity for you, hoping you may behold it. When I first laid eyes upon you, Master, you descended like a celestial being, your garments flowing gracefully, akin to a goddess from the heavens, gracing my existence. To this day, I vividly recall your piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, severing the mundane ties that bound me, igniting within me the aspiration to cultivate, merely to draw closer to you. You once inquired if I wished to become your disciple and to practice under your guidance. Without a moment's hesitation, I nodded. That singular thought became my eternity, an everlasting entanglement of emotions. After arriving at the absolute peak, you devoted yourself to seclusion and cultivation, never uttering a word to me. Nor did we ever meet. Throughout the 365 days and nights of that year, I yearned for the moment we could finally encounter one another. Countless times, I lingered before your cave, longing to breach the barriers and nestle beside you. When you finally emerged from your retreat, my heart brimmed with joy, filled with countless words I wished to share. You once asked me if I harbored any hatred toward you. Master, how could I ever harbor such feelings? You are my revered teacher, the one I cherish most. Regardless of your actions, my heart shall never know resentment. You have bestowed upon me your teachings and aided me in overcoming tribulations, transforming me into a true cultivator. Though our time together was fleeting, the moments we shared are indelibly etched in my heart. Your valor in avenging me by vanquishing the opponents left me in awe. How I long to one day protect you, as you have protected me. The memory of washing your feet, the bashful demeanor you displayed, is forever etched in my mind. In that instant, I wished we were not master and disciple, but rather joyful companions on the path of cultivation. We undertook the mission to reclaim the Dongyun mine together and had the pleasure of meeting our senior sister. In the azure sky, you wielded your flying sword, guiding me through the heavens. Those were the happiest moments of my life. I wish time could freeze at that instant, for then we could remain together eternally. Later, I ventured into the Nine-Gate secret realm, and upon my return, I faced humiliation at the hands of Lu Ruyan. In my most helpless moments, it was my revered master who stepped forth, delivering 2 resounding blows to Lu Ruyan, avenging me in the process. At that time, I pondered what I would do in the absence of my master. Upon returning from the Nine-Gates secret realm, our relationship evolved. Just when I believed I could finally transcend the forbidden boundaries and express my sincere feelings to my master, to remain by her side, she expelled me from her abode. Master, I comprehend that you harbor unspoken burdens, and I recognize that you are not yet ready to embrace this affection. I hold firm in my belief that time will alter all, and I am convinced that one day you will accept this love, the love of your disciple. I understand that you cultivate the path of indifference, a practice that severs all emotional ties, but do you truly wish to become a heartless being? If you are indeed resolute in your indifference, I would willingly endure eternal solitude, waiting for a mere glance from you after countless lifetimes. I am prepared to sink into oblivion for your sake, to provide you with the time and space to accept this affection. I am willing to bear the weight of longing and loneliness and depart from the absolute peak. Should you come to a resolution, seek me in Yupon City. I shall wait for you eternally. Devoted lover, Gu Chun. Upon reading this clumsily penned letter, Ling Shuang was in tears. She pressed Gu Chun's letter against her heart, as if he were by her side. At that moment, the music box suddenly played, the enchanting melody from the city in the sky becoming a solo for this poignant instant. Chapter 66. Allow his wife to serve you. In order to maintain a certain level of stability and avoid prematurely entering the darkroom, I have modified the main entry of the 4th affiliated system to Empress, with the secondary entry altered to Talisman, temporarily setting aside the term more children, more blessings. The master is about to begin pursuing the protagonist, turning the tables on the disciple as the master transforms into the disciple. After a considerable time, Ling Shuang finally emerged from her sorrow. Gu Chun, my master loves you too, but I, master, presently lack the courage to face you. Ling Shuang delicately tucked away Gu Chun's letter, picked up a music box, and stepped into her secluded chamber. She needed more time to genuinely embrace this burgeoning affection. Meanwhile, within the Yuqing sect, discussions regarding Chang'e were fervently underway among the 3 main peaks, Wufeng, Yanfeng, and Shifeng, connected to the Lin and Li families in the Wanbao Pavilion. On Wufeng, the second elder was seething with rage. That wretched Chang'e dared to slay my brother and annihilate my clan. Such transgressions are unforgivable. The second elder, Lin Wenjia, was the elder brother of the Lin family's ancestor, Lin Wenda. The lineage of the Lin family from Yupon City consisted entirely of Lin Wenjia's descendants. With Chang'e having killed the Lin ancestor and obliterated the Lin family, the second elder's fury was entirely justified. The peak master of Wufeng hastily attempted to placate him. Elder, please, do not be enraged. There must be some underlying circumstances. Let us clarify the situation before we confront Chang'e. The second elder was well aware of the circumstances at play, for it was he who had suggested the poisoning of Chang'e. He understood the situation better than anyone. Yet he could not voice this knowledge. To do so would render him culpable. Master, my family has been eradicated. How can you remain so composed? The second elder roared. The peak master of Wufeng thought to himself, it is your family that has perished, not mine. Why should I be distressed? He grasped the second elder's hand and continued to counsel, Elder, you must remain calm. Chang'e is a formidable figure of the Mingshu realm and a disciple of the Heartless Fairy. The Grand Elder holds her in great esteem. We cannot afford to provoke her. I will not relent until I receive an explanation from her. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. The second elder insisted. On Yanfeng, the peak master was equally incensed. The elder of the Li family was his sworn brother. However, considering Chang'e's strength and background, he chose to bide his time. After all, the one who had perished was his sworn brother, not his blood relative. On Zhoufeng, Elder Zhou, he was beset by headaches. His descendant, Zhou Feiru, had been slain by Chang'e. He yearned to confront her, seeking an explanation, yet upon realizing that Chang'e was a disciple of Juefeng, he hesitated. Although the Juefeng lineage consisted of only 3 individuals, each posed a formidable challenge to Zhou. The master of Juefeng, Ling Shuang, was a ruthless killer capable of slaying opponents beyond her level without hesitation, and Zhou knew he could not best her. As for Chang'e, the esteemed first disciple, she possessed an innate Dao fetus and had cultivated to the 4th level of the Mingshu realm at a tender age, rendering Zhou equally powerless against her. The second disciple of Juefeng, Gu Chun, was indeed capable of defeating Zhou. However, Gu Chun possessed the extraordinary ability of the Breaking Array Golden Eye, which was particularly effective against practitioners of formations like Zhou. Zhou, troubled, rubbed his brow and let out a heavy sigh. Alas, this wretched child Fei Ru. Why must he provoke the people of Juefeng? In Yupon City, Chang Yi had concluded her meetings with the leaders of various factions. After this gathering, she received gifts in abundance, as well as the respect and loyalty of these powerful figures. All of this was made possible by Gu Chun. Without his guidance to eliminate the Lin and Li families, she would never have attained such advantages. Chang Yi made her way to the garden, where she found Gu Chun preparing a meal. Upon seeing him, she instantly transformed from the imposing city lord into a gentle woman. Junior brother, today I have struck it rich, she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Gu Chun's. Do not forget your junior brother now that you are prosperous. Gu Chun replied while frying a steak. That is certainly true. What belongs to my sister also belongs to my junior brother. Even my sister herself is yours, she teased. Sister, if you wish to be a good city lord, a capable empress, you must be resolute and decisive. The more ruthless you are, the more they will fear and respect you. If you remain as merciful as before, all you will earn is their contempt and arrogance. Along with the malice that arises from it, Gu Chun advised, tossing a steak to Xiong'er, who caught it with his mouth wide open like a trash bin with the lid removed. Gu Chun relished cooking immensely. It was the process that mattered most to him, not the identity of those who would partake in the meal. Junior brother, I understand now. Thank you for not only saving me but also for aiding my growth. Without you, I would truly be at a loss on how to fulfill my role as city lord. Chang Yi expressed gratefully. Sister, although we have dealt with the Lin and Li families, we have yet to address Wanao Pavilion. We cannot let them escape our grasp, Gu Chun remarked, placing another piece of steak into the frying pan. I was just about to mention that. I have already punished Wanao Pavilion, Chang Yi said, eyeing the frying steak and swallowing discreetly. Oh, how did you punish them? Gu Chun inquired, intrigued. I instructed them to send their wife here, Chang Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun was utterly taken aback. What on earth for? He asked, bewildered. The master of Wanbao Pavilion has an extraordinary wife, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Dongzhou, and she is even younger than me. I have seen her before, and she is truly stunning. Capable of captivating even a woman like myself, Chang Yi recounted. Really? I had no idea he had such a beautiful wife. He certainly doesn't appear to be the type, Gu Chun remarked. I intend to bring her here as your concubine, Chang Yi declared, her words striking Gu Chun like a thunderclap, causing him to overseason the pepper he was holding. Is that appropriate? Sister, would you not mind? Gu Chun had exhausted all the pepper in his possession, and the other side of the steak had become charred. Yet, he bore no ill will. Junior brother, you are truly formidable. I cannot endure such intensity alone. I am still in pain from yesterday's events. I wish to find someone to share the burden, said senior sister. I am not one to harbor narrow-mindedness. No matter how many women you seek, I shall support you. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun was moved to tears. Oh my, senior sister, you are truly magnificent. Your compassion knows no bounds. I adore you. I shall assist you in becoming the most powerful empress. Only then can I repay your affections. Senior sister, will the master of Wanao Pavilion consent to this? Gu Chun inquired. If he dares oppose, I shall deal with him as I did with the Lin and Li families, replied Chang Yi. Gu Chun nodded slightly, a look of admiration gracing his features. Splendid. Senior sister has finally seen the light. This is the character befitting an empress. At that moment, the steak in the frying pan had become thoroughly burnt. When will she arrive? Gu Chun asked. You shall meet her tomorrow morning, Chang Yi responded. Is your wife truly that beautiful? Gu Chun continued. Indeed. I feel quite insignificant in her presence, Chang Yi replied. I cannot believe it. I still think my senior sister is the most beautiful of all. Gu Chun's words were sweeter than honey. Junior brother, do you think my punishment for Wanbao Pavilion is appropriate? Asked Chang Yi. Absolutely. It is far more severe than killing him, Gu Chun exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 67. I shall become the thief of Chao. The esteemed leader of the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Tianwang, is a figure of the Yuanying realm and serves as the head of the Pavilion S branch in Yupon City. His ascension to this prominent position is largely attributed to the influential connections of his mother, a powerful elder at the main headquarters of Wanao Pavilion, who wields considerable authority within the organization. Wang Tianwang's wife, Long Qinshi, is celebrated as the most exquisite beauty of the Eastern continent and is a descendant of one of the pavilion's 3 founders, as well as a master of talismanic arts. Bound by a political marriage, she was compelled to wed Wang Tianwang, and their union is devoid of any genuine affection or intimacy. Driven solely by the ambitions and desires of their parents within the intricate political landscape of Wanbao Pavilion. At this moment, Wang Tianwang stands hesitantly before the small courtyard, grappling with his thoughts. Long Qingshi resides within this very courtyard, having confined herself there since their forced marriage, shunning any contact with her husband. Accompanied only by the soft glow of a lamp, she has devoted herself entirely to the craft of talisman drawing, treating it as the essence of her existence. With his head bowed and hands clasped behind his back, Wang Tianwang paces anxiously. What should I do? Should I reveal this matter to her? If I do, will she acquiesce? Why does Chang'e desire my wife? Does she truly wish for my wife to serve her as a mere attendant? Confusion reigns in Wang Tianwang's heart as he repeatedly hovers his hand over the door knocker, contemplating whether to summon her. Just as he stands in indecision, a melodious voice emanates from within the courtyard. Come in. Bolstered by this invitation, Wang Tianwang gathers his courage and pushes open the courtyard door. Upon entering, he is greeted by the sight of a towering pomegranate tree, resplendent in bloom during this season of vibrant flowers. The vivid red blossoms dangle from the branches, swaying gently in the breeze, resembling the flowing skirts of elegant women. Beneath the pomegranate tree, a stone table awaits, where a steaming cup of tea releases an inviting aroma, wafting gracefully throughout the courtyard. Seated beside the table is a captivating woman, Long Qingshi, with her flowing azure hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, resembling the finest jade. Long Qingshi possesses exquisitely crafted features, akin to a flawless gem meticulously shaped by divine hands. Her delicately arched, light blue eyebrows evoke the allure of distant mountains, a breathtaking stroke of artistry left by the heavens. Her luminous emerald eyes resemble the fabled Yaoqi, capable of ensnaring the hearts of many with a single glance. Her alluring lips, with a subtle upward curve, possess a charm that even the gentle breeze finds enchanting. As she sits quietly at the stone table, engrossed in an ancient tome, her expression remains indifferent as she regards Wang Tianwang. Wang Tianwang hastily bows in greeting. Qingshi, how have you been of late? Yet, in the presence of her husband, Long Qingshi displays no trace of joy. Rather, she exudes a palpable distaste. She harbors a deep aversion towards him, for their relationship is devoid of any emotional connection. What do you want? Long Qingshi's demeanor was one of indifference. She did not even deign to cast a glance at Wang Tianwang. He remained on his knees, revealing to her the treachery he had committed alongside the Lin and Li families in poisoning Chang'e, as well as the subsequent annihilation of the Lin and Li clans by Chang'e. Long Qingshi set aside her ancient tome and lifted her teacup, softly inquiring, "Why are you telling me this? The sins you have wrought, you must bear the consequences." Wang Tianwang replied, "Qingshi, Chang'e has expressed a desire for you to serve as her maid. Should you comply, she may spare me." Long Qingshi's delicate brows furrowed, and with a look of disdain, she placed her teacup down, exclaiming, "You have sown your own misdeeds. How dare you implicate me? It is truly revolting. Qingshi, I beg of you, please agree to help me. You are my sole hope for salvation. If you assist me this once, I shall never trouble you again." Wang Tianwang pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing his desperate words, Long Qingshi fell into a moment of contemplation. Eventually, she rose and declared, "Very well. As long as you cease your incessant pestering, I shall aid you this once. I have encountered Chang'e before, as she is also a woman. She is unlikely to create difficulties for me." In the charming Yupan city, Chang'e sat in a garden pavilion, relishing the exquisite dishes crafted by Gu Chun. An ardent lover of sweets, she raved about the watermelon-flavored ice cream, having already savored her 7th bowl. Observing Chang'e's delight in her meal, Gu Chun's mind began to whirl with thoughts. How shall I present the high heels to my senior sister? I have not left Yupan City recently. I must devise a reasonable excuse to offer the heels to her. What should I say? At that moment, Gu Chun recalled that he had yet to assign any tasks to Chang'e. He opened the task panel. 1. Recruit 100 subordinates of the transformation stage. 2. Eliminate Wang Tianwang and eradicate the Wanbao Pavilion branch, capturing all souls within the 1,000 Souls banner. 3. Refine the Gathering Souls banner into the 10,000 Souls banner. Mandatory task. The third subordinate system unlocks after completing 10 tasks. After contemplating these tasks, Gu Chun pondered whether to pursue the second one. If he chose the second task, he would miss the chance to meet the legendary beauty of the Eastern continent. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until tomorrow to see his wife before deciding. If she were not pleasing to the eye, he would have no choice but to opt for the second task, as Chang'e was unwell and in pain. Gu Chun dedicated the night to preparing a feast. The following morning, Gu Chun, Chang Yi, and Mu Sheng stood before the palace gates, awaiting Wang Tianwang's arrival with his wife. Chang Yi remarked to Gu Chun, "Junior brother, Wang Tianwang conspired with the Lin and Li families to poison me. The alluring Wanhua Miqing poison was his doing. When his wife arrives, do not hold back. Do as you wish. Senior sister, is that woman truly as beautiful as you claim? Surely she cannot be an aging matron?" Gu Chun voiced his concerns. "She is the most radiant beauty in the eastern continent, much younger than I. You shall see for yourself," Chang Yi assured him. As they spoke, a humble carriage approached the palace gates, driven by none other than Wang Tianwang, the master of the Wandao Pavilion branch. Desiring to avoid the limelight, Long Qingshi opted to arrive at Chang Yi's palace in a carriage. Upon seeing Chang Yi, Wang Tian paused the carriage and dismounted to pay his respects. "My lord, I have brought my wife," he declared. Chang Yi nodded slightly, and then called out to the carriage, "The most beautiful woman of the eastern continent, since you have arrived. Why do you not hasten to disembark and allow my junior to behold your beauty?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tian's expression changed dramatically. He glanced at Gu Chun, thinking to himself, "No way, this fellow can't possibly have feelings for my wife, can he?" At that moment, Wang Tian was filled with regret. Had he known better than to heed the slanderous words of the Lin and Li families and poison Chang Yi, he would not find himself in this predicament, having now jeopardized his own wife. At that instant, Long Qingshi gracefully descended from the carriage. Gu Chun observed her intently. With just a glance, he found himself unable to look away. "My goodness, a stunning beauty with blue hair. She is extraordinarily lovely. I must seize this opportunity." At that moment, Long Qingshi's system panel appeared in Gu Chun's mind. Long Qingshi. Human. Female. Realm. Transformation of the divine. Affection level towards host. 0. Destiny value. 152. Can bestow system. Will you bestow system? Upon seeing Long Qingshi's destiny value, Gu Chun was astounded. 152 points. Such a high score. It surpasses even that of my master and senior sister. If I were to grant her the system, wouldn't that be an extraordinary advantage? Chapter 68. Do not fear. My lady, I am a gentleman. The celestial destiny value of Long Qingshi is remarkably high, surpassing that of Chang Yi and Ling Shuang. This revelation left Gu Chun utterly astounded. Such an elevated destiny value warranted the bestowal of the system upon her, irrespective of her appearance. Gu Chun momentarily quelled the impulse surging within him, refraining from immediately granting the system to Long Qingshi. Long Qingshi descended gracefully from the carriage and approached Chang Yi, executing a refined courtesy. "I am honored to meet you, immortal Chang Yi," she said, her voice akin to the delicate chime of wind bells, crisp and melodious, instilling a sense of comfort in all who heard it. Chang Yi smiled gently and replied, "Long Qingshi, we have met before. Upon our first encounter, your beauty left me feeling inadequate." Long Qingshi responded with composed humility, "Immortal Chang Yi, you jest. How could I ever compare to your grace?" Chang Yi turned to Gu Chun and inquired, "Junior brother, what are your thoughts?" Gu Chun nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "She is beautiful, truly beautiful." Witnessing this exchange, Wang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The realization struck him hard. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have poisoned Chang Yi. Now, not only had he lost her, but he had also inadvertently given away his wife. Truly, he had lost both his lady and his soldiers in one fell swoop. Regret consumed him. "Woe is me. You, young man, cease your lingering gaze upon my wife. What are your intentions? She is my wife." Wang Tian's heart brimmed with indignation. Yet he dared not express it. Chang Yi cast a glance at Wang Tian and remarked, "You are quite perceptive. I shall spare you this time. But be more compliant in the future." Lord City Master, when may I take my wife home?" Wang Tian inquired. Chang Yi scoffed. "Are you attempting to negotiate with me?" Wang Tian hastily replied, "Nay, I would not dare. You may leave now. Do not linger here and be a nuisance," Chang Yi declared, her tone frosty. Wang Tian retracted his head, contemplating, "Though I have surrendered Qingshi, at least I have preserved my life. No loss, no loss. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Chang Yi, await my vengeance. If I find the opportunity, I shall surely end you." Thus, he consoled himself as he drove the carriage away from Chang Yi's palace. After Wang Tian departed, Long Qingshi addressed Chang Yi, "Immortal Chang Yi. To atone for his transgressions, I shall serve as your maid, attending to your needs. However, I beseech you to grant me some time to inscribe talismans." Chang Yi approached Long Qingshi and gently lifted her chin with her fingertip, saying, I require no service from you. All I ask is that you tend to my junior brother well. Long Qingshi turned her gaze towards Gu Chun, who smiled faintly and waved at her. Understanding his intent, she quickly said to Chang'e, I have come only to be your maid, not to serve men. Immortal Chang'e, you cannot demean me in such a manner. Chang'e raised an eyebrow, responding, that is not for you to decide. As she spoke, Chang'e cast a spell, sealing Long Qingshi's spiritual power. In the present moment, Long Qingshi finds herself devoid of any spiritual energy, akin to an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation. Chang'e, you! Long Qingshi exclaimed. Her emotions a tumult of embarrassment and anger. Chang'e gently caressed Long Qingshi's flawless visage and reassured her, do not worry, my junior brother is quite remarkable. You shall not regret following him. With that, Chang'e exchanged a significant glance with Gu Chun. Understanding her cue, Gu Chun approached Long Qingshi and declared, I am a man of integrity and would never take advantage of you. Long Qingshi closed her eyes, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Subsequently, like a marionette, she followed Gu Chun and Chang'e into the palace. Gu Chun did not resort to coercion with Long Qingshi. He abhorred such tactics. Rather than forcing others, he preferred to inspire fondness in them. Gu Chun held this confidence, for he possessed a system. Once inside the palace, Chang'e remarked to Gu Chun, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall leave this in your capable hands. Gu Chun felt a surge of gratitude. His senior sister was truly kind, having provided him with a moment of solitude. This was an opportune moment for him to bestow the system upon Long Qingshi, transforming her into his fourth vassal. Confronted with Gu Chun's intense gaze, Long Qingshi recoiled in terror. You, stay away from me. I would rather die than allow you to succeed. She retreated to a corner, with no escape in sight. Her pitiable demeanor stirred Gu Chun's restless desire. Clearing his throat, he earnestly proclaimed, Madam, do not be afraid. I, Gu Chun, am a gentleman and would never force you into anything against your will. Then, what do you intend to do? Long Qingshi asked, her voice trembling. I am adept in culinary arts and wish to invite you to savor my creations, Gu Chun replied with a cheerful smile. Suddenly, Long Qingshi recalled that scoundrel Wang Tianlong had poisoned Chang'e. Could this man also intend to poison her? Madam, please follow me. I shall alleviate your anxiety and fears with exquisite cuisine, Gu Chun urged. I am a cultivator and require no sustenance. I appreciate your kind intentions, Long Qingshi asserted. Mustering her courage, Gu Chun smiled slightly and said, Madam, do you believe you possess the power to refuse? Upon hearing this, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped Long Qingshi, compelling her to follow Gu Chun into the garden behind the palace. In the garden, she sat uneasily within a pavilion, her heart heavy with apprehension regarding her future. Gu Chun began to crack a few eggs, preparing to create a dish of snow silk red bean paste for Long Qingshi. While he cooked, he quietly bestowed the system upon her. Beep. The fourth vassal system has been assigned and successfully bound to Long Qingshi. She will become the host's fourth vassal. Upon completing 5 tasks, the host can acquire an additional vassal system and unlock new system features. Tasks have been refreshed. The host may select one task for the fourth vassal to complete. Soon after, Long Qingshi's system panel appeared in Gu Chun's mind. 1. Accept Gu Chun's food and praise his culinary skills. 2. Use words to provoke Gu Chun, declaring her intent to die in defiance. In the endeavor to delineate the Ninth Order Talisman, proclaimed as the Empress of the Heavens, a mandatory task awaits. The fourth subordinate shall be unlocked upon the completion of 10 tasks. Upon a careful glance, Gu Chun mused, this second task is quite the challenge, is it? To die for a cause? I certainly do not wish for someone with such a high destiny value to perish. Without hesitation, Gu Chun opted for the first task, to accept Gu Chun's culinary offerings and commend his skills. As for the second task, Gu Chun would never consider it, unless he were to act in a fit of madness and foolishly choose the latter. Once the task was selected, the system's voice resonated within Long Qingshi's mind. Ding! The system has been successfully bound. Startled by this unexpected voice, Long Qingshi turned pale, fearing that Gu Chun intended to inflict harm upon her. Task: accept Gu Chun's food and praise his culinary artistry. Reward: Talisman Compendium. Chapter 69. The lady's task. Upon hearing the system's voice, Long Qingshi was taken aback. The Codex of 10,000 Talismans. A legendary tome said to contain records of countless talismans. Had it not been lost to the annals of time? What precisely is this system that has assigned me a task and promises me the Codex of 10,000 Talismans as a reward? Could this be the work of that man? As Long Qingshi's thoughts spiraled in confusion, Gu Chun presented the first dish he had prepared, snowy mung bean paste. With a cheerful smile, Gu Chun placed the delicacy before Long Qingshi and encouraged her, "Madam, please indulge in my culinary skills." The snowy mung bean paste, resembling pristine snow with a sweet red bean filling, was a labor-intensive dish to prepare. Achieving its delicate texture required whipping egg whites to a frothy consistency, a task that could be quite tedious. However, for Gu Chun, a cultivator, it was a simple feat after becoming a cultivator. His speed in the kitchen was akin to lightning. In mere moments, he could achieve the desired fluffiness of the egg whites. If he were to use that speed as a reward for himself, it would surely be astonishing. Long Qingshi gazed at the snowy mung bean paste. Her heart a tumult of indecision. Should I take a bite? What if he has spiked it with an aphrodisiac? Yet, I have already descended to this state. My inner spiritual energy sealed away. I possess no power to resist. Whether he drugs me or not, even if he were to pin me to the table, I would be powerless to oppose him. Noticing her hesitation, Gu Chun inquired, "What troubles you, madam? Do you not find it to your liking?" Long Qingshi remained silent, silently picking up her chopsticks to grasp a piece of the snowy mung bean paste. With grace, she opened her delicate lips and took a gentle bite. The texture was soft, the taste sweet and delightful. Having not savored normal food for many years, she was instantly enamored by the flavor. Long Qingshi mused to herself, how wonderful it would be to have a cup of spiritual tea at this moment. Just as she contemplated this, Gu Chun appeared with a steaming cup of freshly brewed tea, offering it to her. Staring at the warm beverage, Long Qingshi found herself momentarily stunned. He truly cares for me. Madam, how's my cooking? Gu Chun asked. Long Qingshi nodded slightly. It is exquisite. I have never tasted anything quite like it. No sooner had she spoken than the system's voice echoed in her mind. Task completed. Reward, Codex of 10,000 talismans. Would you like to claim it now? Long Qingshi was filled with curiosity. Claim? Claim what? The Codex of 10,000 talismans? If I choose to claim it, can it truly be bestowed upon me? Hadn't this codex been lost long ago? As a master of talismans, Long Qingshi had been enamored with their creation since childhood. For her, talismans represented the entirety of her existence. The allure of the codex, which documented various talismans from ancient times, was irresistible. Long Qingshi yearned to lay eyes upon the codex. Should she be granted even a glimpse, she would willingly pay any price. I will claim it, Long Qingshi whispered softly. Upon speaking, a flash of divine light appeared. Subsequently, a white jade tablet resembling a ceremonial board materialized before Long Qingshi. Inscribed upon the jade were 4 intricate golden characters, Manual of 10,000 Talismans. Is this truly the Manual of 10,000 Talismans? Why does it look like this? Should it not resemble a book? How am I to read it? Must I employ spiritual perception for comprehension? Yet my spiritual energy has been sealed by Chang'e, and I am currently unable to summon my consciousness. Beside her, Gu Chun feigned astonishment at the unexpected appearance of the manual. What is this? How did it materialize so suddenly? Long Qingshi, appearing somewhat flustered, replied, I am uncertain. It just appeared without warning. Since it has manifested by your side, it rightfully belongs to you. Have no fear. I, Gu Chun, am a man of integrity, he proclaimed, continuing to extol his virtues. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 4 has successfully completed the task. You shall receive 100-fold reward. Reward, 5 instances of spell acceleration. 5 instances of spell acceleration. Long Qingshi is indeed a woman of destiny exceeding 100. Completing a mere task yields rewards that surpass those of multiple endeavors by De Huang. Alas, De Huang's destiny value remains too low. If only De Huang's destiny value were as high as its affection for me. The system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 4 has completed the task. You shall receive 30 attribute points. You may access the attribute panel to allocate these points. Attribute points. Oh, I recall, this is a newly unlocked feature of the system. I've been so busy lately that I almost forgot about it. Let me examine my attribute panel. In his mind, Gu Chun accessed his attribute panel. Gu Chun. Attack, 226. Speed, 94. Defense, 75. Insight, 88. Charisma, 81. Destiny value, 132. Attack, speed, and defense are foundational attributes, which may increase with the host's level. Insight and charisma are supplementary attributes, which can only be enhanced through point allocation. Destiny value is a special attribute. Every 10 points of allocated value increases the destiny value by 1. Gu Chun scrutinized the panel. What? My charisma is only 81 points. I believe I am rather handsome. In my defense, how is it the lowest among all attributes? I have already acquired the defensive artifact, the dread-breaking golden bell, as a reward from the system. Could it be that the dread-breaking golden bell is considered an external item and thus not counted toward my attributes? That must be the case. Otherwise, according to the description of the dread-breaking golden bell, my defense value should soar to the heavens. Additionally, what serves as the basis for the point allocation index on this system panel? How much does 1 point of attack equate to? 1 point of speed? What is the upper limit? Gu Chun found himself perplexed by these queries. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. At present, I possess 30 enhancement points, which I can subsequently allocate through the vassal system to complete tasks that will further augment my points. With these enhancement points, I feel akin to possessing a sophisticated reading device, enabling me to improve wherever I falter. However, I pondered, why are there no attributes related to that aspect? If only it were possible to enhance that as well. A vivid image of sweeping through legions without lifting a finger flashed through Gu Chun's mind. Quickly shaking his head, he suppressed this thought. Next, Gu Chun meticulously contemplated how to allocate his existing 30 enhancement points. Attack, speed, and defense can all be elevated with my cultivation level. So there is no rush at present. The cost of destiny points is exorbitant. It requires 10 enhancement points to increase destiny by a single point. With only 30 enhancement points at my disposal, I can only acquire 3 destiny points, which is hardly significant. As for comprehension, my mastery of techniques and spells relies entirely on the system, so there is no immediate need to worry about it. Once I have accumulated more enhancement points, I can address that as well. Thus, I have resolved to enhance my appearance. I am eager to discover what transformation awaits me after augmenting my beauty by 30 points. With this thought, Gu Chun unhesitatingly allocated all 30 enhancement points to the beauty attribute. Chapter 70, The Gift of Cultivation. The guilt-ridden lady Gu Chun allocated all 30 points he had acquired to enhance his appearance. In an instant, he sensed an unusual sensation. His face felt tingly, and his scalp tingled as well. At that moment, Long Qingshi, who was savoring snow silk red bean paste, suddenly froze. She fixed her gaze upon Gu Chun's face, reluctant to divert her eyes. "What is the matter, my lady?" Gu Chun inquired. Long Qingshi hurriedly averted her gaze, replying, "It's nothing, nothing at all." At that moment, her mind raced with thoughts. What just happened? Why do I feel as though he has suddenly become more handsome? Could it merely be a trick of the light? Long Qingshi finished the last spoonful of snow silk red bean paste, lifted her teacup, and sipped gracefully from the tea Gu Chun had brewed for her. As she savored her tea, her eyes continued to scrutinize Gu Chun. Gu Chun then presented a refreshing orange-flavored slush to Long Qingshi. "My lady, do try this and see if it suits your palate," he suggested. Having tasted the first offering, Long Qingshi felt no resistance this time, under Gu Chun's attentive gaze. She took a bite of the slush. The icy texture and the fragrant essence of orange instantly awakened her dormant taste buds. At that moment, Long Qingshi's tasks refreshed. 1. Accept Gu Chun's gift and present her handkerchief to him. 2. Reject Gu Chun's gift, threatening him with her life to spare her. 3. Create a 9th-tier talisman, proclaiming herself the Empress of Heaven. Mandatory task, unlocks after subordinate number 4 completes 10 tasks. Gu Chun glanced at the options and unhesitatingly chose the first task. Once the task was selected, the system's voice echoed in Long Qingshi's mind. Task: accept Gu Chun's gift and present your handkerchief to him. Reward: 1,000 blank 5th-tier talisman papers. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Long Qingshi pondered, what exactly is this so-called system? Why does it keep assigning me tasks and offering rewards? As she contemplated, Gu Chun gently waved his hand, opening his inner world, from which he retrieved a brush crafted from white jade. This brush, known as the Celestial Brush, was an 8th-tier magical artifact acquired from the 9-Gate Secret Realm, specifically designed for drawing talismans and unsuitable for combat. Since Gu Chun could not draw talismans, the brush held no value for him. Initially, he had intended to find an opportunity to sell it for some spirit stones. However, after beginning to enjoy a comfortable life with Chang'e, his need for spirit stones diminished. Thus, he decided to keep the brush. Last night, Gu Chun learned from Chang'e that Long Qingshi was a master of talismans, skilled in their creation, making this brush the perfect gift for her. Since the brush was of no use to Gu Chun, presenting it to Long Qingshi would not only fulfill the system's task but also enhance their rapport. Why not seize the opportunity? "My dear lady, this pen." known as the Celestial Pin, is a treasure I recently acquired from a secret realm. I now bestow it upon you, Gu Chun spoke with a gentle tone. Upon hearing the name Celestial Pin, Long Qingshi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Gu Chun. Is this truly the Celestial Pin? Are you genuinely giving it to me? She inquired eagerly. Gu Chun nodded, responding generously, of course. Why would I take it out otherwise? With utmost reverence. Long Qingshi extended her hands to receive the Celestial Pin from Gu Chun. After a careful examination, she was convinced that this was indeed the legendary pin capable of altering the very fabric of the universe and inscribing celestial talismans. Holding the Celestial Pin, she spoke softly to Gu Chun. This pin has a profound connection to my lineage. It once belonged to my ancestor from 10,000 years ago. It is said to have been stolen by a rogue known as the Inspiration Taoist, and its whereabouts have remained a mystery. My family has searched for it for millennia without success. I cannot believe it has found its way to you, and that you have chosen to gift it to me. I am at a loss for words. By the way, was your ancestor who lost the Celestial Pin male or female? Gu Chun inquired. She was a woman. But her companion, my male ancestor, also had something stolen by the Inspiration Taoist, a certain jewel, though the details have faded into obscurity over time, Long Qingshi replied. Gu Chun was taken aback by the coincidence. How remarkable. Just then, Long Qingshi asked Gu Chun, you have been so kind to me. What is it that you seek in return? Gu Chun thought to himself, what do I seek? Isn't it obvious? I desire you. However, he refrained from speaking his true thoughts and maintained a cultivated demeanor, stating, I simply wish to befriend you. There are no ulterior motives. Oh, I see. Long Qingshi's expression bore a hint of disappointment. Remembering her system task, she retrieved a handkerchief imbued with her fragrance from her pocket and presented it to Gu Chun. I have little to offer in return, so please accept this handkerchief as a token of my gratitude. As she uttered these words, a wave of guilt washed over her. He gifted me the Celestial Pin, and I can only offer him this ordinary handkerchief. How selfish of me. I feel terrible. How can I make it up to him? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Task completed. Reward, 1,000 blank 5th-tier talisman papers. Would you like to claim your reward? Eager to comprehend this system, Long Qingshi responded affirmatively. She wished to see if the system would indeed provide her with the promised 1,000 blank talisman papers. Upon her affirmation, a flash of spiritual light appeared, and 1,000 bundled blank talisman papers manifested before her. Long Qingshi was astonished. Rewards have arrived again. It seems the system is truly remarkable, capable of granting rewards through task completion. I wonder what the next task will be. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. Your subordinate has successfully completed the task, and you will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, 2 years of cultivation. 2 years of cultivation. Gu Chun was astounded. Is this really so powerful? Bestowed upon me 2 years of cultivation in a single instance. How splendid. Coupled with the additional year of cultivation awarded by my senior sister, I now possess a total of 3 years of cultivation. This is truly marvelous. With these 3 years of cultivation, I am certain to transcend the Golden Core realm and ascend to the nascent soul stage of cultivation. My strength shall undoubtedly advance further. Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 4 has successfully completed the task, and the host will receive 30 enhancement points. Without hesitation, Gu Chun allocated these 30 enhancement points to his appearance. Now, Gu Chun's appearance has reached an impressive score of 141. The blemishes on his face have nearly vanished, rendering his handsome visage as flawless as a perfect jade. At this moment, Long Qingshi's task has refreshed once more. 1. Don the stockings given by Gu Chun. 2. Impart the knowledge of talisman drawing to Gu Chun. 3. Create a 9th-tier talisman, reputedly known as the Empress of Heaven. Mandatory task. Unlocked after subordinate number 4 completes 10 tasks. Chapter 71. The indispensable dual cultivation task. Upon seeing the options, Gu Chun unhesitatingly chose the first task. As for the second task, she had no interest in it. The thought of drawing talismans did not entice her in the slightest. What she truly desired was to witness her wearing silk stockings. Once the task was selected, the system's voice resonated in Long Qingshi's mind. Task: wear the silk stockings given by Gu Chun. Reward: a vial of Wan Blood Spirit ink. This Wan Blood Spirit ink was not ordinary ink. It was a supreme spiritual ink used for drawing talismans. Talismans crafted with Wan Blood Spirit ink had an exceptionally high success rate and were of remarkable quality, capable of producing talismans of the 8th rank or above. This was a coveted treasure for Long Qingshi. With the Wan Blood Spirit ink, she could finally attempt to draw the Tai Ching Ichi talisman, a task she had long lacked the courage to undertake. At this moment, Long Qi had already tasted the sweetness of the system and was no longer resistant to its tasks. Yet, she remained perplexed. What exactly were these silk stockings? Could they possibly be mere socks? Gu Chun observed Long Qingshi's demeanor closely. He realized that she had begun to depend on the system. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Chun opened the inner dimension and retrieved a brand new pair of white silk stockings. He refrained from offering her black stockings, as her temperament was more suited to white. My lady, these are a specialty from my hometown, known as silk stockings. They are light, breathable, and enhance one's form. The girls from my village adore wearing them, Gu Chun explained, placing the silk stockings on the stone table. Long Qi gazed at the packaged stockings, pondering. How did he know about the task assigned to me by the system? Could it be that the system was under his control? That seemed implausible. Perhaps the system possessed a foresight ability, anticipating that he would present me with a gift. With this thought, Long Qingshi felt a surge of guilt. First, he prepared delicious food for her, then gifted her the exceptional Tianbi, and now he was presenting her with silk stockings. How could she repay him? At that moment, Long Qi truly regarded Gu Chun as a paragon of virtue, akin to the noble Lu Xiaowei. Curiosity welled within her as she regarded the stockings on the table. What kind of stockings were these? Were they indeed woven from silk? How would she wear them? Just then, Gu Chun addressed Long Qi. Silk stockings are intimate garments, and it is not convenient to change here. I have prepared a room for you. Henceforth, it shall be your residence. With that, Gu Chun led Long Qingshi to the room designated for her. This chamber was merely a wall away from Changyi's palace. The room was well equipped, featuring a bed, wardrobe, vanity, and even a table specifically for Long Qingshi to draw talismans. My lady, are you satisfied with this room? Gu Chun inquired. Long Qingshi nodded gently, responding, yes. I am satisfied. Gu Chun smiled slightly and said to Long Qingshi, then, my lady, please make yourself at home here. I shall not disturb you for now. With that, Gu Chun departed from Long Qingshi's room, for he intended to play the long game and reel in the big fish. Gu Chun harbored a distaste for employing coercive methods to win the affection of the woman he desired. He yearned for Long Qingshi to take the initiative in pursuing him, as this would imbue him with a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, Changyi had returned. Oh, junior brother, why do I feel you have become even more handsome? Changyi remarked, gazing intently at Gu Chun's face. A flicker of joy sparked within Gu Chun, yet he feigned ignorance, saying, is that so? I don't perceive any change. Junior brother, have you succeeded? Changyi inquired with a mischievous grin. Gu Chun shook his head, replying, not yet. Changyi frowned slightly, saying, I have sealed her spiritual power. She is devoid of any ability to resist. If she refuses, you may take matters into your own hands. If all else fails, your elder sister is here to assist you. With a chuckle, Gu Chun responded, elder sister, that would be far too dull. I wish to gradually entice her, allowing her to succumb little by little. Upon hearing this, Changyi advised, junior brother, as a cultivator, you cannot allow your thoughts to be consumed by matters of the heart. You are merely at the golden core stage. You must devote yourself to your cultivation. As your elder sister, it is my duty to ensure your dedication to practice. Gu Chun grasped Changyi's hand, assuring her, elder sister, rest assured. I will certainly strive in my cultivation. Before long, I shall reach the nascent soul stage, and at that time, I will require your assistance in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Of course, you are my little junior brother, my little man. I cannot bear to see you harmed by the tribulation, Changyi replied gently. At that moment, Gu Chun mused, I shall refrain from assigning tasks to my elder sister for now. After she aids me in overcoming the tribulation, I will then present her with responsibilities. Meanwhile, in the room, Long Qingshi, after a series of explorations, finally unwrapped the packaging and retrieved a pair of white stockings. Gazing at the stockings, she found herself in a quandary. How on earth does one wear these? Long Qingshi secured the door and, shedding her garments, endeavored to don the stockings. After several attempts, she finally discovered the technique and successfully adorned herself with the stockings. The pristine fabric exquisitely accentuated Long Qingshi's figure, elongating her legs and enhancing the fullness of her hips. How comfortable! I have never worn such delightful stockings. She stood before the mirror, admiring her figure, so perfect it might incite envy from the heavens themselves. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, mission accomplished, reward, 1 blood spirit ink. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it, she exclaimed. No sooner had she spoken than a palm-sized vial appeared in her hand, containing a vibrant crimson ink, 1 blood spirit ink, crafted from the blood of the Qing Yuan. Simultaneously, Gu Chun received his own system reward. Congratulations, host. Your subordinate number 4 has successfully completed the mission, and you shall receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, 9th tier magical artifact. Qishao sword. The reward has been deposited into your inner world. Congratulations, host. Your subordinate number 4 has successfully completed the mission, and you shall receive 30 attribute points. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Gu Chun's heart soared with elation. Splendid. Long Qingshi adorned herself with silk stockings. I am eager to behold her elegance in those delicate garments. The exquisite white silk. Ah, the allure of beauty. Subsequently, Gu Chun unhesitatingly allocated his newly acquired attribute points to enhance his appearance. His beauty now reached an impressive score of 171 points. At this moment, Gu Chun radiated a refreshing charm. His skin is fair as the finest spirit stone, emanating a gentle luminescence. Chang Yi, standing beside him, noted the transformation. Junior brother. You are incredibly beautiful, she remarked, her delicate hand gently caressing Gu Chun's cheek. Senior sister, I am but a man. How can beauty be used to describe me? Gu Chun replied. Chang Yi grasped his hand and said, Junior brother, come with me into the chamber. I wish to. At this point, Long Qingshi's tasks had refreshed. 1. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. 2. Engage in dual cultivation with Gu Chun. 3. Create a 9th tier talisman. Known as the Empress of Heaven. Mandatory task. Unlocks after the 4th subordinate completes 10 tasks. The 2 selectable tasks were identical, both requiring dual cultivation with Gu Chun. It seemed that this path was inescapable. As Gu Chun selected the task, he followed Chang Yi into her chamber. Chapter 72. Gu Chun, I wish to cultivate with you. Task. Cultivate with Gu Chun. Reward. 9th tier talisman. Tai Bai Divine Killing Talisman. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Long Qingshi was taken aback. Cultivating with Gu Chun. How could this be possible? How could I engage in such a practice with him when we have only just met? Yet, he has treated me with such kindness, even gifting me the heavenly pin. I am at a loss as to how to repay him. Must I truly offer my body as recompense? Just as Long Qingshi's thoughts spiraled into chaos, a curious sound emanated from the adjoining chamber, where Chang Yi resided. Upon hearing Chang Yi's voice, Long Qingshi's face flushed crimson, and the sound persisted for 3 long hours. During this time, Long Qingshi endured great torment. Finally, the sound ceased, and she let out a sigh of relief. It is over at last. In that moment, Long Qingshi couldn't help but wonder. Was Fairy Chang Yi cultivating with Gu Chun? It must be so, as he is the only man in this palace. 3 hours, Gu Chun is truly remarkable. Fairy Chang Yi is exceedingly fortunate. What does dual cultivation feel like? Is it as wondrous as others have claimed? Lost in her reverie, Long Qingshi was startled as Chang Yi's voice echoed once more. This time, it lasted another 3 hours. Long Qingshi felt utterly numbed. How can there be such an extraordinary man in this world? If only I could. The more she pondered, the more her heart yearned. The guilt from Gu Chun's gift, the task set by the system, and her own longing gradually eroded the defenses within her heart. The following morning, Gu Chun, as usual, ventured into the garden to begin his culinary endeavors. Xiong Er, resembling a large plush doll, sat beside Gu Chun, eagerly awaiting his offerings. Although Xiong Er had not received a system of its own, it remained an indispensable presence for Gu Chun, serving as his most loyal patron and a connoisseur of his culinary art. Regardless of what Gu Chun prepared, Xiong Er would devour it, providing timely emotional feedback in return. Master, what delight shall I savor today? Xiong Er inquired. Today, I plan to prepare the legendary Westlake vinegar fish. I refuse to believe it is truly difficult to make it delicious, Gu Chun replied. Hee, as long as it is made by you, I relish every dish. Xiong Er replied earnestly. Gu Chun smiled faintly, retrieving his kitchenware and the grass carp he had discreetly purchased, and began his preparations. At that moment, Long Qingshi, adorned in white silk and a delicate light blue dress, gracefully entered the garden. She settled in the pavilion, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they observed Gu Chun at work. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting her azure tresses and the fabric of her dress. After a flurry of activity, Gu Chun finally completed the fabled Westlake vinegar fish. Frowning slightly, he picked up a piece of fish belly with his chopsticks and savored it carefully. It has a slight fishy taste, but it is less pungent than what I experienced back on Earth. It must be the fish's quality. The dish was not particularly delicious, yet it was far from inedible. It seemed to be a matter of preparation. Had it been crafted in the style of sweet and sour carp, it would have undoubtedly tasted much better. As this thought crossed her mind, Gu Chun lifted the plate and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiong Er. Xiong Er opened his mouth, and Gu Chun As if discarding refuse, poured the Westlake vinegar fish into Xiong Er's mouth. How is it? Tasty? Gu Chun inquired. Xiong Er smacked his lips and replied. I can't quite say. Sighing, Gu Chun resolved, very well, I shall prepare a dish of sweet and sour carp for you. Long Qishir stood silently nearby, observing Gu Chun. Once Gu Chun had finished her task, Long Qishir approached her side and softly said, Gu Chun, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Gu Chun asked. Long Qishir, her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, it is not convenient to speak here. Could you come to my room for a moment? Gu Chun, fully aware of Long Qishir's intentions, feigned ignorance. Certainly, let me wash my hands first. After cleansing her hands, Gu Chun followed Long Qishir into her chamber. My lady, what is it you wish to tell me? Gu Chun inquired. Long Qishir turned away, her silence betraying her hesitation. My lady, if you have something to say, please do so promptly, or I shall take my leave, Gu Chun urged, adopting a posture as if to depart. Suddenly, Long Qishir reached out, grasping the hem of Gu Chun's garment, and said, Do not go. I wish to cultivate with you. Ah. Very well, Gu Chun replied, no longer inclined to decline. Given the circumstances, there was no point in pretense. Gu Chun, could you please close the door? Long Qishir asked shyly. Gu Chun gently shut the door. Once it was securely closed, Long Qishir, with her back to Gu Chun, began to shed her garments. Meanwhile, in Wanbage, Wang Tianlong, the deputy chief of the Wanbage branch, sat at his desk, massaging his forehead. I wonder how Qishir is faring at Changyi's place. Is she happy? That lad Gu Chun has not made any advances on her, has he? With a sigh, Wang Tianlong lamented, merely surviving is a blessing. At least I have avoided the fate of the Lin and Li families. Letting Qishir go is for the best, as she has never held me in esteem. She has yet to share a bed with me. If she had accepted me, would I have resorted to poisoning Changyi? At this point, Wang Tianlong could not help but feel a wave of sorrow. Long Qishir, I have devoted over a decade to you. For these many years, I have been nothing but a sycophant, flattering and appeasing you, yet you have never cast a glance my way. 3 hours later, in Long Qishir's chamber, she was glistening with fragrant perspiration, her exquisite form laid bare, her gaze dreamy, and her fair skin appeared to be adorned with a layer of rosy hue. Gu Chun exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Long Qishir was indeed a divine gift, captivating in her coy demeanor. This was an experience Gu Chun had never known before. Looking down, he noticed a red plum blossom had fallen upon the sheets. Did she not have a husband? How could there be such a mark of affection? Did she not have any relationship with Wang Tianlong? She remains untouched. Long Qishir noticed Gu Chun staring at the vivid red plum blossoms on the bedsheet. His ears flushing with embarrassment, Gu Chun refrained from asking further. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Task completed. Reward. 9th tier talisman, Taibai Divine Kill Talisman. Would you like to claim it now? Yes. As the words fell, a jade talisman materialized in Long Qishir's hand. Gazing at the talisman, she said, Gu Chun, this is for you. What is this? Gu Chun inquired. This is the Taibai Divine Kill Talisman, a 9th tier talisman, which can be used multiple times. Upon activation, it can unleash an attack equivalent to the full force of a Mahayana expert, though its power diminishes with each use, Long Qishir elucidated. Is it really that powerful? This is yours. I cannot accept it, Gu Chun hastily responded. Please accept it. You gifted me the heaven-seizing brush. This is the only way I can repay you. Long Qishir insisted. Seeing her determination, Gu Chun decisively accepted the Taibai Divine Kill Talisman. A 9th tier talisman. Why refuse? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Gu Chun's mind. Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 4 has successfully completed the task, and the host will receive a 100-fold reward. Reward, Divine Connection Buckle. Chapter 73, The Heart's Bond. Sisters Concern. The Heart's Bond is a unique divine ability. Upon activation, it allows one to hear the thoughts of others while simultaneously permitting a chosen individual to hear one's own thoughts. The host can conceal their true sentiments, rendering them imperceptible to others, and can modify their expressed thoughts to reflect a narrative different from their actual intentions, thereby achieving their desired ends. This extraordinary power is exceedingly formidable. However, it can only focus on one individual at a time and must be employed within a specific range, beyond which it cannot function. Splendid. I have acquired yet another divine ability. This one is particularly intriguing. The capacity to perceive the thoughts of others and to allow them a glimpse into my own, albeit a modified version, opens vast avenues for manipulation. Whether to confront adversaries or navigate the complexities of relationships, this ability proves invaluable. How I wish my master were here. I long to discern what weight I hold in their heart. As my master is absent, I shall experiment with Long Qishu instead. Gu Chun activated the heart's bond, focusing on Long Qishu. In that instant, she felt her heart leap unexpectedly. Following this, Gu Chun's thoughts resonated within her mind. Long Qishu is a good woman. I must cherish and protect her, ensuring she endures no hardship. This sentiment was deliberately projected for Long Qishu to hear. Initially taken aback, she soon realized that she had tapped into Gu Chun's inner musings. I can actually hear his thoughts. Could it be a result of recent events? Is this what they refer to as a spiritual connection? A sweet smile graced her face at this thought. Simultaneously, Gu Chun was privy to Long Qingshu's own thoughts. Hmph. Long Qingshu, this is not a mere spiritual connection. This is my divine ability. Gu Chun's true intentions remained concealed from her. Following this exchange of thoughts, Long Qingshu found herself utterly captivated. She climbed beside Gu Chun, wrapping her arms around him from behind, and implored, Gu Chun, could you love me once more? Certainly. My lady, Gu Chun replied. Still calling me my lady? Long Qingshu said, her eyes shimmering with affection. May I call you Qingshu from now on? Gu Chun inquired. Call me whatever you wish. Long Qingshu responded. 3 hours later, she drifted into a deep slumber. With her spiritual energy sealed by Chang'e, she was now akin to an ordinary mortal. Gu Chun gently covered Long Qingshu with a blanket before stepping out of the room. Upon exiting, he encountered Chang'e, who stood with arms crossed, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Did you succeed? She teased. Indeed, I did, Gu Chun chuckled in response. Your mind is now clear of distractions, I presume? It's time to devote yourself to your cultivation, Chang'e remarked. Yes, sister. I promise to work diligently on my training, Gu Chun vowed. As Gu Chun spoke, he activated the Heart Link spell on Chang'e. Her thoughts resonated within his mind. I am Gu Chun's woman, yet also his senior sister. I cannot allow him to be lost in a world of comfort. I must guide him to strive for cultivation. For in this realm, strength is paramount. Should there come a day when I am no longer present, his power will enable him to care for himself. Alas, if I were truly to be taken over by the Jade Shadow Fairy, who would look after Gu Chun? Through Chang'e's inner voice, Gu Chun realized that she genuinely cared for him and had his best interests at heart. To have such a senior sister is indeed a blessing. However, he also perceived the unspoken anxieties and fears that lay buried within her. Chang'e harbored a dread of being possessed by the Jade Shadow Fairy. This Jade Shadow Fairy was someone Gu Chun had heard mentioned during his conversations with Chang'e. She was once the master of Jade Peak a millennium ago, the companion of the Grand Elder of Jade Peak. During an attempt to transcend, her meridians were shattered, leaving her aged and rendered powerless. She coveted Chang'e's body and innate constitution, seeking to usurp her form. The Grand Elder supported this ambition, for he too admired Chang'e's beauty. Upon grasping these revelations, Gu Chun could not help but furrow his brow. Noticing his concern, Chang'e asked tenderly, What troubles you, junior brother? Do you harbor worries? Gu Chun shook his head, forcing a smile as he replied, Sister, I am well. I was merely pondering the tribulations ahead. Chang'e smiled gently, reassuring him, You need not worry about the tribulation. With me here, as a strong practitioner of the mysterious Void Realm, overcoming it will be effortless. Rest assured, with me by your side, nothing can harm you. Hearing her words, Gu Chun silently resolved, I must not allow my sister to fall victim to the Jade Shadow Fairy. I must devise a plan to confront her and the Grand Elder. My sister will shield me from harm, and I shall ensure she remains unharmed as well. At that moment, Chang'e retrieved several garments from her storage ring, saying, During your time with Long Qishu, I have crafted some clothing for you with my own hands. You dress too plainly, still wearing the attire of a disciple from the Yuqing sect, which is simply unacceptable. As your sister, I have promised to pamper you. So try on the garments I made. Skilled in the art of tailoring, Chang'e approached clothing making as a means of relaxation. Much like how Gu Chun found solace in cooking, Gu Chun picked up a white garment and examined it closely. Her craftsmanship was remarkable. The quality and design were exquisite. If this were on Earth, it could fetch tens of thousands. With no one else around in the palace, Gu Chun decided to change right before Chang'e. Once dressed in the white attire, he appeared refined and elegant, truly a handsome young gentleman. Chang'e's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, My junior brother is truly handsome. Come here and let your senior sister embrace you. At that very moment, outside Yupan City, a robust and imposing dog was gazing up at the city. This formidable creature was none other than Gu Chun's large yellow dog. At present, The dog appeared as sturdy as an ox, its golden yellow fur shimmering brilliantly, exuding an air of majesty. What was most peculiar, however, were its eyes, which had turned a striking crimson. This transformation was unlike anything seen before, leaving one to wonder what had transpired to cause such a change. The yellow dog fixated on Yupan City and, unexpectedly, spoke in human language. "My master is here. I must find my master." Upon uttering these words, a shadow suddenly enveloped the dog-esque form. Chapter 74. The Return of the Great Yellow Within the Palace. Chang-Yi released Gu Chun and inquired, "Junior brother, what exactly do the high-heeled shoes you mentioned last time look like? If you cannot procure them, simply describe them to me, and I shall attempt to craft a pair myself." Chang-Yi, a woman of exquisite taste, harbored an insatiable desire for beautiful garments and footwear. Gu Chun had long acquired an entire container of high-heeled shoes, but had yet to find an opportunity to present them to Chang-Yi. Having spent recent days in her company without venturing outside, he struggled to fabricate a plausible excuse. What rationale could he employ to deliver the high heels to his senior sister? Gu Chun found himself in a quandary. Under Chang-Yi's fervent gaze, he responded, "Sister, I shall procure them for you in due time. Rest assured, I will ensure you don the most splendid high-heeled shoes." Just as Chang-Yi was about to speak, she seemed to sense something amiss. She abruptly seized Gu Chun, positioning him protectively behind her. "Show yourself, you sneaky entity. Do not force my hand," she declared, unleashing an overwhelming aura of spiritual power. In that instant, the air within the palace felt as though it had solidified, under the weight of Chang-Yi's spiritual pressure. A shadow at the entrance of the palace gradually took form. It was a dog, a robust golden retriever. It was De Huang. De Huang had come. Overwhelmed by Chang-Yi's spiritual force, De Huang lay prostrate on the ground, unable to move. Master, he struggled to call out to Gu Chun. Recognizing De Huang, Gu Chun hurriedly urged, "Sister, please retract your pressure. It is De Huang, my De Huang." Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, Chang-Yi relinquished her force. Freed from the oppressive weight, De Huang could finally rise from the ground. Gu Chun rushed to De Huang's side, crouching down to stroke his head. "De Huang, how did you come here?" "Master, I sensed your aura and followed it here," De Huang replied, speaking in human language. Gu Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. "No way. De Huang, you can talk now." "Yes, Master, I can speak now, and we will be able to communicate normally from now on," De Huang affirmed. At that moment, Chang-Yi approached and asked Gu Chun, "Junior brother, is this also your beast companion?" "Indeed, his name is De Huang, and he has kept me company on Ju Peak for an entire year," Gu Chun replied. "Your beast companion is quite remarkable, possessing exceptional stealth abilities that nearly eluded my notice," Chang-Yi praised. "De Huang, allow me to introduce you. This is my senior sister," Gu Chun said as he introduced Chang-Yi to De Huang. "Greetings, senior sister," De Huang said, exhibiting his endearing nature. Just then, Wu Sheng entered the palace quietly and addressed Chang-Yi. "Master, representatives from the Yuqing sect have arrived to collect the taxes." Chang-Yi nodded and then turned to Gu Chun, saying, "Junior brother, I must attend to my duties now." With that, she followed Wu Sheng to meet the visitors from the Yuqing sect. "De Huang, come. I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. It has been so long since you enjoyed my cooking. Surely you are craving it?" Gu Chun led De Huang toward the garden behind the palace. In the garden, Vertu lay as usual, sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. Gu Chun was not in a hurry to prepare a meal. Instead, he engaged in conversation with De Huang in the pavilion. "Has my master emerged?" Gu Chun inquired. De Huang shook his head, replying, "I did not see her leave the cave before I departed." Gu Chun lowered his gaze, a hint of melancholy washing over him. "I see. It seems she is yet to recover from that incident. Do not be disheartened, master. I shall frequently visit the Jiufeng, and should anything arise, I will promptly report back to you," De Huang assured him. "Indeed, De Huang, it's only been a short while since we last met, yet you have grown so much. Your eyes have turned crimson as well." Gu Chun observed De Huang's form, questioning him. "Master, I have received a reward from the system, the bloodline of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. This lineage has transformed my body, granting me the ability to grow stronger by devouring the flesh and blood of my foes," De Huang explained. "Ah, splendid. With such a power, it will be easier for you to become stronger," Gu Chun remarked. As he spoke, he accessed De Huang's system panel, which displayed his information. De Huang, number 2 vassal, bloodthirsty demon wolf, male, realm, demon transformation, affection for host, 1000, destiny value, 35, tasks completed, 6. From the system panel, Gu Chun discerned that De Huang had attained the realm of demon transformation. This stage represents a significant milestone in the cultivation system of the demon race, equivalent to the foundation establishment stage of human cultivators. The cultivation hierarchy of demons ascends from wisdom awakening, breathing techniques, demon transformation, demon core, shape-shifting, spirit soul, great demon, demon king, demon sovereign, to ascension. Paralleling the 10 major realms of human cultivation, Bear 2 is at the spirit soul stage, akin to the god transformation stage of human cultivators, with power comparable to the silent. Logically, Bear 2 should have transcended the shape-shifting stage and be capable of assuming a human form. However, Gu Chun had never witnessed Bear 2's transformed appearance. After reviewing De Huang's system panel, Gu Chun proceeded to check De Huang's task panel. 1. Journey to the Dark Forest. Collect a 10,000-year-old spirit tea tree and plant it in Jade Plate City. 2. Venture into the Dark Forest, slay 10 4th-grade spirit beasts, and collect their inner cores. 3. Gather an 8th-grade magical artifact. Compulsory task, number 2 vassal unlocks after completing 10 tasks. Gu Chun pondered carefully before selecting the first task. He wished to shield De Huang from too many perilous battles. It would be best for him to complete tasks safely and steadily. Collecting tasks are the most straightforward and effortless. A 10,000-year-old spirit tea tree, how delightful. I truly wish to savor the flavor of the ancient spirit tea. Moreover, both my senior sister and Qing sure enjoy tea. Thus, I shall choose this task. With the task selected, the system's voice resonated in De Huang's mind. Task: Journey to the Dark Forest. Collect a 10,000-year-old spirit tea tree and plant it in Jade Plate City. Reward: 6th grade spell. Demon Wolf Shred. De Huang, do not rush to execute the task. Take your time to enjoy yourself here first. You may embark on the task later. Gu Chun advised. I understand, Master, De Huang replied. At that moment, Gu Chun suddenly had an epiphany. Oh, De Huang, when we meet senior sister later, I will tell her that you brought me high heels. If she inquires further, you should say you brought them from my hometown. If she asks where my hometown is, you will say it is in Xia. Do you understand? Gu Chun instructed. I comprehend, Master. I will not slip up, De Huang assured. Gu Chun chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling De Huang's fur, praising, De Huang is truly clever and considerate. Master must reward you handsomely. At that moment, Gu Chun's mind was already envisioning Chang elegantly clad in black high heels. Chapter 75. The Heartless Fairy, the affectionate senior sister in the garden. Gu Chun stood before the grill, roasting a lamb for De Huang. The tantalizing aroma of the food roused the slumbering Xiong heir. Xiong heir, come meet your senior. Gu Chun called out. Under Gu Chun's introduction, Xiong heir became acquainted with De Huang. Upon seeing De Huang, Xiong heir finally understood why Gu Chun referred to it as Xiong heir, because there was a larger De Huang before it. De Huang was indeed the first, while it held the title of second. De Huang and Xiong heir squatted side by side in front of Gu Chun, eagerly awaiting the culinary delights. It was only by evening that Gu Chun managed to satiate their appetites. Meanwhile, Chang'e had concluded her official duties and returned to the palace. Inside the chamber, Chang'e rubbed her temples and remarked, Yuqing's sect has gone too far. This time, they raised the taxes by 30%. Their appetite is insatiable. Sister, how much tax did you contribute to the Yuqing sect? Gu Chun inquired. Altogether, it amounts to 750,000 precious spirit stones, Chang'e replied. Goodness, that's an astonishing sum, Gu Chun exclaimed, her surprise evident. It's nearly the same amount every year, Chang'e continued. But isn't the annual offering to our master merely a few dozen precious spirit stones? Gu Chun questioned. That's just the basic offering. There are numerous supplementary incomes and rewards, which total nearly 8,000 precious spirit stones per year for our master. Don't be misled into thinking she is impoverished. She is quite affluent. However, she still pales in comparison to my wealth, Chang'e explained. Oh, that makes sense. Gu Chun nodded in understanding. The one collecting taxes is Zhou Yi from Shuifeng. The disciple I killed previously was his descendant, Chang'e stated. Did he say anything? Gu Chun asked. Zhou Yi is rather timid. He dared not utter a word. As he would not risk offending me for the sake of a mere descendant, Chang'e said, as she removed her blue brocade shoes, revealing her delicate, black silk-clad feet, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of orchids. At this moment, 500 miles away in the skies above Yupan City, the elder of Yuqing's sect from Shuifeng, accompanied by several core disciples, was swiftly flying towards the sect. They dared not linger, for they carried with them 750,000 precious spirit stones, a sum that would envy even those at the pinnacle of cultivation. This represented the annual tax revenue of a major city of cultivators. Should it attract the attention of others, it could spell danger. One core disciple, half-jokingly, remarked. With such a vast amount of spirit stones, what if we encounter bandits along the way? That would spell trouble for us. This disciple, being Zhou Yi's direct apprentice, felt emboldened to speak thus. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi frowned and admonished, "Do not utter such ominous words. What is there to fear, master? After all, we are in our own Yuqing sect's territory. Who would dare intercept us here?" The core disciple retorted. No sooner had the words left his lips than a sweet voice floated from behind them. "Who says it cannot happen? I am here, after all." Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Yi's hair stood on end. This voice, could it be that woman? The one who had betrayed the sect and descended into the demonic path? It is impossible. How could it be her? Zhou Yi dared not turn back, for he feared the sight of that exquisite visage. Yet, could he truly evade the inevitable by merely not looking? A fragrant breeze, akin to that of roses, swept through the air. Almost immediately, a vivid crimson hue glided above them, blocking their path ahead. It was a woman of unparalleled beauty, dressed in flowing crimson silk. Her attire danced with the wind, shimmering with an enchanting glow under the silvery moonlight. Her long, fiery red hair cascaded down her shoulders, contrasting with her skin, which resembled purest cream, reminiscent of flames consuming snow. Most striking were her blood-red eyes, deep and beguiling, capable of ensnaring a soul in an endless abyss of desire and despair with a mere glance. Upon seeing this woman, the core disciples accompanying Zhou Yi widened their eyes in awe, greedily fixating on her beauty, coveting her allure. However, Zhou Yi's face drained of color, trembling with fear. The disciples, unfamiliar with her, were oblivious to her terrifying presence, while Zhou Yi was consumed by dread and trepidation. The memory of a scene from years past haunted him still. The former master of the Curse Peak, Zhou Yi's elder brother, had perished at her hands. The terrifying power, the cruel methods, the oppressive despair, these memories lingered vividly in his mind. This woman had once been a member of the Yuqing sect, and she was the former leader of the sect's highest peak. Her name was Ao Shui, known as the Merciless Fairy, and she was the senior sister of the Heartless Fairy, Ling Shuang. She was a woman who evoked fear even among the Grand Elders. Under the silver moonlight, Ao Shui, clad in red, burst into laughter, her seductive laughter sending shivers down the spine while igniting a primal fear. Zhou Yi swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Ao Shui, what? What do you want? Ao Shui ceased her laughter, her gaze icy as she looked at Zhou Yi, her blood-red eyes seemingly harboring a sea of corpses and blood, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. I wish to borrow your life for a moment, to see my dear junior sister. As she spoke, Ao Shui waved her delicate hand, unleashing several beams of crimson light. The core disciples, caught off guard, were struck by the blood-red rays. In an instant, their flesh was transformed into blood, their anguished screams echoing as they fell to the ground, reduced to mere skeletons. Seeing this, Zhou Yi turned to flee, not daring to entertain even a fleeting thought of resistance. He understood that, given his strength, any attempt to fight back would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. His only chance for survival lay in escape. Yet, even that hope was extinguished before Ao Shui. Her figure morphed into a blood-red specter, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou Yi. He, do not be afraid. You shall not die just yet, she taunted. With that, Ao Shui summoned her magical artifact, a three-colored exquisite orb. The orb descended upon Zhou Yi, ensnaring him within its confines. Run along now, little old man, Ao Shui stood before the exquisite spherical prison, mocking the trapped Zhou Yi within. Zhou Yi, confined inside the delicate orb, pleaded. Ao Shui, no, heartless fairy, spare me. I have never wronged you in the past. With a derisive smirk, Ao Shui retorted, Hmph. There is not a single virtuous soul in the Yuqing sect, with the exception of my dear junior sister. With that, she disregarded Zhou Yi's pleas and soared towards the Yuqing sect, carrying the helpless Zhou Yi within the shimmering sphere. Meanwhile, at the Yuqing sect, upon the peak of Juefeng, under the moonlit sky, Ling Shuang stood before the thatched cottage once belonging to Gu Chun, clutching the music box he had left behind. Time and again, she listened intently to the haunting melodies of Castle in the Sky emanating from the box. Gu Chun, she whispered his name softly. At that moment, Ling Shuang suddenly sensed a familiar presence, causing her expression to shift dramatically. How could it be her? Why has she come? Chapter 76. Who has stolen your immaculate form? Under the moonlight, the heartless fairy Ao Shui, clad in crimson, appeared above the peak of despair. Beside her was Zhou Yi, ensnared within a delicate orb, emitting terrified cries. Heartless fairy, please save me. Yet, Ling Shuang turned a deaf ear to Zhou Yi's pleas. She stowed away the music box and drew forth the heartless sword. Gazing up at Ao Xue. Upon seeing Ling Shuang, Ao Xue's face broke into a sickly smile. My dear junior sister. It is a joy to see you at last after so many years. You remain as exquisite and enchanting as ever. Ling Shuang snorted coldly, raising the heartless sword to point at Ao Xue. Ao Xue, you traitor who has betrayed our sect. How dare you show your face here at the peak of despair? At that moment, powerful figures from the other 8 peaks arrived at the summit. Leading them was the most formidable elder of the Yuqing sect, a transcendent being of the great Ascension realm. Following him were the peak masters and elders of the Yuqing sect. Upon spotting Ao Xue, the elder immediately chastised her. Ao Xue, release Zhou Yi at once. Ao Xue raised her chin defiantly and replied, I refuse to let him go. What will you do about it? As she spoke, the delicate orb contracted, squeezing Zhou Yi's body and eliciting a cry of agony from him. The elder, witnessing this, issued a warning, do not push me to take action. Ao Xue smirked disdainfully and retorted, you feeble old man, save your strength. You won't last long. Don't let your arrogance lead to your untimely demise. The elder's expression darkened as he stated, I have consumed the longevity elixir. Defeating you would be a simple task. Ao Xue, do not test my patience. Although he spoke boldly, he had no intention of engaging in combat. Ao Xue was a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the harmonization realm, mere steps away from the Great Ascension. Moreover, she had developed her own ruthless path based on the Heartless Way, making her exceedingly powerful. Even if the elder could vanquish Ao Xue, he would sustain grave injuries and risk a decline in his own cultivation, which he deemed not worth the cost. The elder preferred to avoid direct confrontation with Ao Xue. The peak masters and elders were also filled with trepidation towards Ao Xue, hesitant to oppose her. At this juncture, Ao Xue declared, I have merely come to visit my junior sister and reminisce. I have no intention of killing you at this moment, but should you choose to attack me, I shall gladly oblige. Upon hearing this, the elder scoffed, as long as you agree to release Zhou Yi, we shall not impede your reunion with Ling Shuang. Ha. Old fool, after all these years, you remain as cowardly as ever, like a turtle, Ao Xue mocked, before ignoring the elder and turning her attention back to Ling Shuang. My dear junior sister, you should join me in leaving this repugnant sect, Ao Xue suggested. Ling Shuang, her gaze icy, replied, I will never betray my sect like you. Betrayal? Humph. Dear sister, you are still so naive. This sect is unworthy of our loyalty. They have always treated us as mere tools for murder. Have you not realized this yet? They have led you to practice the emotionless path, a flawed technique that will only strip you of your identity, turning you into a mere instrument of their slaughter. Furthermore, the emotionless path restricts your cultivation to the 9th level of the Mingxu realm, preventing any advancement beyond that. You will forever remain trapped at this stage, subject to their control, Ao Xue declared. Upon hearing these words, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily retorted, Ao Xue, cease your nonsense. The emotionless path is a supreme technique, devoid of any defects. The elder feared that Ling Shuang might also defect from the sect. Should Ling Shuang choose to leave, he would no longer possess such a valuable tool for killing. The menial and arduous tasks would go unfulfilled. Silence, you old wretch, Ao Xue bellowed, as the exquisite sphere contracted violently, squeezing Zhou Yi's body. Under the pressure of the sphere, Zhou Yi emitted a pained howl. If you speak again, I shall truly take action, Ao Xue threatened. Turning her gaze back to Ling Shuang, she implored, Junior sister, come with your elder sister. Let us live together, carefree as we did in our childhood. I need you. I cannot be without you. I desire your eternal companionship. Ao Xue's demeanor grew increasingly obsessive, teetering on the brink of madness. Yet Ling Shuang remained unmoved. You claim I can only cultivate to the 9th level of the Mingxu realm? Hmph. Ao Xue, open your eyes and observe closely what realm I currently inhabit. With that, Ling Shuang ceased to suppress her aura, unleashing the formidable presence of a harmonization realm cultivator. Sensing Ling Shuang's aura, the elder in the distance furrowed his brow. How is this possible? Ling Shuang has actually achieved the harmonization realm. This should not be. The emotionless path can only allow her to reach the 9th level of the Mingxu realm. How did she surpass that boundary? Ao Xue stared at Ling Shuang in disbelief. Junior sister, you have actually cultivated to the harmonization realm. This is impossible. The emotionless path cannot lead one to the harmonization realm. I cannot be mistaken. You must have employed some illusion to deceive my senses. You may trick my perception, but not my eyes. As she spoke, Ao Xue's eyes suddenly emitted two beams of crimson light, directing them toward Ling Shuang. This was Ao Xue's divine ability, known as the Blood Refinement Demon Eye, capable of piercing through all disguises, revealing others' weaknesses and information at a glance. Through the Blood Refinement Demon Eye, Ao Xue discerned that Ling Shuang had indeed reached the harmonization realm. She was not deceiving her. Just as Ao Xue prepared to retract her Blood Refinement Demon Eye, she suddenly realized that Ling Shuang was no longer a maiden. Ao Xue was taken aback, quickly followed by an uncontrollable rage. Pointing at Ling Shuang, she shrieked like a madwoman, "You are no longer pure. Who has defiled your flawless body?" Ling Shuang's face flushed slightly, a mixture of embarrassment and anger as she retorted, "You have no right to meddle in my affairs. I must find that man. I must locate him and exact my vengeance. I will make him suffer." Ao Xue roared in fury. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang quickly responded, "If you dare to harm him, I will not let you go unpunished. I will ensure our mutual destruction." With a fierce anger masked by a sardonic smile, Ao Xue retorted, "So, you dare to speak to me in such a manner for the sake of a mere rogue? Just you wait. Once I locate him, I shall ensure his demise before your very eyes." With that, Ao Xue clenched her fists, and the exquisite orb rapidly constricted, reducing Zhou Yi to mere pulp. Initially, she had intended to spare Zhou Yi. However, upon discovering that Ling Shuang was no longer pure, her wrath became uncontrollable, sealing Zhou Yi's fate. "Ling Shuang, prepare yourself. I possess extraordinary means, and regardless of who that man is or where he conceals himself, I shall unearth him." As her words echoed into the night, Ao Xue transformed into a crimson shadow, vanishing into the darkness. Ling Shuang, watching Ao Xue's departing figure, was filled with deep concern. Chapter 77. The sister's legs are longer than my life. Ao Xue departed, and within the vast confines of the Yuqing sect, not a single soul dared to impede her. Even the esteemed elder refrained from attempting to obstruct Ao Xue. At this very moment, all eyes were fixed upon Ling Shuang, who had become the focal point of attention. A singular question lingered in the hearts of the onlookers. Who could have possibly taken Ling Shuang's virginity? Ling Shuang had spent the past years secluded atop Juefeng, seldom venturing out. Even when she did, it was only to fulfill her duties before promptly returning to the sect. Therefore, it was evident that the one who had stolen her innocence could not be an outsider, but must be someone from within the Yuqing sect. Ling Shuang had little interaction with her fellow disciples, and the men who could have formed a bond with her were exceedingly few. The sole individual with the potential to have developed a romantic relationship with her was none other than Gu Chun, the only male disciple of Ling Shuang. In that instant, the collective consciousness of the crowd turned to Gu Chun, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Ling Shuang let out an indignant huff, her cheeks flushed, and retreated into her cave abode, unwilling to engage with the onlookers. The crowd lingered in place, reluctant to disperse, even disregarding the death of Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, within the palace of Chang'e in Yupan City, Gu Chun finally seized an opportunity. "Sister, I have a small gift for you," he stated. "A gift? Aren't you the best gift for me?" Chang'e replied. Gu Chun smiled slightly, raised his right hand, and traced a circle in the air, opening a rift in space. This was Gu Chun's mystical ability, revealing an inner realm. From this inner realm, he retrieved dozens of high-heeled shoes, including the iconic red-soled stilettos from Saint Laurent, white heels from Gucci, and studded pumps from Valentino. A splendid array of shoes was laid out on the luxurious carpet, displayed like a military parade, inviting Chang'e to peruse at her leisure. Delighted by the sight of such exquisite footwear, Chang'e exclaimed, "Junior brother, are these the high heels you mentioned?" As she picked up a pair of Saint Laurent shoes to admire. "Indeed, these are high heels. I believe they perfectly complement your elegance," Gu Chun replied. Suddenly, Chang'e pouted, feigning displeasure. "Why didn't you present such beautiful shoes to me sooner? Now that you finally bring them out, if you continue like this, I shall ignore you," she teased. Gu Chun quickly defended himself. "I am wronged, sister. I only just received them." "You haven't left Yupan City recently," Chang'e remarked. "They were brought to me by Dao Wang, who fetched them from my hometown, Daxia." Gu Chun explained. "Daxia, such an unfamiliar name. I have never heard of this place. It sounds fascinating, with silks, stockings, and high heels. If given the chance, I would love to visit," Chang'e mused. Gu Chun smirked, thinking to himself, "I wish I could visit as well. Alas, returning is not an option. If I could, I would certainly take master, sister, and Qishir along to flaunt a bit." Chang'e settled into a chair, donning a pair of Valentino heels. Just having donned her high heels, Chang'e found herself quite unaccustomed to their wear. walking awkwardly with her legs splayed outward, resembling the gait of a duck. Devoid of any grace. Gu Chun, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "Sister, that is not how one walks in high heels. Observe me. Keep your legs aligned. Engage your hips, propel your stride forward, and practice the art of walking on tiptoes, allowing both heel and toe to touch the ground simultaneously. Maintain a gap between your legs, hold your head high, and gaze forward. Yes, yes. Splendid. You mastered it in just one attempt." Under Gu Chun's guidance, Chang'e finally learned the elegance of walking in high heels, exuding a noble and graceful stride. Her long, straight legs, complemented by the black silk and heels, were simply mesmerizing. Those legs alone could captivate anyone's attention. Gu Chun inhaled deeply, marveling inwardly. Such beauty, truly exquisite. Sister's legs are longer than my life. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. Of course, cultivators require no sleep. The following morning, Gu Chun accompanied Chang'e to Long Qingshi's chamber. Upon seeing Chang'e, Long Qingshi respectfully bowed. Little girl pays her respects to Fairy Chang'e. Chang'e took Long Qingshi's hand, saying, "You needn't be so formal, sister." With that, she cast a spell, lifting the restrictions on Long Qingshi, restoring her spiritual power. "You won't hold it against me, will you?" Chang'e inquired. "I dare not," Long Qingshi replied. Chang'e gently caressed Long Qingshi's flawless hand, stating, "From this day forth, I shall no longer confine your spiritual power. Here, you may do as you please. However, one thing remains. You must attend to my junior brother well and ensure he faces no grievances." Long Qingshi's cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. "Sister, what do you think of my junior brother? Is he impressive?" Chang'e gazed into Long Qingshi's eyes, prompting a response. The question left Long Qingshi hesitant, yet Chang'e firmly grasped her hand, insisting, "You must answer this today. There is no evading it." Long Qingshi parted her lips, whispering, "He is exceptionally impressive." Upon hearing this, Chang'e erupted in a regal laughter, releasing Long Qingshi's hand. It was then that Long Qingshi noticed the high heels adorning Chang'e's feet, marveling at the unfamiliar footwear. The two women engaged in animated conversation, leaving Gu Chun momentarily aside. After their exchange, Chang'e turned to Gu Chun, saying, "Junior brother, you have received all that is due to you. Now, you must cultivate." "Yes, sister, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will devote myself to my training," Gu Chun affirmed. "As your elder sister, it is my duty to consider your future. You must cultivate diligently to become a renowned powerhouse," Chang'e continued. Gu Chun nodded vigorously, declaring, "Rest assured, sister, I shall begin my training immediately." In the garden, Gu Chun sat cross-legged, regulating his breath and clearing his mind, preparing for his cultivation. De Huang and Xiong Er lay by the poolside, soundly asleep, while Chang'e and Long Qingshi shared laughter in the pavilion. In the moment Gu Chun entered a state of cultivation, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Detected that the host is cultivating. Would you like to use 1 year of cultivation? Detected that the host is cultivating. Would you like to use 2 years of cultivation? 1 year of cultivation and 2 years of cultivation presented themselves, one as a reward obtained by Gu Chun upon completing a task for Chang'e, and the other as a reward from Long Qingshi's task. Together, they amounted to 3 years of cultivation. With this 3 years of cultivation, Gu Chun was resolutely confident that he could transcend the Golden Core realm and ascend to the nascent Soul realm. Yes, as the word escaped his lips, the Golden Core within Gu Chun swiftly began to rotate, and the golden sun-like orb accompanying it was activated, radiating a brilliant golden light. In an instant, Gu Chun's body transformed into a black hole, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The spiritual essence within a radius of several dozen miles converged upon him. Chang'e, who was conversing with Long Qingshi in a pavilion, beheld this spectacle in astonishment. "Junior brother is truly remarkable. The surrounding spiritual energy is being drawn in." With that exclamation, Chang'e opened her storage ring and retrieved several thousand top-grade spirit stones. "Junior brother, allow your elder sister to lend you a hand." As she spoke, Chang'e extracted the pure spiritual power from the thousands of spirit stones, coalescing it into a sphere resembling a water ball. "Go." With a graceful motion of her jade-like hand, the sphere of pure spiritual energy floated toward Gu Chun, who inhaled it into his body. Gu Chun's realm ascended rapidly, the golden patterns on his golden core multiplying. Golden core 4th layer, golden core 5th layer, golden core 6th layer, golden core 7th layer, golden core 8th layer, golden core 9th layer. When 9 golden patterns adorned Gu Chun's golden core, it shattered with a resounding crack. Chapter 78, ascending to the nascent soul, Master concerns. Master arrives as Gu Chun's cultivation level ascended to the 9th layer of the golden core. A violent tremor coursed through his core. A fissure formed, splitting the core from top to bottom. An indescribable agony surged from within, enveloping his entire being. Gu Chun gritted his teeth, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. The pain of shattering the core surpassed all his expectations, akin to a rusted, dull blade cleaving through his very soul. Seeing this, Chang'e hastily called out to Gu Chun, "Junior brother, swiftly circulate your techniques. Do not fear the pain. Once you endure the torment of the shattered core, you will be able to condense your nascent soul." Heeding Chang'e's words, Gu Chun promptly began to channel the Tai Chu Pure Yang scripture. Under its catalysis, additional cracks appeared on his golden core. With a resounding crack, the core shattered, transforming into a swirling mass of golden mist. The spiritual energy Gu Chun had absorbed was engulfed by this golden cloud. As the energy poured in, a vague humanoid shape gradually emerged within the golden mist. This was the nascent form of Gu Chun's nascent soul. At that moment, ominous clouds gathered above the palace. Thunder rumbled ominously, and dangerous arcs of lightning slithered like white serpents through the stormy sky. Chang'e wore a grave expression, prepared to intervene at any moment to counter the heavenly tribulation. "Do not worry, junior brother. Your senior sister is here to help you through the tribulation," Chang'e reassured him. Long Qingshi, biting her lip, looked at Gu Chun with concern. She wished to assist him in overcoming the heavenly calamity, but with Chang'e present, she had no opportunity to intervene. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning descended, striking Gu Chun's body. This initial strike shattered his garments, reducing his pristine white robes to ashes. The first layer of heavenly thunder, being the weakest, merely destroyed his clothing without inflicting harm upon him. Then came the second layer of tribulation. The second bolt of lightning struck Gu Chun, illuminating his fair skin with flickering electric light, as silver serpents danced across his form. The third bolt followed closely, succeeded by the fourth and fifth. By the time the fifth layer of heavenly thunder struck, horrific fissures appeared on Gu Chun's skin, resembling parched earth cracking under drought. Blood seeping from the wounds. Witnessing this scene, Long Qingshi covered her mouth, unable to make a sound. She too had endured the nascent soul tribulation. Yet hers was not nearly as terrifying as Gu Chun's. Even the final layer of heavenly thunder paled in comparison to the fifth layer Gu Chun faced. "Is he all right?" Long Qingshi whispered to Chang'e. Chang'e remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Chun, monitoring his condition. Boom! The sixth layer of heavenly thunder fell, striking Gu Chun's body. His form was instantly charred black, the outer layer of his skin completely destroyed. Lightning surged into Gu Chun's body, dispersing the golden mist within him. As the mist dissipated, a small white infant gradually became visible, an exact miniature of Gu Chun. The nascent soul had successfully formed. The infant stretched out its arms, seemingly yearning for something. In the depths of Gu Chun's chi, a golden little sun transformed into a radiant beam of light. Merging seamlessly with the nascent soul, a golden dot appeared upon the forehead of the nascent soul. As the seventh and final heavenly thunder brewed ominously in the sky, Gu Chun's nascent soul opened its eyes, emerging from his body to hover above his head. The nascent soul cradled the sphere with both hands, and between them, a golden sun materialized. Upon witnessing this, Chang'e exclaimed in awe, embracing pure yang, truly a testament to the innate pure yang body. "It seems this final heavenly thunder requires no intervention from me." As her words fell, the thunder descended. The pure yang between the nascent soul's hands transformed into a golden ray, soaring skyward like a sharp sword, splitting the heavenly thunder in two and dispelling the tribulation. With the thunderstorm abated and the clouds dispersed, the world returned to clarity. The nascent soul returned to Gu Chun's body, sitting cross-legged in his chi. Gu Chun opened his eyes as the indestructible divine blood within surged, rapidly mending his form. The charred, dead skin on his body began to shed, revealing new skin as tender and fair as that of an infant. Observing this, Long Qingshi gently patted her chest and said, "At last, he has weathered the tribulation." Chang'e's gaze remained fixed on Gu Chun, marveling at her junior brother's extraordinary talent. His ascent was far from over. Gu Chun continued to absorb the spiritual energy in the air, gradually elevating his realm. Ultimately, his cultivation stabilized at the late stage of the second level of the nascent soul realm. After concluding his meditation, Gu Chun felt the surging yang energy within him. The innate pure yang body possessed many advantages, yet each elevation in realm was accompanied by the torment of yang energy burning through him. If he did not promptly release this yang energy, he would inevitably face its backlash. Gu Chun rose swiftly, rushing to Chang'e. Sister, there is something urgent. Hurry. At this moment, atop Juefeng in the Yuling sect, Ling Shuang wore a worried expression, her heart in turmoil. She was concerned for Gu Chun's safety, fearing that he might fall into the hands of Ao Shui. Should Ao Shui capture him, the consequences would be dire. What should I do? Ling Shuang's mind was a tempest, consumed by thoughts of Gu Chun's well-being. If all else fails, I will go to Yupan City and bring Gu Chun back. However, she shook her head vigorously. No, it is even more perilous for Gu Chun on Juefeng. Ao Shui is formidable, and the defenses of Yuling's sect crumble before her like paper. She can come and go as she pleases. I cannot allow Gu Chun to remain on Juefeng. Ling Shuang was at an impasse. What if I take Gu Chun far away, to a place where Ao Shui cannot find us, and we live in seclusion forever? Yet, she shook her head again. No, I am not prepared to face Gu Chun. How could I run away with him? If I do, how will I confront him afterward? How will I navigate our relationship? After a tumultuous internal struggle, Ling Shuang ultimately resolved to go to Yupan City. Yet, she would not meet Gu Chun. Instead, she would conceal herself, lurking in the shadows to protect him. Should Ao Shui come seeking him, she would be ready to safeguard Gu Chun at a moment's notice. Even though she was not a match for Ao Shui, she firmly believed that her strength could still inflict severe damage upon Ao Shui, compelling her to retreat. I shall journey to Yupan City, employing my divine abilities to conceal my identity and protect him from the shadows. With that, Ling Shuang exited the cave, casting her gaze towards the direction of Yupan City. Gu Chun, my master shall not allow you to come to harm. Without hesitation, Ling Shuang soared away from the jagged peak, heading towards Yupan City. As she neared the city, Ling Shuang descended to the ground, invoking her transformative powers to assume the guise of an unremarkable man, while suppressing her aura to maintain it at the level of the nascent soul realm. Having accomplished this, she followed the main road towards Yupan City and entered through its grand gates. The master has arrived. Chapter 79, Accelerated Spellcasting and Surge in Attributes Within the Chamber. Chang'e lay on her side, a content expression gracing her features as she slumbered. A delicate crimson veil draped over her, its translucent fabric revealing her enchanting figure, inviting boundless imagination. Gu Chun had quelled the tumultuous yang energy within him, restoring his body to its normal state. It was time to practice some spells and enhance his prowess. Gu Chun retrieved the 2 spells awarded to him by the system. The first was the 9th tier spell, Dragon Ascension to the Heavens. This spell was a reward Gu Chun received upon Chang'e's completion of her first task. Dragon Ascension to the Heavens harnessed the spiritual energy of the universe, allowing the practitioner to transform into a dragon and soar through the skies. While its offensive capabilities were not particularly formidable, as it was not primarily an attack spell, its chief ability lay in flight. It enabled the practitioner to ride the currents of spiritual energy, coalescing into a dragon and traversing vast distances in a single day. When mastered to its fullest extent, one could traverse the entire continent in mere moments, achieving astonishing speed. In addition to flight, it possessed a degree of offensive and defensive attributes, albeit not exceptionally notable, making it serviceable nonetheless. As Gu Chun summoned Dragon Ascension to the Heavens, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Spell detected. Does the host wish to utilize accelerated spellcasting? Yes. The host has learned the 9th tier spell, Dragon Ascension to the Heavens. Immediately thereafter, the methodology and experiences related to the use of Dragon Ascension to the Heavens materialized in Gu Chun's consciousness. The host has utilized accelerated spellcasting once, with 4 opportunities remaining. Gu Chun possessed a total of 5 chances for accelerated spellcasting. This was a reward granted to him after Long Qishir completed her task. With an exceptionally high destiny value, Long Qishir was the most fortunate individual Gu Chun had encountered thus far. A higher destiny value signified more substantial rewards. At that moment, Gu Chun recognized the significance of destiny value. The second spell Gu Chun produced was the Red Sun 9 Swords. This spell comprised 9 forms, each necessitating 1 instance of accelerated spellcasting. Currently, Gu Chun had mastered the first form, Dying Sun Sparks, and the second form, Scorched Earth Shatter of the Red Sun 9 Swords. Gu Chun intended to expend the remaining 4 instances of accelerated spellcasting on the Red Sun 9 Swords. The host has utilized accelerated spellcasting once, and has learned the third form of Red Sun 9 Swords, Radiant Spirit Piercing the Skies. The host has utilized accelerated spellcasting once, and has learned the 4th form of Red Sun 9 Swords, Red Sun Thousand Wheels. The host has utilized accelerated spellcasting once, and has learned the 5th form of Red Sun 9 Swords, Golden Crow Descending Sunday. The host has utilized accelerated spellcasting once, and has learned the 6th form of Red Sun 9 swords, incinerating 9 hells. Each of these 4 sword forms possessed unique merits. Radiant Spirit piercing the skies unleashed a formidable stream of refined energy capable of piercing through clouds, delivering devastating blows that could shatter an enemy's defenses in an instant. Red Sun Thousand Wheels released countless solar discs formed from condensed yang energy, inflicting extensive area damage. Golden Crow Descending Sun served as a finisher, wherein the user ascended to great heights, wielding their sword with both hands, transforming into a golden crow to deliver a lethal strike to their foe. The technique known as annihilating the 9 hells is a destructive sword style. If cultivated to its utmost limits, a single strike could obliterate an entire sect, or even a city of cultivators. After mastering the spell, Gu Chun opened his attribute panel to assess the extent of his enhancements following his recent ascension. Gu Chun. Attack, 1890 speed, 1130 defense, 113 insight, 88 charisma, 171 fate value, 132. Upon observing the significant increases in his attack and speed attributes, Gu Chun could not suppress an exclamation of astonishment. To his surprise, the elevation in both attributes was nearly tenfold. If this is the case, why should I even consider augmenting my basic attributes of attack, speed, and defense? Simply enhancing my realm should suffice. Henceforth, I shall allocate the acquired attribute points to my fate value, charisma, and insight instead. Through the attribute panel, Gu Chun discerned a notable flaw. His defense was alarmingly low. He identified the root of the issue. Currently, I am focusing solely on offensive spells, and Dragon's Flight is merely a flight technique. Hence the substantial gains in attack and speed. Lacking defensive spells accounts for my diminished defense. Should I receive a defensive spell as a reward in the future, I would no longer have any weaknesses. His exclamation startled the slumbering Chang-Yi awake. She tousled her disheveled hair and inquired, "What is the matter, junior brother?" Gu Chun swiftly replied, "Oh, nothing. I was just overly excited for a moment." "What could possibly make you so exhilarated?" Chang-Yi asked, reclining with her elbow propping her head, her inky hair cascading in a delightful disarray. "I simply feel incredibly fortunate to have you by my side," Gu Chun responded, refraining from revealing the truth. He understood that some truths were best left unspoken, and he was not yet ready to disclose his connection with the system to Chang-Yi. At his words, Chang-Yi covered her lips with her hand and burst into laughter, her mirth causing the flowers around them to tremble. After exchanging sweet nothings typical of senior and junior disciples, Gu Chun proceeded to assign tasks from the system to Chang-Yi. 1. Subdue 100 subordinates of the Transformation Realm. 2. Eliminate Wang Tianwang and eradicate the branch of the Wanao Pavilion, capturing all their souls into the 1,000 Souls banner. 3. Refine the Gathering Souls banner into the 10,000 Souls banner. Mandatory task. The third subordinate system unlocks after completing 10 tasks. Without hesitation, Gu Chun chose the first task, opting not to pursue the second. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate the Wanbao Pavilion, the influence of their headquarters was far too formidable. Given Chang-Yi's current capabilities, confronting the headquarters directly would be unwise. The Wanbao Pavilion's weakness lies within its branches, not its main establishment. Their headquarters is not comprised of mere trifles like the Lin or Li families. Their power rivals that of the Yuling sect. Should he attempt to dismantle the branch, it would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the headquarters, placing both Chang-Yi and himself in dire jeopardy. Now is not the time to strike. With the task determined, the system's voice resonated within Chang-Yi's mind. Task: subdue 100 subordinates of the Transformation Realm. Reward: special bloodline, immortal feather of the Azure Phoenix. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Chang-Yi hurriedly said to Gu Chun, "Junior brother, the system has just assigned me another task." "What task is it, senior sister?" Gu Chun inquired. "The system has instructed me to subdue 100 cultivators at the Transformation Realm as my subordinates," Chang-Yi replied. Gu Chun feigned contemplation. And after a brief pause, he suggested to Chang-Yi, "Senior sister, let us host a competition at the Yuqing sect, offering the low-grade, heavenly rank skill, the Rui Hunyuan Gong, as the grand prize. Additionally, you could present some spirit stones and elixirs as further rewards, inviting cultivators to participate in a contest at Mayan City." "I see, you wish for me to manipulate them with the heart-piercing goo to ensure their loyalty." Chang-Yi grasped Gu Chun's intention and quickly sat upright. "Indeed. Regardless of their strength, we shall accept all who come," Gu Chun asserted with resolute conviction. "Although this method is promising, there are not many cultivators at the Transformation Realm," Chang-Yi said, her brow slightly furrowed as she spoke softly. Who said we must only include those from Yupon City? Those outside Yupon City can also participate. Senior sister. You need merely to spread the word, and participants will surely flock to us, Gu Chun replied. Chang nodded gently. Senior sister, once your influence rises, you shall no longer need to fear persecution from the Yuching sect. That one called Yuing, the immortal, will no longer dare to entertain thoughts of seizing your essence. Should she persist in her treachery, we can rally the might of Yupon City and wage war against the Yuching sect. Senior sister, I will not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm. Gu Chun grasped Chang Yi's hand, his tone tender and reassuring. Upon hearing these words, the concealed fragility within Chang Yi was profoundly stirred, and tears of emotion welled in the corners of her eyes. Senior sister, why are you crying? Gu Chun asked. It's nothing. Senior sister is simply overwhelmed with joy. No one has ever cared for me in such a manner, Chang Yi replied, and as she spoke, she leaned in to kiss Gu Chun, savoring the gelatinous softness of his lips. Chapter 80. The Task of Displaying Affection. The master enters the city at the suggestion of Gu Chun. Chang Yi resolved to host the inaugural competition in Yupon City 2 weeks hence. Those who excelled in the contest would be duly rewarded. The competition was open to all, regardless of identity, age, gender, background, or cultivation level. Anyone, from any faction, could participate. Even those branded as wanted criminals by the Immortal Realm were welcome to join this contest. With the plan set, Chang Yi adorned herself in appropriate attire and styled her hair, preparing to disseminate the news through various factions in Yupon City. Her system tasks were already arranged. Next, it was time to establish Long Qingshi's system tasks. Within the confines of her chamber, Long Qingshi, clad in azure garments, sat gracefully at a table. Clutching the celestial pin gifted to her by Gu Chun, she endeavored to quell the tumultuous emotions swirling within her, preparing to inscribe talismans. Yet, her thoughts were as tangled as a ball of yarn, preventing her from achieving tranquility. Why has Gu Chun sought me out? Does he harbor disdain for me? Am I somehow inferior to Chang Yi? At that moment, a knock echoed from the door, followed by Gu Chun's voice calling from outside. Qingshi, may I enter? Upon hearing his voice, Long Qingshi's hand quivered slightly, the tip of her pen leaving an ink blot on the blank talisman paper, as if it were a testament to her inner turmoil. Please come in, she replied, setting down the celestial pen. Gu Chun entered, bearing a delightful dessert, his face alight with a cheerful smile. Qingshi, come and taste the cake I just made. He placed the treat on the table and settled onto the couch nearby. Long Qingshi, taking up a spoon, delicately savored the cake. Gu Chun engaged her in light conversation, though it was only during their mutual cultivation sessions that she felt completely at ease. In their everyday interactions, she remained as shy and reserved as ever. While conversing with Long Qingshi, Gu Chun discreetly utilized the heart-link token to eavesdrop on her innermost thoughts. What is he here for? Does he wish for something more? How does he possess such boundless energy? Does he truly never tire? If he were to request something from me, should I comply? This dessert is truly delectable. It is the finest I have ever tasted, and I find myself yearning to abandon my spoon and devour it directly. No, I must maintain my composure. I am a lady, after all. I cannot behave so recklessly, especially with him present. What if he were to witness my lack of decorum and chose to ignore me henceforth? I cannot bear the thought of losing him. There is no one else in the world who understands me as he does. Every fluctuation of Long Qingshi's emotions was clearly discernible to Gu Chun, as he held sway over her thoughts. Noticing that she had nearly finished the cake, he accessed Long Qingshi's task panel. 1. Be intimate with Gu Chun during the competition, flaunting their affection to enrage Wang Tianwang. 2. Inscribe a 7th-tier talisman. 3. Create a 9th-tier talisman, to be known as the Celestial Empress. Mandatory task. The 4th subordinate unlocks after completing 10 tasks. Gu Chun decisively selected the first task. With the task chosen, the system's voice resonated within Long Qingshi's mind. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Long Qingshi's heart became increasingly tumultuous. Alas, the system has assigned me yet another task. Why has it chosen this particular assignment for me? To display affection with Gu Chun at the competition? What competition? Long Qingshi was utterly oblivious to the nature of the event. After grappling with her confusion about the competition, she revealed her cunning side in front of Gu Chun. This task is rather appealing. I have long yearned to take revenge on that repugnant Wang Tianwang. His family has used my father's status to coerce me into marrying him. My father, too, for the sake of a so-called elder position, has betrothed me to such scum. He even poisoned Chang Yi, attempting to violate her. And when the scheme unraveled, he treated me as mere property to be handed over. Such filth, thankfully, I never had any inclination towards him. nor did I allow his schemes to succeed. In what way does he compare to Gu Chun? Even without this task, I would still relish in vexing him. It would be best if I could infuriate him to the point of despair. All of Long Qingshi's thoughts were overheard by Gu Chun, who smiled inwardly. Thinking, Long Qingshi is quite amusing, her mental deliberations are truly rich. Well then, I shall await the moment you vex Wang Tianwang. With this thought, Gu Chun rose and said to Long Qingshi, please carry on with your matters, I shall not intrude. As Gu Chun prepared to leave, Long Qingshi finally shed her reserve and embraced him from behind. Please don't go, if you would be so kind. Half a day later, Gu Chun departed from Long Qingshi's chamber and made his way to the back garden, where he prepared a sumptuous feast for Da Huang and Xiong Er to alleviate his mood. After indulging in the meal, Da Huang bid farewell to Gu Chun and set out on a mission. Activating his shadowy stealth, he concealed himself in the shadows, quietly preparing to exit Yupon City. As he traversed the southern street of Yupon City, a handsome young man noticed Da Huang. Oh, is that Gu Chun's dog? It has arrived as well. This young man was none other than Ling Shuang, who had assumed a different identity through transformation. Never mind it. I shall avoid alarming Gu Chun. I certainly do not wish for him to discover my presence, Ling Shuang murmured to himself. With that, he entered in specifically catering to cultivators. Ling Shuang provided a false identity and deposited a mid-grade spirit stone as a guarantee for his stay. Upon entering his room, he dispelled his transformation, revealing his true form. Humph, Gu Chun, you ungrateful disciple. I have taken on a male guise to protect you. You must behave yourself. Should I catch wind of any romantic entanglements on your part, I shall. Ling Shuang intended to utter fierce words. Yet as they reached his lips, he found himself unable to speak. Da Huang remained unaware of Ling Shuang's presence and cleverly slipped out of Mayan City during the guard's momentary lapse at the gate, heading towards the dark, dense forest. For Da Huang, who possessed the divine ability of far-reaching tracking, locating a tea tree would pose no challenge. This task is undeniably simple for her. At this moment, Ling Shuang's senior sister, the merciless fairy, is in disarray amidst the blood rain. Ever since departing from the Yuqing sect that day, Ao Shui has been consumed by a seething anger. She did not immediately seek out the man who had taken Ling Shuang's purity. Instead, she felt an insatiable need for slaughter to vent her fury. Ao Shui ventured into the shadowy forest, employing the beast summoning incense to attract all manner of spiritual and malevolent beasts to her side. Thereafter, she unleashed a one-sided massacre, transforming the perilous domain of the shadowy forest, an area typically avoided by cultivators, into a graveyard for spiritual beasts. Within the shadowy forest resides a formidable serpent monster. Though it lacks intelligence and cannot be classified as a demon, its power rivals that of a cultivator at the harmonization realm. Countless powerful cultivators have perished within its belly. In fact, it once devoured an entire minor sect in a single day. Today, the serpent monster is in its cave, enjoying a hot pot while singing. Consuming spiritual beasts and writhing in delight, when suddenly a crazed woman clad in red appears. The woman drags it out of the cave, indiscriminately hacking away at it. The serpent monster wonders, who have I wronged? It suffers in silence, for it has already met its demise. Ao Shui stands atop the immense body of the serpent monster, drenched in blood, and lets out a furious roar to the heavens. Ling Shuang, I shall undoubtedly find that man, and I shall slay him. Chapter 81. Reactions from all parties, the enigmatic Yuang, Wang Tianwang's conspiracy after a day of diligent efforts. Chinese successfully organized the details of the upcoming competition. The event is scheduled to take place in half a month's time. The major factions in Yupon City have already disseminated the news. Information among cultivators circulates rapidly, within 3 days. The announcement of the competition in Yupon City had spread throughout the entire eastern continent. Within an inn in Yupon City, Ling Shuang, disguised as a man, sat in the tea house on the first floor, savoring spiritual tea while eavesdropping on the discussions around her. From the conversations of those nearby, Ling Shuang learned of Chang Yi's plans for the competition. Holding her teacup, she pondered, what exactly is this rebellious disciple of mine up to? Why is she going to such lengths to host a competition? Is she simply idle? I fail to comprehend her intentions. With this thought, Ling Shuang set down her teacup and gazed out at the bustling crowd outside the tea house. It has been 3 days since I arrived in Yupon City. Yet I have not encountered Gu Chun. That rascal must be hiding with Chang Yi, tinkering with his food. Such a lack of diligence. He bears no semblance of a cultivator. Ling Shuang let out a soft sigh. Gu Chun will likely appear at the competition in half a month's time. Then I shall see him again. I am curious to know what level he has reached in his cultivation after such a long absence. At this moment, in Yuqing's sect, atop Yufeng Mountain, the Grand Elder and his partner, the enigmatic Yuing, convened within their cave dwelling to discuss recent events. That little girl Ling Shuang has actually left Yuefeng. What could she possibly want? Does she intend to betray the sect like Ao Shui? Yuing, cloaked in a black mantle, spoke in a raspy voice. Once a stunning beauty and the former leader of Yufeng, Yuing had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th level of the harmonization realm, merely a step away from the great ascension realm. She was destined to be a prodigy. Yet the heavens, envious of her beauty, unleashed 18 bolts of annihilating thunder during her tribulation, shattering her cultivation and marred her appearance, causing her to plummet from her peak. In her despair, she once contemplated ending her life to escape her suffering. However, the emergence of Chang'e ignited a flicker of hope within her. Chang'e, possessing innate Tao, radiated beauty that rivaled the most captivating of women, sharing a resemblance with Yuing. Thus, Yuing harbored ulterior motives towards Chang'e, yearning to seize her body for herself. Yet, the time was not ripe. Her soul's strength was insufficient to usurp Chang'e, and even with the Grand Elder's assistance, success seemed elusive. To achieve her goal, she must enhance her soul's strength. For many years, she had been cultivating a technique known as the Yin and Yang, specifically designed for soul refinement. With the aid of this technique, Ying's soul strength had now returned to the level of the transformation realm. In a few more years, her soul's strength would reach the illusory void realm, at which point, with the Grand Elder's support, she could successfully take over Chang'e. Upon hearing the words of the Jade Shadow Fairy, the Grand Elder shook his head and replied, "Do not fret. She will not betray her sect. If she had intended to do so, she would have acted long ago, not waiting until now." "Then where has she gone?" inquired the Jade Shadow Fairy. "She is likely seeking her disciple, Gu Chun, the one with the extraordinary array-breaking golden eyes," the Grand Elder explained. The Jade Shadow Fairy let out a cawing laugh akin to that of a vulture and remarked, "Who would have thought that despite her cultivation of the path of indifference, she still cares for her disciple? It seems her mastery of the path is not as profound as one might presume. She has not severed her emotions completely. Humans are not mere wood or grass, who can be devoid of feelings. Even the path of indifference cannot utterly extinguish emotions," the Grand Elder stated. The Jade Shadow Fairy twitched her lips and asked, "How is that little girl, Chang'e, faring lately?" "I was just about to inform you. I have heard that Chang'e intends to host a competition in Jade Plate City with quite substantial rewards. If I were 1,000 years younger, I would certainly wish to partake," the Grand Elder replied. "Hosting a competition? What is her intention?" the Jade Shadow Fairy questioned, her alertness peaked. "I am uncertain of her true motives. Could it be that after recently annihilating the Lin and Li families and acquiring some wealth, she seeks to utilize these resources to hold a competition and then select outstanding individuals to cultivate her own power?" the Grand Elder mused, stroking his beard with a furrowed brow. The Jade Shadow Fairy scoffed, "Let her cause a ruckus. After all, her time to create chaos is limited. In 3 years, my soul-reflecting scripture will reach its zenith, and then I shall seize her essence." The Grand Elder nodded slightly, saying, "However, we must not allow her too much leeway. I will dispatch some individuals to monitor her in secret." Meanwhile, in the Wamao Pavilion branch in Jade Plate City, the branch master, Wang Tianwang, sat on a wooden chair, toying with a small pink vial. This vial contained the captivating floral poison that had once ensnared Chang'e. Now, it was empty, leaving only a somewhat exquisite bottle. "Had I known, I would not have heeded the slander of the Lin and Li families. If I had not trusted their words, I would not be in this predicament." Wang Tianwang lamented. This floral poison was originally intended for Long Qinshi. How splendid it would have been had it been used on her. At this point, Wang Tianwang's expression twisted with anguish. Had it been applied to her, I could have completely subdued her. I shall make her my slave, shatter her pride, and trample her dignity. With this declaration, Wang Tianwang hurled the vial to the ground, shattering it into pieces. "Cursed Lin and Li families, you have brought ruin upon me. Not only have I failed to secure Chang'e, but I have also lost Long Qinshi." He seethed, clenching his fists tightly. "Chang'e, do not revel in your triumph. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance." "Hmph. A competition, is it? I will seize this opportunity to cast you into an endless abyss." As soon as he finished speaking, an elder entered Wang Tianwang's chamber and said, "Master, he has arrived." Wang Tianwang slammed the table and declared, "Quickly, bring him in." Shortly thereafter, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe entered the room. The individual was of short stature, enveloped entirely in the dark garment, emanating an unsettling aura that instilled discomfort in all present. Do you wish for my assistance in dealing with Chang'e? The mysterious figure's voice emerged like a chilling wind weaving through the crevices of ancient rocks, indiscernible of gender, evoking an eerie dread. Wang Tianwang nodded and replied, yes. I require your aid to eliminate Chang'e. Chang'e is a formidable expert of the Ming Void Realm and a member of the Yuqing sect. Taking her life will not be an easy task, the mysterious figure cautioned. Wang Tianwang scoffed derisively and asserted, as long as she can be killed. I am prepared to pay any price. A firm offer, 300,000 top-tier spirit stones, the mysterious figure stated. Wang Tianwang gritted his teeth and agreed, very well. It is a deal. Chapter 82, Master, do not pursue me. I am a woman too. In the shadowy depths of the forest, the relentless fury of Ao Shui, having raged for 3 days and nights, finally subsided. Ling Shuang, I shall find him. I will make you aware of the price of betrayal. You belong to me, and I shall not permit anyone to snatch you away. With that declaration, Ao Shui, drenched in the scent of blood, soared away from the darkened woods. Barely had Ao Shui departed when De Huang arrived at the eerie forest. Upon witnessing the ground littered with the carcasses of spirit beasts, De Huang was momentarily struck dumb, trembling with shock. However, after a brief moment of terror, De Huang's emotions settled. Harnessing its innate powers, De Huang uttered, boundless as the heavens, tracking across miles. Through its abilities, De Huang sensed Ao Shui's lingering aura, realizing that she was the architect of this carnage. Moreover, it became evident that Ao Shui's presence had already ebbed away. The area was now secure. Relieved, De Huang mused to itself, since that individual has departed, I need not fear. With so many spirit beast corpses around, it would be wasteful not to partake. This is my opportunity, and I must seize it. Approaching the corpse of a tiger demon, De Huang extracted an inner elixir, consuming it as a delightful snack. I must grow stronger. I must fortify myself to protect my master. I shall become my master's right hand. My master has an affinity for women. I will find him many, many women. De Huang muttered, eagerly devouring its find. Following a recent system task, De Huang had acquired the bloodline of a bloodthirsty demon wolf, a formidable lineage that enabled it to enhance its strength by consuming the flesh and inner elixirs of its enemies. Thus, De Huang quietly honed its power within the shadowy woods. Days later, Gu Chun's celestial fishing rod had cooled down. This time, Gu Chun aspired to fish for a popcorn machine to indulge in some popcorn. Just the day before, while strolling through the market, Gu Chun had stumbled upon a food remarkably akin to corn. This delicacy, known as spirit tooth rice, contained a measure of spiritual energy and was a favored treat among affluent mortals and low-level cultivators. Gu Chun sampled it and found it richly flavored, even when chewed dry, exuding a caramel aroma. The prospect of transforming it into popcorn was tantalizing, especially since both Chang'e and Long Qingshi had a penchant for sweets. Bring me a popcorn machine. Oh, let us not focus solely on the machine. Let us embrace civility. Gu Chun cast the celestial fishing rod, the ethereal fishing line piercing the void. Moments later, the rod stirred with activity. With a vigorous tug, a pristine popcorn machine materialized before Gu Chun, still adorned with its wooden frame and wrapping. Eagerly, Gu Chun dismantled the frame and unwrapped it, detaching the thunder spirit pearl that had been connected to an ice cream maker, affixing it to the popcorn machine. Subsequently, Gu Chun began experimenting with the spirit tooth rice to create popcorn. Meanwhile, as Gu Chun immersed himself in his culinary endeavor, the concealed Ling Shuang encountered a significant predicament. A formidable suitor had emerged. Pursuing her was an 18-year-old girl, which deeply troubled her. This predicament dates back to 2 days prior. Due to the upcoming competition in Yupon City, a considerable influx of cultivators had recently arrived. Among these practitioners, there existed a diverse array of individuals, including those of questionable character. 2 days ago, Ling Shuang, as was her custom, transformed into a male guise and visited the tea house on the first floor of the inn, ordering a cup of spirit tea. As she cradled the teacup, her thoughts were occupied with Gu Chun. At that moment, a coarse and lewd voice reached her ears. Hey, little sister, don't leave just yet. Come sit on my lap and share a drink before you go. Ling Shuang frowned and turned toward the source of the voice. A bald man, grinning lewdly, was tugging at a young girl's hand, attempting to pull her into his embrace. The other cultivators seated at the same table erupted in lascivious laughter. The young girl, terrified, clutched a tray and pleaded, No, 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 esteemed cultivator, I cannot entertain you. Please let me go. I still have tea to serve to other guests. This young girl, known as Kaier, was the innkeeper's daughter. Upon hearing Kai's cries, the innkeeper hurried over, wearing a forced smile and speaking in a submissive tone. Esteemed cultivator, I beseech you to spare my daughter. The bald man, upon hearing this, grunted in anger, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, I've set my sights on her today. What can you do about it? I am a nascent soul cultivator. Previously, the innkeeper would not have feared such troublemakers, for the inn was backed by the Li family of Yupon City, and typically, cultivators would not dare to act recklessly in such a place. Even those who dared to cause a ruckus would not worry, knowing that the Li family would swiftly resolve any issues. However, times had changed. With the Li family's downfall, the inn had lost its protection. The innkeeper, aware of this, dared not call upon the patrols of Mayan City to intervene. The bald man was fully aware of this vulnerability, emboldening his audacity. The surrounding patrons had initially considered intervening, but upon hearing the bald man declare himself a nascent soul cultivator, they all feigned indifference, pretending nothing was amiss. The bald man forcefully pulled Kair into his arms, locking her neck in his embrace as he began to unfasten her clothing. The innkeeper attempted to resist, but was swiftly subdued by one of the bald man's companions, who pressed his head against the table. Old man, behave yourself and don't spoil my brother's fun. Witnessing this, Kair cried out in desperation, Let me go. Let my father go. Is there no one to save me? Ling Shuang could no longer bear to watch. Stop, she declared coldly, setting down her teacup. The bald man halted his actions and turned to face her. Do you dare to meddle in my affairs, boy? Are you tired of living? Ling Shuang, uninterested in further dialogue, drew her sword with a swift motion. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered as the bald man and his companions found themselves swiftly dispatched. Ling Shuang's speed was astonishingly swift. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, the balding man and his companions had met their demise. With an air of nonchalance, Ling Shuang sheathed his sword, returned to his seat, and resumed sipping tea, as if the preceding events had never transpired. For Ling Shuang, slaying a few nascent soul cultivators was as effortless as crushing an ant beneath one's foot. Not to mention, even if a harmonization realm practitioner were to appear, Ling Shuang would show no hesitation in dispatching them. Kair, having been rescued, hurriedly knelt before Ling Shuang. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, she expressed, all the while discreetly assessing Ling Shuang's appearance. At that moment, Ling Shuang was presenting as a male, having deliberately altered his visage to appear unremarkable in order to avoid drawing attention. However, this perceived mediocrity was only in her eyes. To others, he was anything but ordinary indeed. He was a rare and striking handsome man. Upon witnessing Ling Shuang's good looks and formidable strength, Kair felt an inclination to offer herself in gratitude. I have nothing to repay you with, but I am willing to dedicate myself to you, she shyly declared. Of course, had Ling Shuang been less attractive, her words would have taken a different tone. She might have said instead, I have nothing to repay you with, but I would be willing to serve you in the next life. Hearing Kair's proclamation, Ling Shuang immediately furrowed his brow. He chose to disregard her, taking up his emotionless sword and retreating to his guest room. For the next 2 days, Kair persistently sought opportunities to approach Ling Shuang and repeatedly expressed her affections. Ling Shuang was on the brink of insanity. Please, do not pursue me. I am not a man. I am a woman as well. Chapter 83. Where is my master? The Multiverse Star Plate today marks the commencement of the competition tournament. Outside the southern gate of Jade Plate City, the arena has been set up. Even before dawn, participants and spectators have gathered by the platform. Silent leads the patrol team and guards of Jade Plate City to maintain order at the scene. Inside the inn, Ling Shuang, wielding the Heartless Sword, descends the staircase, preparing to head to the tournament grounds. She is not there to watch the competition. She has no interest in the trivial skirmishes of novices. Her true aim is to encounter Gu Chun amidst the tournament, with anticipation swelling within her. As soon as Ling Shuang steps down, Kair approaches her. Benefactor, where are you headed? Kair's eyes brim with affection, her voice as sweet as honey. Such a melodious tone, which man could possibly resist? However, Ling Shuang is not a man. Furrowing her brow, Ling Shuang replies, I am going to observe the tournament. Benefactor, I wish to go as well. Please take me with you. I fear being alone, Kair implores, wrapping her arms around Ling Shuang's. Ling Shuang initially contemplates pushing Kair away, but at that moment, the innkeeper interjects, Benefactor, do take her along for a brief visit. Ling Shuang muses, it wouldn't be unwise to bring her along. Her presence will help conceal my identity. I am not yet prepared to confront Gu Chun. With that thought, Ling Shuang nods, saying, let us go. Upon hearing this, Kair's face lights up with excitement, Her cheeks flushed, and she clings to Ling Shuang's arm without letting go. Feeling the softness of Kai Er's embrace, Ling Shuang scoffs inwardly. What are you flaunting? I am even older and softer than you. Ling Shuang leads Kai Er out through the southern gate, selecting a prime spot. Meanwhile, within the palace, Chang'e adorns herself in an opulent red phoenix robe, paired with alluring black silk stockings and Valentino heels, exuding an air of nobility and temptation. Long Qingshi, on the other hand, dons an elegant light blue garment, complemented by pure white stockings and diamond-studded white high heels, her blue hair lending her the ethereal grace of a celestial being from the jade pool. As for Gu Chun, he appears in pristine white attire, handsome and poised, like a figure emerging from an ancient painting. It is nearly time. We should proceed, Chang'e declares. Subsequently, Chang'e, accompanied by Gu Chun and Long Qingshi, ascends into the sky towards the tournament venue. Upon Chang'e's arrival in the air, Silent immediately kneels upon one knee, exclaiming, "We welcome the city lord." The guards and patrol teams of Jade Plate City also kneel in unison, proclaiming, "We welcome Her Majesty the Empress." The title of Empress renders Chang'e somewhat embarrassed. She smiles wryly, saying, "No need for such formalities." The cultivators present begin to murmur upon seeing Chang'e. "Look, that is the city lord Chang'e. Wow, she is stunning. What are those black things on her legs? They look marvelous. And those heels, how can they be so high? If only I could catch a whiff of her shoes, I would willingly sacrifice several hundred years of my life. Should she deign to tread upon me, regarding me with the same disdain one might reserve for refuse, I would consider my demise a worthy fate." Moments ago, others referred to her as the Empress, a title that suits her splendidly. I yearn to be her loyal hound. The striking blue-haired lady accompanying her is equally enchanting, and the handsome youth clad in white by her side is quite dashing as well. At this moment, all eyes in the vicinity converged upon Chang'e and her companions. Among the crowd, Lin Wenjie, sent by the Grand Elder to surveil Chang'e, glared at her with palpable hatred. "Chang'e, you wretched girl. How dare you annihilate my family and behave so brazenly? The Empress, indeed. Hmph, insolent wretch." Lin Wenjie is the elder brother of the Lin clan's progenitor and the second elder of the Yuking sect's martial peak, assigned by the Grand Elder to keep tabs on Chang'e. Not far from Lin Wenjie, Ling Shuang concealed herself among the throng alongside Kai Er. Upon spotting Gu Chun, her heart brimmed with joy. "At last, I finally see him." Ling Shuang's gaze remained fixated on Gu Chun, reluctant to divert her attention. "My disciple is so handsome. That white attire suits him perfectly. I am immensely relieved to see that he is unharmed. With Chang'e supporting him in Yupan City, none would dare to bully him." A gentle smile graced Ling Shuang's lips. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ling Shuang's mind. "Mission accomplished, reward, innate mysterious Yin body." Instantly, a wondrous force surged into Ling Shuang's being, transforming her constitution. Under this power's influence, Ling Shuang's ice attribute spiritual root evolved into the innate mysterious Yin body, and her primordial infant underwent a transformation, sprouting a silver dot upon its forehead. With this new form, Ling Shuang emanated a chilling aura of mysterious Yin. Affected by this aura, Kai Er shivered, feeling an intense cold envelop her. Yet, she clung tightly to Ling Shuang's arm, unwilling to let go. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Gu Chun's mind as well. "Congratulations, host. The first vassal has successfully completed the mission, and the host will receive 100-fold reward. Reward, World Star Plate. World Star Plate, a chaotic artifact born from the void, possesses the divine power to traverse myriad realms. Currently, the World Star Plate is severely damaged, permitting only local teleportation, limited to once a year. The host may continue to assign vassals to complete missions, with a chance to receive artifact restoration rewards, enabling the World Star Plate to regain its full form. The reward has been deposited within the internal cosmos." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback. World Star Plate? A chaotic artifact? Yet in a damaged state, akin to the celestial fishing rod. Soon, clarity dawned upon Gu Chun. The first vassal. Is that not my master? Has she completed her mission? Wait, let me recall. What was her task again? Oh, right, to find Gu Chun. The master's task is to locate me. Has the master ventured out of the cave? Has the master arrived here as well? Master, have you finally come to a realization? Gu Chun, filled with excitement, gazed into the distance, where a sea of people surged. Tens of thousands of cultivators jostling against one another, gathered around the arena, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. With such a multitude, it was challenging for Gu Chun to spot Ling Shuang. Even if Gu Chun could access the system panel, he could not pinpoint Ling Shuang's location. Where could the master be? Where is she? Master, since you are here, why do you not meet with me? Have you yet to accept me? Gu Chun looked up towards the sky again, but there was no sign of Ling Shuang. Concealed within the crowd, Ling Shuang observed Gu Chun scanning the surroundings and thought, could it be that this boy has discovered my presence? How is that possible? I have hidden myself expertly, employing divine abilities to conceal my identity. How could he possibly sense me? Could it be the legendary bond of hearts that has allowed him to perceive me? No, I must not be discovered by him. Fearing exposure, Ling Shuang hastily pulled Kai-Er into her embrace, pretending to be a lecherous man, exploring Kai-Er's form. To this, Kai-Er responded with delight. My benefactor has finally awakened. Chapter 84. We have done everything, infuriating the aggrieved under the gaze of the assembled crowd. Chang'e gracefully approached the northernmost edge of the arena and seated herself upon the chair specially prepared for her. Crossing her legs, the enticing allure of her crimson skirt revealed glimpses of her alluring stockings, captivating the attention and imagination of everyone present. Wuxing, silently holding a small booklet, approached Chang'e's side. My lady, here is the list of participants for the competition. Please take a look. Chang'e casually took the booklet, casting only a fleeting glance at its contents, displaying no interest whatsoever. Her true intention in hosting this competition was solely to fulfill the task assigned by the system. The identities of the competitors held no significance for her. All she required was for these individuals to consume the spirit wine laced with the lethal heart-crushing goo after their contest. Let us commence without delay, she declared, handing the booklet back to Wuxing. Wuxing nodded and announced in a resounding voice, by the order of the city lord, the first competition of Yupon City is hereby commenced. This contest was structured in 4 distinct phases. The first stage involved battles among cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the battles would be conducted in groups of 10, engaging in a free-for-all to determine the victors who would advance to the next round. The second stage featured confrontations among cultivators at the Nascent Soul stage, also competing in a similar free-for-all format. The third stage was where the true purpose of Chang'e lay, the battles among cultivators at the transformation stage, who would face each other in pairs to select the ultimate victor. The fourth stage promised a spectacle of might, showcasing the prowess of cultivators at the illumination stage. The allure of the heavenly tier techniques was simply irresistible, even for the formidable illumination stage cultivators. For such individuals, 2 men and 2 women had arrived for the event. As Wuxing announced the commencement of the competition, 10 Golden Core cultivators stepped onto the stage, ready to engage in combat. Gu Chun, however, remained disinterested, continuing to search the crowd for Ling Shuang. At that moment, Long Qishu approached Gu Chun and gently wrapped her arm around his. Ling Shuang, witnessing this scene from the crowd, widened her eyes in disbelief, her heart consumed by jealousy. Who is this woman? Why is she embracing Gu Chun? What is their relationship? Ling Shuang's gaze fixated on Gu Chun and Long Qishu, her eyes burning with barely contained ire. Long Qishu turned to Gu Chun and suggested, let us find a seat. The seats she referred to were the distinguished VIP areas designated for the leaders of various factions in Yupon City. The VIP section was filled with influential figures, including Wang Tianwang, the branch leader of the Wanao Pavilion. Presently, only 2 seats remained unoccupied in this prestigious area, and it seemed rather coincidental that Wang Tianwang was seated directly adjacent to these vacant spots. Of course, this was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate arrangement orchestrated by Gu Chun, intended to assist Long Qishu in fulfilling her task, to cultivate intimacy with Gu Chun during the competition and display affection in front of Wang Tianwang, thereby inciting his ire. Long Qishu embraced Gu Chun's arm and approached their seats, settling beside Wang Tianwang. Gu Chun, a man of amusement, was eager to discern Wang Tianwang's thoughts. Hence, he employed the heart-linking technique on Wang Tianwang, eavesdropping on his innermost musings. In that fleeting moment, as Gu Chun activated the technique, Long Qishu turned her face toward Wang Tianwang. Oh, it's you. What a surprise to see you here, she remarked playfully. Wang Tianwang hastily forced a congenial smile, inquiring, Qishu, how have you been lately? Long Qishu, holding Gu Chun's hand, replied with enthusiasm, I've never felt better than I do now. Wang Tianwang's gaze fixated on the entwined hands of Long Qishu and Gu Chun, a tempest brewing within his heart. Why was she holding his hand? Why were they so intimate? Could it be? Had they crossed that threshold? No. Impossible. How could Qishu have such a relationship with him? After years of yearning for Qishu, he could not fathom how this man could have won her heart in mere weeks. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Every thought of Wang Tianwang lay bare before Gu Chun. A cold smirk curled upon Gu Chun's lips, relishing the sensation of having everything under his control. Observing Wang Tianwang, who seemed frozen in disbelief, Long Qingshi let out a charming laugh, declaring, "I owe my happiness to you." At her words, Wang Tianwang's spirits lifted. She thanked me. She actually expressed gratitude. How wonderful. Wait, that is not right. Her words don't align. She isn't truly thanking me. She is mocking me. Delighted by Wang Tianwang's inner turmoil, Gu Chun found amusement in the sheer absurdity of his predicament. Long Qingshi continued, "Thanks to your assistance, I met Gu Chun. In just one day, I fell in love with him and we shared everything." Wang Tianwang, visibly stunned, stammered, Qingshi, you must be joking." Long Qingshi laughed, her face obscured by her hands. "Do I need to joke with you? Let me clarify. We've done it all, explored every position." With that, she let out a deliberately alluring sigh. "Ah, this is a sound you'll never hear again. Just thought you'd like to listen today. Isn't it delightful?" At that moment, Gu Chun perceived the sound of shattering glass. What had broken? Ah, it was Wang Tianwang's heart. Consumed by rage, Wang Tianwang's breath quickened. His already unremarkable features flushed a deep crimson, resembling a heated iron. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Every movement of Wang Tianwang was noted by Long Qingshi, who smiled with delight, continuing to provoke him. "Gu Chun, come give me a kiss." Long Qingshi wrapped her arms around Gu Chun's neck and, before Wang Tianwang, pressed her lips to his. Wang Tianwang was so furious that smoke seemed to billow from his head, his entire body trembling with rage. Yet, he dared not express his anger openly. For he harbored a scheme, one directed against Chang'e. Should he allow his wrath to surface now, Chang'e would undoubtedly sense his agitation. In his mind, he repeatedly reassured himself, "I must not lose my temper. I cannot afford to be angry at this moment. Should I succumb to anger now? My carefully laid plan would be in jeopardy. I must endure. I must persevere. Once this competition concludes, the people from Shen'ing will strike at that little vixen. Chang'e. After they eliminate her, Long Qingshi and Gu Chun will not escape my grasp. Long Qingshi. I shall imprison you and reduce you to a mere slave for my own carnal desires. And Gu Chun, I will subject you to a fate worse than death. I shall devour your flesh and drink your blood. I will ensure that you both regret ever coming into this world." Unbeknownst to Wang Tianwang, his inner thoughts were laid bare before Gu Chun. Realizing the malevolent plot against his senior sister, Gu Chun narrowed his eyes, contemplating. "This scoundrel intends to harm my sister. I must inform her of this treachery." Chapter 85, The Celestial Talisman, New System, Merit Points. Merit Store. Long Qingshi's actions not only infuriated Wang Tianwang but also greatly displeased Ling Shuang. As a formidable cultivator at the harmonization realm, Ling Shuang possessed an exceptionally keen sense of perception. She had heard every word Long Qingshi uttered quite distinctly. Seething with rage, Ling Shuang gritted her teeth, the sound of her jaw clenching echoing ominously, as if she were on the verge of shattering her own teeth. Those nearby could hear the unsettling noise of her grinding teeth. A man standing to Ling Shuang's left, clearly perturbed, remarked, "Hey, are you a mouse? Why are you gnashing your teeth? Can you keep it down? You're making it impossible for me to focus on the match." Ling Shuang shot a furious glare at the man, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she retorted, "Do you wish to die?" The man, taken aback by her fierce demeanor, muttered something under his breath and sidled away, choosing not to remain beside Ling Shuang. In the past, she would have resorted to violence. Yet now she refrained from revealing her true identity. Consequently, the man retained his life. Kai, nestled in Ling Shuang's embrace, noticed her distress and inquired with concern, "My benefactor, what troubles you?" "Nothing, just encountered a most detestable individual," Ling Shuang replied, her hand slipping into Kai's collar as she sought solace in this intimate gesture to alleviate her anger. Her gaze remained fixated on Gu Chun. "Gu Chun, you treacherous disciple, how can you be so fickle-hearted? You already have a master, yet you seek out other women. What is it that I lack compared to her? You ungrateful wretch, I truly regret not slaying you with a single strike back then. Had I done so, you would not be so entangled in romantic pursuits. I would have been content to remain a widow for your sake." With this thought, Ling Shuang shifted her gaze to the exalted Chang'e. "Chang'e, you two are a traitor, the greatest of all. How could you mismanage Gu Chun? You have led my Gu Chun astray. This must be your instigation, without you. How would my Gu Chun have dared to act so boldly?" At that moment, Chang'e felt the weight of a familiar gaze upon her and furrowed her brow slightly before releasing her spiritual awareness. Sensing the disturbance in Changyi's consciousness, Ling Shuang quickly averted her eyes. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed in Long Qingshi's mind. Task completed. Reward: Celestial Talisman. The Celestial Talisman, a rule-based divine ability, can seize the creation of heaven and earth, draw upon the spiritual essence of the universe, and conjure symbols from thin air without prior preparation or the need for talismanic mediums, allowing for limitless usage. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Long Qingshi was filled with immense joy. She had long been aware of the existence of the Celestial Talisman, a coveted divine ability craved by all talisman masters. With this power, talisman masters would no longer need to laboriously inscribe symbols. Rather, they could directly summon the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, effortlessly conjuring talismans as if casting spells, continuously manifesting various symbols. This was the most fitting divine ability for Long Qingshi. Long Qingshi is, by nature, a masterful and erudite talisman expert. With the blessing of her innate talent, her prowess will amplify exponentially, rendering her capable of confronting foes of higher ranks without difficulty. Elated, Long Qingshi placed Gu Chun's hand upon her thigh and, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Tianwang, playfully remarked, "I believe green suits you quite well. Have you ever considered crafting a green hat?" Long Qingshi, you. Wang Tianwang felt a piercing sting, nearly succumbing to rage. Yet he managed to restrain himself. Long Qingshi, you are quite something, he muttered, though he could no longer remain in that space. Rising, he departed to observe the battle elsewhere. At that moment, a voice echoed in Gu Chun's mind. "Congratulations, host. Subordinate number 4 has successfully completed 5 tasks, granting the host access to a new system and additional functionalities." Upon hearing the voice, Gu Chun's heart soared with joy. "Excellent. A new system awaits. I shall be able to subdue another subordinate. New subordinate system. Main entry: perform a good deed daily. Secondary entries: check-in, dual cultivation." Upon comprehending the entries of the new subordinate system, Gu Chun fell into contemplation. Perform a good deed daily? Does this imply my subordinate must engage in altruistic acts? That seems favorable. Accumulating virtue will allow me to act unscrupulously in the future without guilt. The secondary entry is check-in? Where does one check in? How does one do so? In this dual cultivation, what a splendid entry. I wonder which enchanting lady shall have the honor of receiving my grand system? As Gu Chun pondered, the system's voice resounded once more. New system feature: virtue points in the virtue store. Virtue points are linked to subordinate number 5 system. For every good deed performed by the holder of subordinate number 5 system, a certain number of virtue points will be awarded. For each virtue point accrued by subordinate No. 5, the host will receive tenfold points. Virtue points are also linked to the virtue store, which can only be accessed by subordinate number 5 and the host themselves, allowing for the exchange of various virtuous items. This new system feature is remarkably potent. Not only does it bestow upon Gu Chun the unique metric of virtue points, but it also grants him access to a virtue store for item exchanges. Naturally, this store is exclusively available to Gu Chun and subordinate number 5. Changyi and others cannot partake. However, Gu Chun's mind is not preoccupied with this now. He is instead focused on how to inform Changyi of Wang Tianwang's scheme, enabling her to remain vigilant. With a hand on his chin, Gu Chun deliberated seriously. Should I approach my senior sister directly and disclose this matter? No. With so many individuals present, especially cultivators possessing keen perceptive abilities, they would undoubtedly overhear my words. If I cannot speak aloud, then I must resort to sound transmission to convey this to my senior sister. However, I have only just begun to practice the art of transmission and am still quite unskilled, having not dedicated myself to rigorous training. I fear it may be exceedingly difficult to transmit messages to my elder sister, whose realm exceeds mine by a significant margin. What should I do? At that moment, Gu Chun suddenly recalled a unique ability bestowed upon him by the system transmission. This power was granted to him after completing 5 tasks for De Huang, enabling him to communicate directly with the owner of the vassal system. The transmission is instantaneous, boundless in distance, transcending time and dimensions. However, this ability comes with a limitation. It can only be utilized to communicate with vassal system owners whose affinity level has reached 100 points. If the affinity is below 100, transmission is impossible. Fortunately, Changyi's affinity for Gu Chun had long surpassed the requisite threshold of 100 points. Thus, Gu Chun could communicate with Changyi without any hindrance. Activating the system transmission, Gu Chun established a connection to Chang'e. Elder sister, he called out with his consciousness. His voice promptly resonated within Chang'e's mind. Turning towards the distinguished seats where Gu Chun sat, Chang'e felt a wave of confusion. Junior brother, are you transmitting a message to me? This does not feel like the transmission technique, she inquired, her voice echoing in Gu Chun's mind. Delighted by the sweet sound of her voice, Gu Chun responded with urgency. Elder sister, please be cautious. I just overheard Wang Tianwang plotting against you. It seems he intends to take your life. With a dismissive smile, Chang'e replied. I doubt he possesses either the courage or the capability to do so. It appears he is not planning to act personally. He mentioned someone named Chening to carry out his intentions, Gu Chun added. Upon hearing the name Chening, Chang'e's expression drastically shifted. Chening, how could it possibly be them? Chapter 86. Submit or perish. The unique attributes of my senior sister, what is Chening? Gu Chun inquired. Chening is the most formidable assassin organization in Dongzhou, operating on a pay-for-service basis. Their strength is immense, and many powerful individuals have fallen at their hands, including those of the Harmonious Path Realm. If Wang Tianwang has indeed enlisted Chening to deal with me, we may be faced with considerable trouble, Chang'e replied. Gu Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation before asking, Sister, where do you think the members of Chening are currently hiding? Should we capture Wang Tianwang now and interrogate him? Chang'e gently shook her head, responding, we must not act against Wang Tianwang at this moment, lest we alarm the snake and provoke Chening into taking more extreme and troublesome actions. I suspect the members of Chening are concealed among the competitors. If they intend to strike, it will likely be when the rewards are being presented, as that will be their sole opportunity to approach me. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun nodded in agreement and continued to communicate telepathically. If they are concealed among the competitors, then the situation becomes manageable. We can first have them consume spirit liquor laced with the life and death heartworm, and then present the rewards, enticing them to reveal themselves, allowing us to use the heartworm to punish them. Indeed, a brilliant strategy. Let us proceed with it, Chang'e affirmed. After their telepathic exchange, Gu Chun felt a sense of relief. Chang'e possessed the life and death heartworm, which was the greatest variable. Wang Tianwang would never suspect that Chang'e held such a formidable ability, nor would Chening have the slightest inkling of it. As long as they consumed the spirit liquor infused with the heartworm, they would pose no further threat to Chang'e. The competition continued, and during this time, Gu Chun remained vigilant. He utilized the heart connection token to scrutinize the competitors while simultaneously searching for Ling Shuang among the crowd. Through the examination with the heart connection token, Gu Chun identified 3 individuals among the 4 participating Ming Su realm experts. These 3, 2 women and 1 man, all at the 3rd level of the Ming Su realm, were members of Chening. They had concealed their identities using human skin masks to partake in this competition. Through their thoughts, Gu Chun gleaned their plans. Just as Chang'e had surmised, they intended to strike at Chang'e when she presented them with their rewards. To ensure their success in assassinating Chang'e, they had brought with them the assassination weapons of Chening, the 3 blades of heaven, earth, and man. This set of 9th-tier artifacts possessed terrifying power, capable of instantly slaying Harmonious Path Realm experts and gravely wounding those at the Ascendant Realm. In addition to these 3 Ming Su Realm experts, there were also members of Chening among the competitors in the Transformation Realm. They had been dispatched to assist the 3 Ming Su Realm experts, ensuring that their assassination attempt on Chang'e would proceed smoothly. Gu Chun relayed all the intelligence he had uncovered to Chang'e, enabling her to prepare for what lay ahead. The competition lasted a full Kuan day, which equated to 2.5 days. After this period, the competition concluded, and people began to depart in succession. Ling Shuang also left ahead of time. She simply could not endure the sight of Gu Chun and Long Qingshi in such close proximity. This sight filled her with a profound anger and an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known that he was such a fickle-hearted man, she would never have given herself to him. Yet, if she had refrained, she would have been unable to transcend her current realm. Alas, how wonderful it would have been had she not expelled him from the cave dwelling back then. In that case, the woman by his side would have been none other than herself. Ling Shuang had merely departed from the competition but had not left Jade Plate City, for she still had the duty of protecting Gu Chun within its confines. Upon her return to the inn, Chang'e ascended the arena, opening her storage ring to retrieve 30 jars of exquisite spirit wine. Each jar, valued at 50 premium spirit stones, was a superior quality of spirit wine. A single drop could extend a mortal's life by a decade. Such high-caliber spirit wine was rarely indulged in even by the elders of most sections. Yet, Chang Yi displayed an extravagant demeanor by producing 30 jars, a testament to her wealth. Within these 30 jars of spirit wine was concealed the deadly heart-drilling Gu. Whoever consumed this wine would be bound to Chang Yi in unwavering loyalty. To dare to defy such loyalty? Chang Yi would ensure they experienced the excruciating agony of wishing for death, yet finding none. Manipulating her spiritual power, Chang Yi levitated the jars in midair. Subsequently, she produced over 1,000 pristine blue and white wine cups, arranging them in rows of 100, suspended in the air. My esteemed competitors, you have toiled diligently. This city lord has prepared superior spirit wine to reward you. After partaking of this wine, you shall accompany me to my palace to receive your rewards, Chang Yi proclaimed, deftly pouring the spirit wine into each cup. The aroma of this exceptional spirit wine wafted through the air, intoxicating the entire city. Even the fragrance alone was enough to induce a pleasant inebriation. The participants of the competition could not resist swallowing their saliva upon inhaling the enticing scent. And even the 4 formidable figures of the Mph realm felt their mouths water, longing to partake of the wine. Please, indulge in the wine, Chang Yi gestured gracefully. And the over 1,000 cups floated accurately towards the crowd. The people received their cups, exclaiming their gratitude. Thank you, city lord. They then raised their cups and drank heartily. Observing this, Chang Yi smiled. She did not immediately activate the heart-drilling Gu. Instead, she intended for the members of the Shadow Organization to reveal themselves before utilizing the Gu to subdue them. Now that you have consumed the wine, let us proceed to my palace, where I shall personally bestow your rewards. Upon hearing this, the 3 Mph realm figures from the Shadow Organization exchanged knowing glances before following Chang Yi to her palace. The large pit in the plaza before the palace had long been repaired, and on the newly laid stone slabs, over 1,000 cultivators stood in orderly lines, awaiting Chang Yi's presentation of rewards. At the forefront stood 4 Mph realm strongholds, followed closely by 320 Huashan realm cultivators. Behind them were 400 Yuanying realm practitioners, and finally, 300 outstanding Jin and realm cultivators. They had all partaken of the spirit wine laced with the heart-drilling Gu. With a mere flicker of Chang Yi's thought, they would be subjected to excruciating pain, yearning for life, yet unable to escape death. Chang Yi stood gracefully on the steps, her demeanor dignified as she regarded each individual with an air of equality. At that moment, Gu Chun and Long Qingshe returned as well. The arrival of Gu Chun instilled a sense of confidence in Chang Yi. Her gaze swept over the crowd before she declared, "Friends of the Shadow Organization, step forward. I am already aware of your intentions. Do you not wish to act against me? Here I stand. If you intend to strike, do so swiftly." Upon her words, the 3 formidable beings from the Shadow Organization ceased their pretense. They advanced from the ranks, one wielding a sharp dagger. Behind them, 72 cultivators of the Transformation Realm shed their disguises, prepared to launch an assault on Chang Yi. One of the men in gray among the 3 powerful entities spoke. "Chang Yi, you must not hold it against us for taking a life in exchange for wealth. A bounty of 300,000 premium spirit stones has been placed on your head." Chang Yi let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Do you truly believe you can take my life? How absurd." No sooner had she spoken than the 3 assailants charged at her with their daggers drawn. Unfazed, Chang Yi remained composed and steadfast. As they closed in, an excruciating pain surged through them, rendering them immobile. They collapsed to the ground, their formidable powers rendered meaningless. Even as beings of the Transformation Realm, they could not withstand such torment. "Chang Yi, what have you done?" cried a purple-haired woman from the Shadow Organization, clutching her heart and curling up on the ground in agony. This woman, Hmph, was the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Chang Yi. Holding the highest cultivation level among the 3, having reached the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of the Transformation Realm, mere steps away from the 4th. She was the very figure who had appeared before Wang Tianwang that day. Chang Yi approached Hmph, lifting her elegant leg adorned with a diamond-studded 7-centimeter heel, and pressed it down upon Hmph seemingly innocent face. With ruthless intent, she trampled upon Hmph features, distorting them grotesquely. "Submit to me, or perish." Chang Yi's voice was icy, her gaze dismissive, as if regarding refuse. Beside them, Gu Chun watched in astonishment, his eyes widening. "Wow, senior sister is so domineering. I didn't know she had such a fierce side. I absolutely adore this side of her." Chapter 87, The Blood of the Phoenix. The supreme bone, even under the weight of Chang Yi's disdain, Hmph remained resolute. "I shall never submit to you, Chang Yi," she uttered in a hoarse voice. "Refusal? Humph, I possess ample means to deal with you." Chang'e summoned the heart-piercing worm, its excruciating pain nearly causing Mo Zixin to faint. As she opened her mouth to speak, Chang'e's stiletto heel, 7 centimeters long, met her lips. Chang'e brandished the Thousand Souls banner, holding it aloft. Behold, should you fail to submit to me, this place shall become your ultimate destination. I shall subject you to endless torment, and you shall never reincarnate. With a flourish, she activated the Thousand Souls banner, unleashing over 2,000 wailing, resentful spirits shrouded in thick black smoke, their chilling cries echoing ominously. Upon witnessing the Thousand Souls banner, a man clad in gray from the Shadow Organization, named Chen Simong, felt a wave of fear wash over him. A newcomer to the organization, having only joined 3 years prior for monetary gain, his loyalty was tenuous at best. Under the threat of the Thousand Souls banner, he succumbed to dread. He had no desire to be trapped within its confines, for such a fate would condemn him to eternal non-existence, unable even to become a ghost. Chang'e, no. Your Majesty, I willingly submit. I willingly submit. Chen Simong cried desperately. The moment he embraced submission, the torment of the heart-piercing worm vanished entirely, filling his heart with elation. Another powerful figure from the Shadow Organization, Zhao Xiaoxia, witnessing this, also shouted, Your Majesty, I too wish to submit. Yet her pledge was devoid of sincerity, and thus the heart-piercing worm continued to torment her. Chang'e regarded Zhao Xiaoxia coldly. My dear sister, your submission lacks fidelity. In a frantic attempt to prove her loyalty, Zhao Xiaoxia swore an oath, yet the agony persisted. Resolute, she bit her tongue and declared, By the heavenly Tao, I, Zhao Xiaoxia, vow from this day forth to serve the Empress Chang'e. Should I harbor any treachery, I shall face the wrath of the heavenly Tao, my form and spirit obliterated, forever barred from rebirth. This was a solemn oath, capable of invoking divine retribution. With such a potent vow, her thoughts of disloyalty were dispelled. Upon swearing her blood oath, the torment of the heart-piercing worm ceased immediately. Now, of the 3 powerful figures of the Void Realm, only Mo Zixin remained unyielding. So, little sister, will you submit or not? Chang'e inquired, releasing her foot and leaning down to grasp Mo Zixin's delicate chin. After enduring Chang'e's relentless coercion, Mo Zixin could no longer withstand the pressure. Tears of humiliation streamed down her face as she murmured, I submit. In response, Chang'e raised her right hand, partially covering her lips, and let out a laugh reminiscent of a queen's mirth. After her laughter subsided, she surveyed the over 1,000 cultivators present. You two have a choice, submit or perish. Chang'e, wielding the Thousand Souls banner, exuded an imposing presence. In that moment, she epitomized a ruthless empress, one who regarded human life as mere fodder. Yet, before Gu Chun, she remained the tender, caring woman he had always known. Upon witnessing Chang'e effortlessly subduing 3 formidable beings of the Mingxu realm, the remaining individuals dared not resist and promptly pledged their allegiance to her. With little effort, Chang'e amassed over 1,000 capable and exceptionally gifted subordinates. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated, announcing, Mission accomplished. Reward, Special Bloodline, Celestial Feather of the Azure Phoenix. Immediately, a wondrous force surged into Chang'e's body, transforming her constitution. Concurrently, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged towards her, coalescing above her head into a majestic ethereal phoenix with a wingspan of 1,000 meters. This resplendent azure phoenix radiated a silvery glow, and it raised its head to emit a long, resonant cry that echoed through the skies. The onlookers were left in awe, and all present, save for Gu Chun and Long Qingshi, found themselves instinctively kneeling before Chang'e. We pay homage to Her Majesty, the Empress, they exclaimed in unison. Amidst the fervent acclamations, Gu Chun also heard the voice of the system in his mind. Congratulations, host. Vassal number 3 has successfully completed the mission, granting the host a 100-fold reward. Reward for Supreme Holy Bones. The Supreme Holy Bone, also known as the Supreme Bone, is the strongest skeletal structure in existence, embodying the laws of the universe. Those who possess this bone can attain the ultimate path and become immortal beings. The host now receives 4 Supreme Holy Bones, which will randomly replace the host's existing bones. Once the host gathers 206 Supreme Bones, they will achieve the ultimate path, transcending time and becoming indestructible. The host may instruct their vassals to continue completing missions to acquire more Supreme Holy Bones. Congratulations, host. The vassal system number 3 has successfully completed its mission, and the host gains 30 attribute points. Subsequently, an extraordinary power flooded into Gu Chun's body, altering his skeletal structure. He distinctly felt changes occurring in his right hand and forehead. Through introspection, Gu Chun observed that his forehead had transformed from its original white hue to a resplendent golden color. Additionally, the humorous, ulna, and radius of his left arm had metamorphosed from ordinary white bones to the gilded supreme holy bones. Filled with curiosity, Gu Chun pondered, Supreme holy bones? Are they truly formidable? Why is the system so stingy, granting only 4? A few more would be splendid. Perhaps I could brew a nourishing bone broth. At that moment, Chang'e distributed the rewards from the recent competition to the over 1,000 cultivators. For those at the Golden Core stage, each received 50 premium spirit stones and a monthly salary equivalent to that of the guards of Yupan City. Cultivators at the nascent soul stage were awarded 300 premium spirit stones, along with a monthly salary and the privilege to cultivate the celestial art of Rui Hayuan Gong. For those at the transformation stage, each received 1,000 premium spirit stones, a monthly salary, access to Rui Hayuan Gong, and various resources for their cultivation. As for the 4 powerful beings of the Mingshu realm, each was rewarded with 10,000 premium spirit stones and a monthly salary 10 times that of the guard captain. Chang'e, with her vast wealth, effortlessly bestowed rewards that surpassed the limits of others. Upon receiving their rewards, the over 1,000 cultivators expressed immense gratitude, deepening their loyalty towards Chang'e. This exemplifies the principle of administering discipline followed by benevolence. Subsequently, Chang'e instructed Wu Sheng to allocate positions and duties to these cultivators. With such loyal subordinates, Chang'e's governance over Yupan City would become increasingly secure, compelling those with ulterior motives to obediently comply with her commands. Deterring any further rebellious thoughts against her authority, Chang'e specifically retained members of the Qinying organization to inquire about certain matters. Mph, with the imprint of high-heeled shoes still visible on her face, divulged the entirety of her dealings with Wang Tianwang to Chang'e. Upon hearing this, Chang'e turned to Gu Chun, seeking his counsel. Junior brother, what do you suggest I should do? Gu Chun simply uttered a single word, eliminate. Chapter 88. The Demise of Wang Tianwang. The arrival of Proud Snow. Very well, senior sister. I shall heed your counsel and eliminate him. Through a period of gentle persuasion from Gu Chun, Chang'e has transformed from a hesitant and overly compassionate woman into a decisive empress. She now slays those whom Gu Chun instructs her to. At this moment, Long Qishu suddenly interjected, Wang Tianwang is indeed easy to kill. Yet his mother is no ordinary woman. She is a powerful elder within the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion, possessing immense strength and influence. Should we take Wang Tianwang's life, we may provoke her vengeance. Upon hearing this, Chang'e regained her composure. His background is indeed formidable. This was precisely why I annihilated the Lin and Li families without targeting him, she remarked. After Chang'e spoke, Qin Simong from the Shadow Organization whispered, Your Majesty, I have intelligence to report. What is it? Speak, Chang'e replied coldly, casting a sharp glance at Qin Simong. Well, I recently learned that Wang Tianwang's mother, Madame Jin Qian, has been dismissed by the Wanbao Pavilion headquarters due to a loss exceeding 10 million top-grade spirit stones, and she is currently imprisoned, Qin Simong murmured. At this revelation, Long Qishu was taken aback. Her mother has fallen from grace? How could I have been unaware of such a significant event? She inquired. This matter is scarcely known, with only a select few privy to it. Wang Tianwang, having learned of this, commissioned us to procure the wanwo-making poison, intending to use it to subjugate your majesty and thereby secure your protection against any retribution from the Wanbao Pavilion, Qin Simong explained. Chang'e was astonished. Is that so? This wanwo-making poison was indeed delivered to him by Mo Zixin, Qin Simong continued, casting a sly glance at Mo Zixin. Mo Zixin lowered her head, hastily apologizing. I beg your pardon, your majesty. We were merely fulfilling a contractual obligation. Let bygones be bygones. I am curious. How did the Lin and Li families become entangled in this? Chang'e pressed. It is likely that Wang Tianwang was unable to execute the poisoning alone. Thus he reached out to the Lin and Li families to orchestrate a trap for your majesty, Qin Simong eagerly offered, his tone laden with flattery. Chang'e snorted dismissively. Hmph, I suspect matters are not so simple. The influence of the Yuqing sect must also be at play behind the scenes. Qin Simong, devoid of knowledge on that front, merely nodded. Chang'e acknowledged, You have done well. I shall reward you with additional spirit stones later. Qin Simong bobbed his head eagerly, servile and sycophantic. Akin to a lapdog. He was, after all, a treacherous man who would forsake all for the sake of profit. Now that Wang Tianwang's mother has lost her power, we need not hold back any longer. Let us proceed to eliminate him at once. Chang'e declared with determination. Wait, I have a small surprise in mind for him. Gu Chun said with a mischievous grin, harboring a wicked idea. In Yupon City, at the highest level of the Wanbao Pavilion's branch, within the Wanbao Tower, Wang Tianwang sat gracefully in his precious dragon-patterned Nama chair, legs crossed, eagerly awaiting the good news he had long anticipated. It had been quite some time, surely. The members of the Chun Ying organization had dealt with Chang'e. Wang Tianwang muttered to himself. No sooner had he spoken than 3 figures clad in black robes and hoods appeared before him. These black cloaks were the exclusive artifacts of the Chun Ying organization, capable of concealing one's identity, masking one's aura, and distorting one's voice, all while providing a degree of protection. Although these garments originally belonged to Mo Zixin and her companions, the individuals within them were not them. Gu Chun, Chang'e, and Long Qinshi donned the black cloaks of the Chun Ying organization, concealing their identities, and approached Wang Tianwang, intent on delivering a small surprise. Upon seeing the 3 robed figures, Wang Tianwang's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly rose to his feet, inquiring, "Is Chang'e dead?" At this, Chang'e let out a cold laugh and replied, "Do you doubt the capabilities of our Chun Ying organization?" The black cloak altered the voice, rendering Wang Tianwang unable to recognize Chang'e's words as hers. Overcome with excitement, Wang Tianwang slapped the table, exclaiming, "Aha, splendid. That wretched girl is finally dead. Now, no one can threaten me." Was the bounty of 300,000 spirit stones worth it to kill her? Chang'e asked. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. With her demise, I can finally exact my revenge on that little harlot, Long Qinshi. Ha ha ha. Wang Tianwang declared, lost in a euphoric frenzy, his words spilling forth unchecked. At this moment, Long Qinshi interjected. How do you plan to exact your revenge? How to take revenge? Ha ha. I have plenty of means. I shall imprison her, strip her of her cultivation, and make her kneel before me like a dog, becoming my slave for gratification. Once I tire of her, I shall send her to a brothel among mortals, where she will be humiliated by lowly commoners. Ha ha, Wang Tianwang proclaimed, his features contorting in madness. Upon hearing these words, Long Qinshi was instantly consumed by rage, tearing off her hood to reveal her true countenance. Wang Tianwang, you beast! She cursed vehemently. The moment Wang Tianwang laid eyes on Long Qinshi's breathtaking beauty, his expression shifted dramatically. Long Qinshi, how is it you? Chang'e and Gu Chun also removed their hoods, unveiling their true selves. Seeing Chang'e and Gu Chun present, Wang Tianwang trembled, fear evident in his voice. You all? How can it be you? Where are the members of Chun Ying? We have already defeated the members of Chun Ying. Wang Tianwang, I had initially considered sparing your life, but your maliciousness has sealed your fate. Today, you shall meet your end, and no one can save you, Chang'e stated coldly. As soon as Chang'e finished speaking, Long Qinshi added, Sister Chang'e, you need not intervene. Allow me to be the one to end him. Chang'e nodded, bestowing upon Long Qinshi the authority to execute Wang Tianwang. In a panic, Wang Tianwang cried out, Long Qinshi, you cannot kill me. My mother is Madame Jin Qian. If you dare to take my life, my mother will not let you off. Long Qinshi offered no response, raising her flawless, delicate hand to trace intricate runes in the air. A flicker of inspiration illuminated the air as ethereal talismans, shimmering with vibrant light, materialized in the void. These talismans were not corporeal. They were conjured by Long Qinshi through her newly acquired divine ability, the Celestial Talisman. With a graceful gesture, she summoned the spiritual essence of the universe, employing the very fabric of nature as her canvas and the celestial energies as her ink, crafting talismans from the essence of creation itself. Go. Long Qinshi waved her hand gently, unleashing a multitude of talismans that soared towards Wang Tianwang, adhering to his body. These talismans were the most rudimentary of thunder talismans, capable of unleashing electric assaults. Although each individual talisman possessed minimal power, their sheer quantity was staggering. The talismans densely covered Wang Tianwang from head to toe. Despite his desperate attempts to rid himself of them, these incorporeal symbols clung steadfastly to him. Long Qinshi, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wang Tianwang shouted in panic. Long Qingshi's expression was as cold as frost as she snapped her fingers lightly. Perish. No sooner had she spoken than all the thunder talismans were activated. A blinding flash of lightning instantly engulfed Wang Tianwang. In that moment of activation, Chang'e unleashed a protective shield of spiritual energy, shielding against the rampant thunder. As the lightning subsided, the Wanbao building lay in ruins, and Wang Tianwang's body was reduced to a charred husk. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering his remains to dust. Meanwhile, in the desolate outskirts of Yupon City, Elder Lin Wenjie, dispatched by the Supreme Elder to surveil Chang'e, stood before a graveyard, emitting a roar akin to a wild beast. Chang'e, you annihilated my family. I will not let you escape unscathed. This graveyard was the resting place of the Lin clan. After vanquishing the Lin family, Chang'e had ordered Wuxing to inter the bodies in this forsaken land outside the city. After paying tribute to his kin, Lin Wenjie prepared to return to Yuling's sect. Intent on embellishing the account of the recent tournament to the Supreme Elder, he aimed to convince the Elder that Chang'e harbored treacherous intentions, thereby sowing seeds of distrust in the Elder's heart. In doing so, he hoped to gradually drive a wedge between the Supreme Elder and Chang'e, ultimately seeking vengeance for his family through the Elder's machinations. As Lin Wenjie journeyed back to Yuling's sect, his mind raced with schemes to amplify the tale. Suddenly, an alluring fragrance wafted through the air. He inhaled deeply, puzzled. Where does this scent come from? Just then, a flash of mesmerizing crimson streaked past him and appeared before him. Lin Wenjie was taken aback. Ao Shui, what do you want? Ao Shui sneered coldly. What do I want? I desire your life. No sooner had she spoken than she launched an attack against Lin Wenjie. In the face of Ao Shui, a peak third-tier practitioner of the Mingxiu realm, Lin Wenjie felt as insignificant as a fledgling chick, unable to even discern her form. Within 3 moves, he was vanquished by her. Ao Shui seized Lin Wenjie by the head, her sharp crimson nails piercing through his skull and burrowing into his brain. Soul Search. Ao Shui employed the soul-searching technique upon Lin Wenjie. With the aid of the soul-searching technique, Ao Shui finally uncovered the identity of the one who had taken away Ling Shuang's virginity. Gu Chun, how dare you tarnish the purity of my innocent junior sister? I shall take your life. Chapter 89. My master has come to save me after vanquishing Wang Tianwang. Long Qishu felt a surge of elation, as if she had been liberated. Within the palace, she clung to Gu Chun's arm and said to Chang'e, Sister Chang'e, may I have Gu Chun for a day? Upon hearing this, Chang'e gently patted Long Qingshu's cheek and replied, Of course, you may. However, in an instant, Chang'e's expression changed dramatically. This aura feels so familiar. This is not good. It is that woman. At that moment, a terrifying presence descended upon the palace. The merciless fairy Aoshiwe, clad in red, hovered above the palace, gazing down upon Chang'e's domain. Gu Chun. Aoshiwe shouted his name. Hearing her voice, Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Who was calling my name? It sounds like a woman. Suddenly, the palace roof was torn asunder by an immense force. Aoshiwe, from her lofty position, surveyed Gu Chun and the others. Upon seeing Aoshiwe, Chang'e could not help but swallow hard, fully aware of Aoshiwe's formidable nature. She had witnessed Aoshiwe's rampage at Yuqing's sect firsthand years ago. Gu Chun gazed at Aoshiwe in the air, utterly mesmerized by her beauty. With fiery red hair and lips like crimson, her skin was as white as snow. How wonderful it would be if I could have her by my side, he thought. Yet, why was she calling my name? I do not know her at all. Who is she? From her demeanor, it seems she harbors a grudge against me. As Gu Chun contemplated these questions, he opened the system panel. Aoshiwe. Human. Female. Realm. Harmonizing Tao. Affinity towards host. -999. Destiny value. 132. Can be granted to the system. Would you like to grant it? Staring at Aoshiwe's system panel, Gu Chun was astounded. What the heck? An affinity of -999. Goodness. How could she harbor such intense hatred? What have I done to evoke such animosity? I do not even know her. Just as Gu Chun was lost in confusion, Chang'e stepped forward, shielding Gu Chun behind her. Master, what do you intend to do? Chang'e questioned. Master? Gu Chun thought, bewildered. Chang'e actually referred to this woman as master. Could she be a senior sister of my master? Why was I unaware of such a master? If she is indeed my senior, why does she harbor such animosity towards me? Gu Chun found it utterly perplexing. Aoshiwe coldly regarded Chang'e and said, Little Chang'e, step aside. I do not wish to kill you just yet. My only desire is to eliminate that scoundrel behind you. Without hesitation, Chang'e summoned her innate Tao fetus with all her might. Drawn by the innate Tao fetus, the spiritual energy within 100 miles converged towards her. Chang'e's form shimmered with a gentle spiritual radiance, her eyes emitted a white light, and her hair danced as if imbued with life. As she spoke, her voice resonated with the ethereal quality of divine chanting. Master, I will not allow you to harm Gu Chun. At this moment, Long Qingshu also prepared herself for battle. Long Qingshu brandished the celestial pen with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, she conjured thousands of talismans outlined with ethereal energy. Gu Chun, do not fear. I shall protect you. Long Qingshu spoke tenderly, yet her tone was resolute. Witnessing both Chang Yi and Long Qingshi standing guard over her filled Gu Chun with profound emotion. With such devoted companions, her life felt complete. Ao snorted in disdain and addressed Chang Yi. Little Chang Yi, I advise you against courting death. Master, might I inquire why you harbor such animosity towards Gu Chun? Surely, he has not crossed paths with you nor provoked you in any way? Chang Yi questioned. Ao gritted her teeth and spat venomously. That wretched man has taken Ling Shuang's purity. She is mine. I shall not allow anyone to defile her. Upon hearing this, Chang Yi was rendered speechless. Her eyes widened in disbelief, shimmering with astonishment. She turned to look at Gu Chun behind her, unable to fathom that he had indeed taken Ling Shuang's maidenhood. It was inconceivable to her that someone as heartless as Ling Shuang could have been involved with Gu Chun. At that moment, Chang Yi's heart was in turmoil, and she found herself at a loss for how to articulate her swirling emotions. Meanwhile, in the inn of Yupon City, Ling Shuang, now disguised as a man, was sipping tea in a tea house on the first floor. Kaya approached Ling Shuang, adopting a coy tone. My benefactor, do you think this outfit suits me? Ling Shuang remained silent. Suddenly, her brow furrowed, and she slammed her hand on the table. No, it is her presence. She has come. Ling Shuang hastily activated her powers, reverting to her true form, and soared towards Chang Yi's palace. Upon witnessing Ling Shuang transform back into a woman, Kaya stood frozen in shock. My benefactor. She is actually a woman far more beautiful than I. Kaya was utterly astounded, beginning to question her very existence. At that moment, within the palace, Ao had already launched her assault against Chang Yi. Ao was a formidable peak 9th layer harmonization realm practitioner, just a step away from the Great Ascension realm. Moreover, she had developed a ruthless combat style based on the path of heartlessness, which even Great Ascension experts dared not underestimate. Though Chang Yi was an innate Dao embryo, her realm was still far too low to contend with Ao. Ao dove down, appearing before Chang Yi as if she had teleported, her speed akin to a lightning bolt. Before Chang Yi could react, Ao struck her heart with a palm, and in an instant, a crimson light engulfed her. When the red glow dissipated, Chang Yi lay on the ground, her body adorned with intricate red patterns resembling spider webs, which ravenously drained her spiritual energy and vitality. Little Chang Yi, in consideration of the times you called me mother in your youth, I shall spare your life. Remain still and quietly recuperate for 3 months, and you shall return to your former self. Ao's voice was chillingly icy. Even such a powerful individual as Chang Yi was subdued by Ao in a single move. Yet, even in the face of such a formidable foe, Long Qingshi remained undaunted. She was determined to protect Gu Chun. Even in death, she wished to perish before Gu Chun. Dragon Qingshi was surrounded by countless talismans. With a graceful wave of her jade-like hand, the talisman shot forth like raindrops towards Ao. Ao let out a cold snort, remarking, Poor woman, what merits does this scoundrel possess that compels you to protect him so fervently? As she spoke, Ao prepared to strike down Dragon Qingshi, intent on turning her and Gu Chun into a pair of star-crossed lovers doomed to meet their end together. At that moment, a flash of white light suddenly surged forth. The velocity of this luminescence was so astonishing that Dragon Qingshi could scarcely perceive it. However, Chang Yi discerned it clearly. That white light was none other than Ling Shuang. As the brilliance passed, Gu Chun vanished from sight. When Gu Chun regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in Ling Shuang's embrace. Master! Master! He exclaimed, filled with elation. Do not speak. Ling Shuang's tone remained as frigid as ever. Yet to Gu Chun's ears, it was imbued with warmth and melodious charm. At that moment, a crimson glow appeared behind Ling Shuang. Ao was in pursuit. Chapter 90. Bestowed by the system, the mad beauty within the palace, Long Qingshi remained unharmed. After Ling Shuang's appearance, Ao pursued her, sparing Long Qingshi's life. Long Qingshi, still shaken, heard Chang Yi's voice. Qingshi, quickly help me up. It was only then that Long Qingshi reacted and assisted Chang Yi to her feet. Chang Yi's body was still adorned with crimson streaks. She attempted to summon her spiritual energy to ascend into the skies and aid Ling Shuang. But as soon as she invoked her power, it backfired, nearly resulting in her demise. This is dreadful. I cannot harness my spiritual energy. My master is truly formidable. Before her, I feel as insignificant as an ant. Chang Yi lamented. Do not fret, Sister Chang Yi. I will rescue Gu Chun, Long Qingshi declared. Chang Yi grasped Long Qingshi's wrist, shaking her head. Do not go. You cannot catch up to them, and you are no match for my master. Your attempt would be futile and fatal. What am I to do? I cannot bear to watch Gu Chun perish, Long Qingshi replied anxiously. Do not worry. My master has rescued Gu Chun. She should be able to protect her. If even she cannot safeguard Gu Chun, we would be utterly helpless, Chang Yi reassured her. Upon hearing these words, Long Qingshi clasped her hands in prayer, murmuring for Gu Chun's safety. Heavenly Tao, I beseech you to protect Gu Chun and ensure her safety. As long as she remains unharmed, I shall be willing to do anything. Chang Yi gazed at Long Qingshi, her heart filled with tumultuous emotions. She looked skyward, silently wishing, Master, please safeguard Gu Chun. Meanwhile, 300 miles north of Yupan City, the sky bore witness to Ling Shuang, cradling Gu Chun and wielding her flying sword at full speed. Master, how wonderful it is that you have finally arrived. I have missed you so much. Gu Chun exclaimed in a childlike tone, oblivious to their perilous escape. Be quiet. Do not disturb me, Ling Shuang replied, her voice still cold. Yet the tenderness in her gaze was undeniable. Ao Shui pursued closely behind Ling Shuang, shouting, Ling Shuang, stop right there. Ling Shuang paid no heed to Ao Shui, continuing her swift flight. Tell me, Ling Shuang, what is it about this scoundrel that makes him so special? How could you give yourself to him? Why would you choose him over me? What makes him better than I am? Ao Shui screamed in a frenzy, her fiery red hair wild and untamed, embodying the essence of a mad beauty. From Ao Shui's words, Gu Chun discerned the source of her hatred towards her. It was clear that Ao Shui harbored feelings for Ling Shuang. But she was a woman. How could a woman love another woman? Was that right? It felt so twisted. Just as Gu Chun grappled with these thoughts, Ao Shui accelerated, transforming into a streak of crimson light, soaring over Ling Shuang's head to block her path. Ling Shuang was taken aback, hastily changing her course. Ao Shui spread her arms wide, conjuring 100 doppelgangers. These 100 replicas surrounded Ling Shuang like an intricate web, encircling her and Gu Chun completely. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, the embodiment of Ao Shui manifests in every direction, each clone possessing the formidable strength of a first-level harmonization realm cultivator. 100 clones equate to 100 such powerful beings, complemented by Ao Shui's own formidable presence, which is but a step away from the Great Ascension realm. Ling Shuang finds herself trapped without an escape. Ha ha, Ling Shuang, my dearest junior sister. Where will you flee to now? Ao Shui cackled madly, her voice piercing the air like that of a malevolent spirit. Ling Shuang ceased her flight, clutching Gu Chun tightly, fearful that Ao Shui might snatch him away from her. Ao Shui, I will not allow you to harm my Gu Chun, Ling Shuang declared resolutely. Upon hearing the phrase my Gu Chun, Ao Shui's visage contorted with rage as she emitted a shrill wail. Ling Shuang, tell me, why do you hold such affection for him? What makes him superior to me? Ao Shui interrogated vehemently. In response to Ao Shui's inquiries, Ling Shuang simply stated, because I like him. I like him. At that moment, Gu Chun fixated on Ao Shui, contemplating whether to bestow the fifth affiliation system upon her. The primary tenet of the fifth affiliation system is altruistic deeds. If I were to grant Ao Shui this system, could she transform into a benevolent individual? Would she relent towards me and my master? Could I wield the system to direct her? If that proves impossible, I could always sever her bond with the affiliation system. It is worth a try. This situation seems to demand the intervention of the system. Resolute in his decision, Gu Chun unhesitatingly activated the system. The system's voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The fifth affiliation system has been successfully bestowed and bound to Ao Shui, who shall become the host's fifth affiliation. The fifth affiliation system is a unique construct, possessing a merit value system and a corresponding merit shop. Upon completing 5 tasks, the host will gain access to a new affiliation system and its functionalities. Tasks have been refreshed. The host may select tasks for the fifth affiliation to undertake. Immediately, Ao Shui's task panel appeared within Gu Chun's consciousness. 1. Spare Ling Shuang and Gu Chun, facilitating their love. 2. Engage in mutual cultivation with Gu Chun. Mandatory task. Unlocks after the fifth affiliation completes 10 tasks. Ao Shui's tasks were limited to 2, 1 optional and 1 mandatory. Gu Chun had but one choice, to select the first task. Once the task was chosen, the system's voice echoed in Ao Shui's mind. Ding! The system has been bound. Ding! The merit shop has been activated. Task: spare Ling Shuang and Gu Chun, facilitating their love. Reward: 100 merit points. At that moment, Ling Shuang was conversing with Ao Shui. Senior sister, our union is impossible. We are both women and our ideals diverge. Please allow me and Gu Chun to be, and I shall forever cherish your kindness. Ling Shuang's words resonated in perfect harmony with the system's task, echoing simultaneously, one in Ao Shui's ear, the other in her mind. Upon hearing these words, Ao Shui was immediately engulfed by madness. Spare you? Impossible. If I were to spare you, who would spare me? I shall never grant your desires, you treacherous couple. Ling Shuang, since you are so resolute in protecting him, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As soon as Ao Shui's voice fell, 100 of her duplicates surged towards Ling Shuang, vowing to seize Gu Chun from her grasp and then, in front of Ling Shuang, to slay Gu Chun. Ling Shuang held Gu Chun tightly in her left arm, while her right hand gripped the heartless sword, attempting to fend off Ao Shui's assault. Gu Chun, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of dread. Oh no, Ao Shui truly intends to kill me. Are the system's tasks and my master's pleas in vain? No, I must safeguard myself. I cannot fall victim to her. With this thought, Gu Chun activated the inner cosmos and retrieved a palm-sized golden bell. This bell, known as the Golden Bell of Deliverance, is a 9th-tier magical artifact bestowed upon Gu Chun as a reward from the system after he completed a task. The Golden Bell of Deliverance is a treasured relic of the ancient Buddhist sect, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Capable of withstanding the full force of a Great Ascension expert's strike while ignoring all attacks from those beneath the Great Ascension realm. With this artifact, Gu Chun would be safe, perhaps? Chapter 91. The Golden Bell of Crossing Calamity. The Mad Aoshui Gu Chun grasped the Golden Bell of Crossing Calamity, channeling his own spiritual power according to the guidance in his mind. The moment it was activated, the bell soared from his hand, ascending above him and showering him in resplendent golden light. This brilliance coalesced into an inverted great bell, enveloping Gu Chun completely. Symbols flowed across its surface, and faintly, the chants of monks could be heard. Within the protective embrace of the bell, Gu Chun found solace. However, Ling Shuang did not appear by his side. She was repelled by the bell's power. The Golden Bell of Crossing Calamity could only protect one. It could not safeguard both itself and another. If Gu Chun sought to shield Ling Shuang, he would be cast out by the bell. In this dire situation, Gu Chun had no choice but to ensure his own safety. As for Ling Shuang, being Ao Shui's beloved junior sister, he was certain Ao Shui would never harm her. Seeing Gu Chun protected by the Golden Bell, Ling Shuang mused, "This is a defensive artifact of considerable quality. It must have been gifted to him by that little girl." Chang'e. Ao Shui's avatars immediately rushed toward Gu Chun, launching an assault. In an instant, crimson light engulfed the sky, obliterating all in its path. 100 avatars, each possessing the strength of the first stage of Tao integration, unleashed a relentless barrage upon Gu Chun. Each strike of the blood-red spiritual energy reverberated against the Golden Bell, causing it to emit an even more brilliant radiance, accompanied by the ethereal and profound sound of Buddhist chants. The chants, akin to the 6-character mantra, safeguarded Gu Chun's safety. Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Hum. The Golden Bell of Crossing Calamity proved impervious. No matter how fiercely Ao Shui's avatars attacked, they could not breach its defenses. Seeing this, Ling Shuang felt a wave of relief. Excellent. With such a means at his disposal, Gu Chun would be safe from Ao Shui's wrath. Ao Shui, however, was seething with anger, exclaiming, "You fool! Do you think that hiding inside will spare you from my wrath?" As she spoke, Ao Shui dispelled all her avatars, channeling their power into her own being. A tempestuous aura surged forth, casting a terrifying pressure across 100 miles. This overwhelming force could shatter mountains, instill fear in the flora, and send shivers through all living beings. Within 100 miles, cultivators sensed this immense pressure and fled in a panic. With her hair unkempt and a blood-red gown billowing ominously, Ao Shui radiated a crimson glow akin to fresh blood. At that moment, the space around her began to warp. "Gu Chun, you shall perish." Ao Shui's furious roar stirred the earth, conjuring a storm that swept across the clear skies. Ling Shuang, witnessing this, felt a chill of dread. This is bad. Ao Shui's power has grown formidable. Clutching her heartless sword, she prepared to confront Ao Shui. Yet, the moment she struck, Ao Shui suddenly vanished from sight. So fast. Too fast. Even a practitioner of Ling Shui's caliber could scarcely follow. In the blink of an eye, Ao Shui had teleported directly before Gu Chun. With a defiant flourish, Ao Shui thrust her palms forward, striking heavily upon the Golden Bell. As the impact resonated, a crimson surge of spiritual energy enveloped the bell, warping the surrounding space as if it were on the brink of collapse. This blow rivaled the full-force attack of a Great Ascension expert. Witnessing this, Ling Shuang cried out in alarm. "No." Ao Shui let out a maniacal laughter, believing that Gu Chun had been utterly annihilated. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, and a resounding chime echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The dewy golden bell dispelled Ao Shue's spell, safeguarding Gu Chun. Upon seeing Gu Chun unharmed, Ao Shue's composure shattered completely. Impossible! How can you still be alive? Just as her words faded, a crisp crack resounded. A nearly imperceptible fissure appeared in the golden silhouette of the dewy golden bell. Gu Chun recalled the descriptions of the bell, which could withstand the full might of a great ascension expert. Ao Shue's recent attack had indeed reached that formidable level. Should she unleash a similar assault once more? The defenses of the dewy golden bell would surely crumble, placing Gu Chun in grave peril. As anxiety gripped Gu Chun's heart, Ling Shuang, wielding the heartless sword, charged towards Ao Shue. Given Ao Shue's prowess, she could effortlessly evade or counter the strike. Yet, she chose neither to dodge nor defend. She wished to ascertain whether Ling Shuang would genuinely act against her. The blade approached, and blood spattered forth as Ling Shuang pierced Ao Shue's chest. Ling Shuang, you would strike me for the sake of a man. Ao Shue's eyes brimmed with disappointment and sorrow as she grasped the sword's hilt, the keen edge slicing through her delicate palm. Ao Shue, why did you not evade? Ling Shuang inquired. I wanted to see what weight I hold in your heart. Ao Shue replied, a bitter smile gracing her lips, a solitary tear of despair escaping the corner of her eye. Now you understand, do you not? Ling Shuang stated. I understand now. I finally understand. Ao Shue's smile faded, her exquisite features twisting into a grotesque and fearsome visage. A blood-red glow emanated from her palm as she clenched it tightly, shattering the heartless sword in an instant. Ling Shuang, since he is so significant to you, then you shall both perish together. I shall grant you this. Let you be a pair of doomed lovers. Ao Shue cackled madly, then swiftly struck towards Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang barely evaded the attack, narrowly escaping the blow. Immediately thereafter, Ao Shue conjured a spell, unleashing a vast expanse of crimson silk that blotted out the sun, enveloping Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang, using her hand as a blade, attempted to sever the red silk. Gu Chun, witnessing this, felt a surge of dread. This is bad. She intends to strike against my master. What should I do? What can I do to resolve this crisis? What rewards has the system granted me that can counter this peril? Gu Chun's mind raced, quickly recalling two items, the 9th tier Time-I Divine Killing Talisman and the Chaos Artifact, the Wanja Star Disc. Without hesitation, Gu Chun opened his inner cosmos and retrieved these two artifacts. At that moment, Ling Shuang had become ensnared by the Crimson Silk. The Crimson Silk, a 9th tier treasure, was forged by Ao Shue using 100,000 drops of blood, rendering it indestructible and capable of ensnaring all things. Layer upon layer of the silk tightly enveloped Ling Shuang. As she attempted to unleash her spells, a radiant white light erupted from her being in a desperate bid to break free from the silken bindings. However, the crimson silk merely quivered before tightening its grip even further. Ling Shuang, this dead end is of your own making. But fear not, once I have slain you, I shall preserve your corpse with utmost care. Your remains will forever accompany me in my cultivation, in my slumber, and in my ascension to immortality. From this moment forth, nothing shall ever separate us. Ha 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 ha. Ao Shue exclaimed with a manic expression. Ling Shuang felt a primal aversion and dread towards Ao Shue's deranged demeanor. At that moment, Gu Chun had activated the Tai-Bai Divine Killing Talisman. In an instant, a colossal beam of white sword light, stretching for thousands of meters, pierced through the heavens and earth, darting towards Ao Shue like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the imminent danger, Ao Shue utilized her unparalleled speed to narrowly evade the strike. As the sword light dissipated, the crimson silk was shattered by the blow. Although the strike did not hit Ao Shue, it had destroyed a significant portion of her silk. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shuang freed herself from the binding. Master, come to me, Gu Chun shouted to Ling Shuang. Without hesitation, she soared toward him. Ao Shue glared at Ling Shuang and Gu Chun with fury, exclaiming, "You all shall perish." Channeling her vital essence, Ao Shue unleashed her most formidable attack, the ruthless path Blood Fiend Red Lotus. In an instant, a scarlet lotus blossomed beneath Ao Shue's feet. Each petal of the lotus, formed from boundless killing intent, glimmered like razor-sharp blades. With a piercing scream, Ao Shue commanded the lotus to spin, stirring the heavens and earth into a blood-red vortex as countless petals shot forth, infused with malevolent intent, toward Ling Shuang and Gu Chun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Chun hastily maneuvered the dewy golden bell closer to Ling Shuang. As they approached, a multitude of petals was already hurtling toward them. The petals struck the dewy golden bell, causing an increasing number of fissures to appear on its surface, as if it were on the verge of shattering. One petal grazed Ling Shuang's thigh, instantly obliterating the pristine white flesh, leaving only exposed bone. In this critical moment, Gu Chun finally succeeded in activating the Myriad Realm Star Disk. The disk emanated a powerful spatial force, enveloping both Gu Chun and Ling Shuang. Under the influence of this force, they vanished without a trace, leaving Aoshue in a state of madness. Chapter 92, System Punishment, Task. To become Gu Chun's master amidst the dense forest, the vibrant sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a warm glow upon Gu Chun's handsome visage. With a soft murmur, Gu Chun gradually opened his eyes. Huh? Why do I feel faint? Where am I? Rising from the ground, he clutched the cosmic star plate in his hand, while beside him lay the now-shrunken golden bell of crossing calamities. As he stood, a heavy sensation overwhelmed him, a dizziness akin to having consumed 2 gin of counterfeit wine. This feeling was merely a byproduct of spatial transportation, a normal occurrence that would fade with subsequent travels. At that moment, a voice echoed in Gu Chun's mind. Due to the 5th subordinate harboring murderous intent towards the host, in violation of the system's safety protocols, the system will enact punishment upon the 5th subordinate. Punishment method: a fall of 3 major realms and task reset. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Gu Chun couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What? A fall of 3 major realms? That punishment is indeed severe. The higher the realm, the more arduous the cultivation. How long would it take for Aoshue to recover from such a setback? Nevertheless, it is fitting. A madwoman like her deserves a stern reprimand from the system. She nearly brought ruin upon both myself and my master. If not for the cosmic star plate, we would have faced dire consequences. Wait, where is my master? I distinctly remember her teleporting with me. Ling Shuang had indeed teleported alongside Gu Chun. However, the location to which she was sent was slightly askew, now placed beneath a grand tree some 20 miles away from Gu Chun. Underneath the towering tree, which could only be embraced by several individuals, Ling Shuang also opened her eyes. Gu Chun. The first thing she did upon awakening was call out his name. At that moment, a sharp pain surged through her. Looking down, she found that her left thigh had lost all flesh and blood. Hastily, she summoned her spiritual energy to restore her physical form. Suddenly, she realized her spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and her realm was plummeting at an alarming pace. Ling Shuang was filled with dread. How could this be? Why is my spiritual energy dissipating? Why can I no longer control it within me? As her thigh healed, her realm had already descended to the nascent soul stage. Fear gripped Ling Shuang. Could it be that what Chang'e said was true? The path of absolute emotion cannot reach the harmonized realm, and if one forcibly attempts to cultivate to that stage, a single injury would cause them to lose all their cultivation and become an ordinary person. As she pondered, her nascent soul shattered, and her realm fell to the golden core stage. With this decline, the influence of the path of absolute emotion on Ling Shuang's character diminished. Her true essence began to resurface. The original her was on the verge of reclaiming her body. Leaning against the great tree, Ling Shuang stood up, her heart racing with anxiety. Just then, Gu Chun's voice echoed from afar. Master, where are you? Your disciple has come to find you. Upon hearing Gu Chun's voice, a complex expression crossed Ling Shuang's face. No, I cannot let him know my current state. If he discovers that I have lost my cultivation, how can I still be his master? Upon reflecting on this, Ling Shuang summoned the remnants of her power to invoke her supernatural abilities, transforming into the likeness of Kair. However, a wave of unease washed over her. Should Gu Chun return to Yupan City and encounter Kair, her ruse would be unveiled. Therefore, Ling Shuang altered her appearance once more, crafting a visage that bore a resemblance to both Kair and her youthful self, while also echoing the features of a long-deceased elder from the Hehuan sect whom she had vanquished. Once her transformation was complete, her cultivation had regrettably plummeted to the Qi refinement stage. There was no time for panic, as Gu Chun was already approaching. To conceal her true identity from him, Ling Shuang tore at her sleeves and tousled her hair, rendering herself disheveled. At that moment, her cultivation was entirely stripped away, leaving her an ordinary mortal. Despite the loss of her power, her appearance remained that of her transformation. The sound of crunching leaves echoed as Gu Chun treaded carefully through the forest. Drawing nearer to Ling Shuang's position, overwhelmed by anxiety, she hid behind a tree, too fearful to confront him. Gu Chun, upon noticing her, smiled warmly and called out, Master, you must hide well. Your disciple is here to find you. Behind the trunk. Ling Shuang's heart raced as she silently chanted to herself, I must not let him discover my true identity. Gu Chun, stealthily approaching, peeked around the tree and exclaimed, "Found you, master." Startled, Ling Shuang cried, Who? Who is your master?" "I am not your master." Gu Chun scrutinized Ling Shuang's appearance and remarked, "Indeed. This does not resemble my master. Yet, I am aware of your ability to change forms. You once transformed into Sister Jiang Yin to tease me. Are you attempting to employ the same trick again?" He chuckled. "If you are not my master, then who is?" Ling Shuang insisted, "Look closely. I am but a mortal, devoid of any cultivation. How could I possibly be your master?" Gu Chun extended his spiritual awareness to examine her closely. Indeed, there was not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from her. Furrowing his brow, Gu Chun accessed Ling Shuang's system panel. Ling Shuang. Number 1 vassal. Human. Female. Realm, none. Affection level towards host, 888. Destiny value, 99. Tasks completed, 11. Upon viewing her panel, Gu Chun was taken aback. Master has lost her cultivation? What could have transpired? She harbors no ill will towards me, and the system has not punished her. How could she be without a realm? Is it possible she is merely hiding her aura? Unlikely. Even if she concealed her energy, the system panel would reveal the truth. At that moment, Gu Chun recalled the words of Chang'e. The heartless path is a fragmentary evil art. Those who cultivate it gain immense offensive power and the ability to slay foes beyond their level. Yet they lose their humanity, becoming mere puppets of destruction. Those who cultivate the path of indifference are destined to never attain the realm of harmony, with their highest potential capped at the 9th layer of the illusory void. Should one attempt to forcibly reach the realm of harmony, a single injury would result in the complete dissolution of their cultivation, rendering them an ordinary mortal. Could it be that my master has forcibly ascended to the realm of harmony? Indeed, that seems plausible. Prior to our teleportation, my master sustained an injury, which explains her current condition. Contemplating this, Gu Chun could not help but feel a twinge of concern. My master is a fiercely determined individual. Can she truly accept the sudden transition to a mere mortal? How might I assist her? Is there any possibility that the system could aid her in regaining her cultivation? With that thought, Gu Chun accessed Ling Shuang's mission panel. 1. Part ways with Gu Chun and cultivate alone. 2. Take Gu Chun as a mentor and become her disciple. Upon seeing the second task, Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback. What? Does it really suggest that my master recognized me as her mentor? Is that appropriate? Wouldn't that be a reversal of the natural order? A disciple becoming the master, while the master becomes the disciple. Oh, system, you certainly have a knack for mischief. Are you not setting me up for disloyalty? Yet, I find it quite delightful. Chapter 93, Little Sister, what is your name? Under the unwavering gaze of Gu Chun, Ling Shuang felt increasingly anxious. Why does he keep staring at me? Has he uncovered my true identity? Despite my use of divine powers to alter my appearance and the loss of my cultivation, how could he still recognize me? Could it be that he has developed feelings for me again? Gu Chun, you incorrigible flirt. You fall for every woman you meet. I despise you. Had I known of your capricious nature, I would never have offered myself to you. Ling Shuang's inner thoughts were fully discerned by Gu Chun. While Ling Shuang possessed the ability to change her form at will, Gu Chun wielded the heart-linking talisman, which allowed him to hear the thoughts of others. In the presence of the heart-linking talisman, all secrets would be laid bare. Upon hearing Ling Shuang's thoughts, Gu Chun felt a surge of delight. Oh, my esteemed master. How can you be so endearing? Indeed, I am a hopeless romantic, but you are unique to me, irreplaceable in every way, my one and only master. Soon, you shall become my disciple. Hee. Master, how do you intend to handle this task? Gu Chun, unfazed by the task selection, retracted his gaze and inquired gently, Little sister, what is your name? The term little sister sent Ling Shuang into a frenzy. How dare you call me that, you rebellious disciple? I am your master. How can you be so insubordinate? You unfilial apprentice. Yet, perhaps this is not so bad. At least it indicates that he has not discovered my true identity, and I have successfully concealed it. With that thought, Ling Shuang opened her mouth and said, I am called Wanner. Ling Shuang seldom lied, and whenever she did, her eyes would involuntarily glance to the left. Gu Chun smiled slightly and asked, Sister Wanner, where are we? What? This is the forest of longing. Ling Shuang hesitated, her expression flustered, fabricating a name on the spot. Observing her discomfort, Gu Chun felt a sense of joy within. Oh, the forest of longing. Then, Sister Wanner, why are you here? Where are your family? Gu Chun continued his inquiries. Ling Shuang was not adept at lying or fabricating stories, and under Gu Chun's relentless questioning, She felt a surge of irritation rising within her. I don't know. Don't ask me. Ling Shuang pouted, turning her head away, her sulky demeanor remarkably endearing. Seeing this, Gu Chun feigned deep affection and asked, Sister Wanner, have you ever encountered an exceptionally beautiful woman? Her name is Ling Shuang, the woman I cherish most dearly. She is of great significance to me. At his words, Ling Shuang's heart skipped a beat. He claims I am his most beloved woman. Does he truly love me so? If that is the case, then why is he seeking that blue-haired woman? Ling Shuang turned to face Gu Chun, locking eyes with him, and questioned, You say she is your most beloved woman? I do not believe it. A handsome man like you must be quite the charmer. How could you possibly be devoted to a single woman? Gu Chun lifted his gaze to the heavens and spoke in a somber tone, I love only her, for she is the sole moonlight in my heart. Should this life not allow us to be together, I would gladly embrace death. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang hastily interjected, I do not want you to die. Gu Chun cast a sidelong glance at her and retorted, I was speaking of my master, Ling Shuang. What concern is it of yours, you little brat? Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed with indignation. It is my concern. A faint smile graced Gu Chun's lips as he proceeded to select a task. Once the task was chosen, a voice resonated within Ling Shuang's mind. Task: become Gu Chun's disciple. Reward: completion of the upper volume of the Taichu Xianin record. The words of the system drove Ling Shuang into a frenzy, akin to 1,000 billion alpacas stampeding within her heart. Become Gu Chun's disciple? How could that be possible? I am his master. How could I, in turn, become his disciple? That would be a reversal of the natural order. No. This task is utterly unacceptable. Even if the conditions were enticing beyond measure, I refuse to comply. I would rather forsake cultivation for a lifetime, living as an ordinary mortal, and perish in this world than fulfill this task. System, I shall not fall for your tricks again. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Chun overheard her inner turmoil and smirked with cold amusement. Hmph, master, I do not believe you can truly resist. Just then, a sudden gust of foul wind swept through the air. As the saying goes, dragons emerge from clouds, tigers from winds. The stench heralded a thunderous roar reverberating through the mountains. Soon, a 5-meter-long, vividly striped tiger materialized before them. This was an unawakened spiritual beast, possessing strength equivalent to that of the nascent soul stage, reigning as the tyrant of this forest, having claimed the lives of countless cultivators. Upon sighting the tiger, Ling Shuang immediately formed a hand gesture, striking a pose as she bellowed, Bold beast, prepare to meet your end. The tiger, initially poised to pounce, was momentarily daunted by Ling Shuang's imposing demeanor. However, it soon realized that she posed no real threat. Feeling mocked, the tiger's fury ignited, and it unleashed a furious roar. Ling Shuang maintained her stance, yet was unable to conjure any spells. Gu Chun cleared his throat and remarked, Little sister, what are you doing? Ling Shuang, caught off guard, stammered, I am not doing anything. At that moment, the tiger lunged forward. Without hesitation, Gu Chun drew the white rainbow sword that Ling Shuang had once bestowed upon him, and, as the beast charged, he thrust the blade toward its heart. Falling sunset. With a resounding explosion, the searing sunfire ignited, shattering the tiger's heart and obliterating its chest, dismantling its meridians. Gu Chun did not relent, gripping the sword with both hands. He delivered a decisive strike. With a swift motion, a silvery sword light flashed, and the scorching blood of the tiger gushed forth. The massive head of the beast rolled to the ground. In an instant, the once mighty creature collapsed, utterly devoid of strength. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Gu Chun executed his movements with a clean precision, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. Even in the eyes of the battle-hardened Ling Shuang, Gu Chun's performance was nothing short of exemplary. What remarkable skill, truly deserving of being my heartless fairy disciple. Ling Shuang mused inwardly. With a flourish, Gu Chun swung his sword, flinging the blood from the blade before sheathing it with finesse. What do you think? Am I handsome? Gu Chun inquired. Ling Shuang turned her head away, dismissively retorting, Handsome? Nonsense, how vain. No sooner had she spoken than her stomach audibly protested with a rumble. Presently, Ling Shuang had lost her cultivation and become an ordinary mortal. She could no longer fast or shun the mundane needs of life as she once did. Now, she experienced hunger, thirst, and the necessity for bodily functions. Covering her protesting belly, she bore an expression of embarrassment. Little sister, are you hungry? Gu Chun asked. Not at all, Ling Shuang declared with a haughty air. Yet, despite her words, her body betrayed her with a gurgle. Chapter 94. The struggles of being mortal. As dusk descended, the forest was alive with flickering flames. Gu Chun skillfully sliced several pieces of tiger meat. skewering them for roasting over the fire, where they sizzled and released an enticing aroma. Ling Shuang, resembling a small rabbit, sat quietly beside him, watching intently. All right, it's ready. Eat up, Gu Chun said, handing the skewers to Ling Shuang. Having been ravenous for quite some time, she eagerly accepted the meat and indulged in it with delight. This is delicious. Gu Chun's culinary skills are truly exceptional. It is a great joy to savor his creations. Observing Ling Shuang devour her meal, Gu Chun wore a benevolent smile akin to that of an elder brother. He retrieved a teapot from his spatial pouch, boiling a pot of spiritual tea with the jade-like water from Yupan City to quench Ling Shuang's thirst. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Ling Shuang's expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, it's coming, she exclaimed, quickly rising to wipe the grease from her hands onto her clothes before darting into the nearby bushes. Wonder, where are you going? Gu Chun inquired with concern. Standing up, huddled on the ground, her face flushed with embarrassment, Ling Shuang retorted, Don't come over. If you do, I swear I'll kill you. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chun understood her predicament. The plight of mortals. They cannot escape the basic needs of life. How much better it is to be an immortal, free from the burdens of sustenance and the trivialities of existence. After a moment, Ling Shuang returned, still blushing. Gu Chun regarded her with a knowing smile, while she shot him an irritated glare. At that moment, Ling Shuang's thoughts were consumed with determination. I can no longer remain immortal. I must cultivate. I must return to my former realm. Yet, the thought of cultivation brought her inner turmoil. Would she have to continue down the path of the emotionless doctrine? She had already tasted its bitter consequences and wished not to endure them again. If she were to abandon the emotionless doctrine, what alternative could she pursue? After much contemplation, Ling Shuang resolved to cultivate the primordial Yin record. This technique, a superior celestial level skill, was born from the first wisp of Yin energy that coalesced during the creation of the universe. It is among the most powerful techniques in existence. If she were to master this skill, ascending to immortality would no longer be a mere fantasy for Ling Shuang. Additionally, during her last system quest, she had been rewarded with the innate Yin physique, a constitution that rivaled Gu Chun's innate pure Yang physique. This body was ideally suited for the primordial Yin record. However, Ling Shuang currently possessed only a few pages of the record, rendering comprehensive cultivation impossible. The only way to obtain the complete text was to fulfill system tasks and take Gu Chun as her master. The mere thought of submitting to Gu Chun filled her with a profound sense of resistance. Just as Ling Shuang wrestled with her internal conflict, a gentle melody reached her ears. Gu Chun, seated by the fire, softly clapped his hands in rhythm, singing a tender ballad. Moonlight hue, fragrance of a maiden. Tear-severed swords, affection lingers long. His voice intertwined with the crackling of the fire, playing upon the strings of Ling Shuang's heart. Resting her chin in her hand, she gazed dreamily at Gu Chun. As the drowsiness crept in unnoticed, Ling Shuang succumbed to fatigue, her head tilting as she drifted into slumber. Observing her serene form, Gu Chun gently draped his garment over her. I wonder if that arrogant snow has sought trouble with my senior sister. I suspect that after the system's punishment, she would no longer stand a chance against her. I must inform my senior sister of my current predicament, so as to spare her any concern. With this thought in mind, Gu Chun accessed Chang Yi's system panel and initiated a mental communication. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yupan City, Chang Yi was engulfed in worry over Gu Chun's situation. Suddenly, Gu Chun's voice resonated in her mind. Senior sister, please respond. Upon hearing his voice, Chang Yi's heart soared, and she promptly replied with her thoughts. Junior brother, how are you faring? That mad woman of a master has harmed you, has she? I'm fine. I managed to evade her pursuit. She shouldn't be able to find me now, Gu Chun reassured her. Where exactly are you? Chang Yi inquired. I'm not quite sure where I am. Gu Chun admitted. Oh, I see. As long as you're safe, that's a relief. You nearly frightened me to death. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to carry on, she said, tears spilling from her eyes. Senior sister, there's no need to worry. I believe we shall reunite soon. Gu Chun comforted her. Where is our master? Chang Yi suddenly pressed. Our master is right beside me, Gu Chun replied. Chang Yi wiped her tears, a mischievous smile gracing her face, incongruous with her usual demeanor. Junior brother, do tell me how you managed to win our master over. That is a bit complicated to explain. Let us save it for when we meet again. Communicating this way is rather exhausting, Gu Chun replied hastily. Then do tell me. Does our master make any sounds? Is her voice more melodious than yours? Gu Chun found himself at a loss for words in response to Chang Yi's inquiries. After some back and forth, he quickly stated, "Senior sister, this mental communication is quite draining. Let us pause for now. I promise to reach out when I can. Farewell." With that, he severed the connection. A smile graced Chang Yi's lips. "Junior brother, you truly possess remarkable skills. Even a woman like our master has fallen for you. I had underestimated your abilities." Afterward, Gu Chun reached out to Long Qingshi, soothing her emotions as well. Having accomplished these tasks, he opened his attribute allocation panel, preparing to expend all his remaining points. Presently, he had 90 points at his disposal, which he intended to allocate entirely to his appearance. Master, I shall become handsome enough to captivate you." Gu Chun initially aimed to invest all 90 points into his looks, but upon reaching a total of 250 points, he found himself unable to allocate any further. The system promptly issued a notification. The attributes of beauty have reached the utmost limits of this realm. If the host desires to continue enhancing them, one must ascend to a higher plane. Ah, is this truly the limit? I had believed it could be infinitely augmented. With 11 points remaining, it is insufficient to increase the destiny value. And there is no need to enhance the fundamental attributes of attack, defense, and speed, so I shall allocate them to comprehension. After exhausting all the enhancement points, Gu Chun meticulously scrutinized the attribute panel. Gu Chun, attack, 1890, speed, 1130, defense, 113, comprehension, 99, beauty, reached the upper limit of this realm. Destiny value, 132. Following the transportation of Gu Chun and Ling Shuang, the system's punishment descended upon Ao Shui. Ao Shui's realm plummeted rapidly. Descending from the pinnacle of the 9th level of the harmonious path to the zenith of the 9th level of the nascent soul, this fall in her realm brought a sudden calm to the once frenzied Ao Shui. "My realm, what has happened to me? How could this be?" As she pondered, the system's voice echoed in Ao Shui's mind. "Due to your intent to kill Gu Chun, you have violated the system's safety protocols, and thus, the system shall impose punishment upon you. Punishment method, a descent of 3 major realms, task reset. Please adhere to the system's guidance, do not defy its will, and focus on completing the tasks assigned by the system. There remains a chance to restore your original realm. Should you continue down this misguided path, you will be utterly obliterated by the system." Upon hearing the system's voice, Ao Shui stood frozen, her worldview shattered. The following morning, Ling Shuang awoke from her slumber. Noticing the garment draped over her, a sweet smile graced her face. "Hmph, you do care for me." Just as she was contemplating this, an urgent call of nature surged upon her. Ling Shuang inwardly cursed. "Being a mortal is truly unpleasant. I no longer wish to remain one." Subsequently, she hastily rose from the ground and concealed herself behind a thicket, relieving herself of the burdens of the night. Chapter 95, The Stench of the Master and the Profound Intruchi. As Ling Shuang awoke, Gu Chun had prepared a sumptuous breakfast for her, now a mere mortal. While partaking in the meal, Ling Shuang's enchanting eyes were fixated on Gu Chun, pondering the transformation she observed. What had transpired overnight that he appeared so remarkably handsome? Was it merely an illusion, or had he truly become more attractive? With Gu Chun's striking features occupying her thoughts, Ling Shuang finished her breakfast. Subsequently, she accompanied Gu Chun as they prepared to depart from the vast forest. The expanse of the forest was astonishing after a day and night of walking. They found themselves no closer to an exit. During this time, Gu Chun had offered to carry Ling Shuang out of the forest. Yet the stubborn Ling Shuang declined his kind gesture. Her pride as a master prevented her from relying too heavily on Gu Chun. Unable to dissuade her, Gu Chun resigned himself to walking alongside her. After a day and night of travel, Ling Shuang began to feel pain in her feet. Gu Chun noticed something amiss. Observing her altered gait, "Sister Wana, what troubles you? Are your feet hurting? Why do you walk so awkwardly?" he inquired. Still addressing her as Sister Wana and refraining from revealing her true identity, Ling Shuang, maintaining her stubborn facade, insisted, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt." Gu Chun chuckled helplessly, saying, "Oh, do not force yourself. There's a stone ahead. Sit down so I can see what is wrong." Under his gentle concern, Ling Shuang reluctantly perched herself on the stone. Gu Chun knelt beside her and grasped her left ankle. After their arduous journey, her once pristine shoes were now sullied, the soles caked with dirt. Gu Chun, undeterred by the grime, removed her shoes. As he did so, Ling Shuang's body tensed, an involuntary swallow betraying her anxiety. Despite their previous intimacy, Gu Chun's touch still ignited a nervous flutter within her. Once the shoes were off, an unpleasant yet faintly fragrant odor wafted forth. Embarrassed, Ling Shuang averted her gaze, mortified at the thought that her feet could smell so foul. Gu Chun peered closely and noticed that Ling Shuang's once immaculate white socks were now dirty. "Please, do not look," she chided playfully, attempting to retract her foot. Yet, her strength paled in comparison to Gu Chun's, and despite her efforts, her soiled little foot remained securely in his grasp. "Be good, don't move," Gu Chun soothingly reassured her. He then removed her socks, revealing a small blister on her delicate foot, her skin as soft and tender as an infant's, unmarred by the rigors of time. In her days as a cultivator, her body had been shielded by spiritual energy even after a decade of walking. She would have suffered no harm. Yet now, bereft of her powers, her fragile foot had succumbed to the wear of their journey. The blister was small, crystal clear, resembling a tiny bead of water. There was no need to puncture it yet, but Ling Shuang could not continue walking. If she persisted, the blister would swell and risk infection. Upon noticing Gu Chun fixating on her feet, Ling Shuang blushed and softly inquired, "What is the matter?" "It's just a small blister. Do not worry," Gu Chun replied gently. With that, he summoned from within his spatial pouch the foot basin he had used for quite some time. Seeing the familiar basin, Ling Shuang mused, "Surely he does not intend to wash my feet again?" Subsequently, Gu Chun produced the spring water he used for brewing tea. He delicately washed Ling Shuang's little feet, followed by her socks and shoes. Holding her socks in one hand and her shoes in the other, he channeled the pure yang energy within him, using its warmth to dry her socks and shoes. After completing this task, he squatted down to help Ling Shuang put on her footwear. Ling Shuang pouted, feigning displeasure, yet secretly delighted. "Hmph, Gu Chun is rather considerate." However, she soon realized a troubling thought. "I now resemble someone else, not my true self. And yet he cares for me so much? Gu Chun, you fickle heartthrob. Why are you tender towards everyone? How can you be so kind to me? I do not wish for your kindness." Ling Shuang found herself enviously grappling with her own feelings. Gu Chun found her inner turmoil rather amusing. "All right, little stinky feet. You cannot walk any longer," he said, rising with a smile. "My feet are not stinky," Ling Shuang retorted, indignant. A faint smile graced Gu Chun's lips as he turned, slightly crouching, and said, "Come now, I will carry you." "I do not need you to carry me. I can walk by myself," Ling Shuang insisted. "Is that so? If you continue walking, you might burst the blister, and your little foot will be in ruins," Gu Chun feigned a warning. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang finally relented, wrapping her arms around his neck. Feeling the softness against his back, Gu Chun chuckled heartily. After a considerable time, he finally emerged from the woods with Ling Shuang on his back. As they stepped out of the thicket, they encountered a woodcutter. "Good sir, what place is this?" Gu Chun inquired of the woodcutter. "Ah, this is the evil tiger forest," the woodcutter replied. Gu Chun, with a meaningful glance at Ling Shuang, remarked, "Evil tiger forest. The forest of longing. Intriguing." The term forest of longing was a whimsical invention of Ling Shuang's. Realizing her fib had been exposed, Ling Shuang stubbornly countered. It was once called the forest of longing. Her obstinacy was akin to stone. She would never admit her mistake. Gu Chun chose not to tease her further, for he wished to ascertain their current location and how far they were from Yupan City. However, the woodcutter was merely an ordinary man, one who had never ventured far beyond his home, and thus knew only the nearby areas, leaving him ignorant of anything beyond. After much inquiry, Gu Chun gleaned little of what he sought. Nonetheless, he learned from the woodcutter of a nearby town and resolved to take Ling Shuang there, allowing her to experience the mundane life she had never known. At that moment, Ling Shuang suddenly felt a jolt in her body and turned her gaze toward the north. She sensed an extraordinary force beckoning her from that direction. In the northern skies, 150 miles away, hundreds of cultivators surged like locusts, pursuing a swirling mass of ink-black energy. This enigmatic energy was no ordinary phenomenon. It was the profound Yin essence born from the realm of extreme darkness, a treasure nurtured by nature itself. For those with a cold and constitution, acquiring even a wisp of this profound Yin essence could lead to a transformative rebirth, elevating them to the status of formidable powers in their domains. Should this essence be refined into a magical artifact, it would undoubtedly become a supreme treasure that could astound the world. This mass of profound Yin essence sped southward with remarkable swiftness, relentlessly pursued by hundreds of determined cultivators. "Haha, the profound Yin essence is mine," one of them thought. "If I can present it to that esteemed individual, her delight will surely reward me handsomely. Perhaps even with a 9th-tier elixir." However, another voice within him cautioned, "Stop daydreaming. First, you must catch it." Indeed, the profound Yin essence was escaping swiftly. Where could it possibly be heading? Outside the fierce tiger forest, Gu Chun hoisted Ling Shuang onto his back, intending to head toward a nearby town. Suddenly, he felt an intensely cold aura approaching him, prompting a sense of imminent danger. Gu Chun quickly set Ling Shuang down and unsheathed the white rainbow sword, but soon sheathed it again in favor of a crimson sword. This weapon, known as the Red Sky Sword, was a high-tier magical artifact bestowed upon him as a reward after Long Qishu completed her third task. Gripping the hilt firmly, Gu Chun drew the sword with a forceful motion, causing the blade to emerge with a dazzling red glow that illuminated the surroundings, heating the air. As he wielded the Red Sky Sword, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent sword!" Ling Shuang, observing the sword in his hand, mused, "When did Gu Chun acquire such a fine weapon? It must have been given to him by that little girl Chang'e. Hmph. She was quite generous to part with such a treasure, even better than my white rainbow sword." A pang of jealousy stirred within her. At that moment, the profound Yin essence came into view for Gu Chun, who simultaneously sensed the presence of those hundreds of cultivators. Goodness, so many of them, he thought. No more pretenses. It's time to flee. I had hoped to impress my master, but it seems that's not going to happen. I certainly do not wish to clash with such a multitude. He resheathed the Red Sky Sword, swiftly scooping Ling Shuang up in a princess carry. With a flushed face and pursed lips, she playfully protested. "Why are you holding me like this?" "There's no time for explanations," Gu Chun declared. He then stomped his foot, releasing the pure yang energy within him to conjure a golden dragon. With a powerful leap, he ascended onto the dragon's back. The golden dragon raised its head and roared into the skies, soaring aloft with Gu Chun and Ling Shuang in its embrace. The golden dragon was conjured by Gu Chun through a spell known as Dragon Ascending the Nine Heavens, a ninth-tier enchantment bestowed upon him by the system. The golden dragon soared into the sky, executing the spell with grace. In the blink of an eye, it traversed several dozen miles. Gu Chun cradled Ling Shuang in his arms as he swiftly soared eastward. The Xianyin true energy suddenly curved in midair, following Gu Chun on his journey to the east. Chapter 96, The Master's Fortune. Protecting the Master in the vast sky, Gu Chun stood upon a golden dragon, holding Ling Shuang in his embrace, swiftly soaring towards the east. Yet, a dark mist relentlessly pursued him. As Gu Chun flew eastward, it mirrored his path, matching his pace with alarming speed. Even with the dragon's ascendancy technique, Gu Chun found himself outpaced, and it would not be long before the entity caught up to him. Anxiety gnawed at Gu Chun. He was baffled by this ominous presence that seemed intent on following him. To compound his distress, a throng of several hundred cultivators trailed behind the dark mist. Glancing back at the encroaching sinister energy, he silently cursed, "Damn it! Get away from me! I wish to avoid trouble. All I desire is to live serenely as a handsome man, to cultivate a profound love with my master, and to win her heart completely." Suddenly, the dark energy transformed into a pitch-black beam, accelerating 100-fold. Before Gu Chun could fully comprehend the shift, it had darted beside him, scrutinizing him like a cunning serpent. "You wretched thing, begone!" Gu Chun shouted in fury. At that moment, the Qi Shao sword at his back emitted a resonant hum, leaping from its sheath into his grasp. Armed with the sword, he was poised to strike at the dark energy. Just as he was about to act, Ling Shuang spoke. "Gu Chun, it seems to be calling to me." No sooner had the words left her lips than the dark energy surged forth, racing towards Ling Shuang in his arms. Upon entering her body, it enveloped her in an eerie chill. Instantly, a unique power erupted from within her, casting Gu Chun aside. Now floating in the air, Ling Shuang was surrounded by a swirling mass of dark energy. "Master, Wana, what has happened to you?" Gu Chun exclaimed in alarm, nearly calling out her name. Yet, Ling Shuang offered no reply. Her body was no longer under her control. The dark energy was reshaping her form, nourishing her meridians. This was her grand fortune. With this opportunity, the ascension to immortality would no longer be a distant dream for Ling Shuang. Though her body was beyond her command, her consciousness remained lucid. She observed as a third-party witness, watching her body undergo transformation by the dark energy while Gu Chun anxiously called out beside her. Each time Gu Chun attempted to approach Ling Shuang, he was repelled by the dark energy, making any escape impossible. Panic surged within Gu Chun as the group of cultivators drew closer. Among them were 3 swift god transformation experts, now less than a kilometer away. "The dark energy is with that woman. No wonder it has been fleeing. It must have been drawn to her," one of the experts mused. "I still need to present the dark energy to that esteemed individual. I cannot allow these two to seize it." The 3 god transformation experts exchanged quick words. Soaring towards Gu Chun, he yearned to take Ling Shuang and flee, but the dark energy continually thwarted his attempts, keeping him at bay from her. Upon witnessing this, Gu Chun could not help but unleash an outburst of anger. What a stroke of misfortune! How could such a calamity arise? In the midst of his words, a formidable being at the transformation realm had already launched an attack on Ling Shuang. The assailant raised a finger, and a violet beam of light shot towards Ling Shuang like a bolt of lightning. Observing this, Gu Chun maneuvered his golden dragon and swiftly surged ahead of Ling Shuang, wielding the Qishao sword. With a fierce swing, the crimson blade intercepted the enemy's assault. The violet light shattered like fireworks, splattering across Gu Chun's body. As long as I am here, none shall harm her. Gu Chun's voice thundered, and the golden dragon beneath him let out a furious roar, while the Qishao sword emitted a sanguine glow, thirsting for blood. Ling Shuang, touched by Gu Chun's act of protection, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude swell within her. My disciple is safeguarding me. Yet, in an instant, her gratitude transformed into apprehension. The enemy was a master of the transformation realm, while Gu Chun was merely at the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly contend with such foes? I cannot allow Gu Chun to endanger himself on my behalf. Darn that Xianin True Qi, let me move already. However, I have lost my cultivation. Even if I could move, what could I possibly do? At that moment, the transformation realm expert who had attacked Ling Shuang spoke. You dare to audaciously seize the treasures of our Locust Alliance? You must be tired of living. If you know what's good for you, step aside and hand over that woman. We might even consider granting you a swift death. Never. I have never heard of your Locust Alliance. As long as I, Gu Chun, draw breath, I will not allow you to harm a single hair on her head. At that moment, Gu Chun exhibited an unprecedented resolve. He was prepared for battle. Today, he would fight to protect Ling Shuang. In truth, Gu Chun's nature was not one that reveled in combat. He preferred a tranquil existence, engaging in delightful activities with his master and senior sister. In times past, Gu Chun had the comfort of two soft, tender thighs to lean upon. Ling Shuang's at Yuling Sect and Chang Yi's in Yupon City. But now, he found himself without such support. This battle was unavoidable. He must step forward, fighting not only for Ling Shuang but for himself as well. Upon hearing Gu Chun's declaration, the transformation realm expert erupted with fury. You insolent brat, you reject a toast and invite a beating. You truly seek death. This man was Han Qianjue, a fourth-level transformation realm master and a hall master of the Locust Alliance, commanding 200 cultivators.